A fragrant vegetable stew was cooking on the stove, the smell of which could be smelled in every corner of the apartment. The girl who was acting as chef that morning was just cutting asparagus into small pieces to add to the dish. She took a spoon, scooped up some of the stew, and tasted it to see if the stew was done. Then she turned her head and looked at the clock, after which she immediately rushed into her father's room to wake him up. The girl immediately climbed onto his bed and began to gently wake the guy up, repeating that it was time to get up and he could be late. No matter how hard she tried to tug at his hands, the young man still wouldn't wake up, so the girl decided to take extreme measures. She called the guy her father, and he immediately opened his big black eyes, as if he had been struck by electricity. The boy instantly jumped up and sat down on the bed, trying to put his thoughts in order and calm down. He turned to the girl and smiled, after which he said that he would get up right away, because he needed a little time to wake up. This answer satisfied the beauty, and she jumped off his bed saying that breakfast was ready so they should hurry. 10 years ago, a certain rift appeared on the earth, disrupting the harmony and peace of all mankind. Monsters emerged from it in unimaginable quantities, which were far beyond the power of an ordinary person to cope with. However, in some people, regardless of their gender, age, and origin, strange abilities awakened that made them hunters. Each of them could see and adjust their abilities using a status window, which was very similar to a game interface. However, Lee Doju did not have these abilities, and after serving in the army, he studied quietly for 3 years. He then managed to get a job in one of the technical positions in the fault department, where he became the youngest among the workers. Because Lee Doju did not have any special talents, he was constantly reprimanded by his boss. After a year of hard work, he was finally able to get his first assignment, which left the guy full of anticipation for his first serious case. After work, he went to the Condon area to search for a fault that had appeared there, which he had been told about. While the young man was engrossed in his phone, he didn't even notice how a huge truck appeared in front of him and knocked the guy off his feet. Despite the enormous force of the impact, the boy remained alive, but the blow was not without consequences. He found himself in a world called Murim, where the youth came to his senses, having recovered from the incident. This place was the site of constant fights and competitions between his students, where Lee Doju died many times. But despite all his losses, the boy boldly reincarnated again, because after the accident, he acquired one ability. The boy became the owner of a special pocket watch that would return him a day back in the event of death. Thus, the boy returned to his past again and again, where he prevented all his absurd deaths that were committed by mistake. At some point, the poor guy even forgot his name, but in the end, he managed to become the strongest in this world. The only thing that worried the boys at that moment was how he would get back to the human world. But since Lee Doju was the first of his kind, he was rewarded with an equally sudden return to his reality. Feeling new strength in his body, the boy rose from his hospital bed and headed towards the exit, thereby surprising the doctors and nurses. The hospital workers stared after him in shock, unable to understand how the boy had managed to regain his strength so quickly after a 17-hour operation. Lee Doju himself went outside and immediately realized that since he didn't remember Korea well, he needed a little time to adapt. Although the boy was insanely strong, which freed him from work, the poor fellow still saw a sea of blood and fallen lives on his hands. Constant betrayals brought him to the point where the young man could not trust anyone at all, which was the result of countless deaths and rebirths. Despite everything he had been through, Lee Doju just wanted a normal, quiet human life where he didn't have to use a watch. After several dozen minutes of walking, the boy finally found himself in front of a huge building that was located right in the center of the city. When the boy entered the Seoul City Hall, where he worked, the look of defeat on the faces of the workers there knew no bounds. His boss looked at the guy in shock, trying to understand how this was possible since the terrible accident had happened literally 2 days ago. Lee Doju reassured the man and said that nothing had happened to him and everything was fine, even though he was a completely different person inside. But this did not calm him down, and the gentleman exclaimed that the young man began to speak somehow differently, with which he did not agree and asked what the difference was. Noting Lee Doju's physique, the chief also pointed out that he began to look much stronger and more robust than before the accident. Having looked at the young man carefully, the man finally declared that, in his humble opinion, this guy had even grown a little. Lee Doju sarcastically thanked the man for the new information, then saw the distrust in his eyes because he did not believe that it was the same person. The young man said that he understood his boss because something in him had really changed, but the boy immediately convinced the man that it was him. Wanting to end this conversation, the guy turned to the workers and asked where his place was because after the accident he still had problems with his memory. The boss found this statement even more suspicious, after which he looked at the boy with disdain and asked where he had put Lee Do-ju. Ignoring the man's request for Hensu to bring a fingerprint scanner, one of the employees smiled and said that the young man had only become more handsome. Hyunsu, meanwhile, walked up to the boys and handed them a scanner, asking Lee Do-ju to place his index finger on it to confirm his identity. Lee Do-ju had nothing to lose, so he agreed to be checked, after which everyone around him stared at the scanner, which confirmed his identity. The boss still couldn't believe this guy who looked completely different, so he kept ordering him to undergo a check even after confirmation. While the man couldn't understand how a person could change so much in a day, one of the employees simply admired Lee Do-ju's beauty and complimented him. Notice how she praised his speech, the boss asked the girl, confused how the boy's height could have changed then. All this chatter seriously irritated Lee Do-ju, who asked the staff with displeasure where his place was after all. The boss immediately ran up to him and, with a smile, ordered the guy to turn around and go home, because he needed to rest after such an operation. Trying to somehow explain his decision, the man emphasized that he was still on sick leave until tomorrow. He immediately turned Lee Do-ju around and offered to take the young man, but he did not agree and said that he himself was quite fit to leave. Since the boy had no other choice, he headed home, trying, with all his might, to remember the place where he had lived before. As a result, the guy still found himself in a 6-story building, after which he approached his apartment, where he saw a combination lock. The young man reached out his hand to the touchscreen but immediately realized that he did not remember his code at all and therefore could not get inside. While the boy was trying to remember at least some digital combinations, he heard a female voice on the other side asking who was there. Lee Do-ju leaned towards the peephole in the door, but almost got hit in the nose by the door that suddenly opened. A little red-haired girl looked out from behind a huge steel door, called him uncle, and asked what he was doing there. The boy stared at this stranger in surprise, not understanding at all what the little ones were doing in his apartment. After a while, the boys were already sitting at the kitchen table and drinking tea that the girl had made for both of them. While running through a bunch of thoughts in his head, Lee Do-ju took a few sips and raised his eyes to the petite beauty sitting across from him. The red-haired girl herself sat in the same bewilderment, guiltily lowering her eyes to the floor and realizing that things were going to be tough for her now. After a short pause, Lee Do asked again whether she really was the daughter of his brother's girlfriend. A small smile appeared on the little thing's face, and she jumped up and down on her chair with admiration, repeating once again that this was the complete truth. Putting his cup on the table, the guy repeated that his brother's girlfriend had died in an accident and they had nowhere to go, which is why he agreed to look after him. Looking up at the girl again, he asked incredulously if he had really given them the code to the apartment and told them to move in today, to which she immediately agreed. Lee Do-ju still didn't have a complete picture in his head, so he thoughtfully asked the redhead if they had met before. The girl protested and explained to the young man that today they were seeing each other for the first time, since the guy's brother had never introduced them. Holding his head in irritation, Lee Do-ju quietly asked the little thing if she had any other relatives they could go to. The girl began to tell that since her mother was an orphan, they did not really have anyone to rely on. Suddenly, Lee Do-ju smelled a strange smell, and his attention fell on the dish lying on the table. As soon as he asked the girl what it was, the redhead explained that Rice did it so that he would eat after work and feel better. Although the guy was incredibly hungry, he did not give in to provocations and said that, to begin with, he would not be able to accept such guests. The girl immediately jumped up in irritation and, hitting the table with her hands, exclaimed with displeasure that literally yesterday the guy had promised to eat. She shoved her cell phone in his face, to which Lee Do-ju stared in confusion and asked what exactly she was trying to show him. Realizing that there was correspondence with an agreement, the young man began to explain to the redhead that until yesterday he was in the hospital due to an accident. Trying to clarify the situation even more, the guy said that as a result of this accident, he lost his memory and remembered little. When the boy stood up, he also added that his body had fully recovered, so the girl did not need to worry about him. He began to wash dirty dishes and to tell how his memory was failing him greatly, thereby causing some difficulties in everyday life. Putting a clean cup on the table, the young man explained that it would be difficult for him to take care of anyone now, since it would take some time to adapt to life. Throughout this story, the red-haired girl was trying her best to think of something, and she exclaimed that she was ready to sign the contract. Lee Do-ju turned around and looked at her with confusion before asking what kind of contract she was talking about. Not wanting to miss her opportunity, the little girl offered the guy to become her father until she finished school. This statement seriously surprised Lee Do-ju, so he looked at her with a puzzled expression and asked again. Costa rushed to the boy and began to talk about how, due to memory loss, it would be difficult for the boy to live alone, so she could help him. The girl grabbed his hand and began to beg the guy to let her live with him until she finished school and grew up a little. Looking at him with her puppy eyes, the redhead said that she only needed 6 months to move into the dorm. Even though it was a huge responsibility, Lee Do-ju knew that these conditions were actually very good for him. He knew it would take him a long time to adapt to the modern world after spending so much time in the Middle Ages. Realizing that this little one could help him with cooking, cleaning, and other household chores, the young man decided that this could be a profitable deal. The boy went to his bag and started taking something out of it, saying that he agreed to draw up a contract with the girl. When the beauty heard that this guy actually agreed to her terms, her surprise knew no bounds. Melko managed to realize the importance of what was happening only when Lee Do-ju found a piece of paper and a pen in his hands, where he began to write something. A minute later, the young man handed his partner a piece of paper with the terms of the contract, which he had just carefully written out. Carefully reading each condition of the document, the redhead said that she would definitely make adjustments to this contract if she was not satisfied with something. After a few minutes of reading, Lee Do-ju asked the girl if she had any questions, but she just waved it off and continued reading. Not wanting to waste his precious time on this trifle, the guy handed her a pen and offered to sign a contract if she was completely in agreement. Sol Yun-hee stood up from her seat, introduced herself by her name, and stepped forward in front of her new father, thanking him. Hearing that Lee Do was interested in a good relationship, the girl asked with a sparkle in her eyes if she could call him father, to which he agreed. As he was leaving the kitchen, the guy heard the redhead suggest that he simply call her Yun-hee. As the young man entered his room to change his clothes, Yun-hee suddenly rushed after him and looked inside to say something. As soon as the girl realized that she had just burst into her father's room while he was changing, she immediately covered her mouth with her hand, out of shame. The poor girl immediately turned around and covered her face with her hand, sincerely apologizing to the boy for not knocking. Putting on his t-shirt, Lee Do-ju turned to the girl and asked what else she was interested in. She smiled awkwardly and explained that since a mouse had already managed to hang itself in the refrigerator, she should go get some groceries. Understanding what was going on, the boy took out his wallet and asked the girl how much money she needed. But he immediately realized that it was a meaningless question, so he took out his card and handed it to Sol Yun-hee. The girl stared at the credit card, not understanding whether this stranger had really just allowed her to use his money. An idea instantly came to her mind, and the redhead suggested that her father go with her to the store, which could renew some of the gaps in his memory. After thinking for a bit, Lee Do-ju finally agreed, because such a wonderful idea could really help him. Looking at the prices of meat, which had increased considerably, Sol Yun-hee said sadly that for some time her father would have to eat fresh vegetables. I fully understand the situation. The boy did not object and said that he trusted Yun-hee with all the cooking matters. As the boys stood at the counter, wondering what vegetables they should take for dinner, they suddenly became aware of strange sounds behind them. Turning around, the redhead exclaimed in fright, but Lee Do-ju just calmly asked those present what exactly had happened. But this turned out to be a rhetorical question, because the young man knew more than how to deal with the rupture that had arisen in the middle of the store. Sol Yun-hee didn't lose her composure and immediately pulled out a gun from her pocket, shouting that her father should have hidden because it was incredibly dangerous there. Not even a second had passed from that moment when a huge green goblin came out of the rift into the store, growling angrily. When the shop's visitors saw this terrible creature, they immediately started running, screaming in fear. Despite how dire the situation was, Lee Do-ju stood silently to the side and calmly watched what was happening. Sol Yun-hee, in turn, had no intention of wasting time, so she immediately pulled the trigger and rammed the goblin with a bullet from her pistol. Noticing the huge hole in his chest, the green monster growled even louder, feeling the pain rolling through his body. Since there wasn't much strength left in its body, the creature plopped down on the floor, where it remained motionless. A crowd of people instantly gathered around him who were seriously surprised that the goblin lost consciousness from one shot from the hunter. Seeing the tired Sol Yun-hee sitting on the counter, Lee Do-ju deduced that she was a hunter. The redhead, in turn, hid the gun in her purse and asked her father why he didn't listen to her and hide in a secluded place. When the young man saw her excited eyes, he had no choice but to convince the beauty that he would be more careful in the future. After some time, a police squad showed up at the store, which immediately rushed to take pictures of the goblin and record the number of victims. One of the officers approached the boys and asked them if they were the very daredevils who dealt with the green monster. Lee Do-ju wasn't about to take all the credit for himself, so he pushed Yoon-hee forward and proudly declared that his daughter had dealt with the goblin. The officer, who had not expected to see a little girl in front of him, asked excitedly if the man had any personal satisfaction with him. He also asked him for his bank account number because the officers were going to transfer the reward to the guy for killing the goblin. Noticing the father's confused eyes, the officer explained that this was a reward for saving lives and the safety of the residents. The boy asked the policeman if he could tell him his daughter's bank account number, to which he reluctantly agreed. Ignoring his dissatisfaction, Lee Do-ju turned to Yoon-hee and asked the girl for her bank card number, since it was her work. Such respect made the red-haired beauty very happy, so, blushing a little, she contentedly lowered her eyes and dictated the card number to the officer. Later that evening, Sol Yun-hee was standing in the kitchen preparing dinner when her phone rang. The girl walked up to her mobile phone and picked it up, after which she stared at the screen in surprise. As it turned out, it wasn't a call at all, but a notification about the transfer of 150,000 won, which surprised the little girl quite a bit. Lee Do-ju appeared behind her and asked why the redhead continued to live with him if they gave so much money for killing a goblin. Sol Yun-hee explained that this was a special situation, because usually all the monsters were much stronger than that green goblin. Although this did not make Lee Do very happy, the girl continued to talk about how only licensed hunters could enter the underground rifts. Thinking of something else, the boy approached his daughter and asked if she had studied the law of reason. Seeing the surprise in her eyes, the boy immediately decided to say that this was the first point of successfully absorbing the air of nature. But in an instant he suddenly changed his mind and said that there was nothing special about it at all, thereby interrupting his thought. The beauty smiled slightly, seeing his surprise, after which she told him that in March she planned to enter the State Academy of Hunters. While putting food on her plate, the redhead added that she also knew how to use mana and already had permission to use weapons. Lee Do-ju praised his daughter for her achievements and said that it was a good reason for him to treat her well. The girl was very happy with this prospect, and with a wide smile she said that in the future she would definitely become very famous. Having laid out a ton of tasty and aromatic dishes on the table, the hostess wished her father a bon appetit and invited him to start dinner. After putting some rice in her soup, the girl asked the guy what he did and where he worked. Without looking up from his meal, Lee Do-ju revealed that he was a civil servant and worked at the city hall. The girl was quite satisfied with this information because she was worried about whether her father could have worked in some dangerous and unfavorable job. Moving a plate of various snacks and tofu closer to him, Sol Yun-hee offered the young man to try one of these dishes. The next day, as if nothing had happened, Lee Do-ju showed up at the city hall office, where he happily greeted all of his colleagues. The first to rush to him was the head of the department, who asked, with surprise in his eyes, how this guy could work in such shock after the accident. But the boy thanked the man for his concern and once again emphasized that he was completely fine and felt great. Leaning back in his chair, the boss reminded him that in any case of difficulties and any problems, the respected man should have turned to him. He pointed to an empty seat in the office and asked the boy if he remembered that this was his workspace. Ignoring his question, the boy sat down at his desk and immediately heard a kind offer of help from the colleague sitting on the right. Not having heard the stranger's words at first, Lee Do-ju stared at him blankly, trying to show with his whole appearance that he didn't understand. The man introduced himself as Kwon Hyuk-soo and explained that he was Lee Do-ju's supervisor on all matters. Finally, understanding what was going on here and why, Lee Doju thanked his boss and decided to get to work. The head of the department, meanwhile, looked mysteriously at the clock, which struck 9 a.m. and said that the time had just come. He was immediately approached by Kwon Hyuk-soo, who called Lee Doju a very valuable hunter who needed to be brought up to speed. Seeing that the boss was not entirely pleased with this proposal, the man decided to remind him that the F rank was also considered high. Suddenly, the engaged conversation of the leaders was interrupted by an unfamiliar female voice that burst into the office. Raising her head, the stranger apologized to the men and asked how late she was at Seoul City Hall. The head of the department immediately ran up to the stranger and, with a wide smile, announced that he should have met the beauty at the entrance and taken her in. Kwon Hyuk-soo, meanwhile, turned to Lee Doju and ordered him to go and say hello, since this girl was their new monster hunter. Since the guy saw this stranger for the first time in his life, he had no choice but to stare at her with a distrustful gaze. Notice the confusion in his eyes. Kwon Hyuk grabbed the boy's hand and led him along, emphasizing that he had completely forgotten about his poor memory. The man also decided to remind his employee that their department was engaged in searching for faults, going out on a mission in tandem with a hunter. Pointing to the green-eyed beauty, the leader called her Cha-ye-ji and said that now this girl would be in the care of the young man. Lee Doju walked closer to the red-haired stranger and greeted her, awkwardly looking down at the floor and falling silent. Just as Cha-ye-ji was about to congratulate him on the fact that they were now partners, she was immediately stopped by a male voice. Turning around, she saw Kwon Hyuk-soo standing awkwardly in front of her, trying to tell them something. Finally finding the right words, the leader announced that since Doju was currently in no condition for the task, he would take it upon himself. Lee Doju looked at him with displeasure and asked if this work really originally belonged to him and not the manager. Kwon Hyuk-soo smiled awkwardly and said that this time he would take on the task himself, because even though his colleague looked fine, the accident could not have passed without consequences. The department head burst into their conversation and said that he was worried about his employee because he had injured his head during the incident. When Lee Doju realized that the scoundrels were now pretending that he was a dishonest worker, the boy immediately became angry. Gathering all his strength and confidence into a fist, the guy confidently declared that he would take on this task with great joy and finish it. The boy's leader immediately tried to stop him and convince Lee Do that there was no need for overexertion. The young man's initiative did not please the head of the department, who shouted that he had just recently ordered him to go home and rest. Even though Cha-ye-ji had already received official notice to work with Hyuk-soo, Lee Doju still stated that it was his business. Although the guy's boss understood how this could end, he still decided to insist and also asked the boss to transfer authority. During their lunch break, they found themselves on a bench outside the building with their boss, where they began to discuss each other's concerns. Kwon Hyuk-soo, as usual, remained confident in his decisions, so he suggested that the man give Doju another chance to prove himself. The boss didn't like these ideas at all, but he had to accept the fact that the loser was still their employee. The gentleman, nevertheless, agreed to the transfer of authority, and after some time, Lee Doju and Cha-ye-ji, together with the driver, were already on their way to carry out the mission. The guy was concentrating on studying some papers in his hands and thinking that this amount of documents was quite enough. In a short time, after several readings, he finally understood how and what to do, so now it was worth it for him to study all the information about the rift. He was so engrossed in his own thoughts that he didn't even notice Cha-ye-ji's attempt to get to know him better. Hearing her voice, the young man immediately turned to the girl and apologized, explaining that he was only checking documents and identification. When he turned his gaze to the red-haired beauty, he immediately noticed something strange in her hands, so he immediately asked the girl about it. Cha-ye-ji looked at the huge steel box in her hands and revealed that it was a case for her uniform and anti-monster weapon. Their conversation was interrupted by the driver of the car, who informed the guys that they had finally arrived at their destination. Lee Doju and his partner thanked the old man and got out of the car, looking around and trying to figure out where they needed to go. Cha-ye-ji opened her steel weapon case and took out a small green ball, which she immediately put to her chest. Not even a second passed before this small and incomprehensible sphere began to shine and sparkle, after which her work suit appeared on the girl. This transformation surprised the young Lee Doju, who froze with a puzzled expression on his face, watching the beauty. Noticing his shocked expression, The girl laughed and asked if this was the first time he had seen something like this. She immediately rushed to explain that this suit was the lowest level of defense, although it cost a whopping 3,000,000 won, unlike her sword. Green Eyes took out her D-rank skeleton monster sword and asked the boy how she could address him, but the boy didn't care. The partners approached the security guards of the place they had arrived at, and Cha Ye-ji informed her friend that she would address him as manager. Since he was indeed the one responsible for the cracks, the boy agreed and thanked the guard for finishing the inspection. After a few minutes of walking, the hunter and the manager found themselves in front of a huge fault that had appeared right in the middle of the highway. Cha Ye-ji looked at the huge portal with excitement and quietly told her manager that it was the first time she had seen such a large rift. Suddenly she heard some strange sounds behind her and turned around to ask Lee Do-ju who these strangers were. Behind the guys, there seemed to be 3 unknown men who were heading straight towards them and repeating that they were very happy about such an unexpected meeting. The big guy, who was apparently their leader, approached the surprised Cha Ye-ji and asked if the girl had joined the guild as she wanted. Without waiting for her answer, he laughed loudly and asked who dared to accept this lazy woman who still did not know how to introduce Manhwa. Poor Cha Ye-ji guiltily lowered her head and fell silent, not knowing what to answer this impudent man or how to get rid of him. Lee Do-ju was also not happy with the fact that this big guy was so brazenly bullying his partner, not even giving her a chance to breathe. The guy turned to the girl and asked how she knew this man, and she just quietly said that they went to classes together to become hunters. While Lee Do-ju was trying to figure out the identity of this stranger, the man, meanwhile, noticed the boy's badge that was hanging on his chest. After reading some inscriptions on it, the big guy laughed loudly at the fact that this kid was here under contract, working for the state. The man laughed so hard that he couldn't stop, repeating that only someone like Cha Ye-ji could be hired for a government position. Once he heard Lee Do-ju's rude tone, telling him to shut up because it looked pathetic, the big guy was even happier. The bully turned to his friends and, bursting into a new wave of laughter, asked the boy how he dared to talk to him like that. Having calmed down a bit and pulled himself together, the big guy finally stopped laughing and looked at Lee Do-ju with a disapproving gaze, calling him names. He wasn't going to tolerate this young man's insolence, so he immediately grabbed him by the throat and lifted him into the air, ignoring Cha Ye-ji's frightened scream. The man pulled Lee Do-ju closer to him and asked menacingly if the civil servant dared to stop him if he was so dissatisfied. Although Lee Do-ju tried to remain calm and not give in to his emotions, the constant provocations of this bully did not subside, giving rise to conflict. But suddenly the big guy felt a strange energy emanating from this guy, which made him freeze in surprise. He heard a strange voice in his head that said that if the man did not let the boy go within 3 seconds, he would not be forgiven. Not wanting to run into any unexpected trouble, the thug released his hand and let go of the boy, who was not as simple as he seemed. Suddenly he felt his throat constrict, and his entire airway instantly closed off, causing the poor guy to silently scream in pain. One of his friends approached the man and asked Na Han-chun what was happening to him, since he had no face. But Na Han-chun himself was so frightened that he couldn't answer him with a word, falling to the floor, covering his face with all his might in fear. His friends immediately ran up to the man, trying to understand what was happening to him, because the guys had never seen their boss in such a state. While they were trying to get him to talk, Cha Ye-ji saw a small yellow puddle growing under the man, who still couldn't say a word. Lee Do-ju smiled to himself and decided to approach Na Han-chun, excitedly asking what was happening to the man and why he couldn't get up. When the boy raised his gaze and looked straight into the villain's eyes, Na Han-chun saw something terribly scary and stern in his gaze. In his subconscious, the poor guy again saw the terrifying image of Lee Do-ju, who ordered him not to get underfoot if he wanted to live. The stunned thug screamed terribly that he would never interfere with his master again under any circumstances, and would never in his life interfere in his affairs. This answer satisfied Lee Do-ju, so he turned around and rushed towards the gap, ordering the shocked Cha Ye-ji to follow him. The partners quickly passed through the portal, and all that Na Han-chun and his friends managed to see was the protruding hand of the civil servant. A moment later, the green-eyed girl and the manager found themselves in a completely different place, to which the portal had transported them. When they looked around and saw the Green Goblin, Lee Do-ju realized that it was an F-rank riff, inside of which everything was a little more complicated. Not wanting to linger and stay in this place longer than necessary, the boy took a tablet from his jacket and entered the Rift control system. He tapped something on the screen of his device, registering Rift 002 at the address and selecting the desired settings for his F rank. When he saw the pop-up window that said mapping had begun, the young man was emotionlessly happy and said that he was ready. The boy ordered the green-eyed girl to follow him, but the girl was so excited that she loudly exclaimed that she would go first. Lee Do-ju had no desire to contradict her or start their acquaintance with conflicts, so he simply silently watched as the beauty walked forward. Cha Ye-ji herself understood that if she showed the manager a good side of herself, she would certainly be hired under a contract at the city hall. While the girl was flying in her thoughts about how the boy would like her, behind their backs they once again heard some strange rustling sounds. Turning to the foot of the mountain on which they stood, the partners saw 3 men with several green goblin corpses lying at their feet. This picture clearly did not please Cha Ye-ji, unlike her manager, who remained calm despite the number of hunters there. Cha Ye-ji was so worried about having to show all her good sides that she fell to the ground in frustration and started whining. Lee Do-ju looked at the girl and said that she would definitely have several other opportunities in which she could show him all her advantages. Suddenly, the boy's gaze fell on the characteristics of this huntress, and he thought that her parameters matched the description of an ordinary person. But when he noticed that her main skill was fencing, he immediately praised the beauty for her extraordinary skill, thereby delighting her. Green-Eyed said that she was very pleased because there weren't many such skills, and she was one of the first. The girl excitedly added that she always wrote exams with excellent marks and never lost in competitions, which is why she was the best. Not paying attention to the fact that the young man was trying to stop her, she continued to complain to him about her past, in which everything was so good. The poor girl was so carried away by her memories that tears came to her eyes from the fact that now she could easily fail because of a couple of mistakes. Finally, she heard the manager scream behind her, who grabbed her by the arms and lifted her to her feet, finally bringing the beauty back to the real world. At first, Cha Ye-ji thought that he did it to calm her down, but a moment later, she saw a charge of energy fly at her feet. When the smoke from the small explosion cleared, the beauty saw a goblin's mace sticking out from under the ground where the lump of energy had fallen. The girl turned to the other side, where she saw 3 goblins moving towards them and wanting to attack the guys. She felt the strong hands of the manager lifting her from the ground, and then his voice ordering the girl not to give up under any circumstances. The boy leaned towards her ear and whispered that right now the battle was about to begin, for which she needed to be prepared more than ever. Having finished his short speech, the young man pushed the beauty forward, ordering her to hold the sword firmly and fight to the death. Cha Ye-ji finally pulled herself together and realized that now she needed to pull herself together and focus in order to show the manager all her skills. Not wanting to waste a single second, the girl grabbed her sword and rushed at the green goblins, wanting to deal with them properly. Since the beauty was indeed a very skilled hunter, she deftly rushed from goblin to goblin, cutting them with the sharp blade of her sword. The bloodthirsty creatures growled angrily at such bold movements because they were not at all happy with the bleeding scratches on their own faces. But while they were just trying to scare the huntress with their evil appearance, the girl menacingly chopped off their heads without stopping for a second. When most of the goblins that were around finally lay dead, she happily turned to the manager and asked if he saw it. Suddenly, the green-eyed girl saw a huge green goblin rushing towards the manager, who was calmly standing to the side, wanting his flesh. But even despite her frightened scream, Lee Do-ju stood calmly and waited for the creature to run closer to him so he could deftly dodge its attack. Seeing how skillfully this young man avoided the goblin's heavy blow, the beauty froze in defeat with her mouth open. The young man himself, meanwhile, outplayed the green monster and threw it into the air, after which he threw it behind his back, thereby immobilizing it. When Cha Ye-ji saw the creature do a few somersaults and fall into the ravine between 2 mountains, the girl exclaimed in shock, but Lee Do-ju only coldly ordered her to focus on her work, since the battle was still ongoing and the opponents were also dangerous. Along with the green goblin, who was shocked by the destruction of his friend a few seconds ago, the green-eyed girl stood silently frozen in place. Feeling the bad energy behind her, the girl instantly came to her senses and grabbed her sword, preparing to deal with the scoundrel who was hiding behind her back. Because she was distracted at the wrong time, the beauty barely managed to stop his attack, holding her sword in front of her. Noticing her fatigue, the manager asked his partner with a slight reproach in his voice if she was really so exhausted just because of 2 goblins. Before the girl could even protest such impudent words, she was immediately thrown back several meters by a well-aimed blow from the goblin's mace. The Green Goblin himself, meanwhile, smiled contentedly at how clearly he managed to deal with this human. But Chayeji had no intention of giving up so easily, so she attacked the creature with renewed vigor, wanting to tear it to pieces. Although the monster tried to defend itself with its own mace, the green-eyed girl managed to successfully pierce its weapon with her sword and take it away from the creature. Lee Do-ju just snorted disrespectfully and emphasized that apparently fencing was not this huntress's main skill. Looking at the confused girl, he added that its basis was blocking the attack and striking with the least expenditure of effort. Looking at his tablet, the guy also said that the girl should have stepped back a little and caught her breath because she was having trouble breathing. Chayeji herself clearly understood that this was the reason her hands were shaking, so she obediently took a few steps back. Studying the Green Goblin, the young man ordered her to focus on the enemy, who was also at his limit and had a weak amount of strength. Finally, the young man added that the beauty should have concentrated on the attack, because she would surely soon have a very good chance to win. As the creature took off and began to run towards the huntress, Lee Do-ju emphasized that the main thing was to be able to seize an extra move from the enemy. Chayeji felt that now was the moment for her to show the true essence of swordsmanship, so she took a stance. Waiting for the right second, the girl took a step back in time, thereby dodging the goblin's attack and putting him at her feet. When the goblin felt the sharp sword digging into his neck, thereby cutting through the flesh, the monster growled loudly in pain. But a moment later, his dead carcass lay in the middle of a huge field of green grass, becoming that wonderful example of the ostentatious charm of fencing. Lee Do-ju praised his huntress for the wonderful end to the research, after which he suggested that the tired girls return home. When she asked him for a few minutes to rest, the boy looked at the screen of his tablet and said that the beauty's catch was lovely. "I see where he's going with this." Chayeji explained that she wasn't doing it for the money. She just wanted to be a member of the guild team. The girl looked up at the manager and asked if the guy was hiding his true inner strength. This question surprised the guy a little, so he asked the girl what she meant, because anyone could understand fencing. Lee Do-ju knew that this curious clinger wouldn't get rid of him that easily, so he simply dove into the portal and ordered her to follow him. Green-eyed girl folded her arms across her chest, offended, and stared after him because she had expected to hear a completely different answer from the manager. After finishing his first task and leaving the office, Mr. Lee Do-ju walked calmly towards his home. The guy didn't foretell any trouble at all, so at first he didn't even notice the dark shadow hiding around the corners and following him. But suddenly he stopped and wearily grabbed his head, sighing in irritation because he understood what was waiting for him now. Lee Do-ju turned towards the dark shadow and said in a menacing voice that if the stranger came out within a few seconds, he would not be angry. Before the guy could even count to 5, Chayeji, who didn't want to quarrel with her manager at all, flew out from around the corner at him. This turn of events slightly surprised the boy, because he did not expect to see his partner in front of him, and especially at such a time. The boy measured her with his gaze, and suspiciously asked the huntress why she followed him and tried to hide. The girl raised her worried eyes to him and said that the young man still had not answered the questions she had asked. Noticing his confusion, Chayeji quietly asked her manager again whether he was hiding his strength or showing her his true self. The boy turned away from the green-eyed girl in irritation and said that if she had followed him all the way home, then she should have had dinner with him. Chayeji had no right to refuse such a tempting offer, so after 5 minutes, she obediently followed the manager to his apartment. Suddenly, her conscience began to torment her, and the girl said that she felt uncomfortable disturbing her friend at such a late hour, so she would go. The young man quickly stopped the huntress and said that dinner was probably already ready, so she didn't need to worry about the inconvenience. Hearing him say that someone had already prepared dinner, the green-eyed girl stared at the manager in confusion, not understanding who he was talking about. Lee Do-ju told the beauty that his daughter lived with him, thereby causing a huge wave of surprise on the part of his partner. Chayeji repeated his words over and over in her head, and couldn't understand how this young man could have a daughter, Approaching the door, the young man ordered her not to mention their work, because his daughter thought that he worked in the office as an ordinary civil servant. The girl, meanwhile, was tormented by thoughts of inconvenience, because she had asked to visit him so late and even in the house where his child lived. Hearing the click of the front door, Sul Yun-hee smiled widely and rushed to the door, happy that her father had come home. But when the redhead ran to the entrance of the apartment, she saw a stunned Cha Ye-ji there, who couldn't believe how big her daughter was. Green Eyes tried with all her might to put this strange picture together inside herself, but she could not come to a single conclusion. Since the manager was about 26 years old, the poor guy could not understand whether this girl was an overgrown child or whether they had their own secrets. Sol Yun-hee, in turn, looked at her father with confusion and asked in a suspicious tone who this stranger was. Cha Ye-ji got ahead of him and said with a friendly smile that she was just an ordinary colleague of Mr. Lee Do-ju. Yun-hee turned her displeased gaze to her and asked with the same suspicious tone if she really was just a colleague. She looked at her father and asked him the same question, but the boy calmly replied that this girl worked with him in the same department. Since young Sol Yun-hee had no more complaints, she opened the door for the boys and invited them inside with a wide smile. Once inside, Cha Ye-ji began to look around and talk about how clean the apartment was, as it was literally sparkling. Yun-hee said that she and her father would soon be having dinner, so her father's colleague could have a cup of tea and leave as soon as possible. When she heard that Lee Do-ju had invited this green-eyed girl to a dinner that she had cooked just for him, the girl turned around in displeasure. Seeing how irritated she became when dinner was mentioned, Lee Do-ju mockingly asked if this was a sign of puberty, but she only shouted angrily that this was not the case at all, thereby causing Cha Ye-ji to be a little surprised by her heightened reaction. After finishing dinner, Cha Ye praised the girl for how wonderfully she could make spicy cabbage soup, but it turned out that she had simply bought it. Cha Ye-ji did not stop and asked the redhead about the other dishes, but she also answered dissatisfiedly that they were all store-bought. Suddenly, Sol Yun-hee's gaze fell on a metal case that stood near the door to their apartment and usually belonged to hunters. Noticing her involvement, the green-eyed girl said that she was an F-rank hunter and that she got this case from the seamstress's workshop. But the girl instantly remembered her manager's words about how he ordered her to keep quiet about their work so as not to frighten his daughter. She turned to Lee Do-ju and saw his furious gaze, which told her that her life would soon be on the brink of extinction. Sol Yun-hee was not a stupid girl at all, so she asked in surprise how a huntress and an ordinary civil servant could work in the same office. Their father burst into their conversation and explained to the redhead that Cha Ye-ji was just working part-time, and if she was caught, the girl would be fine. In just a second, the figure of a stunned Sol Yun-hee, with nothing but a huge smile on her face, was in front of the frightened Cha Ye-ji. The girl was simply delighted with how amazing his father's colleague was because the little one also dreamed of becoming a huntress. She rushed to show Cha Ye-ji all her awards and tell him that she would soon enter the Hunter Academy and become that cool too. Noticing such delight in her eyes, the green-eyed girl tried to stop the manager's daughter, because she was only the owner of F rank. But for the little one, this was not a reason at all, so she continued to inquire, asking if Cha Ye had passed that very hunter exam. Having heard a positive answer, the girl began to ask her father's colleague about what fighting style she had and whether she used magic. After a few hours of such conversations, the guys finally found themselves outside, walking Cha Ye-ji home and saying goodbye to her. But Sol Yun-hee still didn't want to let go of this girl, who had become a real star in her eyes and to whom the redhead was striving. But since she really had to go, she insistently said goodbye to her daughter and said that they would definitely see each other again. Despite the friendliness everywhere, Sol Yun-hee broke into a wide smile and told her father's colleague not to come again. When she asked her the reason, the little one, with the same smile, said that she still didn't like the green-eyed girl, and that's why she didn't want to see her. Cha Ye-ji had no choice but to agree with this little girl who was clearly not happy with her presence in her house. Lee Do-ju immediately turned to Sul and ordered her to return home, because the young man himself was going to take his colleague to the subway and return back. Although this whole situation irritated the girl terribly, she smiled sweetly and allowed her father to walk the green-eyed girl to the metro. Finally left alone, Cha Ye-ji allowed herself to ask her manager if the girl was really not his biological daughter. Hearing such a strange and provocative question, the boy turned white and asked her incomprehensibly what the huntress was talking about. The beauty began to remind him that the age difference between him and the redhead was too small, and the house didn't smell like family at all. Finally, the huntress added that, in addition to all this, she and the girl had different surnames, and the boy himself had never been married. Lee Do-ju found these statements too brazen, so the young man excitedly said that such jokes were completely inappropriate. Ignoring his concerns, Cha Ye-ji still insisted on an answer and asked what kind of relationship he had with Yun-hee. Lee Do-ju said that she was his niece because his brother had problems and the guy had to take on her upbringing. Not expecting such an answer at all, the green-eyed girl looked at her manager in confusion, not knowing what to say to him because he looked a little offended. The girl apologized to the guy for sticking her nose where it didn't belong and asking too many questions when it was completely inappropriate. He said that there was nothing terrible about it, but asked her not to talk about their work in front of Sol Yun-hee, because the redhead was quite the nimble one. Once he reached the subway station, Lee Do-ju said goodbye to the girl and turned towards his home, leaving her alone in the middle of the night. But Cha Ye-ji was confused by something and asked the manager how his brother could have a different surname if that girl was his daughter. Since the boy didn't react to her question in any way, the green-eyed girl decided to come to terms with it and also said goodbye to him, heading home. As the new day dawned, the head of the City Hall Department reread Lee Do-ju's report and was amazed at how he had accomplished everything he had written in one day. Watching his changing expression, the young man asked if there was any problem with this, but the man immediately protested in shock. He said the problem was that the quality of the work was too high, as it usually took several months to compile such data. The boss turned to Kwon Hyuk-soo and asked if the manager had helped his subordinate, but the man said that he himself was extremely surprised. The leader gave the boy a thumbs up and called him a great guy because now he had to try hard to catch up with him. Lee Do-ju smiled slightly and thanked his supervisor for such warm words, because he really tried hard on this task. Cha Ye-ji suddenly came up to him and started admiring how good of a worker her new manager was, embarrassing the guy. The young man turned to the green-eyed girl and asked why she had come, since today the huntress was supposed to have a well-deserved day off and she shouldn't have come. When the girl said that she just decided to drop in for a visit, the boy returned to his workplace and told the girl that it was her right. But no matter how much Mr. Lee Do-ju hoped that this beauty would leave him in peace, a second later he saw a piece of paper in front of him. Taking the documents in his hands, the boy stared at the huntress in confusion and asked what she had just given him. Kwon Hyuk-soo intervened and said that it was the schedule of the hunter qualification exam, since Lee Do should know about it now. He told the young man that all hunters had to take this exam, where according to their assessments, their level could be raised or lowered. After informing him of some details of the exam, Kwon Hyuk-soo whispered to the boy with a slight smile that their boss was too worried about this exam. Understanding what was going on, Lee Do-ju asked the manager if the boss was really afraid that the hunter would transfer to another guild if he was promoted. Kwon Hyuk-soo agreed with him and added that since the hunter Cha Ye-ji also had to pass the assessment, the guy should go with her. Lee Do-ju turned to the beauty and asked if she wanted to join another guild if she was promoted, but she protested and asked him for a contract extension. Her hyperactivity slightly irritated the boy, so he coldly replied that the department head was in charge of renewing contracts, not him. The boy emphasized that she should have raised her level before the certification day, because it would be easier for both of them to complete tasks and get money. But even after his words, the green-eyed girl stated that even if she raised her abilities, she would still end up with rank F. Do-ju looked at her, realizing that the girl would not be able to use mana, which was so important for increasing the physical strength of hunters. Clutching his head, the boy decided that this poor girl couldn't hope for a rank higher than E, so she shouldn't worry so much about the certification. But he still decided to say that Cha Ye-ji would never know for sure until he tried something new and reached a new rank. The girl hung her head down in disappointment and said that she knew herself too well to understand that she would never surpass rank F. Lee Do-ju, in turn, rose from his seat and said that since he only had one hunter in his care, he had to improve his strength. Green Eyes was still upset and quietly said that the young man could easily find another hunter with whom he could move forward and develop. The boy agreed with her and even thought about it because in that case he should have posted an ad in the mayor's office looking for another hunter. But since Miss Yeji was the only hunter for him at the moment, the girl definitely had to follow the manager. After some time, the guys found themselves in a training hall for hunters, which at the same time was an office for working with old faults. Lee Do-ju told his subordinate that this room had now been turned into a training hall, and that this was his first time in this place. After knocking on the wall a few times, the youth also added that the room had been rebuilt using special materials provided by the Hunters Academy. He said that the walls of this room were quite resistant to impacts, after which he turned to the green-eyed girl and stuttered about mana. The guy asked the beauty if she had tried physical strengthening, and she agreed, specifying that she would not be able to get mana until she reached level 3. The girl broke into an awkward smile and, with tears in her eyes, declared that she was a complete loser, not worth anything at all. Ignoring her bad mood, the manager asked the huntress to show him her fencing skills, and she began to look for something in her purse. After rummaging around for a bit, Cha Yeji pulled out a strange book and handed it to the young man, saying that it was a record of her skills. The boy took the book and immediately began to look through it, occasionally saying that there really were a lot of notes about Yeji's skills. Watching how carefully he looked at the notes, the green-eyed girl also added that at the end of the book, she left several sketches of techniques. Lee Do-ju immediately flipped to the end, not wanting to waste his precious time on unnecessary notes, whose handwriting he didn't even understand. While he was looking at many different pictures, the girl tried her best to convince him that she was really a bad artist. But the manager didn't pay attention to her artistic skills, because he was interested in the three-way method that she depicted in the book. Realizing that this girl was much smarter and more skilled than she seemed at first glance, manager Lee Do-ju turned and addressed her. He put his hands on her shoulders so unexpectedly that she even exclaimed, not being at all prepared for such a turn of events. The guy approached the huntress closer and said that there were catastrophically few lucky people like the beauty in this world, and she was also gifted. Cha Yeji was completely shocked by such abrupt statements, so she stood there and stared at him with big green eyes, not understanding anything. At the mayor's office, meanwhile, the clock was just reaching 6 in the evening, causing the department head to smile contentedly in anticipation of a break. A moment later, the clock finally struck the time he needed, informing everyone that the working day was over, and everyone could go home. Lee Do-ju didn't regret missing his opportunity at all, so he stood up from his seat first and announced to the department head that he was going home. Cha Yeji also ran out after manager Lee Do-ju, and was in such a hurry that she barely had time to say goodbye to the gentleman. While sipping coffee, the boss approached Kwon Hyuk-soo and asked if the manager found anything strange about the two leaving together so early. Kwon Hyuk-soo also noticed this strange trend and agreed with his boss, emphasizing that he thought there might be something between the two. But the boss was surprised by such a statement, so he laughed at his expression and said that even a blind man would notice this strange connection. The department head smiled and said that from his experience, Lee Do-ju didn't suspect anything about the green-eyed girl's attitude towards him. The girl herself, meanwhile, did not lose her abilities and persistently trained in the training hall that Lee Do-ju showed her. She wanted to improve her level with all her might, to please the guy and get a contract extension at this place, because she really liked it. Unexpectedly, after several hours of training, Cha Yeji finally felt a strange feeling in her body that reminded her of Manhwa. After carefully studying her characteristics, Lee Do-ju happily clapped and praised his huntress for such a wonderful result in just a week. The girl, in turn, turned to the boy and with tears of happiness joyfully declared that meeting him was a real stroke of luck for her. The young man smiled contentedly and agreed with her, adding that he would definitely take this into account when he renewed her contract at the Seoul City Hall. Cha Yeji had never been so happy in her life as she was at that moment, so she excitedly screamed and rushed to thank her boss. Having calmed down a little, she was also glad that everything turned out exactly as she thought. Since the girl said this out loud, she immediately received a response from Lee Do-ju, and she had to say that the young man was still hiding his strength. Lee Do-ju was already quite fed up with this topic, so the boy sighed tiredly, showing his reluctance to talk and answer her question. He turned towards the exit and said goodbye to the huntress, adding that he would wait for her tomorrow at the Hunters Academy to take the test. The next day, the Hunters Academy was simply teeming with people who had arrived to take the long-awaited hunter certification. The young man turned to the girl and asked if this was her first certification, but although she had gone through the procedure, she had never taken the real test since. But since the beauty really trained hard, she expected a good result from herself, which is why she simply thanked the young man for his support. While the guys were talking among themselves, there were even more people around who were shouting in surprise that Kang Min-hyuk had come to the certification. When the partners turned towards the one who had caused such a furor, they saw Kang Min-hyuk there with a girl named Han Min-ji. They stepped onto the red carpet, and Lee Do-ju immediately realized that these warriors were C-rank VIPs and they were together. Meanwhile, Han Min-ji and his partner were trying to push their way through the huge crowd of people who were not letting them pass. Although the girl looked very kind, Kang Min-hyuk seemed too heartless and indifferent to everything that was happening around him compared to her. Watching them, the manager asked the green-eyed girl who these guys were, causing her expression to show great defeat at such ignorance. Cha Ye-ji told him that these guys were hunters from the Icarius Guild, so they were some of the strongest hunters in the entire world. Hearing such loud words, Lee Do-ju looked at the backs of these stars who were proudly walking along the red carpet closer to the main stage. The young man snorted disrespectfully and stated that there was nothing special about it, since they could easily be caught up in a year if they tried. He turned his head towards Cha Ye-ji, who barely reached his chin and was extremely surprised that rank C could be achieved in a year. The beauty covered her face with her hands and blushed, after which she asked the boy not to say such a thing because she was very ashamed of herself. Meanwhile, the well-known Kang Min-hyuk was terribly unhappy that he had to build a business in such crowded places. Han Min-ji, who was standing next to him, tried to calm her partner down and remind him to smile, thereby irritating the man even more. She turned to Kong Ming and said that in any case, this place was much more interesting than hunting bloody monsters in various gaps. The girl smiled broadly and added that, according to rumors, some genius was sure to appear at the certification this time. Kang Min-hyuk rolled his eyes and said sternly that these fairy tales had been floating around during every assessment, so he no longer believed in them. His partner, meanwhile, turned around and ran closer to the stage, not intending to give up a good hunter to rival guilds. Since she had no intention of waiting for him, the man remained in the middle of the huge corridor, not knowing how to get out of there quickly. Na Han-chun, who was standing behind the star, heard these words and laughed at the thought that this man might have been waiting for him. His friends, who stood on either side of the big guy, laughed disrespectfully and reminded the big guy of the situation where he wet his pants out of fear. While the man was trying to shut his friends' mouths, he heard a notification from the host that the hunters' statistics were about to begin being counted. Cha Ye-ji and Lee Do-ju also noticed this, so they decided to move closer to the stage to be ready to go on stage. Despite all the ridicule around him, Na Han-chun was also firmly convinced that Icarius was simply crying for him and needed all of his skills. Suddenly, the attention of everyone present was drawn to a huge flash of light that sounded right on the stage of the Academy Tower. As it turned out, it was a regular scanning of the participants, after which some joyfully shouted that they had made it to the next round. Representatives of different guilds immediately started running to one of the thugs who had moved to the next position and offering him membership. The boy turned out to be so in demand that some of the men began to advertise to him the privileges that the hunter would receive if he joined. Despite the fact that he did not accept any of the offers, the representatives continued to beg him to join them. Cha Ye-ji, who had accidentally gotten caught up in the crush, finally made her way out of the crowd and approached the manager, who asked if she had passed the inspection. The girl immediately broke into a smile and happily declared that she had been promoted to rank D, which was quite good. She began to excitedly talk about all her new characteristics and how much Mana's feelings had increased inside her body. Although the beauty's manager didn't show it, inside he felt a sense of pride for his huntress, so he congratulated her in a reserved manner. After listening to all the green-eyed girl's joys, the young man suggested that she move on, and she immediately agreed, because Cha Ye could not stay in this place. The guys moved to another hall of the academy, where the real selection of hunters of various ranks took place, where, at the moment, some big guy was performing. As Cha Ye-ji watched in awe as a stranger fought so skillfully, her manager reminded her that she should prepare herself. The beauty turned to the boy and asked if she could really try her hand at S level, which was insanely strong. Lee Do-ju thought for a moment, but then immediately declared that with all her skills, the girl could easily deal with a C-rank monster. Not expecting such a clear answer, she immediately exclaimed, not understanding where the guy got so much confidence in her from. Without any intention of explaining his thoughts to the beauty, Lee Do-ju turned to her and ordered her to simply believe his words and proudly go to battle. When the boys heard the announcement from the speakers that a Rank S rift was about to open, Lee Do-ju ordered the girl to go and get ready. A few minutes later, an excited Cha Ye-ji stood on the stage in front of a crowd of spectators, each of whom was watching her attentively. Suddenly, she heard a very familiar male voice calling her to him, but the girl was in no hurry to go to him. Turning around, she saw Na Han-chun hovering over her, who asked the beauty, incomprehensibly, what she was doing at the certification. Cha Ye-ji was so worried about the assessment that she couldn't even put a few words together to answer his simple question. No matter how hard the poor girl tried, the words in her head simply ran away, and, with her head down, the girl continued to stand silently in front of the thug. Well, as soon as the big guy realized that this little thing had come to this place to try to test its strength, the man immediately screamed angrily. He pounced on the girl and started shouting that she had completely lost her mind, and that she should apologize to him for even showing up there. Na Han-chun clutched his head and exclaimed in shock that he couldn't believe that an F-rank hunter was trying to fight at the sea-level gap. When the other guys around heard that this girl was only at F-rank, they turned their heads in her direction in bewilderment. At one point, the already frightened Cha Ye-ji became the object of all the discussions of the higher-ranked warriors who were around and pointed their fingers at her. Na Han-chun continued to mock the green-eyed girl, repeating that she had no right to come to this place and hope for anything. But he suddenly fell silent, because he felt the same strange energy that he last felt during his meeting with the girl. Slightly frightened, the thug began to look around in confusion, trying to find with his gaze that terrible guy who was with her. Lee Do-ju, meanwhile, stood silently and watched everything that was happening, having no desire to interfere in their conversations. But suddenly he heard a male voice behind him, which emphasized that the boy worked in the Seoul City Hall's fault department. Turning around, the boy saw Kong Min-hyuk standing next to him, who also knew that Cha Ye-ji was a contract hunter and worked together with the young man. When Lee Do-ju barely reacted to the accuracy of the information, Kang Min-hyuk expressed slight dissatisfaction with his indifference. Since the man didn't want to waste his time on this stranger, he threateningly declared that he would get straight to the point, to which Lee Do-ju also agreed. Measuring the boy with his piercing gaze, Kang Min-hyuk announced that he and his partner wanted to invite Cha Ye-ji to their guild. He also added that the girl had never undergone physical strengthening, but at the same time, being at F rank, she came to the S-level Rift competition. Without going into detail about the green-eyed girl's biography, Kong Min-hyuk said that this huntress had a monstrous talent that he needed. Trying to bribe the manager, Cha Ye-ji, he told her that the Icarius Guild would give the girl wings and an A-class suit. After finishing announcing all the possible privileges that Cha Ye-ji would receive, Kang Min-hyuk asked Lee Do-ju what he could give her in return. Smiling slightly, the man laughed at the fact that it could have just been a pay raise, which was in fact true. Turning his gaze to Cha Ye-ji, he said that after a year of training, the manager sent her to a C-rank rift without any experience of raiding from above. The man looked at the boy again and asked reproachfully what the young man had been counting on when he sent her on such a dangerous mission. While the guys were having such a nice conversation in one of the corridors, the host's announcement about the activation of a C-rank rift was heard from the speakers. The cages began to open, and the host continued to talk about how the participants had to destroy the orc warriors within a certain amount of time. Several dozen healthy green orcs came onto the stage, who were clearly stronger than the goblins that were on the girl's previous mission. Seeing such a wonderful scene, Na Han-chun took out the sword from behind his back and laughed happily, in anticipation of what was about to happen. Cha Ye-ji, unlike the brute, was much less confident in her own strength, so she remained standing, tightly clutching her weapon. Kang Min-hyuk, meanwhile, told the young man that only a hunter could raise another hunter, so the girl had to come to them. The man walked closer to Lee Do-ju and explained that if this guy really thought about the green-eyed girl, he should have agreed. Such statements were really tiring Lee Do-ju out, so the boy scratched his head and thought about the famous Star Warrior's offer. He turned his menacing gaze to the hunter and said that Cha Ye-ji was not a thing, so he could not control her fate under any circumstances. Well, since an idea appeared in Lee Do-ju's head, he proposed to Kong Min-hyuk to make a bet with a wicked smile. While the men were talking about Cha Ye-ji's future, the girl herself, along with the other hunters, was preparing to fight the monsters. Realizing that she still couldn't pull herself together, the healthy Na Han-chun shouted at the green-eyed girl to concentrate on the goblins. Even though the big guy was much stronger than this girl, he himself realized that he had made a mistake in deciding to participate in a sea-level competition. But now, with a huge green goblin rushing towards him, all the man could do was accept the situation and fight to the end. Because Na Han-chun was slightly stuck in his thoughts, the man barely had time to react to the monster's attack that was swinging at him. Feeling the pressure with which the goblin tried to break his sword, the big man was amazed at its extraordinary strength, which was greater than what he expected. No matter how hard the brute tried to resist his power, at one point, Na Han-chun felt that he could no longer bear this horror and wanted to surrender. At the same moment he loosened his grip, a powerful blow flew into his face from the goblin, who was just waiting for this. The goblin hit the poor guy so hard that he flew several meters to the side, remaining motionless on the cold ground. While the big guy was looking for the hammer that had flown away along with the man, the goblin swung his bat at him, preparing to strike again. Wanting to help her colleague a little, the strong Cha-Ye-ji burst onto the stage and instantly pounced on the green creature, pushing it away from the man. But since the girl was only F rank, the monster easily repelled her attack and threw the poor thing aside, leaving her lying next to Na Han-chun. The man himself stared at the green-eyed girl in shock, not expecting any help from her, especially after what he told her. But the girl only shouted loudly, ordering him to step back because she wanted to deal with this monster here on her own. This statement amazed the big guy even more, because against this green creature, this girl was completely powerless and insignificant. Cha-Ye-ji, meanwhile, turned all her attention to the green goblin and rushed into a fight with him, dodging all of the beast's fierce attacks and his bat. Having calmed down a bit and looked more closely, the beauty finally felt that she had seen the creature's line of attack, which was a huge plus. In an instant, she felt a huge surge of power in her body and immediately realized that now she would definitely be able to defeat the goblin and show her strength. She ran around the creature like crazy, only to eventually jump high and strike it from behind, with the goal of completely knocking it out. In the end, the green-eyed girl managed to use the first technique of the fencing school, and she cut the creature into 2 parts with her sword. Seeing this, the spectators and hunters exclaimed in shock because they did not expect that such a tiny girl would be able to deal with a huge orc. Of all these guys, only Lee Do-ju remained calm, because the guy was completely confident in the strength and talents of his partner. Kang Min-hyuk, who was also watching this fierce battle, screamed in shock, trying to believe what he had just seen. Lee Do-ju snorted disrespectfully and smiled wickedly, after which the man asked what he was so genuinely surprised about. But the star fell to his knees and could hardly find the strength to say that he was amazed at how easily the girl used the mana technique. When the battle was finally over, the host announced the end of the exam and asked all hunters to leave the exam rooms. Even though several dozen minutes had passed since Cha-Ye-ji's massacre, Na Han-chun still couldn't believe how strong she was. The girl, meanwhile, ran up to her manager and began to brag to him about how skillfully she dealt with that green goblin. Her joy knew no bounds, which is why the beauty continued to repeat how grateful she was to the manager and the training sessions he arranged. While Cha-Ye-ji was excitedly telling Mr. Lee Do-ju about her success, she didn't even notice how Kang Min-hyuk himself appeared in front of her. The crowd's star smiled and clearly stated that it was a worthy battle for an F-rank warrior at a C-level break. Green-eyed immediately became slightly embarrassed and asked the man to be more restrained, because a warrior like him was far from her match. But he ignored her request and continued asking the girl if she had a teacher who taught her to use fencing techniques so skillfully. When she couldn't find answers to his questions, Lee Do-ju intervened in the conversation and said that the girl had been self-educating under his guidance. This answer from the guy seriously surprised Cha-Ye-ji, who began to shake her head from side to side, trying to understand why he said this in front of Kang Min-hyuk. In the end, she finally understood a little and immediately laughed loudly, confirming his words and saying that she was really interested in self-study. Kang Min-hyuk was simply stunned by such statements, so, still being amazed, he turned to the girl, preparing to say something. The man didn't want to measure, and so he immediately got down to business, announcing that he wanted to see Miss Cha-Ye-ji in his Icarius Guild. Without stopping, he also added that if the girl agreed, They would provide her with everything she needed and fulfill all her desires. Cha Yeji, in turn, thanked the man for such a generous offer, but refused to transfer to their guild, surprising Kong Min-hyuk. She turned to her manager and asked his opinion on the matter, but the young man merely nodded his head and agreed with her words. Kang Min-hyuk couldn't believe that his proposal had just been rejected so easily, so he tried to persuade the huntress to join once again. Feeling a little awkward, Cha Yeji looked down and blushed before saying that she felt great working at the Seoul City Hall. The girl thanked Kong Min-hyuk again and headed after her manager, finally adding that she had to go. Lee Do-ju himself, meanwhile, turned to the man and reminded him not to forget to call him back about their agreement or bet. Kang Min-hyuk stood there in the middle of the corridor, confused as he had never felt so helpless and abandoned in his life. Remembering what they were talking about, the man recalled Lee Do-ju's bet that Miss Cha Ye-ji would be able to destroy more than 5 green orcs in that battle. After this, the manager added that if he lost, he would definitely persuade the girl to transfer to the Icarius Guild and work with them. But Lee Do-ju's second condition was that if he won, Kang Min-hyuk and the Icarius Guild would provide him with an A-rank suit. Since the self-confident Kang Ming at that time even suspected that he would lose, he agreed to that deal, preparing to receive the girl. The next day, when Cha Yeji was at her workplace, the girl, a little shy, tried to show all the employees her rank. When the head of the department and the manager saw that one girl had gone from F rank to S level in one fell swoop, they immediately applauded the girl. While everyone was happy for the beauty, Kwon Hyuk-soo suddenly asked if everything was okay with her because an article about that fight had even been published on the internet. Looking at the green-eyed girl, he read out the article about the refusal of the Icarius Guild and the very enviable talent of Kong Min-hyuk, who was previously considered a model. The head of the department immediately stated that despite the high level of the Icarius Guild, their city hall also did not lag behind technology. But Kwon Hyuk-soo was sure that in the girl's place he would have immediately transferred to Icarius without a twinge of conscience, leaving the Seoul City Hall for the sake of his future. Such strange statements from the manager slightly irritated the boss, so the man ordered him to shut up and stop talking nonsense. Despite all this, Cha Ye-ji turned to her partner and asked the manager if he would treat her better now than before. The boy beamed with a smile and agreed with the girl, adding that she would in no way regret choosing to stay with him. These predictions made the beauty very happy, so she laughed happily and said that such an answer was quite enough for her. The head of the department could not help but rejoice at such wonderful news, so he once again thanked the girl for her choice. Turning around and heading towards the exit, Lee Do-ju said that he and the hunter, Cha Ye-ji, wanted to go to Daehan's workshop. Since the workshop was the largest hardware store in Korea, Kwon Hyuk-soo stopped the young man and said that their budget was too small. The boy smiled slightly and said that it was not a problem at all, because they did not go there to buy things but to receive what was promised and earned. After some time, the guys found themselves in one of the largest stores in the entire country, which was much cooler than Lee Do-ju thought. The partners walked from display case to display case, looking at the shiny suits made of sparkling blades of weapons that just begged to be put in their pockets and cases. Finally, the manager approached one of the consultants and stated his name, after which he added that he had come from Hunter Kang Ming to get something. The girl immediately understood who they were talking about, so she said that the man really did leave something for her guest. Heading to the warehouse, the consultant advised the guests to look around and contact her if they liked something or were interested in something. The partner's attention was immediately drawn to the huge gold-forged vest, which was probably worn on the body over an ordinary suit. But when they moved from this display case to another, Cha Ye-ji said in frustration that she couldn't find a suit that would suit her 100%. As soon as the girl raised her eyes and looked at the opposite corner of the room, she immediately noticed something that made her exclaim in admiration. Green Eyes simply couldn't take her eyes off the red suit with silver wings that stood behind the largest display case in the room. The beauty leaned against your display case and began to repeat that this suit was a very good thing, and its wings were made from the queen ant itself. Although Lee Do-ju didn't really like the detailed description of the suit, he had no choice but to ask the girl if she wanted it. Even though this suit was her true dream, Cha Ye-ji had tears in her eyes and said that it was too expensive for them. When the manager realized that 4 hours had passed since he arrived at the store, he felt a sense of dissatisfaction at such a ridiculous waste of time. Even though the price of that very suit was sky high, the girl still decided to buy it, but after that she still didn't want to go home. Suddenly, the boy's attention fell on a huge box that stood to the left of him and was filled with a bunch of junk like old weapons. The boy asked the clerk what it was, and the man behind the counter said that they were just having a sale on E-rank items. The old man smiled kindly and asked the young man to take a few items for which he would give him a discount of $1 million per piece, which was considered cheap. Lee Do-ju exclaimed in shock. How could $1 million sale be considered generous? But Cha Ye-ji added that hunters' weapons were always quite expensive. Even though the seller tried to convince him that such a price was considered insanely cheap, the guy still turned around and headed for the exit. But suddenly, Lee Do-ju felt some strange energy behind him and instantly rushed towards the large weapon box. Cha Ye-ji didn't understand why the manager suddenly became so excited and ran over to that box of junk so quickly. The boy's gaze, meanwhile, was riveted to some very strange piece of stone that sparkled across the entire box and looked extremely unusual. The boy took the stone in his hands and thought about how the sword of Chonma, which rules the world, could have ended up in this place, and even on sale. He looked at the tag that was hanging from one end of the sword and saw a number on it that was 50,000 won, which was not justified for such an item. Seeing this thing in the boy's hands, the seller immediately ran up to him and began to pretend that he did not understand how this thing got on sale. Lee Do-ju dismissed his masterful theatrical performance and asked if the piece of stone really only cost 50,000 won. The old man smiled and said that the item was on sale by mistake and that this did not usually happen in his store. When Cha Ye-ji asked if the manager was going to buy the item, the boy confirmed her words and told the old man to pack it for him. But the seller laughed slightly and said that it was an ordinary old piece of iron, from which only one handle remained, and that it was not worth the money. But this didn't bother Lee Do-ju one bit, so a few hours later, under the blanket of night, he was standing on Mount Eumyeon, holding his purchase in his hands. The boy looked closely at this piece of iron, still surprised at how it had gotten there and why it cost so little money. Not wanting to delay at all, Lee Do-ju tightened the grip on the thing in his hands and released all its energy, turning the piece of iron into a real energy sword. Suddenly, the thought popped into his head that Sul Yun-hee had promised to cook him dinner and had begged his father to come home on time. Taking out his phone and looking at its screen, the guy concluded that if he took the subway, he would get home too late and be late. But Lee Do-ju still managed to find a solution, and after some time he crossed the threshold of his apartment, apologizing to his daughter for being late. Listening half-heartedly to the news on TV, the guy called Yun-hee and asked why the girl left the TV on and left. But when, after several times, the girl still did not call him by name, the young man listened to the rustling in the next room much more attentively. In the next room, a worried Sol Yun-hee was holding the papers for rent and equipment that she had forgotten to pay for. Seeing the figures that the university had set for equipment rental, the redhead screamed, asking why everything together came out to over 50 million won. She read every line of the document she held in her hands and wondered if she could ask her father to help her with the payment. The girl grabbed her head and ordered herself to be grateful that she lived in this guy's house, so the money for tuition was too much. Sol was so caught up in all this paperwork that she didn't even notice when Lee Do-ju came into her room and asked the girl what she was doing. The little one immediately covered all the bills with a piece of paper and began to justify herself by saying that she was just cleaning the table and didn't hear him come in. The boy asked his daughter if she would like to have dinner with him if the girl had prepared the dinner she had promised him. Sol Yun-hee smiled and said that since she had no appetite, Lee Do-ju could have dinner by himself that evening, to which he agreed. Returning to her desk before her father had left the room, Yun-hee began to pretend that she was busily cleaning up the mess she had made. After leaving the room, the guy asked his daughter if they had sesame oil at home, and she told him that it was in the bottom drawer under the oven. "I don't understand this question." The little one asked her father why he needed sesame oil, and he answered that he wanted to mix it with rice. The redhead snorted in displeasure and said that Lee Do-ju could have eaten the food exactly the way she prepared it for him, at least with respect. While the girl went after him to help with dinner, Lee Do-ju returned to her room, wanting to check what she was hiding on her desk. Having found the necessary papers with the bills, the boy rushed to read the rows, surprised at how an ordinary rent could cost so much money. After a delicious dinner and a warm shower, The young man finally found himself in his bed, in which he tried his best to fall asleep after a busy day. But suddenly he opened his eyes, thinking about how much it would cost to study for 3 years if the entrance fee was 50 million won. This thought just wouldn't leave him alone. So the guy jumped up from the bed and grabbed his phone, frantically trying to find something on it. After counting all the numbers, the boy finally understood why Miss Cha Ye-ji constantly collected those mana crystals from all the victims she killed. Slightly forgetting about the late hour, Lee Do-ju dialed his partner's number, wanting to find out how exactly the mana crystals could help him. But a moment later, he took the phone away from his ear, because he remembered that at such a late hour the girl could simply be sleeping and not hear his call. Just as he was about to hang up the call, he heard a familiar voice on the other end of the phone, greeting the manager and asking what had happened. Wanting to play the role of a disgruntled boss, the young man asked the girl why she was still awake, and she only apologized to him and said goodbye. Trying not to lose his opportunity, Lee Do-ju still decided to ask his partner about how much A-rank mana crystals cost now. When the beauty told him the price of 200 million won, Lee Do-ju's eyes immediately widened at the possibilities that number opened up for him. Cha Ye-ji, meanwhile, sat up on her bed and said that she was far from being an A rank, having only recently reached a C rank. Not fully understanding what she was hinting at, Lee Do-ju decided to keep things simple and simply bid her farewell, finally wishing her sweet dreams and good night. The girl thanked him for his kindness and also for the suit that the young man had bought her earlier, fulfilling her little dream. Green Eyes ended the call, put her sleeping mask on her face, and dove under the huge warm blanket again to finally fall asleep and rest. Lee Do-ju's next day began with checking the equipment he had taken with him for his next mission, in which he planned to get something. Seeing a note from Sol Yun-hee that the girl had gone to do sports, the young man decided that 3 hours of her absence would be more than enough for him. Finally reaching the foot of Mount Gurion, the boy put on his protective glasses and prepared to set off on his journey. "I have no desire to stay in this place longer than necessary." The guy jumped up and immediately flew through the trees, heading to the right place. 10 minutes later, the young man found himself on a lawn where a rift portal had just opened, which was slightly different from all the others. The boy used his fake access card, but the verification system also required him to use the card again. When Lee Do-ju received the long-awaited notification of a successful check, the young man headed towards the rift and entered it, finding himself on the other side of the portal. Walking along the path, the guy decided that no one would notice the 2 missing monsters, so he should hurry and then go to rest. While the young man was thinking about where he could find a couple of monsters, his attention was drawn to strange sounds behind him. Turning around, Lee Do-ju saw 3 strangers who had entered through the portal onto the same path he was on. The guys who arrived immediately felt a strange energy and realized that there was someone else in this place besides them. Lee Do-ju sighed exhaustedly as he understood that with the arrival of these unexpected guests, the situation was becoming slightly more complicated and prolonged. The girl who came with the 2 guys laughed loudly when she didn't see the strange guy wearing an ordinary protective suit. Their leader measured Lee Do-ju with his gaze and asked the second guy how this madman dared to come into the big rift without a suit and a weapon. His friend advised the chief to go to this stranger and talk to him nicely, hinting that he should go home. The man agreed and walked closer to Lee Do-ju, explaining that he was from the Ms. I Guild and his name was Han Dong-hyun. When the stranger ignored his greeting, the gang leader shouted at him in displeasure, reproaching him for coming to the big rift in the first place. Lee Do-ju calmly replied that he more than understood the risks, and then heard Han Dong-hyun ask if he really was a hunter. The boy confirmed his doubts and asked the man not to worry about him because he was only going to catch 1 or 2 monsters and return home. Not wanting to waste his time on these guys, Lee Do-ju said goodbye to them and was just about to leave when Han Dong-hyun asked him to listen. But suddenly the guys felt some strange movements under their feet, similar to a real earthquake. Since this was Lee Do-ju's first time in a large rift, he himself had no idea what it could be and what kind of threat it could pose. Once Han Dong-hyun realized that the rift had malfunctioned and the exit was restricted until the Ogre King was destroyed, he ordered his team to begin emergency video recording. Meanwhile, the president of the Hunter Academy, Jong Yeon-chul, was sitting quietly in his office on his day off, studying some documents on his laptop. Suddenly, his assistant approached him and reported about 4 hunters in the large rift, among whom was a boy of simple F rank. Mr. Jong Yon Chul asked his assistant in amazement how a F rank hunter had even gotten to that place, especially a hunter who worked as a security guard. The assistant, in turn, showed on the TV an image of an emergency video recording of Han Dong-hyun, where all the guys who were preparing for the fight were visible. Jong Yeon-cheol leaned on his desk and thought that the members of the Masoyan Guild were some of the best among the hunters, so they were destined for success. Well, the man couldn't help but think about what level the monster boss, namely the Ogre King, was, so he asked his assistant about it. He said that it was impossible to verify, and Mr. Chongyang ordered him to immediately gather everyone and go to negotiations. While the warriors were trying to escape from the main goblin, Han Dong-hyun ordered Mira to use Hawk's Eye and report the location of the monsters. Han Dong-hyun had full confidence in his team as Mira was a long-range fighter and Yong-ho was a powerful healer. As soon as he heard Lee Do-ju's words about the young man wanting to leave them and go his own way, the man shouted angrily and ordered him to be quiet. Seeing Lee Do-ju roll his eyes, Han Dong-hyun shouted that he would kill the stranger with his own hands if he continued to spout nonsense. John-ho immediately approached the guy and said that their boss was a real kind person in life, but now he was just worried and nervous. Mira approached the leader and asked him if the guys would be able to survive, because the Ogre King was not an easy target for the C-rank hunters. Han Dong-hyun ordered her to stop thinking about all sorts of nonsense because the guys should only focus on their duties and fight. Suddenly, he stopped abruptly and ordered all the other team members to also stop for a couple of minutes and hide behind the bushes nearby. The man's eyes fell on a huge, dark ogre, which he suggested that the guys destroy in order to move on and get away from that place. He turned to Mira and asked his partner to check if there were any other monsters nearby that could interfere with their competition. After that, he added that Mira and John-ho were supposed to cover him from behind, while the leader took on the monsters that were in front. Then he turned his gaze to the unfamiliar Lee Do-ju and shouted at the young man to stop acting strange and to stand where he was now. Turning to John-ho, Han Dong-hyun suggested that he move forward, but suddenly the guys heard Mir's excited cry and stopped. They stared blankly at their friend, who told them that something was clearly wrong, as there were too many creatures in the area. After thinking for a bit and checking the situation again, Mira reported that all the scary and dangerous creatures were heading in one direction. As soon as the girl said this, everyone around immediately imagined crowds of dark ogres who, like zombies, were heading to the same place. Han Dong-hyun was the first to realize that all these creatures were heading towards the Ogre King, who clearly wanted to deal with their team and profit from human flesh. Listening to the discussions between the guys from the guild, Lee Do-ju continued to sit in his seat and think that it would not be easy for him to cope with this. He felt that there were already more than 20 monsters gathered around the Ogre King, and the rest continued to gather and accumulate. The young man watched the guild team hiding in the nearby bushes, and realized that with their abilities, he would not be able to get far. Lee Do-ju stood up from his seat, because although he really didn't want to break Han Dong-hyun's prohibition, the boy had no other options. As soon as Han Dong-hyun himself noticed that this scoundrel had stood up, the man immediately grabbed him by the jacket and pulled him sharply towards himself. He hissed menacingly and reminded the scoundrel that he had ordered him to stay in his place and not move anywhere from there. Unwilling to listen to Lee Do-ju's excuses, Han Dong-hyun shouted that if this young man failed their operation, he would personally strangle and kill him. When the boy tried to say something in his defense, the leader of the guild team grabbed him tighter and threw him back into the bushes, ordering him to shut up. Han Dong-hyun returned to his team and said that if the goblins continued to gather in one place, the guys couldn't delay. He looked at everyone with a menacing gaze and shouted that they needed to move forward because they still had a lot of things to do. As soon as the man finished his sentence, a large, dark lesson appeared in front of the boys, holding a large axe in his hands. The team leader wasn't going to waste any time, so he grabbed his weapon tighter and charged at the green monster, hitting it. But suddenly the creature grabbed his weapon tightly and raised it up. I don't intend to give it to Han Dong-hyun at all. As soon as the dark orc squeezed him tighter, the next second he felt dozens of arrows pierce his strong back. Turning around, he saw Mira and Jong-ho standing to the side, trying their best to help their friend Han Dong-hyun. Taking advantage of the moment, Jong-ho pulled his pistol from his holster and pointed it straight at the monster, firing several loud shots. Seeing that the orc was slightly confused by such a multifaceted attack, the boy shouted to the team leader to hurry up. Han Dong-hyun instantly understood what he was talking about, so he snatched his weapon from the creature and swung it wide at the dark orc. The man had no desire to drag this out, so he plunged his weapon straight into the goblin's back, inserting it deep. As the dark ogre fell to the ground, exhausted, Han Dong-hyun finally let out a sigh of relief and pulled out his sword from its dead carcass. Even though the largest of the monsters was dead, Mira said, there were still many of his dangerous and nasty friends around. While the team leader was talking to the girl, Jong-ho looked around and screamed loudly, not understanding where Lee Do-ju had gone. The trio began to look carefully at the bushes in which the fourth member of their gang had been hiding a few minutes ago. Meanwhile, Lee Do-ju himself decided to take advantage of the wonderful opportunity and approached the dead ogre, cutting his body, trying to get something out of there. The guy rummaged around in the dead carcass for several minutes, after which he finally pulled out a blue stone that reminded him very much of a diamond. Lee Do-ju smiled contentedly and tucked the item into his briefcase, whispering that this should be enough. When one of the problems was finally solved, the young man remembered that the exit from the rift was limited, which complicated his situation. The boy put on his backpack and immediately decided that he had no time to waste, because he needed to help those guys catch the Ogre King and get away. When Lee Do-ju returned to the guild team, he immediately saw an enraged Han Dong-hyun, who threatened to kill him if he disobeyed. Lee Do-ju lay down among a bunch of bushes and realized that he didn't need to rush anywhere, because all the work with the orcs would be done by the guys from the team. He was more than right, because Han Dong-hyun and the others were only busy killing goblins and trying to deal with them as quickly as possible. Eventually, after several dozen minutes of fierce fighting, most of the dark orcs were killed and lay around the boys. Sitting down on the cold ground, Mira looked at Han Dong-hyun, who was making a decision on the dead orc, and emphasized that these creatures were very tough. Even though they killed all those who attacked them, the girl still did not understand why the goblins constantly gathered together and attacked in a group. But the team leader didn't listen to her at all, because he wasn't happy with the idea that their strength was running out after destroying only 11 monsters. The man was a true realist, so he felt that the fight with the Ogre King would be very difficult for them. He was so stuck in his own thoughts that it took him a while to even hear Jong-ho's excited voice, which was almost shouting as he addressed him. When Han Dong-hyun turned to face his good friend, he simply froze in surprise and stunned by what he saw in front of him. A whole army of vile dark orcs gathered in front of the boys, led by the king of the creatures, measuring their company with his terrible gaze. The man stared at the dozens, if not hundreds, of goblins, and kept repeating how these creatures had managed to get so close to them so quietly. Han Dong-hyun knew that they couldn't give up now under any circumstances, so he sternly ordered his team to pull themselves together and fight. Finally, he shouted loudly for his friends to be extremely careful and gradually retreat back, while simultaneously catching these creatures and killing them. Jong-ho was the first to dare to approach the monsters, but the poor guy was immediately thrown into a tree that grew behind him from the force of the dark goblin's blow. Seeing this, Han Dong-hyun looked worriedly at his partner, who was barely breathing, but was already gradually coming to his senses. The man could not lose his concentration under any circumstances, so he turned back to the monsters and their king, who was growling angrily at them. Mira, although she was quite an experienced hunter, saw the Goblin King for the first time, so the girl was simply stunned and froze in place, her mouth open. Han Dong-hyun took charge of the situation and shouted that he would take care of those creatures while Mira gathered everyone else and ran away. Well, when she refused his order, the leader shouted even louder, ordering her to do what he said and take everyone else with her. In order not to leave his partners without work, Han Dong-hyun added that he would leave them all those monsters that were waiting for them behind. Without wasting a single second, he grabbed his huge sword tightly and, with shouts and threats of violence, rushed at the huge and nasty ogres. Even the monsters were a little shocked by this sudden turn of events, so the creatures just stared silently at this madman who was running towards them. Han Dong-hyun, in turn, was not afraid of them at all, and had no intention of stopping, so he gradually prescribed ferocious attacks to the creatures. After a few minutes of fighting, suddenly the man froze as if he had been struck by lightning by what he saw in front of him. Mira, with the wounded John Ho in his arms, froze and with the same stunned expressions on his face, not understanding what this madman was doing. Lee Do-ju, meanwhile, was a little tired of lying in the bushes, so the boy got up and decided to take control of the situation. Not understanding what was going on, Han Dong-hyun asked the stranger in an excited voice what it all meant and what he was doing. The boy waved his hand in his direction and created something like a protective dome around the guys, ordering them not to get out of this thing. Han Dong-hyun's surprise simply knew no bounds because the man did not understand how a F-rank hunter could create something similar to a protective film. He raised his head up and took in the true dimensions of the dome, his mouth opening wider and wider as he realized how big the film was. While the team leader was trying to come to his senses, Lee Do-ju approached the monsters closer and simply stared at them, not reacting to the ogre's axes. A moment later, the ogre that stood in front of him simply exploded, thereby seriously surprising Mir and John Ho, who were standing behind and watching him. The boy took out from his backpack the very piece of iron that he had recently bought and whispered that now it was worth doing everything properly. He tossed the thing in his hands, and a moment later, a real sword emerged from the piece of iron, which was considered the most powerful in the world. After this, the boy raised his hand up, and a loud sound was heard above his head, very similar to thunder and lightning, like during a thunderstorm. Han Dong-hyun had no intention of listening to his friends and still stood there dumbfounded, shouting questions at Lee Do-ju to understand what it was. Due to the oversaturation in his body, John Ho immediately vomited, while Mira realized and shouted to the leader that it was an unusual thunder. Feeling the energy around them gradually increasing, Han Dong-hyun covered his head with his hands and shouted that the thunder was getting stronger. Lee Do-ju, on the other hand, didn't pay any attention to the guild team's shouts and simply continued doing what he was doing. Finally, the team leader realized what the boy was trying to do, so he asked him how he knew about the sword technique. The boy, meanwhile, did not listen to this man and continued his fight, cutting through the dark orcs and goblins with the sharp blade of his sword. When most of the creatures finally lay motionless on the cold ground, the young man took his sword and clutched it tightly in his hands. He looked carefully at the pile of dead souls that lay around the Ogre King, who was also barely able to stand on his feet. When the king also fell to the ground, Han Dong-hyun asked the young man in amazement if it was really all over and they could go home. While Lee Do-ju was cutting the crystal he needed from the Orc King's body, the team leader tried to find out from him how he did it. As soon as the man heard that this boy was not going to tell who actually killed the king, he froze in shock. Lee Do-ju still took the crystal out of the monster and put it in his backpack, adding that it would be a good plus for the guild team's reputation. But even this answer did not satisfy Han Dong-hyun, since he sincerely wanted to find out from this stranger where he knew and mastered sword techniques. Turning to the man, Lee Do suggested that the leader do as he told him, since in any case, Han Dong's team was in his debt. Wanting to get home as quickly as possible on his day off, the boy said goodbye to Han Dong-hyun and instantly disappeared from the place where he was standing. Mira and John Ho stared after him, asking their boss how he let this young man just up and leave. Not hearing any response from Han Dong-hyun, the girl smiled contentedly and joked that they should have taken the strong man's business card. In the conference room, Jong Yeon-chul, along with his colleagues and assistants, were carefully watching the screen that was broadcasting. The men were in complete shock at what they were watching, because they did not understand how a F-rank guard could deal with such a bunch of monsters. Jong Yeon-chul was no less surprised, so he asked one of his assistants to replay it again from the moment the ogres appeared. The assistant did as he asked, turning to the picture at the moment when an army of creatures appeared in front of the guys. The president stared at the TV screen intently, watching what was happening and listening to every word Han Dong-hyun said. Suddenly, something alerted him and he ordered his assistant to stop the picture and rewind it a few seconds back. When the moment in which Lee Do-ju threw that iron thing into the air appeared on the screen, Jong Yeon-chul couldn't believe his eyes. The old man re-watched the moment again, trying to understand how this boy had gotten the all-powerful sword and carried it into the rift. But since the recording was cut off at this very moment, an assistant approached the president and reported that this problem was present on all cameras. After thinking for a while, Jong Yeon-chul asked the man what the name of the guard was and heard the name Kim Hyun-woo in response. But as soon as the president asked if there was any more information about this stranger, the assistant fell silent, awkwardly. This behavior of his employees irritated Jong Yeon-chul to no end, so the man loudly shouted at him to stop mumbling and speak faster. All that was left for the assistant to do was to tell him about the false information regarding the registration number, address, and the rest. The worker also added that even the registration date of this guy was the 99th day of the 99th month of the year 9999, and there was nothing they could do about it. Jong Yeon-chul sighed heavily and asked if there were any witnesses near the entrance to the rift, and if anyone saw this guard that day. But when the old man heard that no one had seen the man that day, he just wearily grabbed his head, trying to figure out what to do. All the president could say about this young man was that his skills were no less than C-rank, and he also had the technique of transferring mana into a sword. The man tried his best to remember which C-rank hunter had the same fighting style as this strange guard. Looking at the screen again, Jong Yeon-chul concluded that with such abilities, this strange man should have definitely come to light. Lee Do-ju, meanwhile, had just gotten out of the rift and had already reached his own apartment, where he did not find his daughter. But a second later, the girl appeared in front of her father with 2 huge bags and asked how he got home so quickly. Noticing his puzzled look, Sol Yoon-hee explained that on her way home, she decided to stop by the store and buy some groceries for dinner. Assuming that the guy still hadn't had lunch, the redhead smiled and offered to cook him lunch so that he could have a little boost. Although Lee Do-ju was indeed hungry, he had to refuse such a tempting offer because he had some things to do. He went to his room and said that he needed to tidy up a bit because the room was a terrible mess. This excuse seemed reasonably enough to the little one, so she finally fell silent, and Lee Do was able to calmly close the door. Breathing a sigh of relief, the boy plopped down on his soft bed and was glad in his heart that he had finally dealt with those goblins. The boy felt tired throughout his entire body, and therefore had no desire to do anything on his only day off. But then he remembered something which made him jump out of bed and sit on its edge, thinking a little. Lee Do-ju stood up and walked over to the dresser at the end of the room, opened the top drawer with the crystals, and took out a notebook from it. He looked away from the book and thought that the workshop might have suspected something, so this method of action was no good. The young man immediately remembered the satisfied expression on the bank employee's face as she said that, after deducting the commission, it came to about 250 million won. Even though he had an approximate price for 1 crystal, these small stones turned out to be much more expensive than he thought. Lee Do-ju looked into the dresser drawer, which still contained about 9 crystals, and wondered what he could do with the remainder. The new father took the jewels out of the box and threw them into the air, sitting down on the bed and feeling his head hurt. The boy decided that at the moment he wanted a regular rest, so he plopped down on the bed strewn with crystals and thought about sleeping. As evening approached, Lee Do-ju sat at the dining table with Sol Yoon-hee and ate the snacks that the girl had prepared earlier. While she was excitedly telling her father about her day, he handed his daughter several pieces of paper with bills that he had taken from her desk yesterday. The redhead stared at all these documents in amazement and was even slightly upset that Lee Do-ju had finally seen what she had hidden from him. The boy didn't pay attention to her sad eyes, so he just asked why his daughter didn't tell him about the money she needed for her studies. The girl told him about her thoughts that the guy could hate her after such a big request because she already lived in his house. She also added that she didn't want to add any extra trouble to her father, especially one that was 50 million won. Lee Do-ju honestly agreed with her and said that it was indeed a strain for him, and besides, there was nothing about it in the contract. When the redhead heard that the young man was going to add something to the contract he had written, the girl stared at him in surprise. Immediately seeing the sheet of paper in the guy's hands, she asked incomprehensibly when her father had managed to get it out. As always, Lee Do-ju was oblivious to his daughter's emotions, so he also ignored the statements that she would not sign. The boy insisted that the little one leave her signature, because he was very hungry and wanted to start eating his food as soon as possible. He smiled slightly and asked Sol Yoon-hee to sign the contract quickly, since her father was hungry and wanted to try her food as soon as possible. The girl had no choice but to burst into tears of happiness and thank the guy non-stop for his kindness. Lee Doju laughed and handed her some napkins, adding that having a daughter like that was too expensive for him. When Monday arrived, the young man, as usual, was heading to the Seoul City Hall office to return to his work. Putting on his favorite coat, the boy told Sol Yun-hee that he was just about to leave the house for work. The redhead immediately ran up to her father and began to straighten his tie, which had become twisted, not paying attention to the fact that he felt awkward. Having finished with the tie, she handed the guy some kind of pink bag and told him that she had prepared a small snack for him. Hesitantly taking the pink woman's handbag in his hands, Lee Do-ju nevertheless thanked his daughter and said that he had to go. Sol Yun-hee smiled sweetly and wished Lee Do-ju a good day, asking him to be careful to come back for dinner on time. Meanwhile, Kwon Hyuk-soo was sitting in the office, reading the news about the rise in popularity of the previously unknown Maesai Guild. Suddenly, Lee Do-ju himself entered their office, greeted his boss, and asked how his weekend was. But the man ignored his questions and asked if the boy had seen the news that 3 hunters had destroyed the boss from the Great Rift. Since Lee Do-ju's theatrical skills were top-notch, the boy immediately made a surprised face and said that it was the first time he heard about this. Kwon Hyuk-soo returned to his computer and began to think about how 3 C-rank hunters could handle an A-rank Rift boss. He came to the conclusion that it was simply impossible. So he asked the boy what he thought about the F-rank hunter who was with them. Noticing that Lee Do-ju's expression had changed, the guy's boss began to suspect something and asked him about this situation. The young man immediately began to get a little worried and said that he didn't know anything at all, because the Maesai Guild was a very honest organization. This argument seemed true enough to Kwon Hyuk-soo, so the man sighed in disappointment and returned to his computer, agreeing. Well, he immediately realized that he didn't mention the Maesai Guild when he asked Lee Do-ju about this situation, which was strange. But he didn't attach much importance to this and advised his employee to read about the big faults, because Cha Ye-ji could soon end up there. Kwon Hyuk-soo thought for a moment and added that their department had never had a hunter above rank B, so he didn't know how Ye-ji could have been trained. Since it was time to return to work, the manager gave Lee Do-ju documents regarding a new fault that had appeared in Gyeonggi Province. He said that last time he briefly looked there during a business trip and there were quite a lot of orcs in that place. Kwon Hyuk-soo didn't want any offense at all, so he said that it was the boss's order and the guys should be offended by him. Lee Do-ju, in turn, smiled and thanked the director for the opportunity, saying that it was a wonderful sign of trust. The manager praised his employee for doing a very good job recently, but Lee Do-ju only said that he could have done much better. The man headed to the coffee machine to make himself a morning coffee and added that the boy could come to him with any questions. Just as he finished making himself a cup of coffee, a flustered Cha Ye-ji burst into the office and apologized to the guys for being late. Kwon Hyuk-soo immediately calmed the girl down and explained to her that she could easily stay at home on ordinary days since there was no work for her here. Suddenly, the boss showed up in the office and immediately attacked the manager, who was unable to properly greet the valuable employee. Not wanting to argue with his boss, Kwon Hyuk-soo apologized to the girl and welcomed her to the office, inviting her to come over any time. Green-eyed thanked the manager and smiled broadly, because she was full of energy for a new working day. Lee Do-ju, meanwhile, stood up from his desk and asked Kwon Hyuk-soo how busy he was that Monday. The young man immediately explained that if the leader had spoken about the new case, then he and Cha Ye-ji were just about to go there. As soon as the head of the department heard such a wonderful initiative, he joyfully ordered the guys to leave immediately and be careful. But suddenly, the man approached Lee Do-ju and ordered him to wait, measuring the boy with his piercing gaze. The boss handed him some 50,000 won bills and asked the boy to treat the huntress to something so she would be satisfied. The guy had no choice but to take the green-eyed girl to a restaurant and feed her, for which she was truly grateful to him. The young man accepted Cha Ye-ji's gratitude and emphasized that after her promotion at the office, the girl was indeed treated better. The beauty laughed and said that she didn't even notice it, writing it off as the fact that Lee Do-ju simply liked the boss. Lee Do-ju thought for a moment, but immediately said that for their boss, 150,000 won was a considerable amount of money, so it was out of the question. But when he thought about his own bank account, The guy immediately felt warm in his heart from the thought that he was the owner of 200 million won. Not wanting to waste time, the young man turned to his partner and suggested that they set off, since the rift was very close. The girl agreed, and within a few minutes they found themselves near a new portal that had appeared right in the middle of a city street. Cha Yeji stared at the rift in surprise and said that many people probably already knew that he appeared here. Looking at the people around the portal, she immediately added that it was full of academy staff and hunters, as well as B-rank hunters. Hearing about such a level, Lee Doju himself was a little surprised, so he asked the girl if she was really sure about it. Cha Yeji confirmed her words and said that it was a common thing to hunt in a rift at the same level or below it. Notice how nervously she was biting her lip. The huntress's manager asked why she was worried. Green Eyes laughed awkwardly and told him that this was her first experience in rifts of such a high level, and not alone. Even though Lee Doju was just her partner, the beauty still worried about having to protect him. Understanding this, the manager asked the girl not to worry about him because Lee Doju himself was far from fragile. But she only looked at him with displeasure and sternly ordered the guy to run as fast as he could if she got into danger. Lee Doju sighed heavily and said that this would never happen because the girl's abilities had already been confirmed long before the certification. He smiled and added that the huntress had easily melted with the orc, so if she was careful, there would be no danger. When Cha Yeji heard such convincing support from her manager, the girl immediately felt pleased and truly calmed down. Looking again at the other hunters who were standing near the portal and looking for partners, Lee Doju suggested that his partner go to them. An image of that very team from the Great Rift appeared in the young man's head, because he understood that these guys would be very useful now. But even despite their wonderful skills and powers, the guy was still confused by the terrible character of that strange girl and their leader. While he was lost in his own thoughts, he didn't even notice that Cha Yeji had changed into her newfound costume with silver wings. The guy looked at the girl and asked in surprise when she had managed to change her clothes, especially in front of a bunch of people. Cha Yeji ignored his questions and asked why the manager looked so strange and if he liked her suit. As usual, Lee Doju remained cold and reserved, so he simply turned to the beauty. I'm going to ask her something. After thinking for a bit, the boy asked the huntress who she would choose as her partner if they had the opportunity. Cha Yeji herself, who had not expected such a question at all, looked at the manager with displeasure and asked why this guy was giving her the runaround. Lee Doju didn't mean exactly that when he asked his partner about possible options, so he exclaimed in surprise at such a question. Listening to her displeased reproaches about him telling the girl about his loneliness, the young man stood silently and listened to the green-eyed girl. The girl, meanwhile, did not remove the displeasure from her face and asked why the guy wanted to sign a contract with someone else. Lee Doju quickly stopped her train of thought and told her that even if he signed a contract with someone else, it didn't mean he would leave Cha Yeji. Such predictions did not calm his partner down at all, so the girl frowned and menacingly addressed the manager once again. She looked away in irritation and clearly stated that she had no need for partners or other hunters. Cha Yeji turned around in a huff and walked towards the rift, finally giving up that she just wanted to make some money. The huntress's mood was completely ruined, so she turned to Lee Doju and angrily asked why he was standing still. Pendai-san, who was a trainee of the Hunter Academy's Rift Control Department, stood in the middle of the street, picking his nose and staring at something. The man looked closely at something on his own phone and thought that it was really very strange. He was alarmed by the fact that on the second day after the discovery of the rift, the hunters who went there still had not returned. Pendai-san couldn't understand why all the other hunters who entered there after that were still working in the rift without any rest. In the end, the inspection department trainee found this to be truly unusual, so he decided to report it to the academy. But suddenly, the worker remembered that there was supposed to be a change of post soon, and another person responsible for the matter was supposed to be handling this. This thought made Pendai-san happy, and he decided that he would not waste his precious time on such unnecessary things, being a simple intern. Suddenly, he heard a male voice behind him praising his wonderful work and introducing himself as Lee Doju from the Seoul City Hall. Turning around, Pendai-san saw in front of him a boy and a girl named Cha Yeji, who was a hunter in one of the City Hall departments. The man greeted the guys and asked with an awkward smile if they had come to this place to explore the new fault. Lee Do-ju walked closer to him and agreed, then allowed him to verify his identity by placing his fingerprint on the man's tablet. Suddenly, Cha Ye-ji's face seemed too familiar to the man, so he asked if she was the girl who had abandoned the Icarius Guild. Cha Ye-ji lowered her eyes guiltily and confirmed his suspicions because it was indeed she who dared to do such a thing. Her partner looked at Pende-san with disbelief and asked him if they could enter the new rift, to which he immediately agreed. The boy smiled and decided to tease his partner by saying that she was too popular in these circles, but she only ordered him to shut up. As soon as the guys entered, Pende-san immediately shouted that he had completely forgotten to tell them about the features of this rift. But since his new acquaintances were already inside the rift, the man only sighed and hoped that nothing would happen to them. Lee Do-ju, in turn, still heard the words from that stranger, but they seemed so quiet to him that the young man did not hear them. A second later, they found themselves inside the rift with Cha Ye-ji, and the guy took out his phone, where his rift control system was located. The boy registered this rift so that Kwon Hyuk-soo could observe all the changes and also monitor the situation inside. When he finally finished with all the formalities, he turned to his partner and asked if she wanted to start cartography. The girl, meanwhile, looked around carefully because her attention was drawn to the people who were nearby. The manager turned in the direction she pointed and saw a real camp of a bunch of hunters who didn't look very good. One of the hunters lay motionless, wrapped in his sleeping bag, and made very strange sounds from the pain that went through his body. Next to him sat the rest of the guys, who looked very exhausted and tired, as if they had returned from a 10-hour battle. This picture greatly surprised the young Cha Ye-ji because the girl did not understand what had happened here and really wanted to find out. The hunter, who was sitting closest to the portal, noticed the newcomers and scolded them with displeasure for having come to this place at all. After examining Lee Do-ju, the man concluded that the boy was not a real hunter at all, so he asked what he was doing there. Lee Do-ju introduced himself and said that he and his partner had come from the Seoul City Hall's Fault Management Department. The man said that he had heard about this place because there were rumors that the faults of rank C and below were managed by City Hall employees. The green-eyed girl's partner did not want to get into a deep conversation, so she asked the stranger to tell him about the stop inside the rift. The young man looked around and pointed out that there were a lot of wounded people around, after which he asked why they all didn't go outside. The hunter smiled and said that they all more than wanted to get out of this terrible place, but simply did not have the opportunity, pointing to the portal. The boys also turned in the direction where the stranger was pointing his finger and froze in surprise, because they had never seen anything like this before. But Lee Do-ju was more amazed than the huntress, because the young man had a lot of experience behind him, but he saw such a strange vision for the first time. The rift through which they had just entered this world simply stopped, ceasing to emit any energy. Lee Do-ju began to wonder how this was even possible, because if it was a glitch, they wouldn't even be able to get in, let alone get out. While he was flying in his own thoughts, Cha Ye-ji also thought for a bit and came up with the theory that it might be the breaking. Seeing the confusion in the manager's eyes, the girl explained that in all rifts above rank B, there were slowdowns, and not glitches like in lower rifts. The boy remembered that he had read about this strange phenomenon that could arise in any rift in the form of a feature that spoiled everything. Cha Ye-ji, meanwhile, approached the strange hunter and asked the man if he could share information with her, and he agreed. The hunter put his sword aside and, with a light wave of his hand, created a blue hologram in front of him, on which he was going to show what he saw. When the girl saw that, in order to get out of this place, they had to destroy 250 nasty goblins, she was seriously surprised. The stranger shared her defeat and said that this was precisely the reason why he and the rest of the boys simply sat and waited. He winked at the green-eyed girl and added that they had been there for several days, but today they were supposed to send smart guys from the academy to the rift. Lee Do-ju intervened in their conversation and suggested that the boys unite with the other hunters and destroy the creatures with their combined efforts. The man looked up at him and asked with a grin if the boy even realized how strong the monsters in this rift were. When Lee Do-ju said that it was rumored that only orcs were brought into this rift, the hunter agreed with him, but said that there was one caveat. Lee Do-ju and Cha Ye-ji stared at the stranger in surprise, not fully understanding what he was talking about. Hearing that after the orcs, trolls were waiting for the boys, Cha Ye-ji was obviously worried because she had never dealt with such monsters before. The hunter agreed with her fears and said that the trolls were much stronger than the orcs, so he and all the other guys sat in this place. Cha Ye-ji, in turn, remembered that she was taught tactics for killing trolls, who would not die from a couple of light wounds because they were able to regenerate. Even though the girl was confident in her own abilities, she was worried that she would not be able to ensure the manager's safety. Not wanting to put her partner at risk, Cha Ye-ji declared that she would go the other way since she was too dangerous for Lee Do-ju. Lee Do-ju himself, in turn, thought that the battle in this rift was a wonderful chance for him to change weapons. An idea came into his head. He asked the girl if she would agree to hunt monsters if he would be completely safe. It was a good enough offer that the green-eyed girl didn't mind if he convinced her that he was okay. Suddenly, the beauty heard some familiar voices behind her, and, turning around, she saw 3 strangely dressed men behind her. Park Sung-min, who was wearing a silly red cap, said with a smile that if you think that this rift is safe from the start, everything will be fine. Jae Ho-jun, in a suit similar to a spacesuit, invited the boys to follow him, because a government worker could not die. After walking a little away from the hunter's camp, Jae Ho-jun asked Lee Do-ju with a smile what he was thinking when he came to the rift without armor and weapons. But the huntress's manager successfully ignored him, which the astronaut didn't like at all because he addressed the guy politely. Lee Do-ju only coldly told the man to prepare for battle, because dangerous trolls and ogres were waiting for them 30 meters ahead. Just as the hunter thought that this young man was talking complete nonsense, he immediately heard the nasty roar of a real troll behind him. Instantly reacting to such a vile and ferocious attack, Jae Ho-jun grabbed his mace and shield, turning around to face the monster. The troll, meanwhile, didn't even intend to wait or look for a wonderful moment to attack, so he instantly rushed at his opponent. Cha Ye-ji watched this battle in a daze, surprised by this monster's attack skills, as they were very different from those of the orcs. "I'm not giving up at all!" Jae Ho-jun shouted that the trolls were far from simple guys, and the fight with them felt more difficult than usual. Gathering all his strength, he finally knocked out one of the trolls, and shouted to Park Sung-min to deal with the monsters on the right flank. The partner replied with displeasure that he himself understood what he had to do, so he pulled the arrow from his bow and immediately released it. But having flown closer to the troll, the arrow hit the invisible barrier around it, which protected the creature from such attacks. Park Sung-min saw this for the first time, so he thought it was just a glitch and fired a dozen arrows at the creature, which also fought back. The boy was persistent enough that he now decided to shoot 20 arrows at it, warning the creature that it would sting a little this time. But when the troll managed to stop this ferocious attack, a worried Park Sung-min stared at the monster, not understanding how this was possible. The brave Cha Ye-ji immediately flew to his aid, wrapping herself around the troll, trying to distract him from the running boy. Noticing how skillfully she dealt with that brat, knocking him out, Park Sung-min happily shouted that they were a good match. Hearing such loud statements from his friend, Kong Tae-seong sternly ordered him to think about the battle and focus on the enemy. Since Park Sung-min didn't like to obey the words of others at all, the young man immediately got angry and attacked his partner. Green-eyed, meanwhile, approached her manager and excitedly asked him if everything was okay with him, because the girl was very worried. In his usual calm tone, Lee Do-ju told her that he was merely observing the battle and judging the participants' actions. The beauty breathed a sigh of relief and said that she could not stop worrying about the man because she was responsible for him. Lee Do-ju rolled his eyes but then felt something and asked the huntress to be more careful during the battle. She took a few big steps to the side. He shouted at the girl to pull herself together and look back. Before Cha Ye-ji had time to turn around to see what was behind her, she immediately realized that a huge troll was flying towards her. This troll was instantly thrown away from her by Jae Ho-jun, and he apologized to the girl for not being able to do this earlier. Cha Ye-ji lowered her head guiltily, because now she was tormented by the thought that in her place there could have been a manager who had much less intuition. The girl decided that she absolutely had to gather her strength and concentrate on what was happening, so she threw away unnecessary thoughts. Green Eyes felt a huge surge of energy inside her, which made her squeeze her weapon harder and prepare for battle. She immediately rushed towards the trolls, angrily waving her sharp sword and shouting death threats at those creatures. Even the troll himself did not expect such a ferocious attack from the small human, so the one she had practiced the blow on grabbed his chest with his paw. Lee Doju, who was watching the whole scene, saw how the creature growled in anger and rushed towards its hunter. Che Hojun stood nearby and was no less surprised than the manager, because he did not understand what was happening to this strange monster. Suddenly he remembered something and turned to God, begging him that it was not what he thought. But since it was already late, a moment later the man in the spacesuit saw a horde of trolls appear behind the neighboring mountain. Huge monsters ran straight towards them as fast as they could, growling furiously and waving their arms, showing all their power and strength. Seeing a veritable herd of creatures, Kang Tae-sung screamed in fear to his partners and the others that they needed to turn around and run. Absolutely everyone agreed with him except Lee Do-ju and Cha Ye-ji, because the girl was convinced that she could deal with this horror. The beauty measured the 9 monsters with her menacing gaze and screamed furiously that she would not leave a single one of them alive. Hearing such a fierce scream, Park Sung-min turned to Kang Tae-sun and said that they needed to stop and help her. Turning towards where the madwoman was, Kang Tae-sung saw how bravely she stood, waiting for the creatures to run up to her. His doubts were immediately interrupted by Che Ho-jun, who ordered his guys to go back, because here they would all simply die. As usual, Park Sung-min had no intention of listening to their leader, because the guy understood that the girl's courage made him fall in love with her even more. At that moment, the boy's gaze fell on the beauty's weapon, and he was surprised that it was the real aura of a sword. Like everyone else, Lee Do-ju watched what was happening while hiding behind a nearby rock and analyzing the sword, realizing that it was not a simple one. The boy's defeat was interrupted by a loud cry from Che Ho-jun, who ordered them to leave for the last time if they did not want to wait for their death. Park Sung-min ignored his order and shouted at Kang Tae-sung to run with him, because together they would definitely be able to help Cha Ye-ji. The trolls, meanwhile, paid no attention to the arguments between these people, continuing to attack the huntress who was right in front of them. Cha Ye-ji also had no intention of giving up, so she gripped her sword tighter and charged at the blue trolls, wanting to cut them into small pieces. When I finally managed to defeat one of the goblins, Kang Tae-sung and Che Ho-jun stared at the beauty in shock, calling her crazy. Meanwhile, Sol Yoon-hee was rummaging around in the refrigerator in their home, trying to stack the pile of containers on the shelf as neatly as possible. Having finally finished organizing the refrigerator space, the girl smiled contentedly at the fact that she had prepared so much food for her father. She closed the refrigerators and stretched, telling herself that now was the time for her daily cleaning. The redhead went into the closet, took out a vacuum cleaner and started vacuuming, humming her favorite song under her breath. After finishing vacuuming the kitchen, the little one moved to the living room, where she finally put away all of Lee Do-ju's clothes that she had washed earlier. The girl quickly finished in the living room and decided that if she was cleaning the house, she needed to clean her father's room too. Entering inside, Sol Yoon-hee looked around and her gaze fell on one of the books that stood on the shelf above the boy's desk. She took the book in her hands and smiled, because it was not at all surprising because the guy had only recently learned to use hot water. Sol Yoon-hee opened a book called 50 Ways to be a Good Father and broke into a wide smile at how good he was. The redhead carefully ran her eyes between the lines of the book, trying to absorb as much information as possible and remember interesting facts. Seeing the time on the clock, Yoon-hee jumped up and rushed to the vacuum cleaner because she needed to finish cleaning before her dad came home. The little girl was tormented by thoughts that she immediately needed to finish school, become a huntress, and return to the young man everything he had done for her. Almost finished vacuuming her father's room, Sol Yoon-hee noticed a shiny stone lying near the trash bag. But when the girl picked up this stone, she immediately realized that it was a real crystal that was worth millions. She stared at the crystal, not understanding how this thing ended up in Lee Do-ju's room and near the trash at that. Despite the fact that the redhead was almost sure that it was a crystal, she called the stone a real magic stone. The girl looked at her find and began to think about where the stone could have fallen from if it was lying near the garbage bag. As soon as Sol Yoon-hee opened the chest of drawers from which this crystal could fall out, the girl's eyes instantly widened and she froze in surprise. A few minutes later, the little one was lying on her father's bed, which was strewn with 9 crystals that cost a fortune. The girl also had that strange piece of iron in her hand, which she looked at carefully and wondered whether she could have thrown it away, because it was trash. The last thing she found in the drawer was a fake temporary security pass with someone else's name on it. Meanwhile, in the rift, fierce battles continued involving Cha Ye-ji and a bunch of nasty trolls who wanted her blood. The girl was so involved in the fight that she cut down the monsters one after another, not paying attention to how fast they were flying at her. Suddenly, one troll managed to escape from her trap and ran up to Park Sung-min, pinning the poor guy to the ground and grabbing his neck. The frightened boy immediately screamed for help, begging Che Ho-jun to remove this creature from his body. As soon as the man in the astronaut suit ran up to the monster, he immediately grabbed him by the torso and pulled him towards himself to pull him away from his friend. Hearing the familiar screams, the green-eyed girl turned towards the boys and saw how absurdly they were trying to deal with one troll. But since the girl felt that her strength was running out, she should concentrate on the two strongest trolls that were in front of her. Thoughts about losing rushed into her head one after another, and Cha Ye-ji tried to stop them by thinking about Mr. Lee Do-ju. Such memory seriously motivated the beauty, so grabbing the sword, the girl screamed that she would never give up and rushed at the creatures. The trolls, meanwhile, were full of strength and desire to try human flesh, so they attacked the huntress with the same enthusiasm. Even though all of her concentration was focused on the monster she was fighting, something caused Cha Ye-ji to turn her head to the right. She saw Lee Do-ju, who, although he pretended not to know anything, with one movement of his hand made the troll fall to the ground. Cha Ye-ji didn't have time to think about how he did it, so she continued her battle with the rest of the monsters. After the fight ended, the girl fell to the ground, exhausted, after which the manager approached her and asked if everything was okay with her. Upon hearing a positive response, the boy said that they needed to take a break before moving on. He showed his partner the rest of the guys from the team who were lying motionless and powerless around the dead troll and resting. Cha Ye-ji decided to make sure that the creature was really dead, so she ran up to the creature and cut off its head. Seeing this girl's skills, Che Ho-jun thought that if they continued like this, they would be able to clear out all 280 trolls. He looked at the green-eyed girl and understood that this girl had amazing abilities. Besides, he knew that she was at C rank. Che Ho-jun couldn't believe that right now he could actually witness the birth of a next-level hunter. After thinking about this, the man understood why the impudent Park Sung-min was so clingy to this girl, trying to gain her trust. The boy really didn't waste any time, as he was smiling broadly at the beauty and was just inviting her to go out for dinner after they got out. Green-eyed was not at all interested in such proposals, and, smiling awkwardly at him in response, she told him about her affairs in the city. Suddenly, Che Ho-jun burst into their conversation and suggested that they all go out to dinner together, because that way they could thank the beauty for her help. The huntress's manager, meanwhile, paid no attention to them and simply stared silently at his mobile phone. Looking at the notifications, the guy said that if the guys continue at the same pace, they will finish mapping the gorge today. The young man turned his gaze to his partner and thought that the amount of her mana had doubled several times, thereby raising her level. Now he was concerned about how much the girl's indicators had grown, because this also affected his status in society. Not wanting to waste a single second, the young man turned to the rest of the team and loudly declared that they should prepare for battle. Lee Do-ju ignored the request for rest. In 200 meters, they were supposed to meet an enemy that was much stronger than the trolls. Hearing such a dire prospect, Che Ho-jun exclaimed excitedly, because the man was extremely tired and wanted to rest. Before the boys had time to think about how to fight that very monster, they immediately saw a three-headed troll in front of them. Kang Tae-sung saw such a creature for the first time in his life, so he asked the guys in shock if it was even possible to defeat it. Without a single hint of fear among them all, there was only Cha Ye-ji, because all the girl wanted was to finally be home. The three-headed troll, meanwhile, growled furiously, showing the people all his power and anger with which he was going to tear them to shreds. He generated energy discharges on his chest, which he immediately released into the green-eyed girl who stood closest to the monster. The poor thing didn't expect such a turn of events at all, so she froze in amazement, staring at the creature's attack. Lee Do-ju also felt its power, which convinced the boy that if this discharge of energy hit the huntress, she would die immediately. At the last minute before the collision, the young man jumped out in front of the girl, covering her with his body to protect her. He managed to throw Cha Ye-ji aside literally a few seconds before 3 energy charges flew to the place where the boy was standing. Trying to catch a breath of fresh air and shake off the dust from her body, Cha Ye-ji slowly opened her eyes and looked for her manager. As soon as the girl saw that there was no one in the place where she was standing, she exclaimed excitedly, afraid for the guy. Kang Tai-sung and the rest of his team were no less surprised because they did not understand where that young man had gone and what had happened. Suddenly, he felt the heavy hand of Che-ho-jun on his head, ordering him to duck because the next blow from the charge could be fatal. Cha Ye-ji Kikak couldn't stop screaming her partner's name because she was very afraid that he had died as a result of the blow. Suddenly, among the wall of dust and sand, the green-eyed girl finally saw the one she was so worried about. Lee Doju sat near the huge rock and did not move, unconscious from the force he had taken on to protect the huntress. The beauty immediately ran up to the boy, trying to bring him to consciousness and begging the young man to stay alive. When the boy did not wake up from her screams, she grabbed his shoulders and began shaking the manager to somehow wake him up. Park Sung-min and Kang Tae-sun shouted at the girl that they needed to get out of this dangerous place, but she didn't pay attention to their voices. When Cha Ye-ji realized that Lee Do-ju, who was sitting in front of her, was not breathing at all, she grabbed his head with her hands and squeezed it. The poor girl burst into tears and began to beg the guy to forgive her for the fact that the girl failed to protect him and save him from death. She threw herself on the boy's neck to hug him, still continuing to sob and ask him for forgiveness. Park Sung-min, who had seen the energy blast that was flying straight towards Miss Cha Ye-ji, immediately realized that he had to take action. The guy cursed and immediately rushed towards the girl as fast as he could, trying to make it in time and save her life. His friend Che-ho-jun noticed this and asked the guy, confused, what he was doing and why he was putting himself in danger. The boy shouted loudly that the troll would need time for the next attack, so they needed to get closer and defeat it. Even though it was the craziest idea he had ever heard, Che-ho-jun couldn't help but agree, so he rushed after him. The team leader shouted to his friend that he would cover the guys from behind, while they went around the troll on the right and launched another attack. While they were distributing duties and thinking about how best to fight this creature, the 3-headed troll was just forming new charges. Seeing the huge, glowing ball in its mouth, Che-ho-jun immediately realized that this creature had attacked much faster than he and his friends thought. The next second, all the man felt on his body was the terrifying force of the troll's attack that had fired a charge at him. The force of this blow was so strong that Che-ho-jun's suit crumbled into pieces, and the man himself flew back 10 meters. But it was a wonderful moment for Park Sung-min, who aimed his bow at the monster and fired several arrows at it, hitting the target straight on. The boy smiled contentedly and ordered the monster not to be distracted because he was his main enemy. Cha Ye-ji, meanwhile, was still hanging on her manager's neck and recalling how they had just met not long ago. Memories of him helping her during the last battle and supporting her when she was upset came flooding into the girl's mind. The beauty remembered the smile of this boy, who happily talked about how delicious the food was for their boss's money. The guy's words that she was the only hunter he needed made Cha Ye-ji cry even more. Well, suddenly the girl's attention was drawn to a pop-up hologram that congratulated her on acquiring the oath skill. It was very hot on the battlefield at that time, but despite this, Park Sung-min continued to hit the 3-headed troll with his sharp arrows. The creature really didn't like this trend, so after every tingling in his body, the troll growled furiously. Unexpectedly, in a matter of seconds, he formed a new energy charge, which he immediately released straight at his opponent. Even though Park Sung-min was prepared for any development, he barely managed to dodge such a quick attack. Well, if the first dodge was successful, then the young man did not have time to predict the second. So a second later, he was lying on the cold ground and breathing heavily. Che-ho-jun was lying next to him, muttering something under his breath, dissatisfied about how they shouldn't have fought this creature at all. Kang Tae-sung, who was equally exhausted, explained as he plopped down next to his friend and asked the upset Park Sung-min if he was okay. Continuing to carefully study the hologram in front of her face, Cha Ye-ji couldn't hide her surprise at how many skills she had obtained. Suddenly, the girl saw some strange theses in this hologram, which made her think about whether the gentleman could still be alive. The beauty looked closely at his body and carefully took Lee Do-ju's hands, gently squeezing them in hers. Suddenly, inside her head, she heard a voice that said that the green-eyed girl had chosen a master for herself. who was near her. Meanwhile, Che Ho-jun screamed as loud as he could while trying to escape from the multiple explosions behind him. One explosion did manage to knock the man off his feet, and falling to the ground, he screamed for the rest of the team to hurry if they wanted to live. But Park Sung-min and Kang Tae-sun continued to lie on the sand, complaining to each other about how much they hated this breakup. Their heartfelt conversation was interrupted by Cha Ye-ji's scream, leaving Lee Do-ju for Kang Tae-sun, because the boy was still alive and needed healing. Park Sung-min turned around and tried to stop the girl who was flying into the table towards the troll, because he was too dangerous for her. Seeing how this fearless woman flew straight towards him, Che Ho-jun froze and opened his mouth in surprise, thinking that she was crazy. Since the man was distracted, he instantly regretted it, flying 10 meters away from the explosion that went off right next to his feet. A few seconds later, the team leader saw Kang Tae-sung next to him, who offered him healing since it helped the others. Che Ho-jun felt so bad that he grabbed his friend's hand and told him to wait for him at that place because he needed to check on the main one. Looking the boy straight in the eyes, the man asked him to first heal him so that he could at least stand up. Lee Do-ju, meanwhile, finally felt some energy in his body, causing him to slowly open his eyes, examining the situation around him. The young man immediately realized that Cha Ye-ji had chosen him as her master, and for some reason had become almost twice as strong as she was. Playing with the pebbles near his feet, the guy decided that if he went out from there now, it would look very strange, so he would wait. While he was coming to his senses, the three-headed troll was raging, throwing bolts of energy, trying to finish off the huntress who was constantly circling around. Cha Ye-ji, in turn, was simply unconquerable, because even after so many failures, the girl still did not give up and fought bravely. The troll had become so angry during all this time that he had managed to accumulate energy within himself in order to release it in the form of fire. This was the last thing Cha Ye-ji expected from the monster, so the girl flew to the side with a scream and hit the ground. As soon as Cha Ye-ji raised her head, trying to come to her senses a little, she saw a huge troll foot above her, about to crush her. But suddenly the monster stopped because he felt how Park Sung-min's sharp arrows pierced his back, because the boy wanted to distract him. Before the daredevil could even tell the girl not to worry and just continue the battle, he was immediately thrown to the side by a huge explosion of the charge. Cha Ye-ji noticed that the huge troll had finally become distracted and immediately decided that this was her real chance to attack. The beauty did not hesitate, so she rushed at the creature and cut its arm with her sharp sword, causing the creature to growl. While the monster was trying to come to his senses, the green-eyed girl swung the blade of her weapon at him again and wanted to launch another attack. The huntress caught a truly wonderful moment to plunge her sword straight into the three-headed troll's chest, thereby slowing him down. She landed a few meters away from her opponent and instantly prepared for the next attack, not wanting to stop for a second. By inflicting numerous sword strikes on the creature and making it roar in pain, Cha Ye-ji wanted to take revenge on it for the wounded Lee Do-ju. Feeling the weakness of this troll, the green-eyed girl jumped up and flew at him from above, trying to kick him with all her might. The manager's partner's attempt turned out to be very successful, because the blow was so strong that the troll lost several of its fangs. Without wasting another moment, Cha Ye-ji accelerated and hit him again, thus finally finishing off the monster. Eventually, the brute fell to the ground and growled in anger, but no longer found the strength to rise and answer her. Cha Ye-ji pulled out the sword from behind her back and stood right on its body, preparing to plunge the creature's weapon into its torso to finish off the troll. She thrust the sword into the soul of the huge troll so deeply that she even felt its tip stick into the ground on the other side. Park Sung-min, who was still watching this whole scene, stood there dumbfounded, trying to believe what he saw in front of him. Finally, he fell to the ground in relief and said that they barely managed to deal with that creature, even though they were so close to death. Lee Do-ju, meanwhile, felt proud within himself for his huntress who had grown in her swordsmanship. At that moment, the boy decided that he would need to buy new clothes because if Yun-hee saw these, she would immediately understand that he did not work for the state. The boy took off his shoes and shook out the sand that had somehow ended up inside them. The first to notice his awakening was Kang Tae-seong, who stared at the boy in surprise and informed the others that the boy was finally okay. As soon as Cha Ye-ji heard this, She instantly turned towards her manager, feeling something inside her skip a beat. The girl immediately jumped up and ran at full speed to Mr. Lee Doju, who had already missed her so much. Green-Eyed ran up to her manager and threw herself into his arms, happy that the young man was still alive. A few seconds later, Kang Tae-sung approached them and asked Lee Doju how he survived, but the guy replied that he himself did not understand how he managed it. Chae Ho-jun, in turn, barely got to his feet, muttering that this terrible battle had definitely taken about 100 years of his life. Generating a lump of energy in his hands, Kang Tae-sung asked Lee Doju to let him heal the boy so that Cha Ye-ji would not worry. But as soon as Kang Tae-sung touched the manager's body, he immediately felt something strange rushing through his body. Noticing his slight agitation and confusion, Park Sung-min asked his friend what he had been doing. Kang Tae-sung looked at his hands in frustration, not understanding why his healing abilities weren't working on this guy. Cha Ye-ji looked at the manager in surprise and asked how it was possible that he was not injured anywhere. The beauty's concern for her partner seriously irritated Park Sung-min, who grumpily suggested that the guys continue on their way. Chae Ho-jun approached them and said that they needed to stop at this place because all the team members were tired and needed to rest. Lee Doju couldn't help but agree with his proposal, because he himself felt how tired his body was inside. Sitting on the cold sand and gradually getting better, Lee Doju and Chae Ho-jun talked about crystals and making money. When he heard that the guy was using a special app to study the faults, the man laughed loudly and said that it was very convenient. He asked his interlocutor with interest whether it was true that only civil servants like him could use such things. Lee Doju nodded and decided to ask Chae Ho-jun for a favor, since he couldn't take a single crystal from the bodies of the dead trolls. This request seemed very strange to Chae Ho-jun and his friends, so the man asked in surprise what they were talking about. Not wanting to waste his time explaining, Lee Doju simply pointed his finger in the right direction. Pointing to the sword near the troll, the boy called this weapon an extra reward that dropped after killing the monster, so he wanted to take it for Cha Ye-ji. Without thinking twice about the offer, Chae Ho-jun agreed, and said that they really only managed to defeat the monster thanks to Cha Ye-ji. As soon as the green-eyed girl heard his approval, her eyes instantly lit up with anticipation, and the girl thanked the man. This joy was immediately noticed by Park Sung-min, who complimented the beauty on how beautiful her eyes were when she was happy. Meanwhile, Lee Doju heard some strange sounds behind him, so he immediately turned around and saw several strangers there. To the guy's great surprise, Kang Min-hyuk and Han Min-ji appeared in front of them, greeted them, and smiled. Kang Min-hyuk, unlike his girlfriend, was less cheerful, so he said that he did not expect to see his partners in this place at all. The star of the audience looked around and saw a three-headed troll lying dead not far from the guys, which they had killed. He sat down on the dead carcass of the monster in amazement, and praised Miss Cha Ye-ji for being much stronger than she was the last time they met. The beauty smiled awkwardly, but still found the strength to thank the representative of the Icarius Guild. Lee Doju couldn't help but be pleased with such praise, so the young man emphasized that it was all thanks to the suit that the star gave her. With a mischievous smile, Kang Min-hyuk finally admitted that he lost the bet during the assessment. Han Min-ji, who noticed something strange in his gaze, suggested to her partner that they move on since they had a lot of work to do. He had to agree with the girl, and the man said with displeasure that they would postpone this conversation for the future, because there really was a lot of work. Finally, Han Min-ji turned to Lee Doju and told him to think about transferring, then handed him their guild's business card. Not understanding what was being discussed, the young man asked the girl about it, and she explained that she was talking about Miss Cha Ye-ji's broadcast to them. Lee Doju felt a sense of heaviness from this conversation, so he asked the girl in a cold tone if her name was really Han Min-ji. Without waiting for her answer, the boy took her business card and tore it in half, adding that he was a man like everyone else. Seeing Han Min-ji's stunned defeat on his face, he also said that he no longer cared at all about what they thought of him. The boy tore the business card into small pieces and threw it aside, looking up at Han Min-ji and saying that Cha Ye-ji was not for sale. His interlocutor, who did not at all expect such an answer from the boy, stared at him with her mouth open and her eyes wide open. Wanting to end this conversation, Lee Do-ju angrily ordered the boys to never mention the word transfer to him again. He then turned his eyes to Kang Min-hyuk and hissed furiously that it was extremely disrespectful of the young people. That same evening in Seoul, for some reason, there were huge traffic jams, especially in areas where there would normally be only a couple of cars. Lee Do-ju walked down the street and talked on the phone, apologizing to his boss for skipping the office party and going home early. Sitting at the table with Cha Ye-ji and Kwon Hyuk-soo, the department head told the young man not to worry about it, as they did not hold a grudge. Cha Ye-ji, who was unusually cheerful and energetic, raised her glass and made a toast that she would definitely protect Lee Do-ju for the rest of her life. Trying to ignore Kwon Hyuk-soo's shouts, who supported the girl, the boss talked to Lee Do-ju about the guy's prank from Aquarius. But suddenly the man didn't even notice how Kwon Hyuk-soo snatched the phone from his hands and began to happily say something to Mr. Lee Do-ju. The leader laughed and said that tearing up the company's business card was a bit over the top, since it was the strongest guild in the area. Lee Do-ju apologized for his harsh actions, but, in response, Kwon Hyuk-soo laughed loudly once again and shouted that it was very refreshing for all of them. When the guy heard this answer, he was a little surprised, because he expected that the office management would scold him. Noticing the note of worry in his voice, Kwon Hyuk-soo explained that even though Aquarius was huge, they shouldn't have been losing to him all the time. Jumping up from his seat, the leader shouted that these scoundrels had become completely insolent if they had decided to lure their best hunter, Cha Ye-ji, to their side. Finally, the man shouted that it would have been a completely different matter if the beauty had wanted to leave herself. But it was terrible to communicate with her as with a thing. The department head immediately joined in and added that he had always dreamed of angering a couple of boastful C-rank hunters. Kwon Hyuk-soo took his boss's phone back and, covering his mouth with his hand, quietly whispered Mr. Lee Do-ju's name. When he answered, the leader of the loud one shouted, asking the young man if he too could be one of his men. Before Lee Do-ju could even answer, he heard the joyful cries of the guys on the other side, who were once again trying to say some kind of toast. Not wanting to continue this ridiculous conversation any longer, the boy said goodbye to the boss and said that they would see him tomorrow. The guy breathed a sigh of relief. At the exact moment, he removed the phone from his ear and finally hung up, finding himself in silence. He really wanted to rest a little and enjoy the noise of night Seoul, so he put his mobile phone in his bag and headed home. After several dozen minutes, the young man finally found himself at home, where he was greeted by a joyful Sol Yun-hee in cute pink pajama pants. When the father asked if the girl had eaten, she nodded her head and stared at him with a puzzled expression. The redhead immediately noticed that her dad was wearing new clothes, so she immediately asked him about it. Lee Do-ju began telling his daughter a story about how he came across an old lady selling suits on the street and felt sorry for her. Seeing that Sol Yun-hee wasn't quite going to believe this nonsense, Lee Do-ju began to get visibly worried, but he quickly pulled himself together. Trying to change the subject, he said that he wouldn't mind a cup of tea, so he asked the girl to do him a favor and make some tea. Although Sol Yun-hee immediately agreed, the little one was tormented by thoughts about the crystals, the hunter's pass, and the strange iron thing that were made in his box. While pouring water into the kettle, the girl wondered whether her father could work as an office worker during the day and work as a hunter at night. Her mind instantly began to fill with images of Lee Do-ju changing into his superhero costume and preparing to protect Seoul at night. Remembering that the girl named Cha Ye-ji was also a hunter, the redhead was convinced that her theory might be true. Imagining Cha Ye-ji and Lee Do-ju in dark tuxedos and black sunglasses, Sol Yun-hee giggled slightly. But the little one couldn't stop her fantasy, so she continued to imagine how these two deftly dodged bullets and worked in pairs. In the end, such thoughts brought her to negative emotions, and she sighed angrily because she still didn't like Cha Ye-ji. The future was so caught up in all her fantasies about her dad and that girl that Sol Yun-hee didn't even notice how the kettle boiled. She was brought back to her senses by her father's voice, who told Yun-hee that, in his opinion, the kettle had boiled long ago, and it was time to pour in the water. The redhead reached for the teapot, but she was so confused that she accidentally knocked it over and it flew to the floor. Reacting instantly, Lee Do-ju grabbed the kettle halfway to the floor, not even thinking about how hot it was. but he didn't even pay attention to it, after which he calmly told his daughter that she needed to be careful with hot dishes. Ignoring his words, Sol Yun-hee screamed in shock at how the young man could hold such a hot teapot in his hands and not burn himself. Lee Do-ju, meanwhile, didn't even immediately understand why she was so unhappy, because he didn't feel any warmth in his arms. Finally realizing, he put the kettle on the table and said that it wasn't that hot, but the little one immediately protested because the kettle whistled when it boiled. The girl instantly grabbed her father's hands and put them under cold water, ordering that the skin be cooled immediately. But Lee Do-ju really didn't feel any signs of pain, and his hands looked like nothing had happened. After making sure that everything was okay with him, Sol Yun-hee guiltily lowered her eyes to the floor and apologized to the guy for her mistake. The young man immediately calmed his daughter down and asked her what she was so lost in thought about that she couldn't even calmly take the kettle from the stove. The little one ignored her father's question and instantly pretended that she had forgotten something in order to quickly get away from this conversation. Ignoring his puzzled look, the girl rushed into her room to bring him something and show it to him. A few seconds later, Sol Yun-hee appeared in front of Lee Do-ju with some papers in her hands, looking pitifully into his eyes. Taking the piece of paper in his hands, Lee Do-ju looked at it carefully and realized that it was an information entry flyer. Sol Yun-hee explained that she only wanted to notify her father about it, since there really wasn't anything special in the flyer. The redhead clarified that the guy didn't necessarily have to go through some kind of test, because she knew how hard he worked and how busy he was. Lee Do-ju, in turn, thought for a moment, going over in his head all the plans he had made for the following Monday. Realizing that he was supposed to be free that day, the young man turned to his daughter and said that he would be able to come, which made her happy. The girl's joy simply knew no bounds because she did not expect at all that her dad would agree and come to this important event for her. While in the rift, Kang Min-hyuk approached Park Sung-min and said that usually that guy Lee Do-ju was quite rude, to which the young man agreed. The man stared at the boy blankly and asked why he had come such a long way just to tell him about this. But Park Sung-min didn't want to miss the opportunity, so he asked Kang Min-hyuk to punish that guy because he was really annoying him. The next day, as if nothing had happened, Lee Do-ju returned to the Seoul City Hall office to resume work. Remembering one thing, the boy stood up and approached the chief of the department, wanting to ask him something. Without going into too much detail, Lee Do-ju simply asked his boss if he could work half a day after lunch next Monday. Not understanding the purpose of such questions, the boss asked his employee why he wanted to do this, but he refused to answer. The man stared at Lee Do-ju blankly and asked if these were things that shouldn't be discussed at work. Since this fit the description of his 17-year-old daughter quite well, Lee Do-ju nodded his head approvingly. The department head thought for a moment, because that day, Kwon Hyuk-soo was also planning to go on a business trip for the whole day. Hearing about the business trip, Lee Do-ju asked his boss about it in surprise, and he explained that they were supposed to have some event. Leaning back in his chair, the man added that they had been sent an official note asking for the participation of all nearby organizations. That's why their office decided that Kwon Hyuk-soo would be the one to go to the Hunter Academy's entrance ceremony. The boss said that he didn't want to disturb the young man and Miss Yeji, so they didn't ask him and couldn't let him go that day. But after thinking a little more, the boss finally said that if the guy really needed to leave, then he would give his approval. After carefully studying his expression, Lee Do-ju realized that in his heart, this man had a completely new opinion. Not wanting to get into any trouble, Lee Do-ju simply said that his boss didn't need to worry and that he would come to work as usual. While having lunch at a cafe near the office, Lee Do-ju accidentally met his boss and asked him about that very business trip. While sipping cold coffee, Kwon Hyuk-soo told his colleague that he would be there from 8 a.m. to 2 p.m. and would return to the office only after lunch. Hearing this, the boy immediately became interested and asked Kwon Hyuk-soo if he could join in and go to the ceremony with him. Such a strange request slightly surprised the manager, and he asked incomprehensibly where Lee Do-ju got such a desire from. As soon as the manager heard the full story about his daughter and the reason why he tried to ask for time off, he simply froze in surprise. Finally, adding that the situation was indeed difficult, Lee Do-ju asked his colleague to keep the story a secret from the others. The man agreed and asked the boy with interest how old he was, and in response he heard the number 26. Thinking back to his mind that his daughter was 17, Kwon Hyuk-soo asked the boy if he had ever been married. When the young man said that the girl was not his biological daughter, the guy's boss laughed because it simply did not fit in his head. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, the shocked Kwon Hyuk-soo began to bombard his colleague with a ton of questions in order to find out more about the girl. After an hour of talking, the guys finally left the cafe, and Kwon Hyuk-soo asked Lee Do-ju if his partner Cha Ye-ji knew about this. When the manager heard that the girl had already managed to visit his home and meet that very Sol Yoon-hee, he breathed a sigh of relief. But since this situation really seemed weird to him, Kwon Hyuk-soo asked the staff member how Cha Ye-ji could just remain silent about this. Not wanting to hear an answer from Lee Do-ju, the man decided to end the conversation by saying that he would tell his boss about their joint business trip. Finally, the manager added that he would definitely keep the situation a secret, after which he heard gratitude from Lee Do-ju. As Monday approached, Lee Do-ju stood near the entrance to his daughter's school and wondered why the area was so crowded. Suddenly, he heard some strange screams from the students, who couldn't believe that Han Min-ji herself had arrived at their school. Behind him, the boy saw a crowd of schoolchildren and their parents who were trying their best to get an autograph from Han Min-ji, who was clearly into it. This scene slightly surprised Lee Do-ju because he never thought that people of this kind could visit such places. Turning away and heading in the other direction so that the girl would not see him, the guy thought that meeting her would not bring anything good. But alas, it was already too late because Han Min-ji noticed Lee Do-ju and happily ran towards him, shouting his name. The girl ran up to the boy and greeted him, saying that she had not expected to see him in this place at all, because he did not look like a school student. Immediately after these words, Han Min-ji bowed low in front of him and asked the young man to apologize for her words during their last meeting. Trying to somehow correct the situation, she said that she was too excited at that moment, which is why she rushed. When the people around saw Han Min-ji herself bowing to some stranger, people immediately perceived him as an important person. Han Min-ji, meanwhile, repeated that Mr. Lee Do-ju was completely right, and she should apologize to him for her insolence. While she continued to convince him of her good intentions, the boy began to stop the girl, because everyone around was looking at them. He tried to make things a little better by saying that he was also to blame for his cruelty and wanted to apologize for it. Seeing how easily the girl responded to this, the young man immediately realized that he had been deceived in some way, listening to the negative reviews from the people around him. While he was flying in his own thoughts, Han Min-ji handed the guy a card and said that it was a reminder of their peaceful intentions. The girl smiled and added that it had nothing to do with Miss Cha Ye-ji, so he didn't need to worry. The boy looked at her with distrust and asked suspiciously if she had lied to him. Han Min-ji convinced him with her words and told the young man to contact her if he needed any help. Seeing the slight confusion on his face, the girl once again reminded him that it was an ordinary reminder, not a direct request. In the end, they said their goodbyes and Lee Do-ju appeared inside the school, seeing the future students preparing for the entrance ceremony. He carefully tried to find a familiar face among them, and finally saw Sol Yoon-hee, who was standing and smiling sweetly, slightly worried. Han Min-ji, in turn, walked to one of the upper balconies and also looked carefully at the stage, making sure that she was right. Looking back at Lee Do-ju's face, she realized that she felt the same sensation that an ordinary person could not evoke. Looking at Mr. Lee, who was on the floor below, the girl decided that this guy was hiding his true nature. But even despite this, she decided to wait a little and see what would happen next, because one day this guy would still enter their world. There were so many people at the event that after just a few seconds, Lee Do-ju lost sight of his daughter, trying to find her again. Finally, for the second time, he found the girl with his eyes who was a few meters ahead and decided that this time he would not lose her again. Realizing what a terrible father he was if he couldn't find his own child in the crowd, the young man covered his face in irritation and disappointment. Meanwhile, the president of the Hunter Academy, named Jong Yeon-chul, appeared on the stage, arriving at the ceremony as an important guest. The official part did not interest Lee Do-ju at all, so remembering that Yoon-hee really wanted spare ribs, the boy began to look for a restaurant nearby. Hearing that the next oath was about to be taken on stage, he nevertheless raised his eyes and looked at what was happening there. A student came up to the stage, raised her right hand, and began to recite the oath of membership of the proud National Academy of Hunters. Suddenly, the boy heard some strangers talking around him about how this girl was the younger sister of the Sword Emperor and was an A-ranker. He turned his gaze to the little girl who stood on the stage, excitedly reciting the fourth oath, and was surprised. But remembering his ambitious Sol Yun-hee, the young man immediately calmed down, because today he was convinced that the girl would definitely achieve success. After a few hours, the National Academy entrance ceremony finally ended, and Lee Do-ju managed to escape into the fresh air. A few minutes later, he heard the joyful cries of Sol Yun-hee, who until the very end did not believe that her father would come to the ceremony. The girl ran up to the boy and apologized for the fact that the entrance ceremony lasted for 2 whole hours, because they were not told about this. This was not the main problem of that day, so wanting to cheer the girl up a little, the guy took a bouquet of flowers from his back and congratulated her. Seeing the bouquet of red roses, Sol Yun-hee exclaimed in admiration and surprise, because she didn't even think that her father was capable of such a thing. The redhead immediately took the bouquet for herself and began to thank him for such kindness, holding back tears with all her might. But in the end, the little one failed and began to cry, causing Lee Do-ju to become confused because he began to think that she did not like the bouquet. Sol Yun-hee immediately protested and changed the topic to school, telling her father that classes would start in 2 days. Hearing that the classes had been disbanded a few days ago, Lee Do-ju asked her with interest which class she was in. After thinking for a bit, the redhead hesitantly said that she ended up in Class D, which wasn't the best. Although she felt a little ashamed, Sol Yun-hee still explained to her father the classes were formed based on grades, starting from the letter A. The boy turned to the girl and said that she shouldn't worry, because now she had to do everything possible to get into Class A. He stroked his daughter's head and said that she was very smart and ambitious, so she would certainly succeed soon. The girl laughed joyfully because she really needed this support, after which she suggested to her dad to go and get something to eat. Lee Do-ju didn't even have time to mention that he had spotted a wonderful ribs restaurant before the girl rushed to the place where they were preparing sausage stew. But as soon as she heard that Lee Do-ju wanted to go with her to eat beef ribs, the girl immediately stopped. Suddenly, their attention fell on a huge crowd of people who had gathered behind them and were waiting for someone very important. That very important man did not make people wait long because a second later, he appeared on the road, forcing the crowd to disperse. Realizing who that man was, Sol Yun-hee exclaimed in shock and froze with her mouth open. In front of the girl was the real president of the Hunter Academy, in front of whom were 2 of his guards and Han Min-ji, who was slightly behind. At first, the redhead simply couldn't believe her eyes, so she tried to take a closer look and make sure that it was Han Min-ji. Immediately after that, her gaze fell on an attractive man who was walking behind the director and the girl, carefully examining everyone around. Sol Yun-hee's eyes widened 10 times in an instant, because this was the real Mr. Lee Gang-hyun, who was the Emperor of the Sword. Han Min-ji, who heard the strange, delighted cries of the girls, turned towards the boys and was also slightly surprised. She smiled sweetly at Lee Do-ju and invited the guy to have lunch together, but he declined and said that they were just about to leave. Poor Sol Yun-hee was so shocked that she didn't expect her father to be an acquaintance of Han Min-ji herself. Not wanting to miss her chance, Han Min-ji approached the boy again and suggested for the second time to go and have lunch together since she was hungry. The girl approached Sol Yun-hee and smiled at her with her eyes, after which she asked the little one how she looked at it. While the little one was agreeing to have lunch together, Director Young Yeon-chul approached the boys and asked Han Min-ji who those people were. The girl explained to him that it was Lee Do-ju, the manager of the Seoul City Hall Rift Zone, whom she had told him about earlier. The president immediately realized that this was the same man who was responsible for the strange hunter in the video. The old man walked closer to Lee Do-ju and shook his hand, introducing himself to the young man and thanking him for coming to the ceremony. Han Min-ji walked up to Sol Yun-hee and hugged the girl, laughingly asking the boy if she was his little sister. Feeling a little awkward, Lee Do-ju hesitated a bit but still told the guys that the girl was his daughter. Not believing his words, Han Min-ji laughed loudly because this small beauty looked the same age as her. She turned to Sul and asked her name, but Yun-hee found the question irritating and couldn't hold back her displeased tone. Even though this little thing confirmed Lee Do-ju's words about her being his daughter, Han Min-ji also didn't believe it. Wanting to at least clarify the situation a little, the young man explained that it was an ordinary, specific coincidence of circumstances. Everyone around suddenly felt a terrible sense of awkwardness, which director Young Yeon-chul tried to interrupt by saying that it was not scary. Suddenly behind him, the director heard the dissatisfied cries of Lee Gang-heng's little sister, who was clearly dissatisfied with her brother's behavior. The old man really wanted to stop this nonsense, so he turned to the sword representative and introduced him to Lee Do-ju's manager. Lee Do-ju, in turn, was extremely surprised by such an initiative because he could never imagine that he would one day meet Lee Gang-hyun. Lee Gang-hyun himself froze with the exact same expression on his face, as he didn't expect such a move from director Young Yeon-chul. This whole situation, considering his little sister, irritated the man to no end, but he had no choice and simply had to say hello. Lee Gang-hyun ducked in front of Lee Do-ju and the redhead, greeting the boys and saying that he was very happy to meet them. Meanwhile, Young Yeon-chul brought the man's younger sister to the boys and said that her name was Lee Yoon-ju, and the girl was a real capricious girl. Sol Yoon-hee stared in shock at the girl who was screaming because the old man was touching her hair, not believing that she was the #1 hunter. Since this title was passed down to her from her brother, the little one immediately remembered that this man was the one who developed the sword style. Slightly ignoring the situation around her, Sol Yoon-hee couldn't believe that the Sword Emperor himself and his sister were standing right in front of her at that moment. Lee Gang-hyun, meanwhile, was slightly interested in Lee Do-ju and asked the young man if he was a hunter, since he looked quite impressive. Hearing his refusal, the man was slightly upset because he was sure that this stranger would have made an excellent hunter. Although these words pleased Lee Do-ju, he reservedly thanked the emperor for his kindness and said that he was satisfied with his position. Lee Gang-hyun turned to his little sister, who was standing behind him with a disgruntled expression, and asked Lee Yoon-ju to come over and say hello. The girl, in turn, showed him all her irritation and said that she was not interested in people weaker than herself. The man immediately cast a menacing and stern look at her, silently ordering his sister to shut up and not disgrace their family with her bad manners. Lee Yoon-ju had no choice but to put on a fake smile and greet Lee Do-ju and Sol Yoon-hee. After fulfilling the request, she turned to the Sword Emperor and said that this did not mean that she began to recognize and obey him. Jong Yeon-chul felt a little tired from this conversation, so the old man exhaled and suggested that the boys go to lunch. After some time, they were all sitting in the VIP restaurant of the Hunters Academy, discussing how wonderful and beautiful this place was. While everyone was enjoying the meal, old man Jong Yong-cheol was telling his guests about the place and how he loved to visit it in the morning. Han Min-ji, meanwhile, asked Lee Do-ju if this was the first time they met him in this building. Noticing his bewilderment, the girl immediately added that she had seen the young man talking to her sunbae before the rank assessment. Wanting to know a little more about the leader, Han Min-ji asked Lee Do-ju how Kwon Hyuk-soo was doing. Sol Yoon-hee, who heard that her father worked as a Rift Zone manager, wondered if he could have entered the rifts themselves. As soon as she remembered the theory that her father could work as a hunter, the girl almost spat out the food she had put in her mouth. Young Yeon-chul took this gesture from her a little the wrong way, so he said with a smile that the food in this place was really delicious. Lee Yoon-ju, in turn, snorted respectfully and called the redhead some offensive word that was forbidden in their family. Lee Gang-hyun, who heard this, immediately shut his sister's mouth and apologized for her rudeness in front of the guests. His little sister folded her arms across her chest in an offended manner and muttered that absolutely everyone had always been mean to her. Ignoring her displeasure, Lee Gang-hyun said sadly that he dreamed that his sister would be like Miss Yoon-hee. Sol Yoon-hee immediately began to stop the man and say that although she was very grateful for the meal together, she was not perfect. Wanting to hear approval from her father, the girl turned to him and asked his opinion, to which he immediately agreed. After a while, the table was covered with a pile of dirty dishes, because the food in the restaurant was so delicious that there wasn't even any left. Sol Yoon-hee liked the dinner so much that she promised her dad to cook at home as deliciously as in this restaurant. Suddenly, Han Min-ji approached her and suggested that the little one should hear her transformative assessment since they were having lunch together. Hearing about this, Lee Do-ju asked the girl in surprise when his daughter had managed to pass it and what kind of disgusting assessment it was. Lee Yoon-ju intervened in the conversation and explained for him that the assessment was carried out using special equipment, but it was only available to hunters. The girl smiled slyly and said that this procedure was quite expensive, which is why not everyone could afford it. Immediately after these words, Lee Yoon-ju saw her older brother's gaze on her, after which she exclaimed that she had not said anything bad. Sol Yoon-hee thanked her for the explanation and for the offer, but since she didn't have that much money, she had to refuse. Jong Yeon-chul noticed her nervousness and assured the redhead that the academy would provide her with the procedure for free, thus making her happy. The little beauty simply couldn't get enough of the wonderful opportunity she had been given, and for the funding of the academy as well. Lee Gang-hyun also congratulated Yoon-hee and suggested Lee Do-ju to join his daughter, as it was a wonderful chance for him. Realizing that after the price, his hunting abilities would be revealed, the young man refused the Sword Emperor's offer. Han Min-ji was not satisfied with this answer and asked the guy why he decided so, because the results of the assessment could have been very good. Jong Yeon-chul also decided to join the discussion and tried to convince the young man to take part in the evaluation. Since Lee Do-ju was extremely averse to pressure, he sighed wearily and said that he agreed to undergo the procedure. Not wanting to delay, after a while, Sol Yoon-hee already found herself in a strange capsule that was about to analyze her body. Even though it was completely safe, the little one was still a little worried about whether everything would be okay and whether she would be able to pass the assessment. Han Min-ji, who stood next to Lee Do-ju and operated the remote control, supported the redhead and convinced her that she could handle it. A few minutes later, the girl received the results and read out that Sol Yoon-hee had potential A rank and was ready to awaken. As soon as the little one heard this, she immediately jumped out of the capsule in excitement, not believing what she heard from Han Min-ji herself. Lee Gang-hung was also quite surprised by this, as such a high rank was rare and was only hidden in amazing potential. Han Min-ji supported his words and told Lee Do-ju that his daughter had a truly amazing future with many successes ahead of her. As usual of all the guys, only Lee Yoon-ju remained dissatisfied because she felt enormous envy of this redhead and her rank. Taking her praise as something proper and positive, Sol Yoon-hee smiled sweetly and thanked the girl for her support. But such a good attitude irritated Lee Yoon-ju even more, because the Emperor's little sister did not understand why Yoon-hee was always smiling like that. After finishing with his daughter, Han Min-ji turned to Lee Do-ju and said that it was now his turn to climb into the capsule. Lee Yoon-ju had no desire to tolerate this mess, so she suggested that those present go and have a cup of coffee. Immediately after her words, she saw the displeased looks of her brother and director Jong Yeon-chul, who were holding back with all their might. Trying not to drag out the process, Lee Do-ju walked up to the evaluation capsule and lay down in it, after which Han Min-ji immediately started analyzing the boy. He lay in this thing and felt how exhausting it all was and how tiring it seemed to the guy. Lee Do-ju lay there and thought that he should have given up on this idea, because if the results were strange, he would be questioned. He watched the three from the academy staring at him, and he believed that they suspected him of something and were carefully hiding it. Suddenly, the boy noticed how strange pink air bubbles began to accumulate around his hands. Taking a closer look, the young man realized that this device was used to scan Manhu, passing it through the body and calculating the abilities of the sample. Lee Do-ju decided that he would not allow the device to do this under any circumstances, so he used his energy to try to stop the process. He more than succeeded, and a moment later, those present heard that the scan had been completed prematurely. Han Min-ji stood there and stared at the boy, not understanding why the machine finished the analysis so quickly, since it usually took more time. The young man, in turn, rose from his seat and asked the girl if his results were ready. The girl looked at the piece of paper with his data and said that it was impossible to measure the potential level through his body. When she said that it was pure nonsense, Lee Gang-hyun asked her if this had happened before. Without waiting for an answer, the man suggested conducting the analysis again, but the director of the academy stopped him and said that there was no need for this. Hearing this, Lee Yoon-ju smiled and said that the result confirmed her fame that the guy simply did not have the ability to hunt. Even though they weren't going to conduct any more research, Han Min-ji still looked at the results and didn't understand how this was possible. The girl bit her nails out of excitement and thought about why the device hadn't assigned the guy to Class F if he had no abilities. She wasn't going to leave it as it was, so Han Min-ji ran up to Lee Do-ju and asked him to get tested again. Jong Yeon-chul stopped her for the second time and explained that scanning an ordinary person several times in a row could be a strain on his body. But the Sword Emperor came up to him and said that he too thought these results were too strange to just leave them. Lee Gang-hyun stated that these results might have been different if they had strengthened Lee Do-ju's body for another analysis. The old man couldn't help but agree because there had indeed been cases before where people had revealed their abilities after strengthening their bodies. Han Min-ji, in turn, was still confident that she felt the hunter's energy coming from this guy. Lee Do-ju didn't want to listen to the academy guy's conversations, so he politely asked if they minded that he and Yoon-hee wanted to leave. When about a couple of days had passed since then, there was a dead silence in the Seoul City Hall office, which was suddenly broken by the ringing of the clock. Hearing this sound, the head of the department jumped up from his desk, where several hours ago he had successfully lain down and fallen asleep. The man began frantically typing something on the keyboard, repeating that he literally felt that he would die very soon in this boring place. Ignoring his boss, Kwon Hyuk-soo calmly studied some documents about the faults, while simultaneously leaving notes on the board. An idea came to his mind and he approached the boss, suggesting that the man and Lee Do-ju go to the sauna after work today. Although it sounded very tempting, the boss understood that he would not have enough energy even to get to that sauna. Understand what he was hinting at, Kwon Hyuk-soo stated with displeasure that he had no intention of staying at the city hall and spending the night there. While they were discussing who would spend the night at home and who would spend the night at work, a call came from Lee Do-ju's phone. Picking up the phone, the boy heard Sol Yoon-hee's voice on the other side, asking his father if he would be coming home today. Lost in thought, the young man said that after such a busy day at work, he would not have the strength to return home, so he did not know. This slightly upset the redhead, and the girl offered to bring her father some food for a snack, but he refused and said that he would order delivery. The little one then asked her dad if he needed a change of clothes, but he again refused and said that she shouldn't worry. Sol Yoon-hee didn't want to end the conversation with her father, so she started asking him stupid questions like if he wanted a pair of clean socks. Lee Do-ju didn't have time to discuss such a nonsense, so he said that he would call the girl back later since he was busy. Immediately after these words, the guy hung up, leaving Sol Yoon-hee alone in a cold and lonely apartment. Hearing him hang up, the head of the department with interests asked his employee if it was Miss Cha. When the boy said it was someone else, the man insisted that he not lie to him and tell the truth. Suddenly, Kwon Hyuk-soo ran up to the chief and announced that the rift in Invangar Mountain had been confirmed. But a second later, the boss realized what the manager was talking about, after which he muttered discontentedly that he hated this time of year. He stretched in his chair and asked why the Hunter Academy always asked them to take care of field trips for students. Kwon Hyuk-soo laughed and replied that there was no one else in the area who could do this business except for them. Remembering that Yoon-hee was also supposed to come on that excursion, Lee Do-ju began to wonder whether he should have told her in advance. What pushed him to the right decision was the thought that the girl knew in any case that he was working on rift zones and portals. When the young man arrived home, the first thing he saw in front of him was a sleepy Yoon-hee, who asked him to inform him in advance about his late return home. The poor girl looked so tired from waiting that the guy began to feel guilty, so he asked her for forgiveness. Suddenly, the girl remembered the field trip she was going on for the next section and immediately told her father about it. Lee Do-ju made a surprised expression, and she, in turn, continued to tell him that the rift was only F rank. But then she remembered that her father worked as a manager of the rift zones, so she asked what exactly his duties were. The boy thought for a moment, but quickly replied that he was in charge of everything that had to do with rifts and faults. As soon as the little thing heard this, it immediately looked at the guy with admiration and asked if he himself had entered the rifts that he was studying. Lee Do-ju had no desire to answer this question and simply ignored it, but the redhead understood everything herself. This question was followed by a question about what exactly he was doing on the 3 faults and how long he was there. The guy decided to try a new tactic, so he decided to tell his daughter absolutely all the information that would seem terribly boring to her. His tactics were successful because after a minute of his story, the redhead stopped her dad and asked him to be quiet. But when she heard that the young man asked her not to worry, she immediately became angry because the rifts were a very dangerous thing. Sol Yun-hee was very angry at how careless he was with the portals, so she screamed so loudly that the whole house could hear her. Finally, she ordered the guy not to leave everything in this state under any circumstances, because it was completely unacceptable. Seeing the confusion on his face, Yun-hee explained that she was going to give her father special training to enter the rifts. The boy did not expect such a loud statement in his direction, so he stared in amazement at his daughter, who looked extremely serious. I understand that he simply could not take her seriously. The girl screamed that even though she was not a hunter, she would still help her father. Sol Yun-hee firmly stated that from now on, her dad would train with her every weekend, learning the basics. She also added that on Monday, he would need to go to the hunting bureau to apply for strengthening of his body. Lee Do-ju immediately thought that if the people from the Central Plains heard about this, they would immediately faint. Suddenly, the redhead grabbed her bag and rushed to the door, ordering the boy to follow her even though she was in her pajamas. After a while, they found themselves outside, where the little one asked Dad to open his stats window to check them out. But after his daughter asked him to read the characteristics out loud, Lee Do-ju became confused and silent because they were very high. Not wanting to reveal all his real cards to her, the guy rushed to read the fictitious characteristics so as not to create problems for himself. As soon as Yun-hee heard that his total points for strength, agility, and health were 25, she abruptly stopped her dad. The girl stared at him in amazement, since hunters of E rank, if not higher, usually had that amount of points. She wondered why her father's strength was higher than her own, but she immediately dismissed these thoughts because the boy was in good shape. Remembering that the young man had told her the indicators of internal power, the redhead thought about it, because she had never heard of such an indicator before. Realizing that he had screwed up a bit, Lee Do-ju rushed to correct himself, justifying himself by saying that he had simply misread and meant Manu. The girl laughed, since an ordinary person shouldn't have mana, but since his other indicators were unusual, she didn't ask. After checking her stats, Yun-hee finally began training, telling her father about the techniques she could use against the monsters. The daughter took a gun out of her bag and said that even though he didn't have mana, she would still teach him a couple of techniques. She took a firmer grip on the weapon with both hands and pointed it forward, aiming at the tree. After firing, Sul explained to the boy that taking mana from the body and redirecting it into the gun meant reloading it. The girl turned to her dad and suggested that he try, because if he could shoot accurately, then half the journey would be completed. Small handed him a pistol and informed him that the stats window could show that he had mana, albeit a minimal amount. Trying to appear insanely unsure, Lee Do-ju picked up the gun and examined it carefully, preparing to show herself. The young man presented it to his forehead, listening to all the instructions from his daughter about how he could best shoot to hit the target. Sol Yun-hee, meanwhile, was waving her arms strangely and asking him to imagine how this energy was being redirected into the pistol and filling it. Lee Do-ju was extremely worried about what would happen if he released even a little bit of mana, but he had no choice. The guy pointed the gun at a tree and managed to reload it and shoot, and on the first try too. Seeing this, his daughter screamed in defeat, because he was the first person who managed to reload the weapon on the first try. The young man himself, meanwhile, was slightly frightened by how successful his reload had been since he had not intended to show all his strength. The redhead, in turn, praised his wonderful skills and said that, in her opinion, her father possessed some kind of hidden talent. Lee Do-ju thanked her for her kindness and said that it was just a coincidence because the recharge didn't work the second time. But even despite this, her father's success slightly upset the little one, because she had been trying to reload the gun for about a month. After the boy managed to shoot on the first try, Yun-hee was still against him becoming a hunter because it was dangerous. The boy had no desire to argue with his daughter, so he said that he was very tired and just wanted to go home. The next day, as if nothing had happened, Lee Do-ju returned to the office and immediately began working, trying to concentrate. Suddenly, Kwon Hyuk-soo, who was passing by Lee Do's desk, saw the application for strengthening the body on his computer screen and was surprised. The manager immediately started yelling at his employee for forging a signature in order to get into the fortification. When he noticed that Lee Do-ju didn't act brave after his shout, Hyuk-soo stared at the boy in surprise and asked how he could be so calm. The boy didn't want to hide anything from his boss, so when he told him the whole story, he only emphasized how difficult his life had been. Kwon Hyuk-soo turned to the young man and asked if his daughter would be going on the very field trip they would be taking. After hearing a positive answer, he asked whether Lee Do-ju would hide from the girl, since the entire department was supposed to go on the excursion. Lee Do-ju thought for a moment and replied that he didn't really plan on hiding from Seol Yoon-hee, since she already knew enough. The boy's leader laughed and said that he was already starting to worry that Lee Do-ju simply wouldn't go. After he finished laughing, he told the boy that there would be something important happening in their office next week, causing a look of surprise on his face. Kwon Hyuk-soo explained that they would be undergoing a full inspection of the Hunter Academy with a chance to gain a B-rank split into their management. After a short silence, the man added that the boss had put a lot of effort into this break, so if he gave it to him, he would be promoted. Unsure of how to respond to his boss's excitement about the event, Lee Do-ju simply stood there silently, sipping his coffee. The boy was almost certain that the boss's plan would fail, so he asked what would happen if they lost. The teacher, who came on a tour with the students, clapped his hands loudly and asked his children to pay attention to him. The man turned to the city hall workers with a smile and introduced them to the students, saying that these guys would accompany them into the rift. The first to speak was the chief, who introduced himself as Kang Chol-soo and smiled amiably at the students. Kang Chol-soo turned to the children and told them that they were going to go to the F-rank rift, where goblins would be waiting for them. The boss began to remind them of safety and caution rules, trying to ignore the disgruntled faces of some of them. Finally, when he finished his lecture, the man smiled contentedly and asked the children if they had any questions. Receiving complete silence in response, he happily stated that in that case they could go, ignoring the disgruntled Lee Yoon-ju. Meanwhile, Lee Do-ju couldn't stop thinking about why the academy was sending ordinary students with no skills into the rift. As soon as the children found themselves in the rift and saw the little goblins, they immediately rushed into a fight with them, wanting to show all their strength. These students seemed to have nothing in their eyes except a vague thirst for reprisal and the blood of these harmless creatures. Kang Chol-soo and Kwon Hyuk-soo watched these wild men in amazement, convinced that the young hunters were the most frightening. Wanting to keep the conversation going, the boss asked the manager which of these guys he thought could work with them under contract after graduation. Kwon Hyuk-soo thought for a moment and said that he hadn't seen any good candidates yet, but some of them might still get in. Lee Do-ju, in turn, turned to Lee Yoon-ju, who was standing next to him, and asked why the girl did not want to take part in the fights. She answered him that there was absolutely no benefit in hunting goblins, and besides, these monsters were the weakest of all existing ones. She asked the boy what his job was, and he said that he was an ordinary assistant who looked after them. Even though she said it very quietly, Lee Do-ju asked the ill-mannered brat to keep her negative comments to herself. The boss, who was standing behind the boy, took this a little the wrong way and thought that the girl was simply afraid of field training. He smiled kindly at her and told her not to worry about anything, because they always had her back and were ready to protect the girl. Lee Yoon-ju snorted disrespectfully and said that the man probably didn't even have the stamina to just run away from the goblin. Not expecting such impudence on his part, the boss furiously shouted at the girl to go to the other children and not disturb the adults. As soon as Kwon Hyuk-soo realized who the girl was, he immediately ran to the chief and told him that she was the sister of the Sword Emperor. Immediately after these words, the boss rushed to run after Lee Yoon-ju to suck up, asking the hooligan if she wanted some fruit tea. Watching this, Kwon Hyuk-soo just couldn't help but laugh at the thought that the boss was going to have a very difficult day. Finally calming down a little, the manager came to his senses and asked Lee Do-ju which of the girls was his daughter. Lee Do-ju immediately rushed to look for Seol Yoon-hee with his eyes, and finding her after a couple of seconds, pointed his finger at the redhead, showing her to Kwon Hyuk-soo. Seeing the little cutie, Kwon Hyuk-soo immediately noticed that the girl was very beautiful and cute, and probably popular among her peers. Seol Yoon-hee, in turn, heard her name and turned towards her father, waving at him with a smile. The student's teacher, meanwhile, was just announcing that the children would now have some time to hunt on their own. Hearing that the children needed to return to the same place in an hour, the manager suggested that Lee Do-ju approach his daughter. The boy agreed with him and rushed to run to the red-haired girl, shouting that he would be back soon because the boy wanted to tell her something. Kwon Hyuk-soo laughed again, because it had been a long time since he had seen Lee Do-ju run so fast, and especially towards a girl. Lee Do-ju himself quickly found the little one and went hunting with her to watch how skillfully the girl would kill goblins. The boy approached Yoon-hee and complimented her shooting skills, causing the girl to laugh and say that the goblins were too easy a target. She looked at her father with satisfaction and declared that she had been practicing alone all this time, so no one had helped her. But suddenly the young man saw something strange that instantly made him focus on what was happening. Sol Yoon-hee also noticed these changes and asked her father why the sky had suddenly become so dark and cloudy. Suddenly, the goblin that the girl had been aiming at earlier rose from his seat and glared at the boys. Noticing his bright pink eyes and the same color mark on his forehead, the redhead excitedly asked her father how he had woken up so suddenly. The girl couldn't help but notice that the skin color of this creature was a little different, and in general the monster looked different. She gripped the gun tightly in her hands and ordered her father to move away, feeling how worried she was about him. Sol Yun-hee boldly pointed her gun at the monster, pulled the trigger and fired, aiming straight at its chest. After her first hit, the creature simply fell to the ground, making the girl think that it was easier than she thought. Losing her concentration, she turned to her father with a smile and said that everything was fine now. Lee Do-ju, in turn, shouted her name loudly in response because he saw something strange happening behind his daughter's back. A second later, a strange red portal formed behind the girl, which appeared there after the victory over the keeper of the rift. Lee Do-ju screamed in fear at his daughter to get away from there and run to him as quickly as possible, because it could be fatal for her. But the wind around the gap was so strong that the girl could not hear a single word he said, so she simply asked him again. Suddenly, the redhead felt an indescribable force that began to suck her into the rift, forcing the poor thing to scream in fear. No matter how hard she tried to grab onto something, the little one was too weak against this magical power, so she simply flew into the gorge. Seeing her hand slowly disappear into the red portal, Lee Do-ju jumped up and ran after his daughter. As soon as the guy ran through the rift, it immediately closed and disappeared, leaving no trace of its existence. The other children who were nearby stood in the same surprise and stared at the sky, trying to understand what had happened to the weather. Mr. Kang Chol-soo, who had accidentally spilled a cup of fruit tea on himself, lay silently on the cold ground and tried to calm down. Meanwhile, Lee Do-ju and Seol Yoon-hee found themselves in the middle of an unusually red stone world that they had seen for the first time in their lives. Sol Yoon-hee, who still felt how fast her heart was beating inside, tried to calm down a little and come to her senses. Lee Do-ju, in turn, was looking around when he suddenly noticed a large crack leading to a potential rift. Suddenly, above his head, he saw a window with a notification that the boy had entered the Aiza's cave, where he had to survive for 30 minutes. Immediately after this announcement, a healthy red dragon named Aizas appeared in front of the boy, whom he had to defeat. Since he was not the least bit scared, the young man turned his gaze to his daughter and realized that the girl was in a state of real shock. He sighed and grumbled that this always happened when he needed to hide his own abilities. Lee Do-ju walked closer to Seol Yoon-hee and took her gun, saying that he would only borrow the weapon for a short time. The redhead stared at her father in confusion, not understanding at all why he needed her weapon and what he was going to do. The boy glanced at her quickly and briefly told the little one to stay here while he quickly finished off the dragon. "I don't understand at all what was happening here and why Dad was so confident," Sol Yun-hee shouted after him in fear, telling him to wait. A huge red dragon named Izas, who was still near the boys, silently watched this, growling occasionally. But suddenly he opened his huge mouth and directed a stream of hot fire at the people, calling them pathetic bugs. The dragon continued to incinerate everything around with a stream of flame from its mouth, repeating so that the small, filthy creatures would instantly disappear. Seeing the wall of fire flying straight towards Lee Do-ju, Seol Yoon-hee screamed in shock, ordering him to retreat. The boy didn't even intend to listen to her because there wasn't a single hint of fear in his body, which is why he remained standing still. With a deft movement of his hand, the boy put his hand forward and stopped the flames that were pouring straight at him and at Yunhee behind him. The girl watched everything that was happening and simply did not understand how the fire could split and whether it was the work of the dragon's paws who decided to spare them. Raising her head up and noticing the dragon's shocked expression, the little one immediately realized that it was definitely not him. She immediately turned her head towards her father, who stood still, holding the pistol to his forehead, and realized that he was the one responsible for the fire. While even taking this into account, young Yunhee couldn't understand how her dad managed to do this if he didn't even know how to shoot a mana pistol. Lee Doju, meanwhile, without taking his eyes off the dragon, asked his daughter if anything bad would happen if he fired the gun. The dragon, who heard this remark, which slightly resembled a threat directed at him, stared incomprehensibly at the small man at his paws. Not even a second had passed since the guy asked his question before he immediately pulled the trigger and a huge blue energy charge flew out of the pistol. I understand that this thing could be fatal for him. The dragon Isaias screamed loudly for the guy to stop because his time was already up. Lee Doju had no intention of standing on ceremony with this creature, so he ordered him to hurry up with his speech so as not to break the mana gun. The dragon growled hysterically, saying that he simply wanted to ask a question that the young man could easily answer. I try my best to hold back my tears, and the huge beast asks in fear if there was a way for him to stay alive. Since his life was in the hands of this creature, Lee Doju asked the dumbfounded one why the dragon was asking such a thing. But since the boy was not strong enough to contain the energy charges, the ball from the mana pistol still flew out at the dragon. Seeing this deadly ball rushing towards him, the dragon screamed in shock, begging the universe to save his life. At the last second, he felt some invisible force pick him up and throw him to the side, away from the flash of energy. Realizing that he was still alive, the dragon turned behind him and saw the energy ball's charge instantly explode. Having called this phenomenon hellish hell, the creature could not guess what monstrous power that little man possessed. The dragon turned to Lee Doju in amazement and asked him how a human could possibly possess such power, especially in a rift of his level. The boy looked up at him and asked if the beast wanted to know how he had even survived such a brutal attack. Hearing the positive response from the creature, Lee Doju rolled his eyes as he had expected something completely different from it. The boy jumped into the air and shouted that he would like to begin the explanation with a couple of well-aimed blows, taking revenge on the dragon for the fright. Poor Azaz did not expect such a vile act from this little man, so he just stared in confusion at the young man flying towards him. Not even a second had passed from that moment before the dragon felt a huge stone crash into his head with all its might. The beast grabbed his head and began to whine resentfully, begging the man to stop beating him, to calm down a little and talk to him calmly. Lee Doju still decided to listen to the bully and spare him, so he said that now he wanted to start with obedience training. The young man looked the creature straight in the eyes and said that from that moment on, there was no such thing as a bad dragon in that world. To clarify the situation for Yunhee, Lee Doju began to explain that ever since the dragon appeared, countless hunters wanted to kill it. Remembering the stories she had been told at school, the girl immediately picked up on his thought and shouted that she had heard something similar. Well, as soon as the redhead saw what her dad was doing with this beast, she fell to her knees in amazement and froze in surprise. Standing on the dragon's back, Lee Doju forced it to do push-ups, ordering the creature to bend its arms harder and lower its chest. Being thoroughly dissatisfied with the push-up technique, the guy kicked him in the back and asked if the dragon wanted 6 more sets. Sol Yun-hee, meanwhile, stood silently to the side and simply could not believe her eyes because the girl did not understand how her father managed to do this. Watching how diligently Aizas did push-ups, Lee Doju only sarcastically asked him how useful he could be to him. When the beast began to list all of his achievements to the young man, the boy decided that the dragon could become a wonderful guard dog. The young man looked the dragon straight in the eyes and understood that this big guy was a little dumb, but at the same time he was quite obedient and safe. While raising the dragon, Lee Doju lost track of time and completely forgot that he and Yunhee had to return home. Hearing the redhead's reminder about the time, the boy jumped off the dragon and agreed with her, because they really needed to go home. He walked closer to Sol Yun-hee and said that before going home, they needed to discuss something with her. The kids didn't fully understand what exactly their father meant, so they looked at him in confusion, expecting some kind of explanation. The guy began to try to carefully explain to her that everything she saw had to be kept secret, but Yoon-hee had figured it out herself. The girl smiled sweetly and asked her father why he had been so careful to hide his identity from her all this time. Not wanting to answer this question, Lee Do-ju once again asked his daughter not to tell anyone about this, because it could cause them a lot of problems. Well, when the girl instantly agreed with his words, Lee Do-ju was still a little surprised because he thought that she would bombard him with a bunch of questions. The boy really liked this turn of events, so after calming down a bit, he suggested that Sol Yoon-hee and the dragon return home. The guy turned his gaze to the huge beast and asked him reproachfully if he really intended to go out into the human world in such a form. Realizing that the dragon did not fully understand him, Lee Do-ju asked him to change his physical form to attract less attention. Finally, Lee Do-ju reminds him that if the beast behaves badly outside, he will not like the consequences. The dragon obediently agreed with Lee Do-ju and said that he only needed a few seconds to transform. Izas did not hesitate, so after a moment his entire body began to glow and sparkle with magical light, transforming into a dragon. As soon as the transformation was over, Izas turned from a large and formidable beast into a small, cute dragon, half a meter tall. He looked at himself and then looked up at Sol Yoon-hee and Lee Do-ju to see if the humans approved of his new appearance. Sol Yoon-hee, unlike her father, thought the dragon was incredibly cute, so she simply squealed with delight and how cool he was. The terrible beast, meanwhile, stared at the girl with irritation, because in his soul he was a real, bloodthirsty monster. Noticing his displeased expression, Lee Do-ju asked in a menacing tone what exactly Izas didn't like, but he immediately protested. When he heard that Yoon-hee liked cute things and he needed to act like one, he immediately plopped down on the ground, acting like a child. Lee Do-ju liked this arrangement much more, so he offered his daughter to pet the dragon because it was softer than it seemed. The girl happily approached the animal and began to scratch his tummy, watching how cutely he wagged his tail with pleasure. Although Izas did not like tenderness, at that moment he realized that he was deeply mistaken, because these were the best feelings in the world. In the human world, at that very time, the weather had already recovered and the boss was just glad that nothing had happened to the class of students. The man looked around and wondered why he had never seen Lee Do-ju and his daughter in such a long time. But immediately after these words, the same red portal opened behind their backs, from which the young man came out with the girl and someone else. Staring at his employee and his companions, Kang Chol-soo asked in surprise where the guys had disappeared to for such a long time. After Lee Do-ju simply apologized in response, the man did not question him further and announced that it was time for them to go back. The boss took a closer look at the girl next to Lee Do-ju and asked who she was, to which he responded that she was his daughter. Kang Chol-soo's eyes instantly widened, but he quickly heard the explanation that there were certain circumstances. Kang Chol-soo laughed and grabbed his employee by the shoulders, repeating that there was nothing shameful about it and that everyone made mistakes when they were young. I want to seem well-mannered, Sol Yoon-hee herself approached the boss and greeted the man, introducing herself with her name. The chief greeted her back and said that he was the head of the Seoul City Hall Fault Management Department. After these words, the chief turned around and froze with a shocked expression on his face because Lee Do-ju couldn't tell him all the details. Meanwhile, Kwon Hyuk-soo approached the girl and told her that he was her father's supervisor at work, and he was supposed to tell her about him. Kang Chol-soo stood silently to the side and carefully watched the girl who was chatting sweetly with Kwon Hyuk-soo and thanking him for his help. Then he approached little Izas and began asking him where this strange little dog came from, while Lee Do-ju ordered the dragon to be silent. The man played with the dragon, admiring how cute the little one looked, adding that the boys needed to take him to the vet. As soon as the boss picked him up, Izas started to act like a real dog, starting to loudly bark at the man and growl. Kang Chol-soo screamed in fear that the little dog was trying to bite him and was just too mean, but Kwon Hyuk-soo didn't think it was a dog. Lee Do-ju decided to clarify the situation and said that now this animal would help him because he had discovered the talent of a trainer in himself, Kwon Hyuk-soo and Kang Cheol. Soo stared at their friend in amazement as they had no idea that he was so talented. The men immediately began to bombard the boy with questions about whether he now wanted to become a hunter and enter the rifts more often. The young man had no intention of deceiving them, so he said that this little animal would be a very useful thing when exploring rifts of different levels. Kang Chol-soo pulled Izaz close to him and hugged him, saying with a guilty look that he was afraid of being left without another valuable worker in the department. He released the dragon and offered Kwon Hyuk-soo a drink after work today, adding that they needed to treat Do-jun so he wouldn't abandon them. The boss turned to the redhead and invited Miss Yoon-hee to join them as he could give her some career advice. Noticing some doubt in her eyes, the man decided to lay his trump cards on the table and tell her that there would be beef ribs for dinner. The little one really liked this tempting announcement and she immediately agreed, after which the guy's attention was drawn to someone's voice. In front of them, they saw a surprised La Eun-ju, who was pointing her finger at Izaz and asking Lee Do-ju what kind of animal it was. The dragon, meanwhile, raised his eyes to her and began to act like a hyper-cutie in order to please this girl. But Lee Eun-ju was much smarter than everyone else, so she immediately began to suspect something was wrong and thought that it was impossible. The ill-mannered girl grabbed Izaz abruptly in her arms, ignoring Sul Yoon-hee's warnings that she should treat him more gently. Lee Do-ju himself approached her to explain to the impudent little girl that this was his pet, which the boy had enjoyed training. As soon as Lee Eun-ju heard that this guy was a trainer, she exclaimed in shock, because this was rare. The girl thought hard and did not understand how this was even possible if the results of his preliminary assessment were still not known. Seeing the displeased expression on Izaz's face, the boy said that he had no intention of becoming a hunter and had other plans for the animal. Lee Eun-ju immediately turned to him and shouted that it was a big mistake because a trainer would be welcome in any guild of any level. But Lee Do-ju didn't care about that because he wanted to use his pet to explore the rifts, and that's all. Hearing their conversation, the student teacher ran up to the boy and also insisted that he join the hunters and train the animals. Kang Chol-soo had no intention of giving up his employee, so he ran up to the young man to get closer and shouted that the guys didn't need to persuade him. Wanting a hint of excitement in his voice, Lee Do-ju said coldly that he had no intention of quitting his job, much less becoming a hunter. The head of the department was incredibly happy and slightly reassured by this information because this really was his greatest fear. The man grabbed onto Lee Do-ju and began joyfully repeating how much he loved him and appreciated him as a person he worked with. Watching the disgusting scene of poor Lee Do unable to escape from his boss's embrace, Lee Eun-ju snorted disrespectfully. Izaz, who was still sitting in the little one's arms, closed his eyes with his paws in disappointment and made sure that it was also dangerous outside the rifts. Eventually, the boss calmed down and set off with the boys, saying that their Yoon-hee needed to buy some tasty food. The next day was an ordinary workday, during which Kang Chol-soo and Kwon Hyuk-soo sat in the office and exchanged strange glances. Finally finishing his story about yesterday, Lee Do-ju sighed in relief and said that this was why he apologized. Cha Ye-ji, who was sitting next to him and listening attentively, tiredly laid her head on the table and said that it was very cruel. As it turned out, the green-eyed girl was extremely unhappy that the boy and the others went on an excursion and didn't even think about taking her. The girl was upset, screaming and complaining that she had been really looking forward to their invitation, and that was why she had not gone to work. But once she heard that Lido considered her unnecessary on the excursion, Cha Ye-ji screamed in anger because she was also part of the team. Remembering another detail, she turned and looked her partner straight in the eye, asking if it was true that they had had barbecue pork and soju for lunch. Realizing that this was true, Cha Ye-ji began to scream even louder because this was her favorite food in the world. Lee Do-ju-chen wanted to at least somehow correct the situation, so he told the girl that she was wrong and they ate beef for lunch. Poor guys. Kwon Hyuk-soo and Kang Chol-soo stared at their employee in silence and fear, realizing that there was going to be an explosion. Cha Ye-ji, meanwhile, felt like every particle inside her body was boiling at the speed of light, preparing to spill out. The girl was so shocked by her partner's impudence that she could hardly find the right words. The boss and the manager decided to take matters into their own hands, approaching Lee Do-ju and pretending that they had eaten pork after all. But the young man did not understand their hint and reminded the boss that he cried when he saw the bill for the Hanwoo special, since this type of beef was terribly expensive. Kang Cheol-soo broke into a hysterical smile and said that the guy was too tired, which caused his consciousness to become clouded, and he didn't remember anything. Since it was too late, Cha Ye-ji stood up from her seat in a huff and lowered her head, calling the scoundrels liars. The boss immediately rushed to calm her down and promised the beauty that they would have another dinner in company and order pork barbecue. She had no intention of following through on their promises, so she turned around and headed out of the office, saying that she would have dinner herself. Kwon Hyuk-soo decided to bring out his trump card in the form of a candy from his pocket, adding that besides this move, everything else was already useless. He rushed to run after the huntress, shouting her name and repeating that they did not want to offend her at all and did not think that she loved pork and beef so much. Cha Ye-ji loved sweets very much, so Kwon Hyuk-soo's trump card still worked on her and she forgave them, adding that they should not do that again. Realizing that the danger had passed them by, the leader was delighted and began to agree to absolutely all of Miss Cha Ye-ji's conditions. Not missing the opportunity, he finally asked the girl to take care of them during the inspection next week, and she agreed. Suddenly, their sweet conversation was interrupted by the enraged shout of the boss, who was loudly arguing with someone on the phone and was very angry. The man literally screamed into the phone and said that they had everything prepared, and they couldn't change the B-rank hunter for someone else. Hearing from the other side how he was being charged for unqualified demands, Kang Cheol-soo lost control and shouted at his interlocutor. Since the man had overdone it a little, the next second his interlocutor hung up, and all he heard in response was emptiness. The boss angrily threw the receiver back on the phone and called those scoundrels the last shameless ones who had no conscience at all. He changed in front of his employees and asked them to get back to work, because he needed to leave for a while to solve the problem. Without understanding what was happening, Lee Do-ji, along with his partner and Kwon Hyuk-soo, stared after him in silence. Lee Do-ju looked at the leader in surprise and asked why, after all the requests from the Hunter Academy for help, they were now being abandoned. After thinking for a moment, Kwon Hyuk-soo remembered that this was far from the first time this had happened, because the director wanted to show who was the boss here. In the boy's apartment, meanwhile, Izas was extremely unhappy with the way he was treated, so he quarreled with little Sol Yoon-hee. Not wanting to escalate the conflict even further, the redhead tried to calm the animal down and explain that they couldn't go for a walk because she was cleaning the house. The girl sat down next to the dragon and said that it was quite dangerous for them outside because Izas did not look like an ordinary dog at all. Hearing how boldly the dragon declared that he was a true protector, Yoon-hee was touched and said that she was still worried. The little animal looked at the little one with displeasure and said that she spoke as if he was going to get into some kind of trouble right after leaving. After the girl said that they could go out for a walk after their father returned, Izas threw a tantrum like a little child. But literally a second later, he heard a familiar voice and realized that his father had literally just entered inside and returned home. Not even a moment had passed since then, and the dragon was in midair due to Lido grabbing it tightly, intending to punish it. The boy had no desire to stand on ceremony with him, so he immediately sent the dragon into a corner, ordering him to think about his behavior. Smelling the aromatic scents of the dinner that Sol Yoon-hee had prepared for them, the poor guy looked at the people with resentment and realized that he was hungry. No one was going to take pity on him, so the little animal stood in a pose with his hands raised until the moment when Yoon-hee and his dad finished dinner. The girl, meanwhile, was happy that the boy liked the food she had prepared because she had prepared it using recipes from a VIP restaurant. As soon as Lee Do-ju offered to help his daughter with the cleaning and said that he would wash the dishes, the little one immediately protested and said that it was her job. Despite his insistence on helping, the girl still screamed loudly that she could wash the dishes and do everything else herself. Not fully understanding what she was reacting so sharply to, Lee Do-ju simply walked away silently and began to watch what she was doing. When the boy finally figured out what could be the reason, he advised the girl to be as before because nothing had changed between them. Even though Sol Yoon-hee herself knew this, she still understood that some things in their family were now different. The redhead couldn't get the thought out of her head about how her father stopped an entire wall of fire that was flying at them with one wave of his hand. Yoon-hee understood that this boy was far from a simple civil servant, which is why she was upset because she could not behave like before. Suddenly, the girl remembered how she naively declared that she would definitely protect her father as soon as she became a real hunter. After this memory, a moment popped into her mind when she scolded her dad and repeated that he would train with her every weekend. Sol Yun-hee felt so ashamed of all these moments that the girl grabbed her head and even sat down because it was terrible. Finally, the little one remembered how she tried to teach the young man the basics of being a hunter, which made her close her eyes and almost burst into tears. Lee Do-ju, in turn, carefully watched his daughter and tried to understand if everything was okay with her, because she looked strange. His thoughts were interrupted by a voice from the TV, which was just showing some stupid teen series where some kind of drama was happening. Turning towards the TV, Lee Do-ju saw how attentively the dragon was watching the series without even blinking. Watching how the main character of the series treated his beloved, Isaias snorted with displeasure and called him a scoundrel. Lee Do-ju had no intention of giving his pet any leeway, shouting his name in a rude tone to show his displeasure. Looking the dragon straight in the eye, the young man reminded him that he had ordered the little animal to turn to the wall and not watch TV. Isaias immediately began to apologize to his master and repeat that he would improve and would definitely behave very well. Finally, Lee Do-ju allowed the dragon to move away from the wall, after which it immediately fell to the floor, exhausted because it felt like its entire body was in pain. The boy had no desire at all to raise some kind of wadded and harmless beast, so he measured him with a stern look and ordered the dragon to stand up. Behind him, he heard the excited voice of Sol Yun-hee, who said that Yeonin had not eaten anything at all after lunch and was hungry. The young man took into account the possibility of such a development of events, so he pointed out to his pet a black bag with something tasty that was standing by the door. Sol Yun-hee was the first to approach the strange package and stared in surprise at what was inside. The girl took something out of the package that looked like a dog bowl, and upon seeing it, Isaias screamed in shock and offense. To his displeasure, Lee Do-ju asked the beast what the problem was and whether he really expected to eat at the common table with everyone. The little animal made cute little eyes and began to claim his dragon rights. But in response, he only received a rude order to eat what he was given. While Yun-hee was pouring dog food into the bowl, the owner also sternly ordered the dragon to eat absolutely everything that he bought for him. After this, the young man went to take a shower and asked his daughter to make sure that the dragon ate everything from the plate and did not even go near the refrigerator. Isaias had no choice, because he was really hungry and simply could not refuse to eat the food his owner had bought. But as soon as the door slammed behind Lee Do-ju and he disappeared into the bathroom, Yun-hee instantly took the dragon's dog bowl and carried it away. The little animal stared at the girl in confusion, not understanding how she could take such a risk and how she could take his only food. But Sol Yun-hee put her finger to her mouth and ordered the dragon to be silent, then handed him a bowl of normal human food. She sternly ordered Isaias to eat faster, because if his father saw that she gave him ribs, he would be very angry. Not even a minute had passed since that moment, when the little animal had completely emptied the plate and asked the girl for a glass of water, because he was terribly full. The dragon took the glass in his hands and raised his grateful eyes to the girl, convincing her that he would protect her until the end of his days. Lee Do-ju, in turn, calmly took a shower and relaxed. I can't even imagine what was happening behind his back in his own house. Meanwhile, the Rift Management Department was in a real celebration, as they were offered a B-rank contract and a nice bonus. Kwon Hyuk-soo, who was in charge of the event, told the other staff that he couldn't help but thank one of his friends. The man told people how great and loyal a friend the guy was, which is why he agreed to help them and bail out the company. One of the employees smiled and said that it was thanks to Kwon Hyuk-soo that the boss could breathe a sigh of relief and calm down. Unexpectedly, Kong Chol-soo himself burst into the office, running towards the executives as fast as he could and shouting how much he loved him. The boss threw himself on the man's neck and began to thank him for bringing his friend to the office, who saved their skins. While they were exchanging pleasantries with these countries, Lee Do-ju entered the office and stared at this strange scene with confusion. Seeing his confused expression, Kwon Hyuk-soo invited the boy to go with them and this strange friend to some establishment for lunch. Lee Do-ju agreed to the proposal and told the boss that he should have gone with the supervisor since the boss had a lot of work. Just a few hours later, Lee Do-ju and Kwon Hyuk-soo were standing in the elevator and going up to the top floor of the tallest building in Seoul. Even though they were going to the bar so early, Kwon Hyuk-soo still remained positive, since it was the best establishment in town. The man laughed and said that although it wasn't crazy cool, they could take a little break from work and chat with interesting people. Lee Do-ju, in fact, couldn't help but agree with him. But still, something about this whole story slightly confused the boy. Eventually, the elevator stopped and the boys got out, finding themselves in a restaurant where a girl met them and asked if they were going to see Cho Yeon-jun. Hearing a positive answer, she broke into a smile and said that the gentleman was already expecting his guests, so she would take them to him. While they were walking along some long corridor, Lee Do-ju suddenly heard incredibly strange sounds from behind one of the doors on the left. The boy looked at that door in surprise, not understanding what could be happening on the other side, but he quickly dismissed those thoughts. A few seconds later, the girl finally led them to the main bar and wished the guests a wonderful time, hearing gratitude in response. Kwon Hyuk-soo began to carefully search for his old friend with his eyes, and when he finally saw him, he instantly became as happy as a child. Cho Yeon-jun, in turn, turned out to be some kind of real mafia guy who, smiling broadly, asked why the man was late. He looked at his companion, Kwon Hyuk-soo, with an attentive gaze and added that he and his friend had not seen each other for a very long time. As Kwon Hyuk-soo approached the table, which was filled with a bunch of bottles and other odds and ends, he noticed several of the man's unfriendly companions. One of them, catching Kwon Hyuk-soo's gaze, broke into a nasty smile and winked at him as if hinting at something. Lee Do-ju, meanwhile, was extremely unhappy with this whole situation and the whole atmosphere in that bar because he suspected something bad. Kwon Hyuk-soo finally answered Cho Yeon-jun's question by laughing and jokingly saying that maybe he should have taken a taxi after all. The man turned to his employee and introduced Lee Do-ju to his friends, telling them that he and the guy had been working together for a year. Cho Yeon-jun laughed loudly and invited the boys to come closer to him and sit next to him to discuss the upcoming business. The mafia boss sternly ordered his comrades to move over so that the government officials could pass by calmly and sit closer to him. Finally settling in next to the nasty man, Kwon Hyuk-soo smiled awkwardly and thanked him for inviting him to this wonderful place. Since Cho Yeon-jun didn't like to conduct business in a formal setting, he took out a glass from somewhere and poured whiskey into it, offering the drink to the guys. Seeing that Lee Do-ju had no intention of drinking, Cho Yeon-jun insisted and asked the boy to agree to the offer with a smile, leaving him no choice. Several hours passed after that moment, but the guys still did not start discussing work matters because they remembered the old days. Cho Yeon-jun asked Kwon Hyuk-soo with interest about how his life was going, since he and the guy hadn't really gotten along since graduating from university. After finishing his short story about himself, Kwon Hyuk-soo asked his old friend about the same thing because he knew that he had become a B-rank hunter. The mafia boss nodded his head and said that from that moment on, he had become quite rich and could now afford establishments like this one. After these words, the man snorted disrespectfully, emphasizing the fact that the guests came to him by metro, not a taxi, in order to save money. Kwon Hyuk-soo didn't even have anything to say to this bitter truth, so he smiled awkwardly and just remained silent, feeling terrible. Not wanting to dwell on the negative, Cho Yeon-jun waved his hand towards his comrades and introduced them to Kwon Hyuk-soo, saying that they were from his guild. Those same strange men tried to force out sweet smiles, but in reality, they didn't care at all about what was happening around them. Cho Yeon-jun laughed even louder and ordered his comrades not to be rude to people working with government affairs. The further this friendly conversation went, the more it began to strain Lee Do-ju, who really didn't like this situation. His tension was also noticed by the mafia members' comrades who sipped their drinks and measured him with their angry glances. Kwon Hyuk-soo was already a little tired of this feast, so he turned to his old friend and asked if he could visit the city hall sometimes. The manager smiled and said that their boss was looking forward to meeting Cho Yeon-jun since he had heard a lot about him. Cho Yeon-jun, in turn, smiled nastily and agreed with the boy, saying that he too would be glad to meet the department head. Seeing how the scoundrel's comrades laughed after these words, Lee Do-ju immediately realized that they had only called them so that the guys could entertain the men. Suddenly, Cho Yeon-jun turned to Kwon Hyuk-soo and suggested to the manager that they sign a contract right now for him to go to City Hall tomorrow. Kwon Hyuk-soo stared at his old friend in amazement, because at first he didn't even believe his words, which is why he asked him about it again. The scoundrel laughed again and agreed with his friend, at the same time pouring another portion of whiskey into his glass, throwing in some kind of pill. His comrades burst into another wave of laughter, shouting out whether Cho Yeon-jun had gone too far and where had all his humanity gone. One of them simply couldn't stop, so he suggested to the mafia boss to go easy on the guy and not make him cry, because they were friends. Lee Do-ju, meanwhile, just looked at his boss and saw how tightly his fist had clenched from anger and irritation. Suddenly, the boy's phone rang, and on the other side he heard someone's voice, which said that they might have come. Cho Yeon-jun, in turn, smiled and handed Kwon Hyuk-soo a drink, saying that he would sign all the documents if the guy drank this thing. Lee Do-ju could not stand this humiliation any longer, so he stood up from his seat and suggested that the manager leave and return to the office. He looked the man straight in the eye and said that they still had a meeting scheduled that they couldn't be late for. The young man felt that he simply couldn't stay in this horrible place, so he continued his tale of affairs, trying to raise Kwon Hyuk-soo. Lee Do-ju glanced at all the men and finally added that there was no point in them exchanging with these scum over such trifles. As soon as the mafia boss, Cho Yeon-jun, heard these harsh words, his expression immediately changed, and the man became angry. Kwon Hyuk-soo looked at the employee in surprise and asked what he was doing, after which the guy explained that Han Min-ji had agreed to sign the contract. After he added that the girl was on her way to the bar and also agreed to all the conditions, Kwon Hyuk-soo simply froze in surprise. Cho Yeon-jun grabbed his head and laughed because a C-rank hunter was going to sign a contract with the city government, which was absurd. Lee Do-ju confirmed these words and turned his gaze to the man, after which he immediately heard one of his comrades scream that it was a lie. Kwon Hyuk-soo, who was still in complete shock, stared at his employee and couldn't understand how this could be true. Suddenly, the door to the bar opened, and on the other side, the sounds of footsteps of a girl who had finally arrived at the building could be heard. A moment later, a friendly Han Min-ji appeared in the room, greeted them, and said that if they kept her waiting, she would just leave. Staring at the mafia man, she asked how Lee Do-ju could make her wait while they talked to these guys. The girl turned her gaze to his comrades and said that, unlike her, these guys were not at all worthy of the attention of Lee Do-ju and Kwon Hyuk-soo. Lee Do-ju, in turn, turned to his manager and asked him how he managed to persuade Miss to sign a contract with them. Han Min-ji, meanwhile, turned towards him and, smiling sweetly, suggested that they go to a nice cafe nearby. She then looked at Lee Do-ju and said that this place was very annoying to her, so she didn't want to stay here and discuss business. Kwon Hyuk-soo instantly jumped up from his seat, grabbed his suitcase, and rushed to the girl, asking her for forgiveness. Lee Do-ju turned to them and asked the guys to get him an Americano since he had some important business in this place. While the boys' leader was trying to figure out what business he was talking about, Han Min-ji took his hand and led him to the exit, talking to him about something. She eventually managed to get Kwon Hyuk-soo out of the area and slammed the door behind them, leaving Lee Do-ju alone with the mafia men. The young man looked at the glass of whiskey into which Cho Yeon-jun had dropped the pill, and with a cold and stern voice, ordered the man to drink it. He measured the scoundrel with his piercing gaze and added that only in that case would Hen be able to have mercy on him and forgive the mafia boss. Han Min-ji and Kwon Hyuk-soo had just reached a cute little cafe nearby, where they sat down at a secluded table and ordered coffee. Kwon Hyuk-soo seemed to still be in slight shock from what just happened and how Han Min-ji agreed to the contract with the city hall. The man sat and wondered if the girl was here to take revenge on them, since his relationship with Lee Do-ju was not the best. Han Min-ji herself was also a little worried, because she saw how scared and confused the leader was, since his pride was hurt. The girl was wondering whether she should have consoled him or whether she should have pretended that she hadn't noticed anything at all. These thoughts filled her head, and Han Min-ji felt like she didn't want to be in this place, but she still needed to say something. Kwon Hyuk-soo had exactly the same thoughts in his head, because the future of their company depended on his words and agreement with this beauty. As soon as the bell on their desk rang, the girl immediately jumped up and shouted that she would go to the cash register and pick up the drinks. When she reached the cash register, the stranger on the other side handed Han Minji the drinks, smiling sweetly and waiting for her to pay. Seeing how fast that young lady was, Kwon Hyuk-soo mentally begged his partner to run away from that place quickly. Han Minji, meanwhile, returned to the table and tried to convince the manager that Mr. Do-ju would be completely fine. Kwon Hyuk-soo thanked her for her kind words and tried to say something to her, but suddenly fell silent, creating an awkward moment of silence. He quickly came to his senses and grabbed his head, explaining to the girl that your guys were B-rank hunters and could harm Lee Do-ju. Well, the beauty just laughed loudly and said that in his place she would only sympathize with those scoundrels, because they underestimated Lee Do-ju. This phrase left Kwon Hyuk-soo completely confused, because in his eyes, the guy was an ordinary civil servant with a slightly strange life. Taking a sip of coffee, Han Minji asked the manager to wait a little, because her intuition had never deceived the girl. Meanwhile, at the bar, Cho Yeon-jun looked at the daredevil who had just dared to attack him and his comrades in shock. Taking a few quick steps towards the young man, he said that he had no intention of drinking it and pandering to the orders of some little bastard. The man clenched his teeth in anger and asked Lee Do-ju again what would happen if he refused his order. I don't want to drag this showdown out for long. Lee Do-ju raised his right hand up and made several swings towards the man. Cho Yeon-jun instantly felt a sharp pain in 4 places on his chest, which came literally out of nowhere. The man was taken by surprise and immediately screamed in a voice that was not his own, because the sensations were so acute that they instantly spread throughout his entire body. Lee Do-ju leaned towards his ear and whispered that Cho Yeon-jun needed to drink this, or he would never be able to move again in his life. The boy grabbed the scoundrel by the neck with his hand and sent painful sensations through all his nerve endings, causing the poor guy to scream. Seeing what this kid was doing to their boss, one of his comrades jumped up from his seat and shouted for the young man to stop immediately. When Lee Do-ju ignored his request, the man clenched his fists tighter and rushed at the boy, wanting to give him a good beating. Lee Do-ju, who had expected such an action from him, waved his hand again and threw the scoundrel a few meters to the side, stopping him. The boy turned to the second of Cho Yeon-jun's comrades and menacingly declared that he would kill anyone who stood in his way. Looking at his friend, who was lying unconscious on the couch, the poor guy got scared and decided that he would not interfere with this madman. After making sure that he was alone with Cho Yeon-jun, Lee Do-ju squeezed his neck tighter and whispered that the man had gone too far. He lowered his hand to his stomach and directed all the anger of his mighty force at the wretch. The mafia boss had never felt such terrible feelings in his life, so he simply bulged his eyes and could not utter a word. The man was unable to hold on for long, so after just a second he fell to the ground and lost consciousness. Lee Do-ju measured him with a sharp gaze and said that he had destroyed his energy center, so the scoundrel would have to find another job. The boy turned his eyes to comrade Cho Yeon-jun, who was barely breathing, and added that he would pay attention to what they said today. Looking at his second comrade, the young man declared that if he found out about any problematic situations involving them, he would immediately kill all 3 of them. Not wanting to stay in that nasty place for even a second longer, Lee Do-ju walked out of the bar and slammed the door loudly as he headed towards the exit. Han Minji, in turn, was just telling about how Mr. Lee Do-ju asked her for help because he got involved with strange people. Hearing about this, Kwon Hyuk-soo immediately began to apologize because the whole situation happened because of him, but the girl quickly stopped the man. She smiled widely and said that she had her own goals, which is why she was in this cafe for her own reasons. Not fully understanding what she was getting at, Kwon Hyuk-soo stared at the girl blankly, trying not to show that he was confused. Suddenly, they heard a familiar voice near their table and saw Lee Do-ju, who apologized for being late and greeted the guys. Looking at his friend in shock, Kwon Hyuk-soo asked him in fear if everything was okay with him and how he managed to escape. The young man said that everything was fine with him because he was only given a few drinks and then released. When Han Minji heard about this, she laughed and asked the guy if she had won his favor. The boy turned to the girl and thanked her for her help, thereby making her very happy because it was very important to her. Even though Kwon Hyuk-soo didn't understand anything at all, he smiled with relief because he realized that he wouldn't have been able to cope without Lee Do-ju. Lee Do-ju himself, in turn, turned to the girl and asked if they had some time to have dinner, since he had a small problem at home. The boy revealed that Yoon-hee had prepared too much food, saying that she was practicing cooking, so someone had to eat it. The boys immediately accepted his offer, saying that Sol Yoon-hee was indeed a very good and obedient child, since she helped so much. Since this was an outright lie, immediately after the first call, the redhead had to go to the store to get my groceries to cook dinner. After hanging up, Lee Do-ju decided to stand behind the wall of the cafe for a while to listen to the conversation between his boss and the girl. He was genuinely curious about what the two were talking about and peeked out from behind the wall slightly when he heard Han Min-ji comforting Kwon Hyuk-soo. Kwon Hyuk-soo, for his part, really didn't look very good, knowing that he had inconvenienced so many people. Han Min-ji tried her best not to back down and repeat that everything was more than okay. After all, it wasn't his fault. Lee Do-ju felt a little sorry for his friend, so he went outside again and called his daughter to ask her for something. Literally after a few rings, the girl picked up the phone and greeted her father, asking what he had forgotten to tell her. Moving further away from the entrance of the cafe, Lee Do-ju asked the little one if food could lift her mood when she was upset or depressed. The girl put her book down, thought for a moment, and said that this was only possible if the food was truly delicious. This was exactly the answer the young man expected, so he emphasized how delicious his daughter's cooking was, making her smile. A new idea came into his head, and he said that he needed help because something happened to Kwon Hyuk-soo. As soon as Sol Yoon-hee heard the manager's name, she immediately jumped up from her seat and asked what the man liked to eat. But Lee Do-ju didn't go into details and simply asked the girl to cook her signature dish, to which she agreed. Finally, he also added that the same hunter, Han Min-ji, would be coming to dinner with them, seriously surprising Yoon-hee with this statement. The little one immediately jumped up and ran to the kitchen, shouting to her dad along the way that she only needed 2 hours. Exactly 2 hours later, Yoon-hee heard the doorbell ring, followed by her dad appearing in front of her, along with Han Min-ji and Kwon Hyuk-soo. While she was greeting her guests, Isas ran out to the guys in the next room, asking the owner why he had returned so early. Seeing this strange pet dog, Han Min-ji looked at him in surprise and asked Lee Do-ju who he was. After the young man said that the dragon was his pet and partner, Isaias's expression immediately changed to an irritated one. Kwon Hyuk-soo intervened in their conversation and told them that they had recently been on a student excursion where Do-ju had discovered new abilities in himself. Han Min-ji's eyes widened the very second she heard that this boy could summon and train animals. Remembering that the ability to train could only be displayed in special pet-raising cases, Han Min-ji thought about it. The guest looked closely at Lee Do-ju and was convinced that there was definitely something wrong with him and that he was incredibly unique. After finishing studying the guy, she turned her gaze to the disgruntled dragon who didn't like the way she was looking at him. Han Min-ji carefully sat down next to Isaz because she realized who this pet really was and how many people wanted to kill him. But the girl quickly changed her mind because the dragon she was thinking about couldn't transform into such a cutie. Kwon Hyuk-soo, meanwhile, stepped aside to talk to the boss and ask him for forgiveness for ruining everything. But the boss wasn't at all worried about such trifles, so he just convinced the manager that everything was fine and he was waiting for him at work. Noticing that Kwon Hyuk-soo had moved away a little, Lee Do-ju walked closer to him and asked if everything was okay with the man. The manager agreed with him, and suddenly his gaze fell on the table that Sol Yoon-hee had prepared for their dinner. The man stared at the dozens of different dishes, trying to believe his eyes and taste buds because it looked like a real restaurant. When asked if he always ate like this, Lee Do-ju looked at his happy daughter and said that Yoon-hee really cooked deliciously. Not wanting to drag things out, the guy suggested that his guests sit down at the table and begin dinner because they had had a very hard day. Kwon Hyuk-soo agreed with him and added that it was indeed very difficult for them, but thanks to the guy, everything ended very well. After a brief silence, the manager lowered his head guiltily and thanked Lee Do-ju for his help, which saved the entire Seoul City Hall office. Lee Do-ju, in turn, only said that he was always happy to help, because without Kwon Hyuk-soo, his career as a civil servant would have ended long ago. Han Min-ji also smiled happily and said that Mr. Kwon Hyuk-soo really did have the most excellent junior employee. The leaders immediately confirmed her words and shouted that he was incredibly lucky with this boy, who could not have been better. Feeling how hungry he was, Lum Doju once again turned to the guests and offered them something to eat, since the food tasted better when it was hot. While the guys were chatting nicely at the dinner table, Izas watched them from the sidelines, offended because he knew that he wasn't allowed there. After a few hours, the guests finally left the apartment, giving Lee Doju the opportunity to have some privacy and sit at his laptop. Suddenly, the boy came across a wonderful job that was a great opportunity and available to few people. Seeing that those guys were accepting even C-rank hunters, the young man was seriously surprised because this was a rarity, but he was immediately disturbed by the thought that they were demanding merfolk, whom hunters usually avoided and were wary of. In the end, the guy decided that it would be a good experience, even considering that they had C-rank and lower hunters, so he called some people. Hearing the voice on the other side, Lee Do apologized for the late hour and asked if they were accepting C-rank hunters through the advertisement. When his interlocutor convinced the young man that they were glad to have newcomers because they had an A-rank tank, Lee Doju thought again. He couldn't quite figure out why an A-rank tank and 2 healers were taking on C-rank attackers. But his decision was final, so he returned to the phone and said he would come, asking where he could meet the stranger. Having learned about the meeting place, the young man agreed and hung up, wondering why these strange employers had not asked him about anything. Izas, who had eaten nothing but horrible dog food all evening and half the day, lay quietly on his bed and tried to sleep. Lee Doju ignored his stomach's growling and continued searching for information about Solomon's Guild, which only had 3 members. Reading the biographies of all its participants, the boy racked his brains and thought about what their catch could be. At one point, he got tired of thinking about something he couldn't figure out, so the guy picked up the phone and dialed a familiar number. He greeted Cha Ye-ji and apologized for calling us so late, then asked if the girl could spare a few minutes for him. Putting aside what she was doing, the green-eyed girl said that she was more than free and would be happy to listen to her partner. After the guy asked her to come to Sabingo Station tomorrow morning, Cha Ye-ji immediately thought that it was a date. She was overjoyed and immediately agreed to his proposal, adding that she was ready to come even in the event of a disaster. Lee Doju thanked his partner and said goodbye to her, saying that he would be waiting for her at the station around 9:30 tomorrow. After hanging up, the young man wondered why his partner was so happy, but he didn't dwell on these thoughts and put the phone aside. The young man quickly got ready, got dressed, and took his bag, deciding that he wanted to check the place in advance to make sure it was safe. Cha Ye-ji, meanwhile, was happily throwing all her things around the apartment because she hadn't been on a date for several years. Lee Doju walked through the streets of Seoul at night, looking around carefully and peering into every corner so as not to meet unexpected guests. The boy jumped over the barbed wire fence and whispered that he needed to get in and out quickly before those people noticed him. Finding himself on the other side of the huge fence, Lee Doju saw a huge portal rift in front of him. He didn't hesitate and immediately passed through it. A second later, finding himself on the other side, in some strange, dark cave. The boy was slightly surprised by this location and realized that he needed a little time, after which he took out his tablet and registered the rift. But suddenly the boy's gaze fell on some strange thing, which he had seen only a few times in his life before. Turning on the flashlight on his tablet, he realized that it was a path of pink slime that led deeper into the cave. He touched the stuff with his fingers and concluded that the mucus was poisonous but not fatal except if it got into a wound. But at that very second, the young man remembered that there simply was no merfolk in the world who possessed the skill of releasing poisonous mucus. Immediately after this thought flashed through his head, the boy heard some strange sounds behind him. Turning around, Lee Doju saw a huge purple monster behind him, with a fish tail instead of legs and one eye on its head. Looking at this monster, Lee Doju wasn't even surprised, only adding that his monster wasn't on the list at all. The young man's gaze fell on the tip of the creature's tail, and he realized that the mucus that was on the ground was secreted from there. After the monster growled at him, Lee Doju cast a menacing glance at the creature and whispered that he would kill it with the first move. Feeling this anger inside the pathetic little man, the vile beast immediately fell silent and jerked in the opposite direction, not wanting to call the problems on himself. Lee Doju took a few steps towards him, grabbed the one-eyed monster by the head and squeezed it tightly. Because of the strange sensations that went through his body, the poor creature screamed in fear, but was unable to even move. The boy, meanwhile, paid no attention to his fear and sternly ordered the monster to open his mouth so that he could see something. Taking a closer look at the strange liquid on his teeth, Lee Doju realized that it was the paralyzing self, which was very different from that slime. The most important thing here was to remove the mucus from the skin, but for a hunter below rank B, this was very difficult, almost impossible. The young man took out his tablet and turned on the flashlight, shining it on the monster to find a separate organ that secreted mucus. After a few minutes of searching, he finally managed to figure out what the source of the slime was, because the stuff was coming straight from the monster's paw. Finally letting go of the poor guy, Lee Doju got to his feet and wrote down in his tablet that the fight would be easier if the paws were cut off first. Since he no longer needed the vile creature, the boy swung his arm and kicked him, praising his wonderful complicity. The monster quickly ran away, not paying attention to the guy's words that if he wanted to survive, he needed to hide in the farthest corner. Lee Doju breathed a sigh of relief and thought that he now needed to get to the place where the map ended. Suddenly, on the screen of his tablet, he saw a room about how he had just become the target of a merfolk who could reduce his stats. Lee Doju ignored these rumors and went deeper into the cave, trying to map as much of the rift as he could on his tablet. Finding himself in the last remaining area, the boy rushed to examine it carefully to make sure he was safe. He approached the huge green gates and carefully began to open them, trying to do it as quietly as possible. As soon as Lee Doju found himself inside the last cave, he saw a huge, bloodthirsty shark in front of him which came out of the darkness. Just like when he met the purple monster, the young man didn't even bat an eyelid because he wasn't at all afraid of this healthy creature. As if nothing had happened, the boy opened a hologram with his own characteristics in front of him and launched the victim quest. A red line appeared near his feet, which if Lee Doju crossed, the shark tooth would instantly start attacking him. Seeing a picture of a small shark in front of him, the boy read that the countdown for the victim would begin 5 minutes after crossing the line. He also saw a huge wooden chest in front of him, and realized that he had a chance to open this shark tooth thing as a reward. Having carefully examined the shark, the guy realized that a B-rank hunter would not have been able to hold out against this monster for even 5 minutes, just like the previous 9. Lee Doju quickly guessed why this was the reason why those people did not ask him about his rank, his skills, and his name. Not wanting to waste time, the boy took a few steps and crossed the red line, calling those scoundrels complete trash. As soon as he entered the red circle, a huge, enraged monster immediately pounced on him, showing its sharp teeth. The boy looked the shark in the eye and rudely said that he was not in the best mood, so she should not irritate him. Using his magic, the boys instantly stopped the shark and threw it aside, letting out an exhausted sigh. Lee Doju walked closer to that very chest and sat down right on its lid, feeling how tired he was. The boy took out his tablet and turned on its flashlight, intending to collect as much data as possible in the remaining time before the competition. A few seconds later, he saw a pop-up window in front of him about the completion of a special quest, after which he heard the click of a chest. The boy was immediately informed that the shark tooth would be sealed for an entire hour and the red line would disappear forever. He rummaged through the chest and pulled out some strange sword, making sure that this A-rank shark-tooth sword was now his. After taking a closer look at the blade of this thing, Cha Ye-ji whispered that Miss Cha Ye-ji would definitely like it. Wanting to practice a little, the boy waved his weapon in different directions, but very quickly stopped because he had to go back. An hour later, Lee Doju stood in the middle of his apartment and looked at the sleeping Aizas, who was supposed to be guarding his house. The guy gently touched his head with his foot and whispered for the little animal to go sleep in another corner because he was lying right on the road. It seemed that the dragon woke up, but a second later he switched off again since he was just talking in his sleep. Lee Doju sighed wearily and decided not to touch him because the boy had much more important things to do than this sleeping, lazy guy. He walked towards his room talking to himself and repeating that this dragon was completely useless in his house. As soon as the boy said that he should think about getting rid of his ass, the little animal instantly woke up. He rose from the ground and began to look around in a confused and sleepy manner, not understanding why he felt the cold so suddenly. The dragon no longer wanted to sleep on the cold and hard ground, so he gathered all his strength and headed to Sol Yun-hee's room. He climbed into her bed and tried to wake the girl up by asking her why she had turned off the underfloor heating during the cold winter. Since she didn't even think about reacting to his statements about animal abuse, the dragon didn't bother. Izas quietly climbed under the blanket and lay down right next to his master's daughter, Lee Do-ju, wrapping himself up tighter. The next morning, Cha-ye-ji was on her way to meet her partner, looking at herself in the reflection of every shop window. Seeing a little girl behind one of them, who was clearly frightened by her appearance, the green-eyed girl smiled sweetly and waved her hand at her. While she was playing with the little stranger, she suddenly heard a familiar voice which emphasized that the girl had arrived early. Frightened that the young man could see her ridiculous behavior, Cha-ye-ji immediately turned towards him and greeted the boy. Noticing the question in her eyes about why he came early, Lee Do-ju explained that he just wanted to finish analyzing the rift data. Cha-ye-ji finally realized that she was deeply mistaken, so the girl began to hope with all her might that this was not a work meeting. Lee Do-ju, meanwhile, handed the huntress that same sword and said that it would be much more convenient for her than her own weapon. Staring at the A-rank sword in shock, the beauty asked her manager where he got this rare thing in the first place. But the boy was not going to give an answer to her question, so he said that in any case, this sword was supposed to help his partner. He looked into Cha-ye-ji's eyes and suggested that they go to a secluded place where he could tell her about the rift they would be entering today. The girl, in turn, remained offended and silent and measured him with her upset and disappointed gaze. She sadly hung her head and stared at the floor, whispering that she hoped this meeting was meant to be fun. Lee Do-ju immediately noticed the expensive earrings and necklace she was wearing, which he had never seen on the girl before. Then his attention fell on her festive pink outfit, which was clearly terribly uncomfortable for combat and for entering the rift. Realizing that his partner had completely misunderstood him, Lee Do-ju began to feel terribly awkward. Green Eyes, meanwhile, began to boil and feel anger inside herself. So, with a smile, she stated that her appearance was the guy's fault. Trying hard to contain herself, she stated that she should have been informed about the overtime, considering she was a hired hunter. The smile never left her face, and Cha-ye-ji furiously asked the boy if this was an obvious breach in their agreement. Losing control, she screamed at the young man, reproaching him for expressing himself so terribly unclearly and refusing to take responsibility. The boy immediately tried to calm her down, calmly adding that he would pay Cha-ye-ji for working overtime on her day off. Clutching her takeout lunch basket, the beauty sternly declared that she didn't need the money at all and refused it. She cast an angry glance at Lee Do-ju and suggested that they have dinner together next time, but at his expense. After her manager agreed to the proposal, Cha-ye-ji added with displeasure that it would be a dinner between just the two of them. Hearing his approval, the girl immediately broke into a smile and emphasized that she perceived his words as a promise. The boys finally left that place and went to the nearest park, where they sat in one of the gazebos and decided to have a little snack. While enjoying the sandwich Cha-ye-ji made, Lee Do-ju complimented her on how great she was at cooking. Green Eyes smiled broadly at such warm words and wished him a pleasant appetite, after which she asked if they could be late. While finishing his sandwich, the young man said that he had written to those people about their lateness, so everything was fine and they were supposed to meet at the rift. Taking the next sandwich in hand, Lee Do-ju told the huntress that she would meet a merfolk whose mermaid body secreted toxic mucus. The boy told her that those creatures could neutralize hunters with their paralytic poisons from their fangs. But that was the last thing in the world that worried Cha-ye-ji, because right now the girl was only thinking about whether the boy liked her sandwiches. There was no way he could complain about their taste, so he agreed and tried to tell her again about the enemies in the rift. Cha-ye-ji didn't even pay attention to this attempt, so she offered the boy the last sandwich, which he still refused because he was full. The beauty did not waste the chance and decided to insist, emphasizing how she tried to prepare them, thinking that they would be relaxing on her day off. With these words, the green-eyed girl left her manager no choice, so he had to agree to the sandwich she handed him. When Lee Do-ju finally finished eating all the sandwiches, they finally went to the rift, near which they saw 3 healthy men. The guy handed the strangers his business card and told them his name, adding that he was the same person who had contacted them. The leader of that small gang took his business card and looked at the girl next to him in surprise, asking why there were 2 of them. The man turned his gaze back to Lee Do-ju and stated that they were only counting on 1 person in the rift. But when the young man revealed that he was the manager of a huntress named Cha-ye-ji, the boys still fell silent and decided not to get in his way. The gang leader carefully examined his business card and asked why the Seoul City Hall government officials were busy entering the rifts. Lee Doju replied that their department was formed 5 years ago, and they were currently dealing with C-rank and lower rifts, studying them from the inside. The man looked the boy straight in the eyes and pretended to be surprised since they were about to enter a B-rank rift. The young man, in turn, was not at all confused, informing his new friends that Miss Cha Ye-ji was just the right rank of hunter. Immediately after these words, he loudly declared that he would go with them, thereby causing great surprise on the faces of these strangers. After the leader reminded him that civilians were not allowed to enter the rift, Lee Do-ju stopped him and announced that he was a government employee. The man thought for a moment and said that he and the guys needed to think it over, but the second member of his team said with a smile that they were ready. The boy took the leader away from the girl with Lee Do-ju and said that it was time for them to leave already. These guys would not interfere with them. When the man wanted to deny something, the guy broke into a smile and said that if the strangers started to complicate the situation, they would simply kill them. But even such words seemed too strange and suspicious to the gang leader, causing him even more doubts. However, the man calmed down, and after some time, he, Lee Do-ju, and his girlfriend found themselves inside the rift where the young man had been yesterday. Suddenly, pop-up windows appeared in front of the girl about her master being nearby, and the blessing of the oath being activated. This calmed her down a little, because now the girl was sure that, in case of danger, she would definitely be able to protect Lee Do-ju. Noticing her slight joy, the beauty's manager asked her what had happened, but she merely waved him off and continued on her way. He decided to catch up with his partner because he remembered one thing he wanted to tell her before they met the monster. The guy emphasized how attentive the green-eyed girl was when he told her about the merfolk during their get-together in the park. But the girl quickly protested and broke into a smile, repeating every word he said about the creature's wrists and paws. Gripping her sword tightly, Cha Ye-ji boldly declared that she could handle any monsters, so the manager didn't need to worry about it. The guys from the team of strangers, meanwhile, walked through the cave and wondered why they still hadn't met at least one mermaid. Lee Do-ju intervened in their conversation and stated that he had seen at least 5 mermaids 10 meters ahead, hiding behind rocks. One of the strangers looked at him strangely and asked what kind of nonsense this guy was talking about. But immediately after his words, he heard strange sounds and, turning around, saw mermaids ahead, who furiously began to run straight at him. Taking a closer look, the man realized that there really were about 5 monsters in front of him, who were clearly hungry. Before he could even order his men to prepare for battle, he saw a white shadow that flashed past his body at the speed of light. A moment later, the men saw Cha Ye-ji in front of them, who swung her brand-new sword and flew straight at the creatures. The team leader shouted loudly that they couldn't let her die before the boss room, so he ordered his men to fight. The rest of the men grabbed their swords tightly and with the same courage attacked the mermaids who were in front. Lee Do-ju, who observed the boys' fighting style, emphasized that they were not healers and would definitely not be able to handle the other mermaids in front. Hearing him mutter some bad things towards him and his guys, the team leader stared at the boy in amazement. But his gaze immediately fell on Miss Cha Ye-ji, who rushed towards the other mermaids, exposing herself to great danger because they were strong. The girl didn't even listen to him, so she continued to swing her shark-tooth sword, killing more and more monsters. When, after 10 minutes, all the mermaids who had attacked them lay dead, the members of the stranger's crew stared at the beauty in amazement. Suddenly, Miss Cha Ye-ji heard her manager's voice asking her to take a rest and get some fresh air while there were no others around. One of the team stared at Lee Do-ju in surprise and wondered who these strange people who had destroyed so many creatures actually were. As soon as the second wave of purple mermaids came to the hunters, Cha Ye-ji rushed towards them no less ferociously, wanting to kill each one. Although at first glance this girl seemed like a fragile bug, in reality she killed a dozen monsters without any difficulty. Having dealt with the creatures that decided to interfere with them, the green-eyed girl tiredly wiped the sweat from her forehead and sighed with relief. The team leader and his guys stared at her in amazement, because they couldn't believe that this beauty controlled the ball so well. One of them looked closely at Cha Ye-ji and tried to comprehend that she was actually a B-rank hunter. But in the end, he realized that the girl was 100% lying to them and was actually an A-ranker, since only A-rank warriors could wield that sword. None of their team members could attack so accurately and precisely, despite the fact that they were all B-rank. The man was terribly irritated by the thought that this girl was much stronger than he and all his friends who trained day and night. Lee Do-ju, meanwhile, approached his partner and praised her wonderful swordsmanship, emphasizing that she had become stronger. The team leader didn't stand back and still looked dumbfounded as he agreed with Lee Do-ju and thanked Cha Ye-ji for her help. The girl laughed and said that it was nonsense, because the mermaids were very easy to defeat, knowing their weak points. Seeing the confusion on his face, she explained that Lee Do-ju had advised her to cut off the creature's paws, as this would make them very vulnerable. The teams, along with its members, stared at the girl in surprise, trying to understand how that guy could know about this. While they were thinking, Lee Do-ju turned to his partner and suggested that everyone else hit the road and not waste time. The team members walked through the cave and thought that the number of mermaids was definitely less than usual, and only the strongest ones came out to them. One of them thought for a moment and concluded that in this case it would be easier for them to reach the goal they were going towards. Suddenly something came to him and he approached Cha Ye-ji, offering to treat the girl, but she politely refused. Cha Ye-ji smiled and suggested that the man keep an eye on Mr. Lee Do-ju since he was quite demanding and strict. The healer came closer to Lee Do-ju and asked if he was feeling well, to which he agreed and thanked him for his concern. The second man on the team, meanwhile, stood there and realized that unforeseen factors were jumping out of nowhere, making things more difficult. He glanced at Cha Ye-ji and thought that the three of them had to do something about this huntress or she would kill them all. But on the other hand, he was also worried about the fact that this girl was very strong, and they could all be injured after that fight. The man was so immersed in his own thoughts that he completely forgot that they had to go, thereby attracting Lee Do-ju's attention. When the boy glanced at him and asked if they were going to set out, he jumped up and asked for forgiveness. After a few minutes of walking, the boys found themselves near a huge cliff that looked like it was dividing the road ahead. The team leader turned to Lee Do-ju and said that they needed to go to the right, but the boy denied his words and pointed to the left. The man tried to say something in his defense, since he knew the local geography better, but it was too late, since Cha Ye-ji had already rushed after the guy. He was not going to back down, so he turned to the beauty and said that they needed to go to the right, but she also did not listen to him and believed Lai Do. Not expecting such rudeness towards him, the team leader froze, not knowing what to answer or how to justify himself. The warrior felt anger rising in his body, so he sternly asked how the huntress and Lee Do-ju knew which way to go. Cha Ye-ji didn't want to stir up a conflict at all, so she suggested that the man and his team go to the right while she and Lee Do-ju go to the left. The second member of the team intervened in their conversation and told the boys that in that case, they should go first while they followed behind them. When the girl and Lee Do-ju had moved a little further away, the team leader turned to his other friend and whispered that he would hit last. 10 minutes later, the trio finally arrived at their destination, silently raising their heads up and opening their mouths in surprise. The men stared at the huge green gate and couldn't comprehend that the boss's room had been so close to them the whole time. The team leader simply could not believe that they had reached this place in just 10 minutes, when it usually took more than 2 hours. Seeing Cha Ye-ji laugh after his dumbfounded expression, the man glanced at her with displeasure and thought that she was boring him. One of the team members approached her and Lee Do-ju and announced that the guys now had one last task, namely a battle with the boss. Cha Ye-ji wasn't worried at all, but she still went to her manager and told him that it might be dangerous for him to go inside. But since the boy wanted to go there with her someday, the girl suggested that he stay closer so that she could protect him. Suddenly, she heard some strange sounds and immediately turned back to understand what was happening. The team leader, meanwhile, used some strange skills and sent a disease to Cha Ye-ji, reducing her indicators by as much as 30%. The man broke into a satisfied smile, because even though she was close to A-rank level, in this state the girl would not be able to cope with 3 opponents. He also suddenly saw before him a notification that the disease was complete and effective in relation to this goal. Hearing that the illness had been cancelled due to the blessing of the oath, the chieftain exclaimed in shock, not understanding how this was possible. Cha Ye-ji, in turn, finally understood everything and was convinced of her thoughts that something was wrong with this whole situation. Green-eyed turned towards the men, offended and menacing, took out her sword and asked if they were really the players' killers. The men on the team immediately realized that this girl was much more dangerous, so they immediately shouted that she needed to be seen immediately. Just as Cha Ye-ji was about to pounce on those scoundrels, she heard the voice of the third team member ordering her to stop. The girl turned around and immediately screamed from what she saw because she felt fear and goosebumps run through her entire body. The third team member grabbed Lee Do-ju and held the sharp blade of his sword to his throat, repeating that the boy would die if Cha Ye-ji took even one step. Cha Ye-ji felt how fast her heart started beating and how her breathing quickened out of fear for Lee Do-ju, who might die. The poor girl instantly became disillusioned with herself and her abilities because she had to protect the manager from danger at the cost of her own life. Lee Do-ju, meanwhile, remained as insanely cold as usual, so he calmly asked the scoundrel what he was planning to do. The man looked him in the eyes and laughed, adding with a smile that he would definitely find some use for this young man. The villain opened the gate behind him and ordered Cha Ye-ji to stay put if she didn't want her unfortunate partner to die in this cave. Since Cha Ye-ji really had no choice but to stand and watch, the girl did not risk the boy's life. When the gates closed in front of her and the villains, along with Lee Do-ju, disappeared from sight, the poor girl fell to the ground in disappointment and almost cried. Meanwhile, the scoundrels, accompanied by Lee Do-ju, calmly headed into the depths of the last room of the cave, anticipating their prize. Suddenly, one of them noticed a huge shark on the ceiling of the cave, which, it seemed, was not even going to attack them. The hunter stared at the creature in confusion and asked the others why this monster was acting so strangely and was not going to attack them. He shouted the name of his team leader and asked the man what he thought about it, but he simply ignored his friend. Suddenly, the leader stopped abruptly and screamed in shock at the top of his lungs as the red line around the chest simply disappeared. The rest of the guys from the team immediately ran up to him and stared at the empty space with the same expressions on their faces. The men couldn't believe their eyes and thought it was all some kind of joke because just recently everything was fine with the red line. The team leader didn't understand what was happening at all, so the man opened the description which said that the quest had been completed. One of them ran up to the chest with the prize and seeing that the box was empty, he shouted in amazement that someone had stolen their prize. Lee Do-ju smiled and said that this was exactly the surprise he expected from them, especially after they sacrificed 9 people for this. In response to his words, one of the warriors immediately turned towards the boy and furiously asked how he knew about this at all. The young man was not at all confused and said that the scoundrels had definitely seen what was in the chest and was now right in Cha Ye-ji's hands. Seeing the shocked expression on one of them, Lee Do-ju decided to tell him about how he came there yesterday to check out that place. The warrior shouted furiously that it was a huge rift that he couldn't just walk through like he was in his backyard. Lee Do-ju sighed tiredly and said that the scoundrels could think as they liked best, since it concerned him last of all. The men from the team, meanwhile, took a sharp step towards him and grabbed Lee Do-ju by the jacket, ordering the boy to stop talking nonsense. Lee Do-ju in turn smiled and said that the scoundrels now did not have time for such behavior because they had forgotten about something. The boy looked him straight in the eye and said that unlike the red line and the reward, the shark tooth was still there. The warrior immediately realized that this little bastard was completely right, which caused him to feel a sudden chill in his chest. The next second, he felt a warm breath behind him, which was accompanied by the heavy sounds of a huge shark growling. Seeing how quickly their comrade disappeared from sight, the other 2 comrades screamed in fear, trying to believe it. While they were trying to figure out what to do with the creature, Lee Do-ju ordered the shark to take care of the remaining trash if it wanted to survive. Hearing the order of its master, the creature immediately opened its huge mouth and rushed straight at the remaining warriors. All Lee Do-ju could do was stand silently and watch as the shark dealt with the villains who were trying to take his life. Cha Ye-ji, meanwhile, sat near the healthy green gate and cried in utter despair over what happened earlier. The poor thing just couldn't stop repeating that it was her fault, for which she would blame herself for the rest of her days. Unexpectedly, Cha Ye-ji saw a strange bracelet on her hand, which usually appeared when the system informed her about her master. The girl stared at him in shock and began to repeat in her head the phrase about how she swore to protect Lee Do-ju at any cost. Green Eyes squeezed her fingers with all her might, digging them into the ground, and hissed that she would bury all those who dared to touch the manager. But literally, the next second, She heard the familiar voice of Lee Do-ju above her, who was standing right above her head and looking at her in surprise. The guy squatted down and looked the beauty straight in the eyes, asking if everything was okay with her because she looked very unwell. Cha Yeji looked up at him and stared at Mr. Lee Do-ju in surprise, trying to comprehend that he was okay and alive. The girl immediately burst into tears and pounced on her manager, hugging him tightly and repeating how afraid she was for him. Lee Do-ju gently placed his hand on her back and began to stroke the huntress, reassuring her that he was alive and well, in perfect order. The young man tried his best to calm his partner down, begging her to stop crying because he really was safe. Eventually, the beauty calmed down a little, and getting up, she heard him suggest that they finally return home. To finally calm Cha Yeji down, the boy put his arm around her shoulders and praised her wonderful work, adding that he would buy her something delicious. As soon as they set off, thoughts of how powerful this girl's energy had been a couple of seconds ago immediately crashed into the young man's head. He couldn't stop thinking about the pink flames he saw around Cha Yeji when she was deciding to save him from the cave gate. Lee Do-ju raised his hand and stared at it, guessing that it might be some hidden hunter skill that she hadn't revealed yet. Meanwhile, Sol Yun-hee was holding the mop tightly in her hands and diligently cleaning the floor in the house when suddenly something distracted her. Turning around, she saw Izas standing proudly on a robot vacuum cleaner that had appeared out of nowhere, as she hadn't noticed it before. The dragon cast his royal gaze upon her and declared that the girl could consider the robot vacuum cleaner his destined soulmate for life. Yun-hee laughed and said that later he had to return the thing to where he got it because its owner had already searched everywhere and was simply going crazy. Isaias did not like such orders, so the dragon discontentedly declared that he would not call the villain to interfere with their sacred alliance with the vacuum cleaner. The redhead had no desire to argue with the dragon, so she ran to the kitchen shouting that he would take care of this thing himself. That same evening, the girl decided to wash Isas, who had already begun to smell awful for several days because he hadn't washed for a long time. While the dragon was enjoying his bath, Yun-hee came out of the bath to clean the robot vacuum cleaner and met her father, who had returned home. When he asked his daughter what she was doing in the bathroom, Seol Yun-hee happily stated that she had just decided to buy dragons. Lee Do-ju snorted disrespectfully and asked why at such an age the little animal couldn't even wash itself. Hearing the master tell the girl to leave the dragon and do something more important than a useless creature, Izasa looked down at the floor in resentment. Suddenly, Yun-hee remembered something and ran after her dad, trying to tell him about it before she forgot again. She smiled slightly and asked him if the young man would have a little time tomorrow, since there was supposed to be a hunter's festival at the academy. This question slightly surprised Lee Do-ju because he had completely forgotten that the hunter's festival was held at the academy almost every year. Sol Yun-hee looked at him with puppy eyes and said that there would be stalls, concerts, and sparring matches, and famous hunters as well. Lee Do-ju thought about it and started going over in his head all the plans he had made for the next day to see if he was free. The redhead, meanwhile, added that if Dad is tired, then he doesn't have to be with her at all because he has a lot of work. Recalling a book called 50 Days to Becoming a Good Father, Lee Do-ju smiled tenderly and declared that they would go together. Yun-hee immediately began to almost jump with joy, because she always dreamed of visiting such a place with her father. Suddenly, a wet Isis ran out of the bath and asked to go with the guys since he had been collecting coins for a long time to participate in the festival. But in response to this, he received a kick from his owner, who was seriously angry because the little animal was dragging his water everywhere. The next day, they still went to the fair with the dragon. I'm surprised how many people came there at all. Izas, who had been sitting on Sol Yun-hee's head the entire time, said with displeasure that he could have walked himself, but the girl had refused because of him. She explained that the little animal could have simply been trampled here and that the pet could have simply run away, since there was too much food around. The girl laughed and said that the little bastard was just waiting for the right moment, because that's how he got that robot vacuum cleaner. Even though her words were absolutely true, Izas still felt a little hurt because he had worked so hard to raise money for the festival. Sol Yun-hee wasn't terribly cruel after all, so she said that if the pet behaved well, she would let him buy something. Lee Do-ju turned to his daughter and asked her to give Isaias's money to him, since the dragon itself must have been heavy. But Sol Yun-hee and the little animal unanimously refused, because they were both satisfied with the way they walked together. When the boys got a little tired of constant walking, they went into one of the cafes, where they ordered baked goblin ribs from the Gap. The dragon was so hungry that he was already drooling at the mere sight of the dish, madly wanting to try the cooked ribs. Yun-hee took a fork, stabbed one piece of meat, and handed it to the dragon, inviting Izas to try this wonderful dish first. Hearing the little one's approval, the girl happily looked at Lee Do-ju and suggested that he also start tasting this thing. Suddenly, their calm and peaceful meal was interrupted by the growling of a small chihuahua, who ran up to them out of nowhere. While Yun-hee began to worry that someone had lost their dog, Izas stared at the animal in surprise and asked what kind of monster it was. At the sight of the dragon, the dog began to bark even louder, thereby angering him and causing Izas to want to take revenge on him for his rudeness. When the animal heard the dragon call him a small troll spawn and threaten to kill him, he immediately fell silent. The dog didn't want to be torn apart by the cute little dragon, so he tucked his tail under himself and ran away as fast as he could. Yun-hee laughed at this adorable picture and suggested buying Izas a collar, since all pets had to be on a leash. The dragon didn't like this idea at all and said that he wasn't a pet at all, but a real expert in protecting Mr. Lee Do-ju and Yun-hee's. Lee Do-ju, meanwhile, took another piece of goblin meat and asked the dragon what else he had been doing, besides cleaning out his and his daughter's refrigerator. He reproached the animal by saying that it was Sol Yun-hee who cooked for him, played with him, and even washed him, so it was she who was his protector. Once the boys had finished their 2 plates of goblin ribs, they set off again, strolling between the festival stalls. Feeling the collar on his neck, Izas was angry and tried to think of it as a family necklace, because he would definitely never wear a cheap decoration. On the way, the boys unexpectedly found stalls with various entertainments, near which 2 men were just trying to hit the target. It seemed that they were even arguing with each other a little, since for a long time now they had not been able to hit the target. Noticing that young Yun-hee was interested in shooting at targets, the salesman immediately approached her and told her the rules of the game, which involved 3 attempts. Hearing that she only had to knock out 10 targets using the mana gun, Seol Yun-hee asked the man how much it cost. Seeing the little animal's coin pouch on her head, the man broke into a smile and said that the price was only 100,000 won. The price made Yun-hee and Izas's eyes almost pop out of their heads, so they turned around and said goodbye to the seller. While the man was trying to persuade the girl, the player near his counter had just knocked out 2 targets for which he was supposed to receive a buffalo potion. But after the stranger's subsequent attempts to knock out the target were unsuccessful, he attacked the seller, thinking that he was a scammer. Although the old man denied his suspicion, he actually knew that those targets were specially designed to be difficult to shoot down. Listening to all these tempting offers, Lee Do-ju had already agreed and handed the old man his card, stating that he wanted to try. Izas didn't like this turn of events at all, because the little animal considered his owner a real hypocrite who was stingy with the money for his food. "I don't want to keep all my emotions inside." The dragon irritably reproached the boy that he was the only one of them who was having fun. But suddenly, they, along with Yun-hee, noticed that the thing their father had shot at was completely empty. The owner of the game approached them and offered Lee Do-ju a stuffed toy as consolation, since the young man had not hit any of the targets. Without waiting for his answer, the man immediately went to the counter and started looking for the cutest teddy bear, trying to figure out where he put it. But suddenly, he noticed something and was seriously surprised because this had never happened to him before. The old man realized that his entire game system was somehow broken, and in the targets, he only saw healthy holes from the stranger's shot. Lee Do-ju, in turn, smiled kindly at the old man and said that his daughter did not need any cute stuffed toys at all. Realizing that this guy had just destroyed the last of the most difficult targets, the man became scared from not understanding what kind of prize he was supposed to give him. Turning around and looking at his reflection, the old man remembered that he had only paid off part of the loan taken out to buy the elder elf's ring. Lee Do-ju looked at the confused poor guy with a smile and asked what he thought about the abilities of the low-ranking ring. This idea brought tears of happiness to the old man's eyes because now his life and his money were saved. Even though the ring had low-ranking abilities, Yun-hee was also overjoyed, trying to believe that she could take it. Lee Do nodded his head in approval, and said that all she needed was to thank him and that kind old man. Sol Yun-hee did just that, and a second later they happily walked away from that counter, leaving the old man and his other players behind. The player turned to the gentleman and asked him to give him another try, but the old man only said, upset, that from that second they were closed. The man looked at him in surprise, but he only added that if that guy came back to his shop again, he would simply go bankrupt. The owner of the game shop handed the player a small pink stuffed bunny and said that was all he could offer him. His visitor sighed in disappointment and asked the old man if he had had rabbits of a different color and from his clothes. Sol Yun-hee, in turn, could not stop admiring the ring that her father had won for her at the game store. Next on their way was a historical museum where a representative of the museum was speaking on stage and telling the story of the faults. Izaz, who was very fond of such stories, approached his master and invited him to look at the exhibits of the museum inside. Yun-hee supported his initiative because she was also interested in hunters, and besides, it could help Lo-Di regain his memory. Lee Doju didn't immediately understand what she was talking about because the boy had already forgotten that he, it turns out, had no memory. Immediately coming to his senses, the boy grabbed his head and said that he had been too focused on work, so he had completely forgotten about it. Turning around and looking at the stage and the representative, Lee Doju also added that his daughter helped him a lot with his household chores. Listening to all the duties that the young man listed, the dragon was slightly surprised because all this time he thought that the girl worked for Lee Doju. Hearing such a stupid theory, the owner looked at him with his menacing gaze, forcing Izaz to immediately close his mouth. Meanwhile, on the museum stage, a small quiz had just begun, and the host was asking where the first fault appeared in the vastness of their country. A female voice was heard from the crowd, who answered the question correctly, and the host invited the girl to come up to the stage and take her prize. Realizing that the place was too boring for him, the dragon invited Yun-hee to go and look at the food, but the girl refused. She suggested that the animal stand a little longer and listen, because she really liked watching how people answered questions. The presenter, meanwhile, had just begun to tell a story about how some hunters had killed a dragon and gotten its claw. As soon as Izaz saw his claw, which people took from him several years ago, an idea immediately appeared in his head. Yun-hee immediately understood his intention and stopped the pet, because stealing an exhibit straight from the museum in front of people was very low. The poor dragon immediately began to whine in frustration because he really missed his lair from his world, wanting to go back. His master heard this whining and with a slight smile asked Izaz if he was ready to give up the ribs with Sol Yun-hee. But the little animal only grabbed the girl's head tighter and said that he didn't miss his home enough to give up Yun-hee. Lee Doju, in turn, noticed something strange in the distance and suggested that the guys go there to see what was happening there. Once they reached the depths of the museum, they saw a small group of people with whom museum employees and passers-by were trying to take pictures. The boy looked at them more closely and realized that the faces of these strangers seemed very, very familiar to him. Lee Doju saw their leader and finally remembered that it was the same trio he encountered in one of the rifts while trying to get the crystal. Noticing how his daughter looked at them with admiration, because these guys were from the Masoyan Guild, Lee Doju pretended that he saw them for the first time. Looking at the lights in the girl's eyes, the boy asked his daughter if she wanted to take a photo with them, and in response, he received an approving nod. Being a good father, Lee Doju allowed the girl to take a few photos, and she immediately ran as fast as she could, rushing towards the hunters. The redhead ran up to Han Dong-hyun and asked permission to take a couple of photos, to which the man immediately agreed and called Mira and John-ho over to him. Sol Yun-hee turned to her father and called him over to her, because the little one wanted him to be present in the photo with such famous people. Remembering that these guys succeeded thanks to him, Lee Doju was not very keen on taking pictures with them as he felt uncomfortable. But still, his daughter left him no choice. So a second later, the young man stood among the hunters and smiled at the camera. After receiving her photos, Sol Yun-hee immediately thanked the hunters from the Masoyan Guild and then politely said goodbye to them. Finally, the girl said that she was a big fan of their guild, to which Han Dong-hyun blushed slightly and said that they were very pleased. Suddenly, Han Dong-hyun noticed the voice of the girl's father, who had just suggested that she go get a bite to eat and take a little break from the walk. The team leader stared at the boys' backs, watching as the small red animal tried to persuade the young man to give him goblin dumplings. Noticing the strange expression on her friend's face, Mira approached the man with a smile and asked what was wrong with the three of them. Lost in thought, Han Dong-hyun quietly said that the stranger's voice seemed incredibly familiar to him, causing Mira to think the same thing. Suddenly, the man jumped up and ran after the boys, ignoring Mira's surprised cries about where he was going. Han Dong-hyun ran up to Lee Do-ju and asked him to wait a few minutes because he was going to ask him something. Lee Do-ju, in turn, stared emotionlessly at Han Dong-hyun and asked how he could help him. The man measured him with his intense gaze and immediately asked if the boy's name was Kim Hyun-woo. When his partners heard this name, they immediately exclaimed excitedly because this could be the same guy from the rift. Sol Yun-hee quickly understood what the leader of the Masoyan Guild was getting at, because the girl remembered that very temporary pass of the hunter named Kim Hyun-woo. Her thoughts were interrupted by Isaias's disgruntled muttering about wanting to go to the food court, but the girl quickly covered his mouth with her hand. The redhead turned to her father with a slight smile and asked what the problem was, but he just glanced at her and said that he wasn't sure. He looked at Han Dong-hyun and said that the man was mistaken, because his name was not Kim Hyun-woo, but Lee Do-ju. Han Dong-hyun lowered his head in disappointment and looked at the floor, apologizing to the guy for the fact that he really could have been wrong. Lee Do-ju quickly calmed him down and said that such situations did indeed happen sometimes, after which he suggested that his daughter continue on their way. As soon as they left, Han Dong-hyun's friends ran up to him and started telling him that there was no point in that guy giving himself away. The team leader was so lost in thought about the situation that he didn't even immediately notice when someone asked him for a photo. Seeing a man with two little boys behind him, Han Dong-hyun simply couldn't refuse them, so he smiled at the camera again. Meanwhile, Lee Do-ju walked with his daughter and the dragon towards the food court, thinking that they would definitely meet again. Later that evening, Yoon-hee and Isaias were glued to the TV, which was showing their favorite melodrama series about a love story. Seeing that the animal was standing right on the robot vacuum cleaner, Lee Do-ju asked him where he got this thing from their house and why he tried to break it. But the dragon proudly declared that now his precious body would not move on its own because he was the king of this house. Without thinking, he called Yoon-hee his means of transportation outside the walls of this house, for which he immediately regretted it, seeing the menacing look and clenched fist of the owner. Isaias immediately came up with a way to save his own skin, so he ran up to Sol Yun-hee and said that they shouldn't have disturbed her while she was watching her favorite series. The dragon sat down next to the girl and began to enjoy cold goblin ribs with her, commenting on the series. Suddenly, the girl looked at Lee Do-ju and asked in surprise why he was wearing a suit and where he was going at such a late hour. The young man was a little confused, but very quickly came to his senses and said that he would only need to leave for a few hours and that he would return soon. Suddenly, instead of the series, the TV turned on the news, which announced the discovery of a new fault on Mount Wumien. Isaias immediately turned to the owner and asked if he was talking about the very mountain that was located just a few blocks from their apartment. The dragon was right, so all Lee Do-ju could do was nod his head, unable to avoid his daughter's gaze. Sol Yun-hee stood up from her seat and walked towards the window with the dragon to look at Mount Wumyeon, which was nearby. Immediately after this, Lee Do-ju called Kwon Hyuk-soo from the office and ordered the boy to immediately head to the new rift. Yun-hee looked at her father with concern because the girl didn't want him to go to that dangerous place, especially in the middle of the night. Meanwhile, a group of hunters had already gathered near the rift, who were going to enter it to study it from the inside. One of the girls stood and stared at the red portal, realizing that the gate had more than doubled in size in half a day. The second hunter, meanwhile, decided to try to get some data about the rift, so she opened its characteristics. Seeing that the rough estimate of the crisis had risen to 2,000 and was still rising, her expression instantly changed. They looked back at the healthy red rift in front of them and heard a message that 100 hunters had already been called to the portal. One of the hunters looked at the rift and thought that there were only 7 C-rank hunters, including him, Minhyuk Sunbai, and Kwak Young-ho. He knew that this was all the worst setup because the rift had demotivated them even before they had entered. No one would have ever thought that this portal's evaluation would be like this when Li Gan-heng, the Behemoth Guild Sword Emperor, wasn't even here. The man looked at the crack and thought about how this time he would have to tell his mother the password to his bank account. Meanwhile, at the temporary headquarters near Mount Wumien, Only a few windows were lit up, illuminating the pitch-black darkness around them. Kang Min-hyuk stood in front of the computer screen and reported to the director about the situation regarding the fact that they had completed the deployment of the troops. Jong Yeon-chul, who was on the other side, reminded the man that the mission was extremely dangerous and that the civilians around the ambulance were being evacuated. He also added that the hunter had to prepare for the worst, which he agreed with since he himself was more than aware of all the risks. Finally, the president of the Hunter Academy stated that the only commander-in-chief responsible for everything could be Kang Min-hyuk. Jong Yeon-chul looked the hunter in the eye and said that he had no choice but to deal with it completely. Kang Min-hyuk stood silently for a few seconds before firmly stating that he would definitely do everything in his power. But on the other side, he only heard the director's stern order that he had to do everything perfectly. Even though Kang Min-hyuk was very experienced, he still felt a hint of excitement in his body because the task was really difficult. His partner, Han Min-ji, quietly entered the room and looked at the man with sympathy because she felt how worried he was. Jong Yeon-chul broke the awkward silence and announced that according to the information, they had 2 hours before the outbreak with 70% accuracy. The man lowered his voice and said that if the hunters couldn't stop the outbreak, monsters of all kinds would fill the streets of Seoul. Han Min-ji hid behind the wall near the entrance and listened carefully to the story about how this rift could cause an incomparable disaster. Jong Yeon-chul, in turn, made it clear to her partner that he needed to keep everything inside the rift at any cost and listen to his orders. Even though it wasn't one of the girl's most difficult tasks, she was still a little scared, so she took out her phone and started writing something. Lee Do-ju, at that time, had just gathered everything he needed and said goodbye to his daughter and the dragon, saying that he would try to return as quickly as possible. As he was leaving the apartment, the young man said that at the moment he could not say what exactly had happened there, but he would soon find out. Suddenly an announcement came from the TV, which was also on in the living room, that the rift crisis had currently exceeded 2,000. Izas looked up at his master and asked if he should have gone straight to the rift instead of the office, as it would have been much faster. Then, an interesting idea came into his head and the dragon asked the young man if he could go with him. Lee Do-ju thought about this offer because it sounded quite tempting since the little one could help him a lot. Finally, the boy turned to the animal and said that his presence in the rift could complicate everything, so he forbade him. The boy turned to leave the apartment and gave the dragon a final order that, since he was going to the office, Izas was responsible for Sol Yun-hee. Turning around and looking him in the eye, Lee Do-ju sternly declared that if anything happened to the house or Yun-hee while he was away, the dragon would answer. We see that the little ones were shaking with fear. The boy did not go into details and said that he would leave it to his mind and fantasy. He went out into the corridor and rudely ordered his daughter to be sure to lock the door. She immediately agreed with something and said goodbye to her dad. Lee Do-ju walked through the dark streets of Seoul, focused on the screen of his mobile phone and looking at something there. Suddenly, he received a call from the hunter, Han Min-ji, on his phone, which the young man immediately accepted and greeted the girl. On the other side, he heard Han Min-ji's upset voice, quietly asking him for a favor that she really needed. The boy took the phone away from his ear in surprise to make sure it was really that same Han Min-ji, but he was still not mistaken. The girl, in turn, moved away from the negotiation room and began to talk about how monsters would appear from the rift within 2 hours. After finishing her brief account of what was happening, she informed the boy that they planned to stop the creatures and go inside. After a brief silence, Han Min-ji added that usually the leader of a team for breaking such a rank was Lee Gang-hyun Sunbai, but since he was currently exploring another fault in another part of the country, it would take him at least 3 weeks to return. Lee Do continued walking down the street and listened as director Jong Yeon-chul ordered that Kang Min-hyuk be given the position of commander of that expedition. Although they had enough people to clear the rift, Han Min-ji said that there was one very important detail. Because of the very high level of danger, they expected more problems than even in the case of Maswalis, when there were hundreds of civilian casualties. Since Lee Do-ju had been silent the entire time for a moment, Han Min-ji doubted that he had even listened to her, so she called out his name. The young man immediately responded and said that he had heard absolutely everything she said, after which the girl told him about her request. Instead of walking quickly to Seoul City Hall, the boy went to a nearby park and sat down on one of the benches. After sitting there for a while, Lee Do-ju quickly stood up from his seat and sighed, finally thinking of what he should have done better. The boy walked out onto the main road and called Kwon Hyuk-soo to apologize and say that he wouldn't be able to come to work that evening. Kwon Hyuk-soo, in turn, did not object, and only said that there was nothing wrong with it and he would immediately report it to the boss. The young man added that he would return to the office as soon as he finished his business, to which Kwon Hyuk-soo agreed and said goodbye to him, continuing to do his business. Now that he had one less problem to worry about, Lee Do-ju put his phone in his pocket and continued on his way with a serious expression. He walked down the street and replayed in his head Han Min-ji's words about him needing to become their commander and protect her comrades. Meanwhile, at the mountain headquarters, Han Dong-hyun stood near one of the walls, covering his face and thinking about what was waiting for them on the other side. His thoughts were interrupted by the voice of Han Min-ji, who literally appeared out of nowhere right in front of him. She looked the boy in the eye and asked if the director had really made him the lead commander of the operation regarding the mountain rift. Having heard a positive answer, the girl said that, with the man's permission, she wanted to ask him to make someone else the commander. Han Dong-hyun stared at Han Min-ji in shock, not understanding how she could ask him to do such a thing, knowing about Jung Yeon-chul's order. As soon as he heard who exactly Han Min-ji wanted to appoint as the commander-in-chief, Han Dong-hyun immediately cried out. But Han Min-ji wasn't joking at all because she looked so serious, which she had never done before. The man was silent for a moment and asked the girl if she really thought that the other hunters would agree to such a proposal. The girl was sure that their answer would be negative, so they both had to stick to one legend about that guy's powers. She suggested to her partner to announce the leadership in the form of an order to Jung Yeon-chul, but Han Dong-hyun didn't really like this idea. Han Dong-hyun started shouting and repeating that that guy didn't have enough strength to handle missions of such an important level. He was so angry about this whole situation that he didn't even notice how Lee Do-ju himself suddenly appeared behind their backs and greeted the guys. Seeing the guy, Han Dong-hyun stared at him in amazement, because until the very end, he thought that he wouldn't have enough courage to come to the headquarters. Meanwhile, Han Min-ji ran up to Lee Do-ju and thanked him for finding the strength to come to their aid. Following the girl, Han Dong-hyun himself approached him and asked the guy for permission to ask one very important question. The man looked Lee Do-ju straight in the eye and asked if he was truly ready to take the position of the Operation Commander-in-Chief. Lee Do-ju, on the other hand, wasn't as bothered by the situation as they were, so he said that he could easily return to work if they didn't need him. Immediately after these words, Han Dong-hyun heard the furious scream of his partner, Han Min-ji, who ordered him to shut up immediately. Since the beauty had never yelled at him before in her life, the man stared at her in amazement and asked how she could. The girl didn't want to waste her time on Han Dong-hyun, so she turned to Lee Do-ju and said that they were leaving after the director's order. After thinking for a moment, she also added that since they had to enter before the outbreak, they would leave within an hour and a half. Suddenly, the guy's attention was drawn to some strange sound that they heard nearby. One of the C-rank warriors entered the headquarters and clearly stated that this place was forbidden for civilians to enter. Han Min-ji pointed her hand at Lee Do-ju and stated that this guy was from the Rift Management Department and he was now their commander. The hunter was also quite surprised by this statement, so in order not to listen to their arguments, Lee Do-ju decided to go out and wait outside. The boy tried to ignore the fact that the man was unhappy with his appointment to the position of commander because he wasn't even a hunter. But the screams from the headquarters were so loud that Lee Do-ju simply couldn't ignore the way the hunter was yelling and calling director Jung Yeon-chul names. Eventually, the guys calmed down a bit, and Han Dong-hyun calmly turned to his partner and said that he also wanted to know. The man looked up at the girl and asked why the director had given such a ridiculous order just a few hours before the operation. Han Min-ji, who had already begun to doubt the correctness of her decision, guiltily lowered her eyes to the floor and fell silent. Her thoughts on what to answer were interrupted by Lee Do-ju's request that he needed to prepare something before entering the rift. Not wanting to interrupt their meeting, the young man said goodbye to the girl and finally added that he would return to them very soon. All she could do was stare at the boy in bewilderment and listen to the hunter's displeasure because he did whatever he wanted. Han Dong-hyun, in turn, felt that this guy would definitely destroy the entire expedition and kill half of the city, which is why he was angry. Lee Do-ju didn't waste any time and headed towards the rift, deciding to check it from the inside beforehand. so he could be prepared. Once inside, the boy began to run at full speed, jumping over rocks and gorges under which there was a bunch of goblins. Eventually, he stopped at the highest cliff, which had the best view of the entire rift with a bunch of monsters. The guy immediately began to analyze the situation, realizing that there were too many monsters in this C-rank rift. While he was thinking that not all monsters could be of the same rank as the rift, Lee Doju saw something very strange. In the middle of the valley that was at his feet stood a huge goblin, whose head was several times larger than that of ordinary monsters. Lee Doju took a closer look at him and realized that this monster was far from ordinary because it looked different. The young man picked up a small stone from the tip of the cliff and threw it straight at the creature's head to see how smart and fast it was. The goblin, meanwhile, began to shake his head in surprise and finally noticed the one who had so cruelly thrown a small stone at him. A second later, Lee Doju could see how this ridiculous creature was trying its best to climb up onto the rock towards him in order to take revenge. But despite the fact that it was simply impossible, the goblin still tried to climb up and growl furiously at the little man. Suddenly, exactly in the place where the monster was, a terribly huge explosion was heard, which shook the entire gap. The blast wave was so strong that it immediately threw Lee Doju back several dozen meters, but he grabbed onto the rock in time. A few seconds later, the young man came to his senses and stared at the huge hole that had formed as a result of the explosion. Suddenly, he heard the strange growling of goblins behind him and immediately realized that he had to return home if he wanted to survive. But before returning to the headquarters near the mountain, the boy decided to check out another area, heading towards it by air. As soon as Lee Doju landed at his destination, he saw a huge goblin in front of him, holding some kind of stick in his hands. Not wanting to get hit by his weapon, the boy jumped up and started running because there were too many unregistered monsters there. Suddenly, an extraordinary flash of light appeared in front of him, causing Lee Doju to stop and take a closer look. The huge white ring, around which larger pink rings were visible, reminded the young man very much of the sun, but only several times larger. It finally dawned on him that it was all because the rift was too high rank, and everything was structured differently. Meanwhile, at the Hunter's Bureau, Jung Yeon-chul's assistant approached him, intending to tell the man about the important news. The man did not delay, so he said that the level of the crisis was gradually decreasing, and the time of the outbreak was pushed back by 15 minutes. Hearing this, Jung Yeon-chul stared at his assistant in amazement and asked how this was possible when there were only two possible scenarios. The assistant explained that either the rift could dissipate on its own, or the number of monsters inside could decrease dramatically. When the director ordered the man to continue following the plan, he looked at him in surprise, since their commander had changed. Jung Yeon-chul looked at his assistant in confusion, not fully understanding what he was hinting at or what he was talking about at all. The man decided not to risk his job, so he said the operation would continue in 30 minutes as they had planned. Han Dong-hyun, who was at the headquarters, informed his partner about the order that the operation was to begin in 30 minutes. He looked around and menacingly asked the girl where Lee Do-jun had disappeared to, since the hour had already passed. Listening to his words about the young man being able to check out the situation and then simply run away, the girl tried her best to control herself. Finally, she lost her temper and screamed that Mr. Lee was not that kind of person and he wouldn't have come if he didn't want to help them. Han Dong-hyun began to yell back at her, emphasizing that the girl simply couldn't know his intentions since they weren't that close. While he was expressing his dissatisfaction, Lee Do-ju entered the headquarters and calmly stated that he had not escaped and they did not need to worry. Hearing his voice, Han Dong-hyun immediately fell silent, as the man felt ashamed of his words and for not feeling his presence. Lee Do-ju, meanwhile, turned to Han Min-ji and handed her a stack of papers that he asked her to distribute to all the group leaders. Han Dong-hyun moved away from them as he was very hurt by the thought that the man was unable to sense the presence of that boy. He looked back towards Lee Do-ju and tried to figure out who this guy was if he hadn't caught his eye and had approached so quietly. The commander himself, in turn, turned to Han Min-ji and asked when they entered the rift, to which he heard the answer in 30 minutes. When the girl heard that he asked to gather everyone for a short briefing, she was a little surprised by such a strange and hasty order. She had no choice, so within 5 minutes there were dozens of hunters standing in front of Lee Doju, who were going to enter the rift with him. The hunters whispered among themselves and wondered why this guy was the commander, since he didn't even have any experience in battle. One of them turned to his friend and explained that it was an order from the director, who probably wanted to kill them all according to such instructions. Han Min-ji tried to ignore their disgruntled cries and tried to inform the men that they wanted to hold a short briefing. But the hunters' discontent continued, and they angrily shouted for the leadership to return Han Dong-hyun to the command and remove the dead man, Lee Do-ju. Lee Do-ju, who had been standing and listening all this time, finally got tired of the circus and shouted loudly for the hunters to shut up and listen. The men, who had not expected such a loud and menacing voice from this little boy, instantly fell silent and stared at him in amazement. The boy, in turn, measured them with his piercing gaze and declared that he could now begin the meeting. Han Min-ji was as shocked as the hunters present, because the girl didn't think that this guy could be so abrupt and rude. Suddenly, one of the hunter's defensive skills activated on itself, and a green aura appeared around the man, protecting him. Lee Doju finally lowered the tone of his voice and thanked the warriors for finally paying attention to him. He turned towards Han Min-ji and asked the girl to hand out printouts of information regarding the rift to the leader of each team. The girl immediately accepted his order and rushed to hand out leaflets to the hunters, simultaneously asking them to read it carefully. Watching this entire process, Lee Do-ju began to explain that these pieces of paper had a map of the rift's interior drawn on them. Hearing this, the hunters exclaimed in amazement, not understanding where this boy got the rift map from and how he drew it. But the boy didn't waste time on explanations and immediately got down to business, reporting that the operation zone was divided into 9 parts. Just as he was about to tell about the order of attack, he immediately saw the raised hand of one of the warriors who wanted to ask a question. The man looked at his piece of paper again and asked if there was any evidence that the map was genuine. In response, he only heard the guy say that even if there was evidence, the hunters still wouldn't believe him. This answer did not satisfy Han Dong-hyun, who was standing behind Lee Do-ju, so he asked the commander to answer the question properly and not be rude. He measured the boy with his displeased gaze and rudely declared that it was up to the hunters and those present to decide whether to believe him or not. After this, the man added that he also had quite a few questions regarding his identity, but he would wait with them. Lee Do-ju didn't want to create trouble, so he explained that the Rift Control Department staff might have been using a certain app. It provided access to information about known faults, so the information about the fault on the mountain was on the tablet he held in his hands. As soon as the hunters heard this, they cried out in displeasure that they were not going to believe this nonsense, which sounded like a real joke. Han Dong-hyun had the same opinion about the boy's words, so he ordered him to stop bullying him, since they were risking their lives now. But Lee Do-ju did not give in to their provocations and remained calm, adding that he understood why all the guys were nervous and worried. The guy took some documents out of his bag and said that they had every right not to trust him, because their lives were at stake. He looked around at all the hunters present and said that there was not a single person here who was confident in the success of their operation. Seeing how upset Han Min-ji was, he also added that the hunters might also have come to the conclusion that they would all die as a result of the mission. Suddenly, Lee Do-ju's eloquent speech was interrupted by a strange sound that came from the side of the huge red rift on the mountain. The young man looked towards the portal and continued to talk about how the warriors had to trust him for the operation to be successful. In an instant, Lee Do-ju shouted loudly that they would win, depending on how much faith the hunters gave him and whether they were willing to listen to him. The boy paused for a moment and finally added that only in this case could he guarantee that all the boys would survive and return home. Since his speech was really powerful, within 20 minutes all the hunters were inside the huge rift, obeying his orders. One of them, who had a C rank, looked at the map that the guy gave him and claimed that it was true and even showed monsters. Han Dong-hyun, meanwhile, listened carefully to the commander's orders through the earpiece in his ear so as not to be distracted by the radio. His partner, who had just been ordered to be responsible for the 6th and 10th teams in Zone A9, was doing the same. Finally, Lee Do-ju said that the 11th team, which was in charge of delivering supplies, would also be following Team A. He shouted loudly that any incidents should be reported to him immediately without delay, and then ordered everyone to set out. After everyone had left, Han Dong-hyun's team was the only one that remained in their place and did not move. But its leader seemed to have been struck by electricity because the man stood there and did not react to anything until she heard an order in her earpiece. Immediately after that, he took a running start and jumped off the cliff, swinging his sword at the green goblin who was at its foot. One of the hunters shouted furiously that the man had to attack suddenly, otherwise he would simply die at the clutches of the monster. Team B's leader, meanwhile, was still sitting in a hidden place and preparing to attack when he heard that Team A had already started the battle. Having no desire to lose to his opponent, the man jumped up from his seat and shouted that they would not back down under any circumstances. Gathering all his boys, he grabbed his weapon more firmly and with fury inside his body he rushed at the yellow goblins that were in front. Lee Do-ju stood on one of the highest cliffs and watched the battle, hoping that they would end as quickly as possible. When President Chung Yong-chul saw who was taking command of this operation, he immediately jumped up from his seat and stared at the screen. At that time, fierce battles were raging in the rift in each of the teams, which gradually destroyed all the monsters that were coming at them. Wanting to show off, Han Dong-hyun approached one of the strongest monsters and killed it from behind, after which he immediately heard praise from others. The hunter from his team, who was standing behind the man, sighed in relief and said that they were done in this rift zone. After carefully examining the pile of corpses of vile creatures that were lying around, Han Dong-hyun touched his earphone and informed Lee that Area A7 had been cleared. Commander Lee Do-ju immediately praised the man and ordered them to head to Zone A8, where other teams needed their help. The same hunter, next to Han Dong-hyun, looked sternly at the man and said that if he were the director, he would definitely appoint him as the commander. But Han Dong-hyun had no intention of giving in to the dirty gossip of the hunters, so he sternly ordered the man to focus on the battle. From his earpiece, he heard a thank you from the commander, who promised to treat him to dinner when they returned to the human world. After some time, suddenly, all the hunters heard an order that they now had to stop and follow different rules. Looking at the area where the black goblins were, Lee Do-ju reported that they were either attacking or blowing themselves up. He said that if the creatures exploded towards the hunters too quickly, the hunters would die, because even armor would not help them at all. Heading back, the commander finally said that these creatures never attacked first, so they were not so dangerous. 10 minutes later, the boys found themselves in the territory of electric traps, where Lee Do-ju ordered everyone to be very careful. One of the hunters looked at the yellow circles on the ground with confusion and asked if it was really a trap that could kill him. Lee Do-ju sighed in annoyance, picked up a pebble from the ground, and threw it into the circle, saying that he didn't want to test whether the traps worked. As soon as the pebble hit the trap, a huge flash of bright pink light immediately sounded behind the commander. The hunters stared in amazement at this unusual phenomenon, realizing that even with a C rank, death was simply inevitable. The warrior who dared to be rude to the commander and ask him about the traps simply froze with a stony face. Not wanting to dwell on that point, Lee Do-ju said that their main problem was far from electric traps and goblins. The young man pointed his hand at a large monster in the middle of the valley and explained that it was a one-eyed C-rank giant that killed people with one blow. The guy explained that although the giant was strong, he was insanely slow, which is why they could kill him by sticking to strategy. Lee Do-ju turned and looked at his hunters, asking with interest if any of them had the ability to restrain power. Some big guy came up to him and said that, although it wasn't his main skill, he brought a pistol into the rift. When he opened the lid, the commander saw a weapon inside that fired a net that could hold the giant back for a while and slow him down. Lee Do-ju looked at the gun carefully and said that it would be enough, especially since the big guy had about 6 of them. The boy turned his head towards the one-eyed monster and measured it with his piercing gaze, assessing its size. He then looked at the team leaders and suggested that they start hunting to get out of this terrible place as soon as possible. Group A, which was supposed to attack him from the front, was already almost ready, hiding behind the huge rocks near the creature. Group B, meanwhile, was going to attack the one-eyed monster from the right and left sides, and also from behind. At that time, the snipers who were on the huge rock on the side had to prevent the giant from aiming at the hunters, while also eliminating other monsters. After clearly describing the plan to capture the one-eyed giant, Lee Do-ju repeated the duties of all the warriors for the second time and ordered them to get ready. He then turned to the remaining 11 groups, except those with pistols, and declared that he personally commanded them. Not wanting to spare me a second here, the boy ordered the team leaders to go into battle, after which they immediately rushed to attack. As soon as the one-eyed giant saw them, he immediately swung his huge stick at the people, intending to kill them all. Noticing that he was preparing to attack the hunters, the snipers immediately opened fire, trying to hit his sensitive spots. Feeling dozens of bullets hitting his body, the giant actually slowed down a bit, trying his best to fight back and not give up. Seeing that the monster was a little confused, Han Dong-hyun shouted loudly and ordered his group to begin attacking the creature. The boys immediately accepted his order and pounced on the huge giant, delivering fierce blows to him without stopping for a second. Catching the monster's furious gaze, one of the hunters smiled and apologized to him for overdoing his strength, but because he slightly lost his concentration, the next second he found himself on the opposite side of the ravine where the monster had thrown him. At the same time, the team that had net guns took advantage of the wonderful moment and fired their projectiles at the monster. When the leaders of the other teams saw that the shooters had actually managed to block his movement, they were seriously happy about their success. Realizing that this was the very moment, Han Dong-hyun gathered all his strength and courage within his body, preparing to attack. With a couple of dexterous leaps, the man found himself right on top of the creature's head, quickly analyzing where it would be best to strike. Taking aim and swinging his sword straight at the giant's eyes, he thought that this was his last chance and his only attempt. But the monster wasn't going to stand still either, so its next attack was blocked by Han Min-ji, who shouted at her partner to focus on its eye. Han Dong-hyun broke into a malicious and spiteful smile, whispering that the girl had no right to teach him since she was younger. Realizing that he didn't have that much time, the man immediately stabbed his sharp sword into the monster's eye, causing it to growl in pain. Hearing this furious and loud roar, the rest of the hunters turned towards the giant and stared at him in surprise, trying to figure out the reason. The black goblins took advantage of the fact that the pathetic humans were distracted and immediately rushed towards them. The snipers on the high cliffs immediately began firing bullets at them, shouting that there were too many monsters. Lee Doju, meanwhile, remained calm as always, so he ignored the words about the impossible defense and addressed all the groups. He had no desire to lose, so he ordered his guys to shoot to kill and not spare the bullets. Han Dong-hyun and the other hunter, who were right in the middle of the action and trying to take cover from the goblins' explosions, were finally able to raise their heads. Looking around, Han Dong-hyun could hardly believe that without killing a single monster, they had actually managed to defeat them. But immediately after these thoughts, he heard the voice of Lee Do-ju, who ordered all the warriors to concentrate because they only had a little bit left. The guy looked the guys in the eye and said that they only needed to kill one, after which the area of the rift would be cleared. As soon as the warriors who were near the epicenter saw the huge axe of the rift boss, they immediately fell to their knees in fear. One of them was so scared that he quietly whispered that it was simply impossible to pass this level and stay alive. Lee Do-ju looked at the Titan Maranuk and understood that even if goosebumps ran through his body, the poor hunters were in a terrible state. This monster looked much more terrifying than all the others, at least because it was hundreds of times larger than the goblins. Titan Maranuk carefully looked at the small people with his red eyes, without making any unnecessary movements and simply remaining in his place. When the team leaders saw the notification that only 5 people could enter the boss area, they knew they had to choose warriors. They did not expect such a development of events at all, because those who did not enter the boss zone would be expelled from the territory of this level. The hunters understood that if 5 people could not defeat the Titan within an hour, his army would follow those who remained. Han Dong-hyun was actually quite an experienced warrior, so in a calm tone he began to list the fighters who could go. Realizing that there were only 4 people on his list, Lee Do-ju approached the man and said that he would go 5th. The young man then turned to the hunters' crowd and called out Lee Jin-gu, Kwang Yong-ho, and Han Min-ji, who were all skilled at sea level. While the men could barely stand on their feet, as they were terrified for their lives, the beautiful Han Min-ji took this as another challenge. Han Dong-hyun turned to the commander and asked him if the boy had any plan to defeat this healthy and terrible creature. Approaching the cliff edge, Lee Do-ju pointed his finger down and said that the entrance was there, behind the yellow line. Together with him 4 other fighters approached the cliff, approached the yellow line, and immediately counted with the chosen team. When they found themselves inside the ring, the area around them was instantly cordoned off, and the rest of the guys were expelled from the territory of this level. Lee Jin-gu and Kwang Young-ho stared in fear at what awaited them, trying to comprehend that this could be their final mission. Suddenly, Lee Jin-gu clenched his fist tightly and declared that their main goal was to stall for time as long as possible, and the Hunter Association would do the rest for them. Kwan Young-oh, in turn, laughed sarcastically and said that he thought they were already near the winning line, almost at the exit of the rift. The big man then turned to Lee Doju and asked the civil servant why he was with them if he wasn't even a hunter. The boy ignored his question, continuing to look at the Titan and talk about how he couldn't find a way to defeat him. The young man looked at the creature and said that he was talking about a way that would give the boys the opportunity to defeat the Titan without him. Hearing this, Han Dong-hyun stared dumbfoundedly at this madman who still thought that they had a chance to win. While the boys were flying in their thoughts, the Titan finally became active and appeared right above them, swinging his axe. All the warriors immediately saw a notification that Maranuk was waking up and preparing for his first attack, restoring his abilities. Suddenly, all 5 warriors became frozen, after which they saw a system notification that the use of skills was impossible. Poor Kwan Young-ho almost cried at how unfair it was, since Titan could just beat them and they wouldn't even be able to move. While they were pondering their fate, the Titan swung his axe and aimed straight at the humans. Just as the blade of his axe was a few centimeters away from the hunters' heads, Lee Doju extended his hand and stopped it with a deft movement. The creature, who had never seen such courage and strength before, stared blankly at the small man who had repelled his attack. Lee Doju, meanwhile, gripped the blade of the axe in his hand tighter, and the monster almost flew away from the power that went through his entire body. Windows appeared above the hunters, which announced the restoration of the Titan's abilities, as well as permission to use skills. Ignoring Kang Min-hyuk's wide eyes of surprise, Lee Doju turned towards his warriors to inspect them. The boy's gaze fell on the strange device that was on the neck of the big guy Kwan Young-ho and had been working all this time. The young man instantly realized that it was a camera, after which he angrily called the man a coward who could not even find the strength to fight. Lee Do turned to the hunter Han Min-ji and said that this time it was truly her last request. The boy immediately used all his strength and magic inside his body, creating a blue, magical aura around himself. He raised his left hand up, causing his teammates to exclaim in surprise, as this was the last thing they expected from him. Having formed exactly what he needed, the boy directed a stream of blue light straight at the Titan that was in front. Kwang Young-ho and Han Dong-hyun stood silently with their mouths open, watching what this little boy was doing to the monster. Han Min-ji and his partner Kang Min-hyuk also froze with the same expression on their faces, simply unable to believe what they saw in front of them. Lee Do-ju, on the other hand, was more focused than ever, waving his arms and preparing to attack the massive Titan. The boy pointed his hand at the monster's body and split its carcass into 2 parts, causing the creature to growl furiously in pain and try to stop him. A moment later, his body disappeared into thin air, informing all the hunters that the object had been eliminated and the dungeon of that level had been cleared. Hearing the system's request for the hunters to leave the area, Han Min-ji finally came to her senses and realized what had happened. She instantly turned towards the manager but saw no one at all in that place, making her even more surprised. Together with Lee Do-ju's girlfriend, the rest of the team began searching, eventually coming to the conclusion that he had simply left. Kang Min-hyuk breathed a sigh of relief and declared that they had definitely won now and could go home in peace. He turned to the team leaders and asked them to hurry, because they still had to report to the management of the hunting bureau. When one of the hunters decided to invite Han Min-ji to a celebratory dinner as a result of their victory, the girl refused and made Kang Min-hyuk smile. Once in the human world, the first thing Lee Do-ju did was call his daughter and ask her for pizza for dinner. Walking down the street, the boy asked what else they had to eat, trying to ignore the siren and the announcement of the end of the emergency. Hearing Yoon-hee's voice calling Azaz to eat, the dragon instantly flew out of his room and pounced on the plate of food. He sat right in the middle of the table and enjoyed the chicken legs, repeating that Sol Yoon-hee, as always, cooked better than the chefs themselves. The girl, meanwhile, could not stop thinking about when her father, who had disappeared so suddenly, would return home. She tried her best to ignore the dragon's words that the owner could simply not come, leaving all the food for him alone. When the little animal reached for the second plate, the redhead immediately took it away and shouted menacingly that Isaias had already eaten his portion. Although such a rude act on her part angered the dragon, he still tried to calm the girl down, because the owner really was invincible. The dragon jumped all over the table and repeated that everything was more than fine with his father, while at the same time trying to snatch the plate from Yoon-hee's hands. He eventually succeeded because Yoon-hee remembered that they still had some spicy fried chicken left, so Isas could take the rest. Suddenly, the whole house shook so strongly that the boys thought that a real earthquake had started in Seoul. A little scared, Sol Yoon-hee asked the dragon what that push was, which was followed by some strange sound. Isas looked down at his plate of chicken with excitement, glad that he almost dropped it. At that very moment, a news broadcast came on TV, reporting the appearance of a new dragon in one of the districts of Seoul. Suddenly, there was a second, much stronger jolt, from which poor Isas still fell off the table, dropping half of the dishes on the floor. When everything was back to normal, the dragon opened his eyes and realized that he was covered in a spicy, smoked chicken dip sauce. Tears instantly appeared in his eyes as he realized that at that very moment his wonderful dinner had suddenly come to an abrupt end. The little animal turned his furious gaze to the TV and looked at the picture of the dragon, hissing that he would pay. The next second, Isaias jumped up and ran to the window, flying out of it screaming that he would kill and gut this dragon into small pieces. Sol Yoon-hee scolded him irritably, then ran into the hallway and put on her shoes, thinking that the little brat was always causing trouble. At that time, in the very center of the city, there was real chaos due to a new fault, from which a huge creature crawled out. When Kwon Hyuk-soo and Kang Cheol-soo saw that the Mizai Guild had finally arrived, the men calmed down a little and breathed a sigh of relief. Han Dong-hyun and his friends immediately appeared on the main street, threateningly declaring that from that moment on the area was under the control of the guild. John Ho, in turn, approached the police officer and asked if it was true that the dragon was of the same rank as the Masolis. When Mira heard the policeman's confirmation, she immediately grabbed her bow, pulled the arrow, and pointed it straight at the beast. She was immediately stopped by Han Dong-hyun, who ordered the girl not to hurry, because while the dragon did not move, she could hit him in the eye. John Ho immediately came up to the guys and said that if the dragon became enraged, it would kill thousands of civilians who lived in that area. He shouted that although he understood the girl's feelings, attacking the monster now was a very stupid idea. Suddenly, the dragon's attention was drawn to strange sounds coming from the portal behind him. Along with the beast, everyone else stared at the huge red rift, trying to figure out if there was anything else inside. But suddenly, in the dark sky, they saw some bright red star, which became larger and larger as they approached. It was an enraged Isas, who, as promised, was going to take revenge with all his might on the dragon that had ruined his dinner. He landed on the road and instantly transformed into his real body, becoming as big as a dragon. Isas, in fact, was several times larger than the monster, so he hung over it with all his soul and growled menacingly. Han Dong-hyun and his entire guild stared at Isas in shock, trying to comprehend that there were two real dragons in front of them. Kwon Hyuk-soo, who was nearby, was approached by his boss and asked if the dragon seemed very familiar to the man. Noticing the number Y on the beast's forehead, the leader immediately remembered that the dragon that Lee Doju had taken in had the same sign on its forehead. Isas, meanwhile, pounced on his opponent, landing vicious blows to avenge the smoked chicken in hot sauce. The pet grabbed the dragon by the arms and pushed him back into the gap so as not to accidentally kill the innocent people who were around. At that very moment, Yoon-hee appeared at the crossroads and rushed straight after him, thereby seriously surprising Kwon Hyuk-soo. The girl ignored the stunned cry of her father's leader and ran right up to the gap, trying to enter it as quickly as possible. Finding himself in the portal, the purple dragon clutched his head in frustration, which was hurting terribly after the blow from that impudent fellow. He found the strength to open his eyes to see what kind of daredevil had done this when suddenly his gaze fell on Isas. The beast instantly froze in surprise with his mouth open, realizing who was standing in front of him in person. Looking at Mr. Isaias, who was hanging over him with his entire body. In shock, the purple dragon almost lost his voice from fear. Isaias, in turn, declared in a menacing, furious voice that the dragon had made exactly 2 mistakes. Having given the poor guy a sharp blow, he shouted that the purple scoundrel had come out of the gap without his permission, and that was the first mistake. Having no desire to approach this scoundrel himself, Isaias raised his paw into the air and beckoned the dragon closer with his finger. When the hero of the occasion crawled up to him, Isaias menacingly asked him if the dragon knew how delicious spicy smoked chicken was. The poor guy grabbed his face, realizing that he was about to be punished well for the fact that he had no idea what they were talking about. Isaias's guess that this idiot didn't even understand what kind of chicken he was talking about was confirmed, which was his second mistake. Without giving the purple dragon a chance to say even one word in his defense, Isaias dealt him a second blow, throwing him aside. Intending to beat the little guy up with all his might, Isaias growled at him furiously, but then he heard the ringing voice of Sol Yun-hee. Turning around, the dragon saw a red-haired girl ahead who was running towards him as fast as she could, shouting his name. When he realized that the little one had passed through the rift without any fear, Isaias asked in surprise how she had ended up in this place. The girl screamed about how she was afraid that the dragon would cause trouble, which is why she followed him. Listening to how informally this insignificant girl addressed the Lord, the purple dragon felt anger rising in his body. Isaias immediately sensed this and immediately slammed the dragon's mouth shut, asking what he was going to do with the owner's family member. He pointed out the girl to the dragon and explained that she was his master's daughter, who made spicy smoked chicken and was a great person. Lord Isaias grabbed the dragon again and said that he would have to teach him a lesson again if the little one did not understand that Yun-hee needed to be respected. The dragon ordered the poor guy to do push-ups while he sat on his back, just like he did with Lee Do-ju. While the culprit was doing push-ups and asking how many more sets he should do, Isaias laughed at the fact that he looked just like him. Sol Yun-hee, meanwhile, didn't want to look at this horrible scene any longer, so she asked her pet to stop and go home. When the dragon refused her offer, the girl decided to use heavy artillery and shout that she would make him a chicken. Isaias instantly transformed into his cute self and threatened the purple dragon that it would be the end for him if he came out again. Suddenly, Sol Yun-hee looked around and asked the poor guy if he also had nowhere to go and was left in the rift. The redhead suggested that the dragon come to their home, but immediately remembered that first she needed to ask her father's permission. She asked the dragon if he could transform into a smaller version like Isaias, ignoring all his complaints about having another pet in the house. Sensing that this was his chance, the dragon shrank and became a cute little cutie with lovely pink eyes and cute horns. Yun-hee giggled and patted his head, praising the dragon and saying that he would make a wonderful pet. The girl still decided to take him with her, telling him that if her father was against it, she would not be able to do anything about it. The purple dragon immediately realized that the owner's daughter was actually a real angel, so he immediately agreed. The Mezai Guild members, meanwhile, were trying to break through Kwon Hyuk-soo's defenses, who were preventing them from following Yun-hee into the rift. Kwon Hyuk-soo ignored their rudeness and repeated that the hunters first and foremost needed to protect the place where there were a lot of people. While the men were arguing among themselves, Mira took a few steps to the side and saw something that made her freeze in surprise. A safe and sound Sol Yun-hee emerged from the rift, followed by Isaias and another purple dragon. Upon seeing his employee's daughter, Kwon Hyuk-soo cried out in joy, while Han Dong-hyun had no idea what was going on. Director Lee Do-ju rushed to the girl, worried about her and asking if she was hurt and if everything was okay. Thinking about how the little one had come out of the rift unharmed without any weapons or equipment, Kwon was still glad that everything was fine. Having calmed down a little, he leaned towards Sol Yun-hee and whispered to ask if by any chance these little animals were those very same dragons. Looking at the dragons, Yun-hee laughed and said that the leader should have met her beasts last time. Realizing that Kwon Hyuk-soo knew nothing at all, Yoon-hee was surprised because she thought that the man had been pretending all this time. Meanwhile, Mira approached the dragonettes and began to examine them carefully, trying to understand how this was even possible. At that very moment, Kwon Hyuk-soo ran up to the girl and explained that these were the pets of their department employee, Lee Do-ju, and not some dragons. He grabbed Izas by the cheeks and began to show the huntress how cute this creature was, not at all like a dragon. With another friendly smile, Kwon Hyuk-soo declared that they were real puppies, but just a special breed. The man stretched Izas's smile so wide that he whispered threats to him and asked if the leader really wanted to die so badly. Yoon-hee, who heard his insolence, sternly declared that she would stop feeding the dog if he behaved like that with his father's colleagues. Taking advantage of the moment, Kwon Hyuk-soo pinched the dragon's cheeks one last time and finally walked away from him. Hearing that Mira was thinking about dragons again, Kwon Hyuk-soo shouted at Yoon-hee that Dad would worry if she came home late. The redhead stared at the man in surprise, immediately understanding what he was hinting at and what he was getting at. Kwon Hyuk-soo waved his hand at her and whispered for the girl to lend him her ear for a minute, because he wanted to tell her something. The man said that people were not allowed to know the true identities of the dragons, because it would turn the whole world upside down. After these words, Sol Yoon-hee finally understood what Kwon Hyuk-soo was hinting at, so she said with a smile that it was indeed time for her and her pets to go home. The girl grabbed the animals and turned around, while her father's leader tried with all his might to restrain the world, which could not calm down. Not wanting to put her dad in danger, Yoon-hee said goodbye to the boys and ran home as fast as she could. But she was a little late because Han Dong-hyun had already realized that Lee Do-ju was the same guy they met in the rift. The only thing that saved the redhead was that even the guild hunter himself was not entirely sure of his thoughts, since the situation was terribly confusing. Finally home, Yoon-hee sternly ordered Izas not to make fun of his friend, because the dragon was just about to beat him up. Looking at all the mess that was left after the earthquake, the girl suggested that Izas help her clean up before her father arrived. The dragon immediately smiled, and with a sparkle in his eyes, happily declared that he, too, was just about to start cleaning. This statement made Sol Yoon-hee very happy, and with a little delight in her eyes, she asked the little one if he could really handle it. Izas grabbed the rag and dust bag, then energetically jumped into the air and shouted that the mistress should not have doubted him. Together with the purple dragon, they immediately rushed to clean the apartment so as not to become victims of the anger of their father, who would see the mess. While the animals were busy, Seo Yoon-hee just called Lee Do-ju to find out how his daughter was feeling. The girl picked up the phone and said that everything was fine with her, after which she invited the young man to have kimchi jjigae for dinner at home. While Yoon-hee was talking to her dad, Izas climbed on her head and shouted into the phone at the owner to bring his favorite pizza for dinner. But after the boy ignored his question and coldly replied that he would soon return home, the offended dragon burst into tears. Lee Do-ji, in turn, was not such a terrible father, so he still decided to open a delivery app and order pizza for his pet. Suddenly, he heard a voice above his head reporting about a dragon that had recently appeared in the center of the city. The screen showed footage of a huge red dragon competing with a purple one, then pushing it into a rift and disappearing from view. The boy stared at the screen in irritation and realized that Izas had once again caused trouble while he was away from home. Half an hour later, the young man finally found himself at home with a box of pizza in his hands, asking Yoon-hee and the others if everything was okay with them. Having heard a positive answer to his question, the boy smiled contentedly and said that he had brought pizza for Izas. The dragon immediately ran up to his master and clung to his leg, rejoicing that his father had finally returned home, and with a small gift. Lee Do-ju once again ignored him, as he was measuring his daughter with his eyes to see if she was really unharmed. He turned his menacing gaze to Izas, and whispered that, thanks to this, the dragon's life continued. Something he should be glad about. When the purple dragon saw Lord Izas freeze from the terrible gaze of that guy, he was seriously surprised at the strength of the little man. The little animal immediately understood that he, too, needed to worship the great man, whom even Mr. Izas himself called his master. As soon as Lee Do-ju approached the dragon, he introduced himself by his name, Carciel, and began to worship the young man, asking him to spare him. Yoon-hee immediately turned to her father and asked him if she could leave this cute little baby at their home. The girl began to tell that Karsiel was alone in a deserted place, and she felt incredibly sorry for him. Besides, Aizas was a little lonely. Lee Do-ju was in a good mood, even though he had a difficult day at work, so he allowed the girl to take Karsiel to her place. He approached the second dragon, who had knelt down in front of his master, and asked him again his name, since he hadn't quite heard it the first time. Hearing confirmation of the name, the boy smiled and said that he really hoped that he and the dragon would get along. When the guy went to take a shower and Yoon-hee went to cook dinner, Aizas remained standing in the middle of the living room, offended, slightly jealous of Karsiel. But the dragon was not going to lose its opportunity, so it immediately ran up to Yoon-hee and tugged at her apron, intending to say something. Aizas looked at the girl with resentment and asked with displeasure why she didn't give the purple dragon a nickname, just like she had given him. Continuing to chop the onion, So Yoon-hee calmly replied that since Lee Do-ju said the animal's name was Cool, she had no intention of changing it. The dragon looked at his owner in surprise and asked if she thought his name was Cool, to which the girl agreed and took him in her arms. Yoon-hee sat Izas down on the couch and suggested that he watch some TV since she had to make dinner. The little animal had no choice but to sit silently and stare at the TV because Yoon-hee had never really called him by his real name. Meanwhile, Lee Do-ju entered the living room and looked around carefully, after which he saw something that made him sigh heavily. The boy turned to Isis and asked if he was the one who broke the window, but since the boy already knew the answer, he punished the dragon and left him without pizza. After dinner, everyone wished each other sweet dreams and went to their rooms, except for the dragons who slept in the living room under one blanket. Suddenly, Isaias felt someone's hand touch his body, causing the dragon to sleepily open his eyes and try to understand what happened. Having risen, the little animal saw Sul Yoon-hee in front of him, who had a plate of pizza in her hands, and the girl was offering him some food. As soon as he realized what a wonderful person his owner was, the pet immediately looked happily at the pizza, licking his lips deliciously. Aizas jumped up from his seat and threw himself into the redhead's arms, rejoicing at how lucky he was to have her. Immediately after that, he pounced on the pizza as if he hadn't eaten in ages, while trying to thank Yoon-hee for her kindness. While such terrible things were happening behind his back, Lee Do-ju slept peacefully and did not suspect anything. The next morning, the news was playing the morning briefing, which also mentioned the situation with Karsiel from the previous evening. Karsiel himself, together with Izas, lay on the floor in the living room and stared at the TV, listening to every word of the presenter and pretending to be smart. Lee Do-ju, meanwhile, was surprised at how quickly his popularity rose after it was revealed that he was the commander of the operation. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by the doorbell ringing, and Yoon-H decided to go to the intercom, and as soon as she saw the guest, she immediately exclaimed. Seeing his daughter's reaction, Lee Do-ju stared at the girl in confusion, wondering who she could have seen there. Sol Yoon-hee turned to her father and said in a trembling voice that the president of the Hunter Academy, Jung Yeon-cheo, had come to their house. They wondered why this man would come to their home. Jung Yeon-chul looked straight at the camera with annoyance, waiting to be let in. Realizing that the director should not see him and his pet daughter under any circumstances, Lee Do-ju abruptly ordered the dragons to rise. The young man rudely ordered the animals to hide in the far room, because a very important person was about to come to see them. Noticing how seriously Karsiel took his orders, Lee Do-ju smiled contentedly as he hadn't felt such respect towards himself in a long time. Watching how his friend reacted to the orders of the owner, Izas stood and stared at him with displeasure, because of the dragon he was being scolded more and more. As soon as the animals disappeared into the next room, Jung Yeon-chul appeared on the threshold of the apartment along with his assistant. After greeting the guests, Lee Do-ju asked the president in surprise how he knew his address, and he said that he knew it personally. The young man turned around and headed towards the living room, saying that it was very rude of him, but the boy still invited the guests into the house. Having seated them at the table, he asked his daughter to make the men a cup of tea, so as not to appear inhospitable and ill-mannered. Jung Yeon-chul thanked the girl for such a gesture of kindness and apologized once again for how abruptly they burst into their home. Lee Do-ju looked the president straight in the eye, took a sip of his coffee, and asked menacingly what business they had come to his house for. The man said that he had first come to Lee Do-ju to thank him for the fact that the hunters from his academy had returned alive. The president added that he observed the situation using an emergency surveillance camera and constantly admired the young commander. But Lee Do-ju wasn't going to listen to pleasantries, because since the boy had to go to work soon, he asked them to get down to business. Jong Yeon-chul also didn't hesitate and immediately took out an envelope from his pocket, from which he then took out a stack of papers. He spread out papers with a photo of that same hunter on the table, and said that they had discovered that the man who saved the Mazai Guild was Lee Do-ju. Even though Lee Do-ju was a little surprised in his heart by this turn of events, he didn't show any sign that he had been caught. The young man asked the guests if any problems awaited him, but they immediately explained that they were only interested in one question. Assistant Jong Yeon-chul handed the boy a contract and said that they, on behalf of the academy, wanted to offer him the opportunity to become an official hunter. The man immediately tried to tell the young man all the privileges of such a choice, but Lee Do-ju coldly cut him off that he would not do that. Jong Yeon-chul and his assistant stared at the guy in surprise, not understanding how he could just refuse such an offer. Having received a response to this offer to at least look at the conditions, Lee Do-ju made it clear to the guests that he was not at all interested in money or fame. Lee Do-ju turned his gaze to Seo Yoon-hee, who was standing to the side with a sweet smile, and was convinced that he would never trade her for work. The boy sighed and said that since he had no interest in wealth, he could consider it if Jong Yeon-chul showed a little sincerity. This answer made the director very happy, and he immediately broke into a smile and began to think about how he could gain the attention of this talented young man. The young man looked the man in the eye and asked if he could arrange a joint inspection of the B-rank rift with his rift department. At this request, Jong Yeon-chul's eyes instantly widened, as it was contrary to the law stated in the content. Realizing that this was exactly what the man would say to him, Lee Do-ju sighed again and said that in that case, there was nothing he could do. But the director did not back down and said that if the conditions were good, he could give the guys the right to manage that fault. Hoping that such words would be able to bribe Lee Do-ju, Jong Yeon-chul looked at the young man more closely and asked what he thought of his proposal. Lee Do-ju calmly raised his hand and declared that he would not be a hunter, since civil servants were forbidden from living with another slave. Jong Yeon-chul stared at the little brat silently, remembering his assistant's words about how important this boy was. Since only Lee Do-ju could deal with the cause of the rifts, they needed to lure him over to their side immediately. Sensing this, Lee Do-ju decided not to upset the honored guests and said that in serious situations, he was ready to help them. These words made Jong Yeon-chul and his assistant incredibly happy, because the guy added that given the president's sincerity, he would be happy to help. Jong Yeon-chul was so overcome with emotion that he jumped up from his seat and slammed his hands on the table, loudly declaring that that was enough. The man joyfully shouted that now he didn't want to waste time even more, which is why he was going to tell the boy about all the requests at once. When Kwon Hyuk-soo heard from Lee Do-ju that the Mazai Guild had agreed to sign a contract with them, the man shouted joyfully. While the manager continued talking to Lee Do-ju, the rest of the workers in the fractured department were happy that their jobs were now saved. The wonderful atmosphere in the office was also joined by the head of the department, who loudly shouted that today he was organizing a corporate party at his own expense. The man quickly ran up to Kwon Hyuk-soo and snatched the phone from him, asking Lee Do-ju when his favorite employee would arrive at work. While in front of the entrance to the conference room, the guy explained that he would come after he finished with his important meeting that he had ahead of him. After he hung up the phone, he heard the voice of assistant Jong Yeon-chul next to him, who emphasized the good atmosphere in their team. Since they were already a little late, the assistant director suggested that Lee Do-ju go into the conference room since there was someone waiting for them there. The assistant explained that the hunter ranker they had invited from abroad had already arrived at the airport, so he should be arriving to them very soon. The hunter himself, meanwhile, was actually standing in the middle of the Seoul airport and looking at the local residents who were bustling around. He blew a bubble gum from the gum he was chewing in his mouth, saying that taking the world's #1 hunter would be easier than he thought. The big guy took off his black glasses and smiled, hoping that the same hunter, Lee Gang-hyun, would last at least a couple of minutes before passing out. Meanwhile, Jong Yeon-chul, the other academy chairman, and Lee Do-ju were sitting in the hall, wondering why that hunter was so late. Lee Do-ju sat and calmly watched Kang Min-hyuk and Han Min-ji, who were feeling a little awkward in this situation. Noticing his menacing gaze, Han Min-ji smiled at the boy and said that the ranker from overseas was very late for some reason. Kang Min-hyuk snorted disrespectfully and said that he probably didn't take them all seriously if the Behemoth Guild wasn't with them. Suddenly, the door to the conference room swung open, and the same big guy in glasses who had come to Seoul for a visit appeared in it. Taking off his sunglasses and giving everyone present his Hollywood smile, he loudly declared that he was finally here. Seeing him, Kwak Yong-ho immediately jumped up and immediately heard dissatisfaction directed at him. Why, Lee Gang-hyun, his rival, was not among the guests. But the man immediately laughed at the stupid expression on the hunter's face and then added that he should relax, because these were jokes. Kwak Yong-ho, in turn, did not like this guy right away, because he was very rude and too narcissistic. The hunter continued to measure the guest with his gaze, not understanding what he was doing and how he could behave so ill-mannered in a foreign country. Noticing his expression, the big guy said with a grin that he had completely forgotten to turn on the translator artifact. With this small device, he approached Kwak Yong-ho and introduced himself to the hunter as Yang Chok-ki, shaking his hand. After carefully examining the other guys in the hall, Yang Chok-ki smiled and thought that even though they weren't strong, they could become his subordinates. Looking at the beautiful Han Min-ji and the guy sitting next to her, Yang Chok-ki felt like he wanted to fight them right then and there. Hearing some quiet laughter, Yang Chok-ki turned around and stared at Lee Do-ju, asking everyone present what he was laughing about. Yang Chok-ki took a closer look at the young man and asked who this kid in the suit was, who didn't even look like a C-rank hunter. Realizing that the little guy was a government employee, Yang Chok-ki laughed out loud at the fact that the Korean government sent one of its employees to meet him, but in the end, the man finally found a place for himself, and sadly said that he thought that only warriors who knew how to fight would be sent to meet him. Jong Yeon-chul tried to somehow save the situation, so he also laughed and suggested that they start the meeting if his guests had already met. The director reminded those present about how 10 years ago, a huge hole formed on Mount Sode, which became known as the Fault Center. In order to suppress the center, the hunter Lee Gan-heng created the Behemoth Guild, which fought against everything that crawled out of the center into their world. Well, even though a total of 20 dives were made over 3 years, suppression proved impossible due to the varying levels of difficulty. An assistant intervened in Chung Yeon-chul's story and said that, as a result, it was decided that, at such a rate, conquest would be impossible even after centuries. After this clarification, Jong Yeon-chul turned his eyes to his guests and stated that he had called them all in order to join in that attack. Yang Chok-ki, in turn, immediately smiled contentedly after hearing that the Behemoth Guild had failed so terribly. Even though he tried to continue listening attentively to the director's speech, Lee Do-ju still turned to the hunter and looked at him disrespectfully. Meanwhile, Kang Min-hyuk approached the director and asked the man what level the monsters from the center were compared to Maranuk. Jong Yeon-chul thought for a moment and said that, judging by their assumptions, the Maranuk might have seemed like a simple child's toy to the hunters. Remembering how hard it was for them to defeat that terrible creature, the hunters stood silently, imagining the power of the center. Han Min-ji looked at the gentleman and asked if Lee Do-ju would go with them, but Jong Yeon-chul stopped her and said that it had not been decided. Such predictions did not exactly please the girl and Kwak Yong-ho, but they made Yang Chok-ki think that the young man was not so simple at all. The man turned towards the boy, trying to figure out who the little guy in the suit was, who wasn't even on the list, but everyone was worried about him. Yang Chok-ki really didn't like moments when he was left in the dark, so the man asked those present who the guy in the suit was. Jong Yeon-chul smiled awkwardly and told him Lee Do-ju's name, adding that he was in charge of commanding that large C-rank rift. The big guy looked at Lee Do-ju with a sneer and said that if this guy was a commander, he could easily kill him. Hearing such impudence from the man, Kang Min-hyuk jumped up from his seat and ordered the scoundrel to repeat his words. But Yang Chok-ki did not take this seriously, and whispered in Lee Do-ju's ear that weak commanders were often simply killed by their own allies. Pointing his finger at his forehead, Yang Chok-ki broke into a smile and ordered the young man to get lost, if he didn't want to get the same bullet in his forehead. But Lee Do-ju didn't even intend to give in to his provocations, so he sighed and didn't remain idle any longer. The guy stood up from his seat, which seriously surprised Yang Cho-ki, who asked him with displeasure why he considered it a joke. Lee Do-ju smiled and looked into his eyes, then asked him why he was so confident in himself, possessing such a terrifying inner strength. These words made Yang Cho-ki incredibly angry, causing veins to immediately appear on the man's forehead, because he wanted to give this impudent guy a good beating with all his might. Yang Cho-ki was not one to hold back, so he took a few sharp steps towards Lee Do and swung at him. Realizing that this could end very badly, Han Min-ji immediately ran up to the men and ordered them to stop fighting immediately. Casting his nasty glance at her, Yang Cho-ki smiled once again and asked what was so important about this boy that they fussed over him so much. The girl rolled her eyes and explained that she stopped them because they were still at the conference and it could hurt other people around them. Not wanting to continue this conversation, Han Min-ji told the guest about the training hall in the basement of the building where she and Lee Do could fight. Yang Cho-ki burst out laughing, repeating that he had no intention of going that far just to defeat that little brat. The guest pointed at the president's assistant, Jung Yeon-chul, and asked if the man wanted to take him to that room so that he could give Lee Do-ju a good beating. The aide, meanwhile, became embarrassed and turned to the president, saying that with such success, Mr. Yang Cho-ki could very easily have suffered. Then Jung Yeon-chul just turned to Lee Do-ju and asked him what the young man thought about this, but he only nodded his head in approval. Seeing this, the director rose from his seat and declared that he had given his consent to the fight, thereby greatly surprising his assistant. Jung Yeon-chul walked out from behind the desk and headed towards the exit of the conference room, ignoring his assistant's cries that it was dangerous. This turn of events pleased Yang Cho-ki, and he said that although he was not keen on intimidating people, he really wanted to show Lee Do-ju his place. 10 minutes later, the boys found themselves in a huge basement training hall of the Hunters Association, where the fight was to take place. Jung Yeon-chul turned to his assistant and reassured him that Mr. Lee Do-ju had said that he would handle the situation himself and settle everything. Recalling one terrible woman, the assistant exclaimed in confusion that if the training hall broke down, team leader Woo Yeon would torment him. Yang Cho-ki was already prepared for battle and said with a smile that he would only use one hand if the little one kneeled down and begged for his forgiveness. Lee Do-ju remained calm as usual, so she asked the guest in the same tone if he really planned to chat like that all day. This question made Yang Cho-ki incredibly angry, because the man was irritated by the fact that the young man was showing off, not being able to distinguish heaven from earth. The guest shouted loudly that in that case, even if someone tried to stop him, it would be useless, because Lee Do-ju would definitely die at his hands. As soon as Lee Do-ju walked up on stage, the hunter immediately pounced on him, shouting that the impudent scoundrel in the suit would definitely die that day. But no matter how hard the man tried to attack the young man, in several minutes of fighting he did not hit him even once, thereby becoming even more irritated. Yang Cho-ki stared at Lee Do-ju and couldn't understand how the little guy was able to dodge his fierce blows so deftly. The boy, in turn, remained incredibly calm and looked at his opponent with a reasonable gaze without making any hasty movements. His calmness made the crazy Yang Cho-ki even more angry, so he tried even harder to hit the guy straight in the face. The man screamed furiously that the destroyed youth had no right to so brazenly avoid his blows and hide from him, trying to survive. Despite how much effort Yang Cho-ki put into this fight, he still couldn't hit Lee Do-ju's head. In the end, Lee Do-ju waited for the right moment and took a step back in an instant, allowing his opponent to fall to the ground in disgrace. Seeing this, the audience, in the form of the other hunters, screamed in shock, because they did not expect such a sharp turn from Lee Do-ju. The boy, meanwhile, grabbed Yang Cho-ki by the collar and held him, after which he delivered a light but accurate blow to his opponent with his hand. The next second, the big guy, Yang Cho-ki, fell to the floor, exhausted, not understanding how this little guy managed to deal with him in one move. With the man still lying on the fighting ring, Lee Do-ju shook his hands and walked off the stage, heading towards the audience. The guy approached Jung Yeon-chul and said that he hadn't hit Yang Cho-ki very hard, so in about 5 minutes, the thug would wake up and come to his senses. The assistant, who ran up to the hunter to check if everything was okay, shouted loudly that the man had nothing broken. The president, who had not expected how Lee Do-ju would handle this fighter, simply stared at the ring in shock without even blinking. While Kwak Yong-ho was terribly surprised by what happened, Kang Min-hyuk calmly looked towards the youth and was convinced of how strong the boy was. While the man was looking at him and thinking that Lee Do-ju was on a completely different level, the young man himself said goodbye and said that he still had things to do. Since Kang Chol-soo was hosting a corporate event that evening, Lee Do-ju simply couldn't help but show up and share the joy with his colleagues. As soon as the boss and the manager heard that one of the employees asked the boy why the Academy of Hunters was looking for him, they immediately froze. But after the young man revealed that they only had one request of him, Kang Chol-soo and Kwon Hyuk-soo breathed a sigh of relief. The boss turned to his most beloved employee and sternly declared that the boy should never have left them, leaving them alone. Kwon Hyuk-soo also joined in, adding that it was very strange that the Maesai Guild wanted to sign a contract with them. Although Kang Chol-soo supported the leader because it was very good, the boss was also worried about it and felt uneasy. The man waved his hands and shouted that the A-rank hunters would definitely not listen to them, but would simply laugh without taking it seriously. Lee Do-ju agreed with him and said that the Maesai Guild did indeed have that right, thus upsetting Kang Cheol-soo even more. But the boss quickly came to his senses and asked Lee Do-ju to take on Mr. John Ho of the Maesai Guild, and Cha Ye-ji anyway. The boy agreed with this, and Kang Cheol-soo added with a laugh that he should make sure that Cha Ye-ji did not feel alienated. The next day, a disgruntled Cha Ye-ji stood at the City Hall office, continuing to state that she didn't want any partners. Despite the fact that this was her 10th repetition, Kang Chol-soo and Kwon Hyuk-soo still stared at the girl in surprise. But Cha Ye-ji didn't back down and kept repeating that she herself was capable of protecting Lee Do-ju, which was why she didn't want the other team members. Kwon Hyuk-soo tried to stop and calm the beauty because even though she was insanely strong, it was impossible to stop her with one hand. 10. In the end, his argument about Lee Do-ju being suddenly attacked from behind still slowed Cha Ye-ji down a bit. Green-Eyed was upset because she remembered the moment from that very cave when those scoundrels attacked Lee Do-ju and took him with them beyond the Green Gate. Lee Do-ju himself intervened in the conversation, stating that Miss Cha Ye-ji was in no way inferior to the hunter rank now, because she was very strong. The boy ignored the disgruntled reproaches from his boss and simply turned to his partner asking if that was the case. The girl felt a little awkward, but she was immediately glad for her manager's support and agreed with his words. Cha Ye-ji instantly thought that the guys might perceive her behavior as that of a little child, so she really needed to calm down a little. When Kwon Hyuk-soo tried to convince the girl for the last time to allow him to take more guys into the team, someone entered the office. Turning around, the girls saw some employee in front of them, who reported the arrival of the Maesai Guild and asked what to do with them. With a cry of surprise, Kang Chol-soo sternly ordered his assistant to call them upstairs, then shouted at Kwon Hyuk-soo to make tea. The boss called Kwon Hyuk-soo and Lee Do-ju over and quickly explained that although they were grateful to the guild, they shouldn't have been so groveling. Finally, the gentleman added that if the guys harass his workers, he will take on the scoundrel hunters himself. Hearing Kang Chol-soo promise not to tolerate disrespectful treatment of his employees, Kwon Hyuk-soo and Lee Do-ju were very happy. As soon as the men finished their discussion, the guys from the Masoyan Guild entered their office, led by Han Dong-hyun himself. Kang Chol-soo tried to pull himself together as he was very nervous and ordered his workers to put strength into their gaze and not to worry. Han Dong-hyun, who was 2 heads taller than the department head, approached the man and asked menacingly if he was the one in charge. The poor guy was so scared of this big guy that he barely found the strength to answer him that it was he who was in charge of everything here. But as soon as the members of the Masoyan Guild heard that he was the boss, they immediately bowed low to him and greeted the man. Kwon Hyuk-soo and Kang Chol-soo froze with shocked expressions on their faces, because they couldn't even imagine why these guys were bending over so much under them. The boss and the manager stood there, unable to figure out how exactly to react to this, especially seeing how calm Lee Do-ju remained. Kang Chol-soo turned to Kwon Hyuk-soo and whispered to his friend why these guys were so disciplined and obedient. Han Dong-hyun, meanwhile, stood there and looked at those men with a stern gaze. knowing that he had no right to make a mistake. The team leader immediately remembered Young Yeon-chul's words about Lee Do-ju being a terribly strong person who could save them all. The president made it clear to the guys from the Masoyan Guild that they had to obey Lee Do-ju in everything and serve him with all their hearts. He couldn't get Jong Yeon-chul's words out of his head that if this operation failed, it would be entirely their fault. Thinking about all this, Han Dong-hyun stood there and hoped that this guy would forget all the curses he had said on that mission in the Gap. Lee Do-ju didn't even intend to quarrel with him, so he politely offered to make tea for the guests, to which they immediately refused, and decided to do it themselves. The boy stared in surprise at the hunters, who made it clear to him by their whole appearance that they wanted to bring everyone tea. The young man turned towards the man and said that this would put him in an awkward position because it was not accepted. That was what the guests would do. Realizing that the president had most likely gone to great lengths with the instructions, Lee Do-ju sighed and asked the hunters to carefully read the contract. Han Dong-hyun opened his mouth and tried to say something because he was afraid that his actions had made the boy feel awkward. But suddenly, he was stopped by the loud voice of the head of the department, who ordered the guests to go to the table and immediately sat down in their places. Han Dong-hyun rushed to sign the papers so quickly that he made Young Yeon-chul exclaim that he should have read them first. Kwon Hyuk-soo watched all this in complete bewilderment, because he had never seen such behavior from these guys in his life. In the end, that difficult day finally ended. Lee Do-ju found himself at home, where his two pets and the beautiful Sol Yoon-hee were sincerely waiting for him. But when Izaas ran up to the boy and said that they just wanted to have dinner without him, Yoon-hee immediately grabbed him and whispered a scolding to the little animal. A few minutes later, Lee Do-ju finally appeared at the table, wishing everyone a bon appetit and saying that it was now time to start eating. Hearing Izaas's quiet question about whether he could start too, Yoon-hee nodded her head approvingly and wished him bon appetit. The dragon, who was finally allowed to eat at the table with everyone, ate and tried not to pay attention to how sideways his master looked at him. The boy turned his head towards Karsiel and began to think about why the second dragon was so different from Izaas. Suddenly, the poor guy choked on a piece of food and started screaming for Sol Yoon-hee to quickly bring him water because he was dying. The girl quickly ran for water and sat back down, after which she asked her father if he had a little free time for him tomorrow. She explained to the boy that at 10 o'clock in the morning there would be a lesson with the presence of parents, and it was very important to her that he come to it. Without even waiting for his answer, Yoon-hee smiled awkwardly and said that nothing terrible would happen if his father didn't come, since it was a work day. But when a moment later she heard the guy's approving answer, she immediately became very happy and said that the lesson would take place in a rift without monsters. Seeing how happy the redhead was, Lee Do-ju himself didn't even notice how he smiled slightly at how sincere she was. After finishing his dinner, Izaas joined the conversation and loudly declared that he also wanted to go with them, but in response, he received an order to chew his food first. The next day, a real fair was taking place inside the rift, with a bunch of students and lots of stalls selling delicious food. Yoon-hee just walked up to one of these stalls and ordered 3 fish-shaped treats with red bean filling to please her dad and the dragons. Having taken the food from the counter of the man, the girl gave the fish to Izaas and Karsiel, who were standing near her feet, but for some reason Karsiel refused. Noticing the hostess's confused eyes, Karsiel explained that he was very grateful to Sol Yoon-hee, but such food was not suitable for him. After these words, Lee Do-ju turned his head toward Izaas and decided that Yoon-hee had instilled in him the wrong food preferences, especially in sweets. Suddenly, above their heads, they heard a loud shout from the presenter, who began to talk about the activities of that day in the rift. After a brief instruction, the man pointed to a huge depression in the distance and explained to the parents that it was a training area. He also pointed his finger at the large cup and announced that the students had to find some map fragments and place them in the cup in the center. The man took a white ball in his hand and added that, in addition, they would take turns handing out helper balls to the parents as a keepsake. Taking one of these red balls in her hand, Sol Yoon-hee explained to her father that this thing would help find the hidden legacy somewhere in the rift. She used her mana skill and turned the ball into a red gun, saying that their shape and color could be changed by one's own power. Lee Do-ju looked at his little white ball and wondered if he would be able to break the device if he put too much energy into it. Since the guy decided to check it out anyway, The next second, the red-haired Sol Yun-hee's eyes widened several times in surprise. His little white ball turned into a huge black knife, the color of which the young huntress had never heard of because purple was the strongest. Her thoughts were interrupted again by the voice of the leader, who asked the students to gather and prepare to leave in a few minutes. While Liu Doju was smiling sweetly at his daughter, he suddenly felt quite a strong energy in the wasteland where the cup was. The young man looked closely at this strange artifact and wondered why such a powerful energy came from an ordinary thing at a children's competition. The guy couldn't put his daughter in danger, so he decided to test it and release his energy into the cup, which for some reason she suddenly absorbed. Seol Yoon-hee, meanwhile, waved her hand to her father and said goodbye to them, thinking that she would need to ask the teacher about the color black later. Suddenly, the sky in the rift became covered with purple clouds, and the students' parents began to call out to their children in fear, thinking that it was an earthquake. Some of them were furiously shouting at the host and the other organizers how they could train their children in such a dangerous place, even without monsters. The event organizers themselves were in slight shock because something like this had never happened before, especially in cleared faults. Li Doju, meanwhile, was thinking about this whole situation and assumed that it was because the cup had absorbed his energy. On the contrary, the energy emitted by that thing became even stronger than it had been before he decided to share his with the cup. Suddenly, before his eyes, the young man saw a notification that Nergis was watching them and they should head to the center for a special quest. While the boy was thinking that this cup had become an ordinary key to the mystery, the children's parents were panicking, threatening the organizers with reprisals. They shouted and cried out loudly, demanding that the organizers bring their children back, but Li Doju, as always, stood still and remained silent. Izas, who stood next to him, watched the commotion with displeasure and agreed with Carciel that the people, besides the master, were terribly weak. The boy, meanwhile, was focused on studying information about Nergis, whose gatekeeper guarded the entrance and was interested in him. Finally deciding that he needed to collect a few fragments of that very map, the young man turned to Izaias and asked where Yanhai was. Li Doju ordered the dragons to follow the girl, thereby making Izas very happy, because now he could buy whatever he wanted first. But Carciel had a completely different opinion than his friend, because he was ready to sacrifice his life to protect his younger master. Li Doju more than understood that Izas would definitely not go to Yun-hee first, but the guy urgently needed to find the map fragments. Sol Yun-hee, in turn, walked through the forest and thought about where the map could be hidden, because she really didn't want to end up without a map. Suddenly, the girl's little white ball began to blink and sparkle, making the redhead think that this was exactly what she needed. Yun-hee immediately ran after her balloon, hoping that it wasn't another dummy for children. At the end of her journey, the girl came across a strange monster bone and was upset, because she again encountered failure, and such an absurd one at that. But at that moment, something else caught her attention, causing Sol Yun-hee to quickly and excitedly turn back. In the bushes behind her, she saw Li Yun-ju, who froze with a similar expression on her face, as she didn't expect to see Yun-hee in front of her. Li Yun-ju emerged from the weeds and asked the girl if everything was okay with her. She agreed with something and said that she was just looking for a map. Realizing that this heartless, rude woman had just taken care of her, Sol Yun-hee's mouth dropped open in surprise, as this was an extremely rare occurrence. In response to this, Li Yun-ju shouted in displeasure that no one in this world would ever even care about someone like the redhead. In the end, she shouted that she, as an elite, was taught to take care of the weak, which is why Li Yun-ju inquired about Seol Yun-hee's condition. Suddenly, Li Yun-ju heard strange sounds in the air and, raising her head up, noticed something flying towards her very quickly. The girl was terribly scared, which is why she ordered Sol Yun-hee to quickly lie down on the ground and took a gun out of her pocket, pointing it at the sky. Li Yun-ju instantly took a defensive stance and began shooting at the strange objects that landed not far from the girls. Izaias felt something barely hit his body, after which he asked with displeasure what kind of bug it was that dared to do such a thing. While Yun-hee was coming to her senses, Li Yun-ju stared at the animal in amazement, remembering that it was the one she had seen last time. The dragon, in turn, did not pay attention to the surprise of this stranger, and turned her gaze to the barely alive Yoon-hee. Sol Yoon-hee lifted her head from the ground with difficulty because of the little animal's words about why she was lying in the ground, and in her white suit at that. The girl stared at her pets, who had already started threatening and yelling at Lee Hun-ju, thinking that the long-haired girl was offending their owner. After the dragons saw the gun in her hand, they immediately felt a surge of anger in their bodies and decided that they would kill her. Poor Lee Yoon-ju tried to jump out of her seat, but some strange energy prevented her from doing so, blocking her movements. Yoon-hee quickly took control of the situation and ran up to Izas, explaining to him that it was her friend who called him very cute last time. The girl then sternly ordered the animals to immediately apologize to Lee Yoon-ju for scaring her so much. Izas believed that he was innocent, but after Yoon-hee threatened to give him dog food for dinner, he quickly changed his mind. The dragon instantly ran up to Lee Yoon-ju and began to bow before her, apologizing to the girl for his terrible act. But suddenly, Carciel approached Isaias and told the Lord that he should first assess the situation and then act. Izas turned in his direction angrily and shouted that the little bastard had been acting terribly impudent and that Yoon-hee had no intention of scolding or threatening him. Meanwhile, Lee Yoon-ju looked at this situation in surprise and thought how that girl could control monsters like pets. Suddenly, her thoughts were interrupted by a rough male voice, which belonged to Lee Do-ju, which very suddenly appeared above her head. The girls and the dragons immediately turned towards him, not understanding how he appeared in that place so quickly and silently. Not wanting to complicate the situation, Lee Do-ju explained to the students that he just wanted to check if everything was okay with them. Seeing the owner, Izas realized that if he found out about his attack on his friend Yoon-hee, he would kill the innocent dragon that very second. Lee Do-ju, who still didn't suspect anything, looked sternly at his daughter and asked if Izas had protected her well. The dragon instantly ran up to the girl and covered her mouth with his paw, shouting that there was no better guard than him in the whole world. He then appeared next to Lee Yoon-jae and said with a worried smile that even Yoon-hee's friend was okay too. Lee Do-ju looked at the pet that Lee Yoon-ju was petting on the head with disbelief, but he didn't delve into his words or the fact that he looked strange. Lee Yoon-ju realized that this cutie could have ended very badly if the owner knew the truth, so she picked him up and confirmed his words. Lee Do-ju had more important things to do, so he left the dragons to the girls and stepped aside to look at the rift's characteristics. Not paying attention to the fact that the dragons were raging on the girls' backs, the guy still continued to think about what to do with Nerges. In the end, he hid all 6 map fragments he found in his pocket and called the red-haired Sol Yoon-hee to him. But after that, the guy himself approached the girls and announced that it was time to gather and they needed to head back so as not to be late. Yoon-hee was very upset because even though a lot of time had passed since the start of the competition, the girl still hadn't managed to find even one fragment. The father immediately began to calm her down, repeating that the poor thing was simply unlucky, and next time she would definitely find 10 times more. When all this fuss was over and the guys were finally home, Lee Do-ju had some business and needed to go out for a while. After he told Yoon-hee about this, the girl stared at her father blankly and asked what could be distracting him at 10:22 p.m. Lee Do-ju had no desire to answer her question, so he turned towards the door and said that he would most likely return quickly. Yoon-hee ignored his words about the girl going to bed early and asked if her father could stay home that evening. Since this was the first time he had heard such a request from his daughter, the guy stopped and looked at her when Yoon-hee repeated her question again. The boy took a closer look at his daughter and saw that she was trembling with fear and could hardly speak calmly. Sol Yoon-hee herself felt incredibly uncomfortable in front of the guy because of her he had to put off his important matters. Looking at the TV that Izas and Carciel were watching, Lee Do-ju asked the girl if it was true that she couldn't watch horror movies at all. At that very moment, the horror movie reached its climax, causing Yoon-hee and Izas to rush at the young man and cling to him, screaming in fear. The redhead was so scared by all these monsters on the screen that she almost started crying and asking her father to stay with her and not go anywhere. But Lee Do-ju was very difficult to fool, which is why the young man asked the girl to wait because he wanted to ask Izas something. The owner leaned closer to the dragon and looked at him with his menacing gaze, after which he hissed that the dragon was not really afraid at all. The boy squatted down and declared that as punishment, Izas would go with him, despite the fact that there was a terrible downpour outside. Hearing this, Yoon-hee decided not to be alone with Carciel and the monsters, so she shouted that she wanted to go too. Lee Do-ju looked his daughter in the eyes and refused her because it was incredibly dangerous, but he convinced her that he would return twice as fast. Sol Yoon-hee raised her big eyes filled with a fear to her father and asked how long it would take for this to happen to him quickly. When the young man said that it could take about 2 hours, the girl screamed even louder, because during that time, she could faint from fear. The father asked his daughter what time would suit her in that case, and Yoon-hee raised 2 fingers in the air saying that she had requested 20 minutes. After these words, she heard Izas's quiet chuckle, who was amused by the fact that the girl wanted to travel a distance of 2 hours in only 20 minutes. Realizing that the little one was hinting at her lack of conscience, Sol Yoon-hee glared at him, hinting that he was now eating dog food. Immediately after that, she loomed over the dragon with all her furious appearance, who screamed in fear that his father really needed to finish in 20 minutes. Lee Do-ju walked up to his daughter, gently stroked her head, and assured the redhead that he would return home as soon as possible. With a smile, he reminded the girl that Carciel was next to her, so she shouldn't be too afraid, and besides, he would return soon. Sol Yoon-hee looked at him with almost puppy dog eyes and whispered fearfully that he needed to come back insanely quickly. Hearing the terrible sounds, the girl immediately grabbed Carciel and screamed in fear, shouting why they couldn't watch something else. Meanwhile, Lee Do-ju and Izas were running down the street at full speed, trying to run between the raindrops that were falling outside. The dragon offered its owner to ride to the destination on its back, but Lee Do-ju refused because it was too visible and dangerous. The young man's speed was so fast that the poor animal was almost flattened from the tension and the terrible level of ride comfort. He finally found the strength to ask where they were going, and Lee Do told him that they had fled into the rift where they had been during the day. The boy added that there was one monster that they needed to deal with, and because of his daughter's fear, it needed to be done in 5 minutes. Izas did not share his thoughts with the owner, because he thought that the one who could last 5 minutes in battle with him would be a real god. After a few minutes of hard running, the guys finally found themselves inside the rift, inside of which was that very strange cup. Raising his head and looking at the sky, where there was not a single cloud, Izas sighed and said in disappointment that there were not even monsters in this place. Lee Do-ju walked closer to the cup and told the little animal to just wait a little, after which he directed his energy at the artifact. The ground beneath them began to shake at that very moment, causing the dragon to run up to its master and grab his leg tightly so as not to fall under the rocks. Izas stood and watched this spectacle with wide eyes, emphasizing that it was like a scene of a monster appearing in the movies. A second later, a real portal in the ground opened in front of the guy and the animal, from which a terribly bright light, brighter than even the sun, poured down on them. He looked inside and saw some strange creature with very large elven ears, which reminded him of a fairy. It really was the fairy, who came to her senses a few seconds later and flew into the air, looking at Lee Do and thanking him for freeing her. The fairy quietly said that she was the administrator in charge of the tutorial, who had to check the qualifications of those who had woken her up. Izasu found the whole situation incredibly unimpressive, so the dragon measured the fairy with his gaze and asked incredulously who she was. Hearing how some scoundrel dared to interrupt her, the fairy immediately exclaimed in irritation and threatened the dragon with reprisals for his insolence. But when the fairy realized that it really was a dragon, she screamed in shock, because in her world, all dragons had long since died out. Izas approached the owner and suggested that he catch this imposter so that he could return home quickly and continue watching the movie with Yoon-hee. After this statement, the fairy exclaimed in fear, afraid of what these guys could do to her, especially the strange little dragon. Unexpectedly, the fairy realized that Izas was the very same great dragon born in the center, who now obeyed the orders of a common man. Scratching the back of his head in confusion, Izas cast his disrespectful glance at her and asked why she was talking about this. He cried out in discontent that dragon dignity, pride, and nobility would never feed him in life, unlike people. Lee Doju took out his phone, looked at the time on it, and asked the fairy if there was anything else she wanted to say since they were in a hurry. Without waiting for the creature's answer, the boy used the power of his energy and turned his small white ball into a huge, black sword. Lee Doju grabbed the weapon tighter and tried to swing it at Fairy, who immediately screamed loudly, asking him to wait. The fairy looked into his eyes and exclaimed that if the guys killed her, they would not be able to continue the attack on the center, which was what they needed. The young man lowered his sword and looked at her in surprise, asking the fairy why she was so sure of this. The fairy, in turn, said that after her death the administrator would disappear, after which the path to the next floor would be blocked. Lee Doju raised his sword again, and to the rhythm that he didn't worry about it, because he just needed to hand over the entrance ticket, and that was it. Since this guy was rebellious, the fairy realized her mistake and fell on her knees before him, apologizing for her impudent behavior. Immediately after this, the guys saw a notification that they had received Nurja's confession, as a result of which they opened the tutorial zone. Even though he no longer needed the fairy, Lee Doju, although he thrust his huge sword into the ground right next to her, did not kill the fairy. She still didn't show how happy she was about such charity, and decided to remain silent and watch in silence as the boys walked away into the distance. Even after that boy, with the sword, left, Fairy still thought about what she needed to do to survive, because now he didn't need her. Suddenly a new idea appeared in her head, and the fairy opened her eyes, seeing that those two madmen had completely disappeared from her sight. Noticing that the guy with the dragon in his hand simply left, her surprise knew no bounds, since the fairy truly believed that she would die. Meanwhile, Lee Doju headed towards the exit of the rift at breakneck speed, as handing over the tickets to the hunters was his main task. The hunters of the Hippopotamus Guild, who had just gathered near the entrance to the center, tried to find that very real entrance, but they were unable to do so. When two of them suggested going to the chairman and reporting the stop, the third warrior rejected the offer and simply sat down to rest. Their leader told his partners that reinforcements would soon arrive, with whom they would feel a little better and a little happier. Hearing these words, Junyo laughed a little because their commander constantly ordered the guys not to behave unceremoniously with others. After finishing laughing, Junyo stated that even his mother didn't nag as much as their team leader. The girl, who was a member of their team, clutched her head tiredly and called Junyo a real absurdity, and one with no manners either. Meanwhile, work was in full swing in the Rift Management Office, as Kwon Hyuk-soo was in the middle of talking to some important people. After finishing the conversation, Kwon Hyuk-soo turned to Lee Doju and asked if he had received the basic fishing training that the HR department had requested. The young man shook his head, and the leader asked him to go the following Monday to the hunting bureau, which would conduct this training. Lee Doju agreed with a slight smile, as this was a wonderful chance to hand over the entrance ticket he had gotten last night. Suddenly he heard Cha Yeji's cry, reminding the manager that she had a B-rank assessment that day, so they needed to go together. The boy agreed with his partner, who took the opportunity and invited him to have dinner together to celebrate a little. Lee Doju immediately thought about refusing her offer, but then he remembered how he had promised the beauty to have dinner with her alone that very day. He agreed, making Cha Yeji incredibly happy, who immediately informed him that they would meet at the entrance after everything was over. As Monday approached, the lectures at the Hunters Bureau were just ending, where Lee Doju spent most of his day. The boy was glad that he finally had a break, but he remembered that now he had to go to the management and give back his entrance ticket. Lee Do approached the conference room, from which he heard strange shouts, and immediately decided that someone had gotten ahead of him and had come to Jongyeonchul earlier. While the young man stood near the door and wondered what to do, the boy was noticed by the director's assistant, who greeted the gentleman. The assistant ran up and asked what brought the guy to the president's office, because he could have just called him and talked on the phone. But when the assistant heard that Lee Doju was currently undergoing basic training on rifts here, he stared at him in surprise. Lee Doju Kikak himself did not want to be late for dinner with Cha Yeji, so he handed the bag to his assistant and asked him to pass it on to the president. Even though the corridor was already completely empty, the man still continued to shout the boy's name to find out what was in the bag. Eventually, he resigned himself to the fact that he had simply been ignored, so he decided to open the bag and look inside himself. Taking out some strange glowing card from this magic bag, Assistant Young Yeon Chul stared at it in surprise because he saw something like this for the first time. Lee Do-ju, meanwhile, had just managed to duck back into the auditorium, where the lecturer had already begun the final lessons on the riffs. A middle-aged man handed out slips of paper to all the students and asked them to return to their seats where they would spend a couple of hours. Then, as Lee Do-ju diligently took notes of everything the lecturer said, a girl sitting next to the guy carefully watched. Suddenly, her interest went through the roof, and the stranger asked the guy what he was diligently writing down if he was sitting at this lecture just to fill up his study time. The boy, in turn, despite her, answered that he had a bad memory, so if he didn't write it down, he wouldn't remember anything. After these words, the girl lay down tiredly on her desk and said that since she was not a civil servant like Lee Do-ju, she did not need to try hard. Seeing the surprised expression on the guy's face, she asked in shock what kind of tank he lived in if he didn't know who Lee Do-ju was. Continuing to watch the amazed guy, the girl began to tell that Lee Do-ju was a famous person in the civil servant circle. He was a real superstar, whose autograph this stranger wanted to get more than anything in the world. Suddenly, the lecture was interrupted by Assistant Jong Yeon-chul rushing into the room and shouting that it was right here. The director himself followed the man and listened to his shout that Lee Do-ju had indeed come to the bureau for basic training. The lecturer, who noticed the gentleman in the audience, asked him in surprise what brought him to the lecture, to which he heard an apology for disturbing him. Lee Do-ju, meanwhile, looked at Young Yeon-chul carefully and hoped that the director understood how much he disliked the attention. When Chung Yong-chul came right up to the young man, the lecturer asked the president, confused, what had happened and what the boy had done. Young Yeon-chul ignored his words and apologized to Lee Do-ju for the sudden visit, then addressed him by name. After the president said the boy's name, all the other kids in the audience screamed in shock, not believing that this was possible. Lee Do-ju lowered his head in disappointment and stared at his desk, realizing that with such fame he would not be able to listen to the classes anymore. He rose from his seat, walked up to the lecturer and apologized to the man, then asked if he could step away for a moment. The lecturer, who was no less shocked than the students, gave the student his consent, slightly hesitantly trying to believe what he saw. The boy thanked him, and while everyone around him was trying to understand what was happening, he headed to the director's office with him. The same girl who was sitting next to the young man was burning with shame from the thought that she considered him an ordinary, handsome, but strange guy. After leaving the auditorium, Lee Do-ju said with displeasure that if the director were to act like that, their cooperation might be difficult. The man apologized to the boy again and said that the entrance ticket was so important that he simply had no choice. This made Lee Do-ju a little happy, because Young Yeon-chul still understood his words, but the guy needed to take action before it happened again. Once in his office, he nevertheless said that he understood what inconvenience he was causing the boy with his actions, but there was no other way out. Entering the office, Lee Do-ju saw three strangers, whom Young Yeon-chul identified as members of the Behemoth Guild, who had just returned from the center. The members of the Behemoth Guild, in turn, were seriously surprised that an ordinary person, and a civil servant at that, entered the same office with them. Just like his partners, Jun-yeol carefully measured this guy with his dissatisfied gaze, trying to figure out who he was. The first to realize the situation was Lee Gang-hyun, the team leader, who exclaimed upon realizing that it was the same well-known Lee Do-ju. He immediately ran up to the boy and shook his hand, not even imagining that it was this guy who was able to find the entrance ticket. While Lee Gang-hyun was thanking the boy for his assistance and help, Jun-yeol was still sitting in his chair and thought that this young man was somehow suspicious. The blonde turned to him and asked Jun-yeol if he wanted to stand up and greet her properly, showing his politeness. But he only coldly replied that the card he was holding in his hand was actually a fake entrance ticket that had been forced upon them. Young Yeon-chul turned to the man and sternly ordered him to stop immediately, asking the guild member to apologize to Lee Do-ju. The president's words still stopped the impudent man a little, but he shouted loudly that if Lee Do-ju turned out to be a liar, he would not be able to get rid of him easily. Unwilling to tolerate this lawlessness, Jong Yeon-chul shouted loudly to make the scoundrel shut up and immediately apologized to the guy. The president's order was also supported by the girl, while the team leader looked at Lee Do-ju with an awkward smile and apologized to him for Jun-yeol. Thinking that the mannerless hunter was like a low-class bandit at the Murim market, Lee Doju smiled and said that everything was fine. Seeing how the guy was smiling when Hyun Nim spoke, Junyo fiercely clutched his weapon in his hand and shouted that he had completely lost his fear. Junyo grabbed his head sharply and laughed because since the civil servants always hid behind the hunters, they never received anything. He pointed his spear at Lee Doju and charged at him, shouting that he would personally show the civil servant how scary he was. Lee Gang-hyun and his partner screamed in fear as they tried to stop the mad Junyo, but it was pointless. Just as the sharp tip of the spear was about to touch Lee Doju's eyes, Junyo finally stopped. The man broke into a crazy smile and asked if the civil servant had begun to understand the full power with which he could kill him. Seeing how Lee Doju didn't even move, Junyo laughed and said that he would never hit a civilian. Mr. Jong Yeon-chul, who was watching this whole scene, almost felt his heart jump out of his chest from the strain. Junyo, in turn, still didn't understand anything, so he continued to laugh at the fact that he so easily let Lee Doju go and pardoned him. When Lee Doju sighed heavily and said the president's name, the man exclaimed and immediately ran up to him, trying not to anger him. But instead of seeing even the slightest hint of anger in his eyes, the man saw only a slight smile in the guy. The young man looked the president in the eye and cheerfully declared that Mr. Jong Yong-chul had raised his puppy too poorly for a hunter. Such harsh words instantly ignited a new wave of anger inside Junyo, with which he looked at this impudent man in a suit. The hunter immediately screamed, asking the boy if he really wanted to die the most brutal death at the hands of this puppy. But Lee Doju didn't even think about taking back his words, as instead he just repeated his words, but with an even wider smile. Poor guys Jong Yeon-chul and his assistant almost had heart attacks, because the men hadn't felt so stressed for a long time. Junyo, meanwhile, was becoming increasingly enraged, again threatening Lee Doju with death and bloody reprisals if he did not shut up. The boy really enjoyed watching his angry expression, so he continued to tease him and say that he wouldn't do anything to him. Suddenly, Lee Doju's words suddenly ceased to be meaningless, as the boy poured out the power of his energy, which created a blue aura around him. Junyo, who had been so brave until now, instantly realized that he couldn't even move his toe. The rest of the guild members stood in great shock because they had never seen such a powerful force before, especially from a common person. The impudent man fell to his knees in front of Lee Doju, trying with all his might to breathe in the air that he suddenly began to lack. In just one moment he realized all the mistakes he had made towards the guy, so he began to beg him for mercy. Lee Doju didn't want to waste time on a showdown, so he coldly stated that he would let him get away with it the first time, but not the second time. After the boy let go of the bastard, poor Junyo grabbed his throat and began coughing, helplessly gasping for air. A girl from the team immediately ran up to him and grabbed Junyo by the shoulders, trying to find out how he felt and if everything was okay. Lee Gang-hyun, in turn, was still staring dumbfoundedly at this Lee Doju, who had subdued his partner with just energy. While the young man was talking to the president, trying to find out what business he had been called for, the man looked at him and considered him a real monster. Young Yeon-chul, who had finally calmed down, decided to speak out and asked Lee Doju to become a member of the Center Attack Squad. The boy didn't even think about his proposal, as he immediately said that he would under no circumstances join the attacking squad. The bureau director did not insist and said that they were still infinitely grateful to him for the fact that the guy found the entrance ticket. Jong Yeon-chul took the paper from his assistant and handed it to the young man, asking him to accept his check as a small thank you. When he added that Lee Doju didn't need to feel burdened at all, the boy looked the gentleman straight in the eye and said his name. The bureau director smiled, clasped his hands, and asked what Mr. Lee Doju wanted. The boy scoffed and, pretending to be serious, said that civil servants were simply fired if they took bribes from other important people. Jong Yeon-chul jumped up from his seat and shouted that it was not a bribe at all, but a simple thank you, because he just wanted to say thank you. In response to this, Lee Doju lowered his head and explained that in their industry, this was considered a real bribe, for which people were fired. Immediately after this, the guy added that if the president showed sincerity, he would like to maintain good relations with the hunting bureau. Since Mr. Jong Yeon-chul was willing to do absolutely anything, Lee Doju clarified that his request could be unusual and unconditional. Everyone present understood that this meant that they could not refuse this request, so both the hunters and the director froze in surprise. Even Jun-yeol, who was still sitting in the far corner of the office and trying to come to his senses after what Lee Do-ju had done to him, froze for a second. Thinking about the boy's words, Lee Gang-heng realized that after such statements, he could really become the head of the Hunter Bureau in the future. President Jong Yong-chul thought for a moment, but still did not want to risk such an important relationship and agreed to Lee Do-ju's conditions. But the man had many years of experience behind him, so in return, he asked the young man to promise him something. He began to talk about how many hunters had died at the present time, and the center could boast of an even higher level of complexity than the faults. Jung Yeon-chul looked the boy straight in the eyes and said that Lee Do-ju was the only one who could prevent the hunters in the center from dying. Lee Do-ju was not one to throw his words to the wind, so he agreed to the director's proposal and conditions, saying that he would do his best. This prospect made Jong Yeon-chul extremely happy, who clapped his hands joyfully with a smile and declared that he was ready to do anything. The boy rose from his seat and declared that they would discuss the rest a little later, since it was time for him to return to training. Heading towards the exit, Lee Do-ju added that the gentleman should refrain from actions that could harm other people. As soon as the guy left the office and found himself in the corridor, the members of the Behemoth Guild, along with director Jung Yeon-chul, breathed a sigh of relief. Jung Yeon-chul immediately began to lecture Jun-yeol, pointing out that he was acting like a bratty child going through puberty. Finally, deciding to clear up the situation, the president explained that Lee Do-ju was the commander in the C-rank dungeon where he single-handedly dealt with the boss. Listening to how it took that boy less than a minute to kill a C-rank monster, Jun-yeol remained silent and realized who he had quarreled with a few minutes ago. The girl from the Behemoth Guild group looked at the director suspiciously and seriously asked if he was really human. Even though the answer to this question was obvious, Mr. Jong Yeon-chul himself thought about it a little, but still said that the probability was high. Lee Gun-hyun recalled his last meeting with this young man when he gave Lee Do-ji advice, and the team leader felt terribly ashamed. Meanwhile, Lee Do-ju was calmly walking down the corridor and thinking that he needed to quickly return to class, where they were probably waiting for him. But when the boy entered the classroom, where there was only one lecturer, he immediately thought that the class was already over and he had missed everything. The boy began to approach the man and say that in the end, he would have to come again and listen to the lecture a second time. The teacher greeted Lee Do-ju and said that he never expected to see this boy again, who had gone on such an important matter. After Lee Do-ju began to apologize guiltily to the lecturer, the man calmed him down and said that the young man had completed his training. Delighted that the man turned out to be an incredibly good person, Lee Do-ju nodded gratefully to him and said thank you for understanding. The lecturer, in turn, took out a small yellow box from somewhere and handed it to the young man, saying that he had given it out to all the training participants. The man smiled and said that mostly F-rank items dropped there, but for the sake of forgetting, the box was still worth opening. Lee Do-ju thanked the kind man and turned around, heading towards the exit, thinking about how he could have given this box to Sol Yoon-hee. As soon as the guy was near the exit of the bureau, he saw Cha Ye-ji next to him, who smiled widely and greeted him. Seeing that the girl had arrived first, the young man was slightly surprised, but she quickly reassured him and said that she had also just finished. Cha Ye-ji happily took out her B-rank hunter certificate from her bag and happily declared that she was now up to the next rank, thanks to Lee Do-ju. The beauty's manager praised her for such wonderful achievements and said that it was largely her merit. Green Eyes, in turn, did not want to waste time in the Hunter's Bureau, so she rushed forward, throwing to the young man so that he would catch up with her faster. After dinner with Cha Ye-ji, Lee Do-ju returned home, where he called everyone into a circle and took out the very same mysterious box that Yoon-hee was supposed to open. Well, when the father suggested that the girl open this box, the redhead refused, because something bad always fell out of such things. Hearing the word the girl used to describe her unlucky hands, Isaias giggled, saying that it was terribly disgusting. He didn't respond to Yoon-hee's request to be quiet, so moments later the girl was running after the dragon, who was running away from her as fast as he could. In the end, Lee Do-ju himself decided to open the box, and in his hands this strange thing began to glow red and sparkle. Seeing this light, Sol Yoon-hee looked at the box in surprise and said that it should have opened with a yellow glow. But immediately after her words, the color of the aura of this little thing changed from red to yellow, which turned out to be even brighter. After a few seconds it changed to blue, causing the little one to exclaim in surprise because the color of such boxes did not change at all. Lee Do-ju was also a little surprised that in just a minute this thing changed its color several times, stopping at purple. Sol Yoon-hee, who noticed this, said that the purple color represented the level of the 9 o'clock news, which was a terrible rarity. The box glowed so brightly that the room was as bright as day, but Lee Do-ju remained as calm as always. Eventually, the sparkling finally ended and the box opened, with a message appearing above it about the discovery of a spiritual heritage. Lee Do-ju looked uncertainly at the thing that had formed in his hands, not knowing whether it was something good or bad. Now, the guy had in his hands a small book called Ataraxia Interpretation, which even had anti-magic powers. The boy carefully read the title and began to read the description of the book, which appeared right above it in a pop-up hologram. He instantly realized that they were talking about the center that Nergis had spoken of when she mentioned that it was the real place of Isis's birth. Lee Do-ju turned to the dragon and showed him the book, asking his comrade if he knew what it was, but Isis just shook his head. The dragon looked too suspicious, so Lee Do-ju looked at him sternly, but in response he heard dissatisfaction that he really didn't know anything. Ignoring the fact that Isis was the Dragon King, the boy turned to Carciel and asked him about it, but the second dragon didn't know anything either. Even though Carciel was born there, he didn't remember anything, leaving Lee Do-ju even more lost in thought. Yoon-hee also had no idea how powerful the heritage rank was, as such boxes usually dropped items up to rank C. Carciel, who was sitting to the side, watched the owner carefully and was surprised that he was so interested in that book. The animal studied the boy and his behavior, assuming that Lee Do-ju was going to go to the center to find out something. Isis, meanwhile, was not going to waste his time on such trifles that were not even edible, so he went to bed. Sol Yoon-hee immediately ran after him because yesterday the dragon promised the girls that he would definitely brush his teeth before going to bed. Suddenly, Lee Do-ju stopped the girl and said that he would make sure that Isis brushed his teeth thoroughly today. The dragon instantly changed the direction of his movement and rushed at Yoon-hee's leg, saying that he was just joking and now wanted to brush his teeth with her. Lee Do-ju wasn't the type of person to stand on ceremony with him, so the guy simply grabbed the animal by the wings and pulled it away from the girl. After laughing at how his father was able to take it away so easily, Sol Yoon-hee wished Isis good luck and sweet dreams after the teeth-cleaning process. The next morning, as if nothing had happened, Isis and Carciel were lying on the couch watching TV, which was showing dramas. The Dragon King was discontentedly indignant that the same programs were constantly on TV, which had not changed for months. Suddenly they heard strange sounds like knocking coming from behind the front door at the other end of the room. Carciel, continuing to chew popcorn, stared at the door in surprise, because both owners were supposed to return only in the evening. Thinking that it might be a thief, Isis smiled evilly, because the dragon hadn't had time to relieve the stress of brushing his teeth the night before. He rushed to the door, opened it, and, without looking at who was on the other side, instantly attacked the guest who interrupted his viewing of the drama. Well, literally, a second later, the little animal felt how the owner's strong hand grabbed his face, staring at him in surprise. Lee Do-ju measured Isis with his eyes and asked if he was really affected by the stress of the previous night's session before bed. Trying to ignore the force with which the boy was squeezing his face, the dragon forced out that he hadn't meant it at all. Meanwhile, the innocent Carciel approached the boys, avoiding the owner and greeting him on his early arrival home. In the end, Lee Do-ju finally let the poor Isis go, after which he asked the young man why he finished the job so early. But when the guy said it wasn't work-related, the dragon immediately became scared at the thought that the owner might have been accidentally fired. Tears came to his eyes at the thought that since the boy had become unemployed, he would never be able to eat tasty meat again in his life. Lee Do-ju laughed at the childish reaction, then continued to unpack the shopping bag and talk about how it wasn't like that at all. Hearing that the owner was going to go on a business trip to Gangwon-do, Carciel looked at him in surprise, trying to remember about this place. Seeing that the owner was about to start eating, Isis offered him to leave Yoon-hee, but the young man ignored him, getting ready to leave. Entering his own room, the boy saw absolute cleanliness in it, due to which the surfaces of the furniture simply sparkled. This surprised him quite a bit, so Lee Do-ju thought about going and doing the laundry if cleaning was out of the question. Entering the laundry room, Lee Do-ju stared at what he saw there with the same slightly disappointed look. There was laundry hanging out in front of the boy, which made him wonder how Sol Yun-hee managed to do all this and also study. Noticing his surprise, Karsiel explained to the owner that when he went to work, Yun-hee did all the housework and only then went to study. Even though Lee Do-ju knew that his daughter was very different from ordinary schoolgirls, he was still amazed. Upset that the girl had not left him any chores, Lee Do-ju turned around and headed to the kitchen, hoping to do some cooking. A couple of hours later, the kitchen was filled with the fragrant smell of the vegetable and tofu soup that Lee Do-ju had prepared. While the boy was tasting his dish, Sol Yun-hee also managed to return home because the dragons heard some strange steps on the other side of the door. Lee Do-ju turned towards the front door and saw his daughter there, greeting her and saying that the girl had come just in time. Sol Yun-hee, in turn, was very surprised that her father returned home so early, and besides, he was standing at the stove and preparing dinner. While setting the table, the boy said that since he was leaving on a business trip that evening, he decided to stop by home for a while and help Yun-hee with dinner. Seeing how much her father had prepared, the redhead broke into a smile and immediately rushed to the table, wishing everyone a bon appetit. Recalling something, Lee Do-ju turned to Yun-hee and asked why she never asked him for pocket money. The little one looked up at him and said that last month she had already received 720,000 won from her father, which was enough for her until now. Yun-hee began to tell that with this money she bought groceries for dinner, and she also bought a vacuum cleaner and a dryer for the house. Lee Do-ju sighed and said that he was talking about the personal money that Yun-hee wanted to spend on herself, not the money for living. Seeing that she didn't quite understand his meaning, Lee Do-ju explained that he was talking about the money she could spend on going out with friends. Sol Yun-hee, continuing to enjoy her meal, said a little sadly that she much preferred spending time at home with the dragons and her father. While Izayas was enjoying his dinner carefree, Lee Do-ju asked his daughter not to be shy about asking him for spending money. The young man finished his dinner and his educational conversation with his daughter, after which he rose from his seat and announced that he had to go. He got ready in a few minutes and headed towards the door after hearing a wish for a safe trip from Sol Yun-hee. Izas, at the same second as the guy stood up at the table, instantly glanced at the remaining dishes on the table and was glad that now they were all his. He wanted to brag to Karsiel that he would never understand the pleasure of real food, but the dragon suddenly disappeared somewhere. While Izas was trying to figure out where his friend had gone, and Yun-hee was thinking about how kind her father was, Karsiel quietly ran away somewhere. Lee Do-ju, who was just walking down the street, suddenly heard a child's cry coming from somewhere behind him. The boy turned around and saw a little girl running after him, asking her owner to take her with him. The people around, who heard that girl calling that boy master, stared at Lee Do-ju in shock, preparing to call the police. Lee Do-ju stopped and stared in surprise at the little one, who was 3 times smaller than him but ran after him from the very house. The boy looked at this girl and tried to understand who she reminded him of so much, and besides, she also called him her master. Seeing the confusion in his eyes, the girl explained that she was Karsiel, who had transformed into a human to avoid attention. Taking a closer look at the little stranger, Lee Do-ju really saw Karsiel in her, because she had the same purple hair and pink eyes. While passers-by were still staring at the boys, Karsiel explained that although he didn't like this image, he had no other choice but to catch up with the owner. People, in turn, simply stood and were amazed that this little girl was constantly calling that big guy master. Lee Do-ju was very surprised by the dragon's transformation, as it was a rare occurrence, but he was incredibly embarrassed by the looks they were being given. The people around were so angry at the guy that they were going to call the police and child protection services because such behavior was unacceptable. The boy didn't like attention to himself, so he put his arm around Karsiel's back and suggested that they go somewhere else first. But suddenly he felt a heavy male hand on his shoulder, which was accompanied by a male voice that ordered the guy to stop. Turning around, Lee Do-ju saw a man standing next to him, who ordered the young man to stay put because the police were already on their way. When he tried to make a small excuse that the man had completely misunderstood the situation, The stranger shouted at him furiously. The man looked at Carciel, who was standing next to him, and stated that he did not want to shed blood in front of the child, and was holding himself back very much. Lee Doju didn't want to get involved in the conflict at all, so he tried his best to think of a way to explain what happened and stay alive. Carciel, in turn, was not going to tolerate such a boorish attitude towards the owner, so he suddenly grabbed the man by the neck, squeezing his throat. The little, cute girl sternly ordered the little man to apologize to his master for being so impudent in his conversation with the young man. Lee Doju sighed wearily and ordered Carciel to stop this behavior, but the girl refused because that man had crossed the line. The boy explained that if they stayed in this place, everything would only get more complicated, so the guys needed to leave quickly. He didn't wait for Carciel to calm down, so he simply grabbed the girl by the arm and pulled her away from that poor guy. Carciel stared at his master in surprise, not understanding why he didn't allow him to deal with that impudent fellow and punish him. Lee Doju ignored this and turned to the people around him, trying to explain that they had misunderstood the situation and everything was fine. The people continued to stare at the boy in amazement as Carciel demanded that his master let him go so that he could take revenge on that man. Having no desire to stay in this terrible place, the boy stopped a passing taxi and headed towards it together with Carciel. Once in the car, Lee Doju ordered the driver to drive to Mount Sodai as quickly as possible, since he was now incredibly late for the breakup. After half an hour's drive, they finally arrived at the foot of Sodai Bark, where the taxi driver dropped them off and fleeced the boys 350,000 won for the ride. Carciel was in complete shock from such a sum because for this money, you could buy 7 bags of food and live for a couple of months. He ran after the owner and was indignant that if they had flown to the mountain on him, it would have taken about 10 minutes and cost much less money. Lee Doju calmed down the girl running after him and clearly ordered Carciel to stop calling him master in the form of a little girl. The dragon in human form looked at the young man with disappointment and asked if he was really going to kick him out of his master's nest after that. Looking at the cute father and son couple side by side, Lee Doju said that he had no intention of doing that. The young man watched these nice people carefully and thought that it would be best for Carciel to address him as Dad. The boy still decided that this would be the best decision, so he turned to the girl and asked her to address him as father. Carciel stared at his master in surprise, not understanding why he allowed him to do this. Lee Doju would have been able to avoid misunderstandings that way. In the end, little Carciel was very happy with this order, because calling his master Dad, he stopped closer to him. After patting the girl on the head, Lee Doju suggested that they go somewhere to get a snack, but she said, upset, that she didn't bring any food with her. Lee Doju sighed again and said that if anyone saw a child eating dog food, he would definitely end up in the police station. 10 minutes later, the boys were sitting in a diner where Lee Doju ordered ramen for his temporary daughter, which she had never tried before. The boy carefully scooped up some ramen and handed it to Carciel to try, since Yoon-hee wouldn't let him eat that kind of food at home. Carciel carefully tasted some of the ramen and barely restrained himself from spitting out everything in his mouth. When his father asked him if he liked the food, Carciel smiled sweetly and said that it was the most delicious thing in the world. Finally, in a calm environment, Lee Doju asked the girl why she followed him without saying anything earlier. Carciel lowered his head a little guiltily and said that he had guessed that Dad was going to go to the center alone. He looked up at his father and stated that this place was terribly dangerous for the young man, but Lee Doju didn't seem to care. Hearing this, Carciel shouted in displeasure that if he called the center dangerous, then the center was dangerous, especially for an ordinary person like him. Lee Doju patted Carciel's head with a slight smile, thanked him for his concern, and then said that he could go there alone. But the girl clenched her fists tightly and said that if her father were to suffer, everyone would be sad, so she would go with him. The boy smiled widely at the fact that Carciel was fully capable of defending himself, so he agreed and said that he relied on the dragon. Carciel, in turn, had never looked so serious and focused because this was his first task together with his master. Having finished their snack, the boys went to Mount Sode and found themselves near the very entrance to the center of the rift, around which everything was covered in clouds. After carefully examining the enormous size of this rift, Lee Doju glanced at the dragon and asked if it was ready. Seeing that the dragon was a little worried about all this, he agreed, thinking that he needed to protect his master. Not wanting to waste time, the boys took a few steps forward and jumped into the rift. Once inside, the guys saw an unusual world with strange flying islands, just like in the stories of the Behemoth Guild. Lee Doju took his bag and took out 2 things from here, telling Carciel that he would need these too if they wanted to enter the center together. The boy handed the dragon the pass to the rift, which he had gotten a few days ago, so that he could enter inside without any problems. Seeing the scary creatures near him, Lee Doju added that the words about the monsters appearing constantly were indeed true. When Carciel also saw that big guy, he shouted loudly to the owner to hide behind him and not stick his head out until the monster died. The dragon raised his paws and lit a purple fire in his hand, shouting at the end that he would now go and deal with that creature. But the older owner suddenly stopped the animal, firmly grabbing its paw, because it was not necessary to do this. Carciel began to scream excitedly for the boy to let go of his hand, since it could easily melt from the fire he created. After the young man finally took his hand back, Carciel saw that everything was absolutely fine with it, and there was not a single trace of a burn on it. Using the energy of his power and forming a weapon in his hand, Lee Doju said that the dragon didn't have to worry about the monsters at all. The guy cut the monster's body into 2 parts and added that he needed to figure out some things this weekend so he would deal with them himself. The monster fell to his knees in front of the young man and collapsed to the ground, after which Lee Do said as a parting shot that only in this case would he be able to go to work. Noticing that the monster was literally starting to burn before his eyes, Lee Doju asked his partner if he had gone too far. But Carciel was so amazed by this picture that he couldn't even find the strength to say at least a couple of words to his master. A moment later, a huge explosion was heard at the place where the dead monster lay, which would definitely make the other mobs avoid them. The fairy, who still remained the guardian of the entrance to the center, suddenly felt some vibrations and realized that guests were heading towards her. She looked up at the sky, realizing that if she could sense the energy of this guest, even here, he was insanely strong. The fairy smiled suspiciously because she finally had a strong toy that she would no longer be bored with. Carciel and his master, meanwhile, were walking through some forest and trying to understand where the real entrance to the center from which the energy emanated was. Eventually, they saw a healthy red portal in front of them, which was very similar to the very entrance to the center. The dragon immediately ran up to him and said that he would go into the rift first to make sure that his master would be safe there. But just as quickly as he ran to the portal, Carciel stopped near its entrance because he saw something terrible. Right in front of the entrance to the rift lay the remains of some man who had apparently suffered terribly when he tried to enter the portal. Suspecting something was wrong, Lee Doju took out the book he had found from the magic box and said that if this person were there, they would have saved him. The boy pointed at one of the pictures in the book and said that it was not a person at all, but something else and more dangerous. A moment later, Lee Doju saw in front of him the information that he had successfully downloaded the information about the human hell. The thing actually turned out to be a trap plant that attacked when approached because it looked like a human. As Lee Doju read the description of human hell, he felt like the book was giving him additional mathematical power. The young man thought that it would be good for him to know information about all the creatures mentioned in this book, but he had little time. The guy was so immersed in his own thoughts that he didn't even immediately feel how the frightened Carciel ran up to him and grabbed his leg. At that very second, some strange sounds began to come from the rift, and the trap plant began to crawl towards the guys. Lee Doju, as usual, stood calmly and measuredly observed the situation, while Carciel was quite worried and thinking about what to do. The poor fellow was so scared that with every strange sound, he grabbed his leg more and more tightly and asked his owner how he wasn't afraid at all. The young man smiled and squatted down, stroking the animal on the head and asking why he was so afraid if they were together. The boy asked the dragon to be honest with him, because if he was so scared, Lee Doju could take him home. Carciel looked up at him with his big pink eyes and asked if he would be a burden to the boy if they did enter the rift together. Lee Doju's smile widened, and he explained that he could take care of any problems, so everything was fine. This made the dragon a little happy as he suddenly stopped feeling any fear and agreed to go inside with his master. Although the cave leading to the other side was scary, Carciel knew that as long as he was with the elder master, he was safe. The dragon looked around and began to grab his head because his body was slowly becoming heavier and heavier. Lee Doju looked at his pet with excitement, because it really seemed strange to him since the young man felt wonderful. It was incredibly difficult for him to withstand this tension, but the little animal tried with all his might to hold on and not lose consciousness at such a crucial moment. Eventually, Carciel lost consciousness and ended up hanging on Lee Doju's arm, who was seriously scared by what happened to him. The young man threw the dragon onto his back and whispered that he had no other choice, so he continued on his way inside. After some time, the boy found himself in the center, namely on the first floor of the tutorial zone, which was located on a separate island. Feeling the warmth that enveloped his body, Carciel finally opened his eyes, realizing that he wanted to sleep a little longer. Suddenly, he woke up from his sleep and sat up on the grass, looking around and realizing that he had definitely walked into the center of the rift. Suddenly, the little animal heard the voice of its owner, who was sitting next to it and resting, holding something that looked like a fishing rod in his hands. Lee Doju was sitting in a folding chair near the river and fishing, because the mind was told to catch an artifact from the river with that fishing rod in order to move on. Carciel laughed at the impudent scoundrel who dared to give orders to his master. But despite this, he took the wand and approached the water himself. The boy, in turn, smiled and said that it was a test, not an order, but he was glad that Carciel felt better. The dragon agreed with him and said that he felt much better than usual because his energy was improved due to the fact that he was born in the center. Carciel asked Lee Doju why he couldn't go into the water himself and catch the artifact, but he explained that as soon as he entered the river, the artifact would disappear. Lee Doju was already a little tired of fishing, so he decided to use magic, wondering why Carciel woke up at all. Looking closely at what was in the water, Carciel said that he himself did not have any guesses, because fishing was a quiet activity. Suddenly, the dragon noticed that the water began to ripple, after which he heard a stern order from the young man for the animal to move away from the water. At that very second, something very large jumped out of the river, which brought with it a huge column of splashes of water. Realizing that it was the master's handiwork, Carciel stared at the fish in the air and asked if it was even possible to do that. Seeing the boy nod at his question, the dragon quickly caught the fish flying towards him and asked if it was a scam. The boy, in turn, explained that he had caught the artifact he needed with a fishing rod, but he had simply sped up the process a little. Looking at the watch in his hand, which was the test itself, Lee Doju noticed that the fishing rod he was holding was starting to disappear. Realizing that this meant the end of this quest, Lee Doju stared at the pass and asked what the next quest on his route was supposed to be. Then the guy picked up 2 more artifacts from the ground in the form of some kind of necklace and a strange stone, thanks to which he received a boost in strength. In an attempt to save time, Lee Doju immediately launched the fusion of these 3 items, which would result in him receiving a bracelet. After Carciel, along with the fish in his hands, almost went blind from the bright light of the transformation, the young man still received the accessory. He looked at it carefully and said that this thing should suit Sol Yun-hee because this wizard bracelet was really cool. This news made the dragon happy, so he happily congratulated his master on his success, after which the boy stroked his head. Staring at the wizard's bracelet, Lee Doju wasn't quite sure what he could do with it or where they should go now. But suddenly the boy's attention fell on a strange phenomenon that began to occur over the river from where he had taken the artifacts. Right above the water, some new gap began to form, which with each second became larger and larger, filling the sky. Suddenly a human hand appeared from this strange gorge, which seemed to be trying with all its might to get out of there. Carciel immediately rushed to the gap and shouted for the owner to hide behind his back, because it could be very dangerous for him. In the meantime, a fairy appeared from the portal who broke into a smile and emphasized that the guys had completed the quest earlier than she thought. Lee Doju measured the stranger with a confused look and menacingly asked her who the fairy was. She made a cute face and said that she was the most reliable assistant for all the adventurers who arrived in the tutorial zone. The girl blew a kiss to the boys, saying that her name was Tu-Si Ta-Lei and that the guests were always supposed to take care of her. These childish tendernesses irritated Lee Doju to no end, but the young man tried not to show it, because this fairy could still be useful to him. Lee Doju stood and looked at Tu-Si Ta-La silently, waiting to see what she would do next. The fairy, meanwhile, flew up to the guy's head and turned to the adventurer, asking why he hadn't noticed her. She started flying around his head, trying to catch the guy's eye and make him finally look at her. Suddenly, while Tusitala was trying to surround his master, Carciel felt a strange and unpleasant energy coming from her. The girl, in turn, smiled sweetly and flashed her sharp teeth, repeating that she was very bored and wanted to play. Carciel was incredibly angry at the fact that this impostor allowed herself such impudence towards the master, but the dragon tried to restrain himself. Sensing that same unpleasant energy from Tusitala, Li Doju turned to his pet and ordered him to stand behind him. Carciel did not argue with the owner because this flying creature really was somehow suspicious and mysterious to him. But Tusitala suddenly grabbed her head and came to her senses, because she couldn't kill the toy that appeared for the first time in a long time so quickly. She quickly flew away from the guests and began to apologize to them, excitedly asking if they had managed to feel her energy. Immediately after the guests gave her the silent treatment, Tusitala flew up to Li Doju again and asked how scared he was in front of the center. The boy ignored her, and Tusitala grabbed his hair again and repeated with a smile that this place was incredibly scary. The fairy broke into a wide smile and whispered in his ear that without her, he and that purple dragon would die in the blink of an eye. Li Doju didn't like the behavior of this magical creature at all, so the boy sighed wearily, thinking about how to get rid of her. Although Tusitala seemed so small, in reality she was much stronger than all the monsters that Li Doju had dealt with before. But the young man understood that even this small, strong woman would be within his power, so he was not at all worried about whether he would be able to defeat her. When the fairy noticed that this guest smiled while she was talking to him, she immediately became furious. She instantly felt a surge of energy throughout her body and a desire for revenge, but quickly stopped herself, trying to enjoy the guests. Tusitala bowed low in front of Li Doju and said that she would be friendly today, so she would tell the guys about the center. The concentration of magical power here was very high, so it could weaken the strength of adventurers or simply kill them. After these words, the fairy added that this is precisely why the anti-magic power that was distributed here was a very important thing. Tusitala explained to the children that this power was capable of protecting their bodies from the penetration of black magic, which simply saved their lives. The girl showed the different levels of the center and said that the lower the guests went, the stronger the concentration of magical power was. Flying around Li Doju again, Tusitala felt the anti-magic power from him and mentioned that this boy was protected. As she continued to tell the guests about the center, Li Doju suddenly interrupted her and asked how he could get to the very bottom. The fairy was silent for a moment, trying to calm herself down because this nasty little man had interrupted her again during such an important speech. She tidied herself up and explained that there were challenges on each floor, but on one of them you had to catch a monster to win. Tusitala laughed loudly and added that if the humans were afraid of that very monster, they could simply jump off the island and die. Li Doju looked into her eyes and smiled, saying that even if he jumped into the abyss, he would be fine. The fairy clenched her teeth and gritted them because she was so angry at this guy that she could hardly control herself. Suddenly, she exclaimed that even though this boy was her first toy after a long time, her patience had run out. Li Doju, meanwhile, was convinced that what the book said about Tusitala was absolutely true, and he was just checking it out. While poor Carciel was once again grabbing his leg, Li Doju was silently rejoicing that the information in that book was truly reliable. Tusitala used her magic and pulled out her weapon, hissing that the boy better stop showing off if he wanted to live. Li Doju simply laughed in response and said that it was she who needed to shut up and realize that she could have been crushed with great ease. The owner directed his hand at the small fairy and used all the energy of his origins to teach Tusitala a lesson for her impudent words. The next second, a small explosion occurred on the island where they were standing, causing earth to fall from the island. There was something like a collar around Tusitala's neck, which made the fairy burst into tears and begin to apologize to the guests for his arrogance. Holding the leash that came from her collar in his hand, Li Doju sternly ordered Fairy to be quiet as he was still unable to concentrate due to her screams. The girl looked up at the island ahead and pointed to a creature sitting in a cage, which was a bird monster that needed to be killed. After informing her guests of the information they demanded, Tusitala sobbed and asked Li Doju if she could go. When the boy refused the magical creature, the fairy burst into tears again, not paying attention to how Carciel mocked her. Studying the book in his hands, Lee Doju asked Tusitala if he would go to the second floor of the tutorial area if he caught the monster. The fairy thought for a moment, since no one had ever managed to kill that very bird before, but in the end she agreed with the boy. Suddenly, Tusitala's gaze fell on the book in the boy's hands, and she asked with interest and surprise if it was a real encyclopedia. Receiving an approving nod from the young man, Tusitala exclaimed in shock, asking how it ended up in his hands. Lee Doju simply silently hid the book in his bag and took out his tablet, saying that he won the book from a random box after the lecture. Since they still had to wait for the monster's cage to open, the fairy began to press the boy and ask him to tell them more. But he ignored her requests, justifying it by saying that he was too busy and just silently wanted to deal with the monster, even through the barrier. Touching the huge cage of the monster bird, the boy whispered that he didn't care about this barrier and then used his magic. Hearing the cracking sound of the monster's metal fence slowly breaking, Tusitala, with her mouth open, tried to realize that this wasn't a dream. When a second later the cage simply collapsed, the fairy screamed, because she had never seen such enormous strength in a person before. Tusitala was in complete shock that this small man managed to remove the powerful barrier with just one movement of his hand. In front of Lee Doju, at this time, there was a notification that he needed to defeat the water boss monster and then enter the second level. There were two things hanging in the air above the young man, which were a third-level artifact and an unknown box that he could take as a reward. Lee Doju analyzed the artifact box and the candidate's memories, which could teleport him to the first level. After carefully studying the information about these items, the boy chose the applicant's memories, surprising Tusitala. The girl exclaimed, not understanding why the little man had chosen this one, since the choice from the box, although random, was on the third level. Lee Doju sighed and said that he had to go to work the following week, so he didn't have time to think about it. The boy turned to the dragon and said that he had something to do before Monday, so they needed to hurry. The fairy, meanwhile, widened her eyes and stared at the young man, whispering that he was a real madman. Hearing what she said, Lee Doju turned towards Tusitala, but the girl immediately began to deny everything and say that she was silent. But the guy turned to her not with the desire to scold, but to inform her that he would return next week, and until then, the fairy would be waiting for him. The next second, he and Carciel quickly disappeared, leaving poor Tusitala chained to the bird's ruined cage. The guests disappeared from sight so quickly that the fairy didn't even have time to say anything, so she froze with her mouth open. Meanwhile, Sol Yun-hee was standing calmly in the kitchen, cooking some soup to have lunch with Izas. The dragon, who had been sitting behind her at the dinner table all this time, suddenly turned to the girl because he was tired of waiting. Taking another look at all the food that was on the table, Izas asked the hostess with displeasure why they didn't have any meat. Yun-hee poked the little animal right in the stomach and said that with a stomach like that, he needed to switch to vegetables to lose some weight. The pet immediately jumped up from the table and screamed, asking why the girl didn't give him meat when her father wasn't home. But Sol Yun-hee began to refute all his words, repeating that it was all done for his own health, and that was all. At that moment, Izas could not stand such impudence, so he literally exploded with anger and shouted that the younger mistress was very petty. The redhead didn't pay any attention to his hysterics, so she continued to eat calmly and say that the dragon needed to be patient for a little while. Looking at his irritated expression, the girl added that when her father returned home, she would prepare some meat side dishes for them. Izas didn't want to stay at the same table with this cruel little person any longer, so he immediately jumped out of his seat and ran into the living room. The dragon stared at the huge moon that was shining in the sky and began to address it, asking why it did not fulfill his wishes. Looking closely at the glowing ball in the sky, Izas began to make puppy eyes at her and ask her to finally help him a little. The poor fellow jumped in despair in front of the window and repeated that the moon would make his master return home as quickly as possible. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to a strange sound, similar to a door slamming, and the dragon happily turned in that direction. Near the front door, he saw Lee Doju with Carciel on his back, who had finally returned home after their long business trip. Experiencing a whole range of joyful emotions, Izas again jumped up and ran to his master, feeling happy that the moon had finally heard him. The little animal ran up to the young man and jumped up to run straight at him and throw itself into his arms. But since Lee Doju really didn't like all this tenderness, the guy continued to stand there emotionlessly and stare at his pet. At the last second, he simply stepped to the side, allowing Izayas to fly past him and hit the front door. Ignoring the dragon, Sul Yun-hee turned to her father and asked why he returned from his business trip early. The boy said that he finished his business quickly and told Yun-hee not to cook dinner for him because it was already late and he could eat himself. The daughter quickly ran up to him and grabbed Lee Doju by the hand, shouting that she did not agree to this. She grabbed his shoulders and added with a smile that the young man should first grab and take a bath as slowly and as long as possible. Then Sol Yun-hee turned her gaze to Carciel, who was standing next to his father, and told him to do the same. Lee Doju had no choice but to listen to the girl and climb into the warm bath, where there were dragons next to him. Enjoying my rest, the boy was simultaneously raising Isis and asking the dragon how much longer he was going to behave like this. Watching the offended man who was standing near the exit of the bath, Lee Doju repeated for the third time that he had not turned away on purpose. Seeing how Carciel wanted to climb into his bath but was a little afraid, Lee Doju smiled and invited the dragon to join him. Izas, with a napkin in his nose after that blow, looked at his friend with displeasure and told him to think before choosing the owner and not him. Remembering that Mr. Izas was that very tyrant and king of dragons, Carciel still thought a little. But when Carciel finally climbed into the bathroom, Izas angrily screamed that his friend did not respect or love him at all if he betrayed him so quickly. Lee Doju laughed loudly and suggested that the Dragon King climb into the bathtub with them, since it was more fun together. Once in the bathroom, Izas calmed down a little, enjoying the warm water and relaxing. After a few minutes, he removed his displeased expression and purred contentedly that he felt like he was in heaven. When the boys came out of the bath an hour later, they saw Yun-hee in the kitchen, who broke into a cute smile and asked how they had bathed. The moment they turned their gaze to the dining table, all three of them instantly opened their eyes in surprise and froze. The table was covered with a variety of dishes that were practically glowing with how perfect they were, not to mention their aroma. Sitting down at the table, Lee Doju asked his daughter what holiday she was trying so hard to celebrate, but she only said that she really wanted to make them happy. After looking at the table, on which there was a pile of meat, Izayas turned to the owner and asked him never again to go anywhere for so long. The boy stared at the little animal in confusion, while Sul Yun-hee lowered her head, trying to hide how angry she was. Unable to bear Izas's impudence, Yun-hee turned and looked the little animal straight in the eyes, rudely ordering him to sit quietly and eat in silence. The dragon immediately covered his mouth with his hand and decided not to take any risks, because the younger mistress, in a fit of anger, was no less dangerous than Lee Doju. While enjoying dinner, the girl asked the boys with interest what they had for lunch, and in response heard Carciel say that it was ramen. Upon hearing that his friend had ramen for lunch, Izas stood up from his seat and asked if it was the same dish that was shown on TV. He instantly became angry at poor Carciel for the fact that the bastard had even managed to try ramen while he was surviving without meat. Hiding her irritation, Yun-hee smiled sweetly and said that even such unhealthy food could be enjoyed sometimes. All three of them stared in amazement at the girl who had just crossed out with one phrase all the words she had told them before. But immediately after that, the guys listened to a huge lecture about why ramen was not healthy and fell silent. They attributed their curiosity to the wave of stories about how terrible the ramen was, which they had to listen to for the rest of the dinner. After finishing dinner, Lee Doju stood up from his seat and thanked his daughter for the food, saying that he still had a little work to do before Monday. Hearing that her father was going to some very important auction in Daehan on Monday, Yun-hee asked if he needed help. The boy refused help, saying that at the auction they would disclose information about the product after the sale, so there was no need to prepare. As Monday approached, Lee Doju sat in one of Daehan's spare rooms and waited for the auction to begin. Along with him, Kwon Hyuk-soo and Kong Shol-soo came there, and they watched attentively as the host sold goods to the guests for a couple of million. Suddenly, the man sitting next to Lee Doju raised his badge and announced that he was purchasing the item for 500 million, causing a furor. Kang Chol-soo turned to his boss and suggested that he also participate in the auction, because it was just a huge amount of money. They then turned to Lee Do-ju and asked his opinion, but the young man was not entirely sure and suggested that the staff wait a little longer. The head of the department, meanwhile, returned to watching the auction, where increasingly expensive and rare items were being sold. They once again heard the sound of the presenter's gavel, who for the second time declared that some stranger had again bought something for 500 million. This time the host waved his hand behind him and pointed to the screen for the audience to see, saying that he would reveal information about the subject. As soon as Kang Chol-soo heard that some stranger had paid 500 million for just an E-rank weapon, he almost burst into tears of despair. We already felt better after a few moments, because if he and Kwon Hyuk-soo had bought that thing of such a low rank for that kind of money, they would have gone broke. The boss turned to Lee Do-ju, asking why he had dissuaded them from participating, and he replied that he had felt that way, causing Kang Chol-soo to freeze with his mouth open. Kwon Hyuk-soo laughed at his boss's reaction and asked him to trust Lee Do-ju, since he always handled the tasks he took on. Meanwhile, Lee Do-ju himself sat silently in his seat and watched the progress of the auction, where the next item was just being announced. The next second, he saw a strange wooden board on the stage, the starting price for which was 1 million won. Kang Chol-soo leaned back in his seat, tired, and snorted disrespectfully, asking what kind of fool would buy a tree for that kind of money. But when he turned to Lee Do-ju, with you and the guy laughing about it, he saw the license plate raised in his hand. The department head immediately jumped up from his seat, trying to believe that his employee was going to kill 1 million on an ordinary rotten tree. The boss almost attacked the boy in anger, because Kwon Hyuk-soo stopped him and asked him for the second time to trust Lee Do-ju in this matter. Lee Do-ju, in turn, looked clearly at that object and felt a strong energy from within that wooden tablet. Meanwhile, the bargaining for the tablet with strange energy continued as the price rose to 50 million won. The man who had set such a high price sat and smiled, because no one else present had raised his bar. At the last second, his eyes fell on the second license plate of a young man who placed a bet of 100 million won. Kang Chol-soo simply couldn't contain himself, so he yelled at his employee with all his might who was going to buy a piece of junk for such a sum. The boy paid no attention to him at all, confidently holding his license plate in his hand and waiting for him to be announced as the winner of the auction. Finally, the host announced that the wooden plank had been purchased by guest number 82, after which he began to talk about the item. Looking at the screen, the boss realized that the board was only F rank and did not exceed the cost price of 10,000 won. The man froze from the shock he had experienced a few seconds ago, thereby insanely frightening Kwon Hyuk-soo, who rushed to bring him back to his senses. The boss calmed down a little after Lee Do-ju told him that he would buy the thing with his own money, so as not to ruin their office. This made him incredibly happy, which is why, a moment later, Kang Chol-soo woke up smiling and said that everyone made mistakes in their lives. The next lot announced by the host was some strange, shabby raincoat, the starting price of which was also 1 million won. Noticing that Lee Do-ju had raised his license plate for such a thing for the second time, Chief once again pounced on the boy with shouts and threats. The guests who were also going to raise their license plates to this lot noticed the terrible appearance of the chief and refrained from their decisions. The host, who really didn't want to go broke with his product, raised the bid to 2 million and continued asking who wanted to offer more. Realizing that no one present even wanted to compete for this lot, the man excitedly said that it could turn out to be something good. In the end, he had no choice but to sell the thing to boy number 82, which the host announced with disappointment. Seeing the information on the screen that the cape was rank A, the auction guests screamed in indignation, because that thing was sold for a paltry 2 million. Kwon Hyuk-soo and Kang Chol-soo froze with the same expressions, amazed at how Lee Do-ju was so lucky with this thing. The men immediately began to rejoice that the boy had bought something worth billions for only a few million, which was impossible. Lee Do-ju, meanwhile, remained as calm as ever, smiling only slightly at his success achieved in a matter of seconds. Once in the reception area of the Korean government storage facility, the boys had to pay for everything they had won. While signing the necessary papers and putting money on the table on behalf of the department, Kang Chol-soo glanced at Lee Do-ju from time to time and said how much he loved him. The boss couldn't get enough of the fact that for just 1 billion won, they had acquired 2 A-rank items and 2 B-rank items. I calculate in my mind how much the real value of those items would have cost them. Kwon Hyuk-soo said that they were winning 7.5 billion. Kang Chol-soo was almost jumping for joy as he hugged both Kwon Hyuk-soo and Lee Do-ju, as this was a huge success for their department. While he and the manager were talking about something, Lee Do-ju, in turn, noticed how the cashier was packing that very wooden board. The young man approached him and asked the man to draw up a separate contract for this sign, and also to indicate his name in the contract. When Kwon Hyuk-soo and Kang Chol-soo heard this, they stared at the boy in surprise, not understanding why he was doing this. The manager quickly approached Lee Do-ju and told him that it was not necessary at all since they had enough money to pay for everything. Hearing Kwon Hyuk-soo say that it was better than winning at Kangwon Land, the boss suspiciously asked the man if he was gambling. While the manager was trying to justify himself, the cashier gave Lee Do-ju that same wooden board, and the young man said that he would pay for the goods right then. Lee Do-ju did as he promised, carefully examining the thing he had purchased, making sure that he had not made a mistake. The boy definitely felt the energy that he felt while being in the center with that strange fairy Tusita-la. But despite this, Lee Do-ju was still very interested in the question of where this board came from and how it ended up at that insignificant action. Suddenly, it seemed like he was trapped in a spatial trap by the Jaegel family, which only Lee Do-ju himself could see. The boy looked around, wondering if he should have destroyed these tricks with his deadly force. Suddenly, an image of a woman caught his eye, and it seemed incredibly familiar to Lee Do-ju. The woman, in turn, took out her sharp sword and said that the young man was still not ready and he should return when he was better prepared. Feeling the energy starting to flow from his hand, Lee Do-ju stared at it in surprise and realized something terrifying. The boy tried to move it and realized that he couldn't move at all because he was paralyzed by the strength of that stranger. While he was trying to understand what had happened, the woman came close to him and said that she was now going to send the boy back to his world. She put her sword right to Lee Do-ju's neck and whispered that if he was the one, he would have to live up to his expectations. Seeing the confusion in his eyes, the mysterious stranger began to say something about the center and the flow, misleading the young man even more. Eventually, the woman let him go, and Lee Do-ju found himself back in his usual world, where the boss and Kwon Hyuk-soo were still arguing. Kang Chol-soo didn't believe the boss's words that he had never played in a casino in his life, so he continued to pester him. Lee Do-ju ignored his colleagues and looked at the board, realizing that he needed to quickly go to the second floor of the center. Tusita-la, meanwhile, was still chained to the monster bird's cage, because Lee Do-ju never let her go. The fairy tried with all her might to remove that strange collar from herself and screamed, not understanding why she could not free herself. That thing wasn't even a C-rank skill, but just mana power. But Tusita-la still couldn't deal with it. The girl thought about how strong the contender in the center was, which made her several times angrier. She turned around, offended, and stared into space, whispering that with such incredible power, even a broken center could be restored. Since Fairy didn't notice that Lee Do-ju was right behind her, she boldly continued to call the boy names, insulting him. But the very second she heard the boy's voice, she turned around in fear and screamed in fear, realizing that she was about to be punished. Tusita-la was still shaking slightly with fear, but still found the strength to ask the guest when he had managed to return. Lee Do-ju ignored her question and asked Tusita-la to repeat what she said about the flows and the center. Remembering the words of that strange, magical woman, the young man couldn't stop thinking that it might be related to that wooden thing. Before he could say a single word, Tusita-la fell to the ground at the mere sight of the boy and began to beg him to spare her. The fairy burst into tears, repeating that she would never again in her life be rude to him or insult the highly respected guest of the center. Lee Do-ju sighed and said that he didn't even intend to kill the fairy, so she just needed to be told what happened in the center. Tusita-la was instantly delighted by this statement, because the girl had thought all this time that the young man would come here only to deal with her. The fairy asked where she should start, and Li Doju asked Tu Si Ta La to tell him everything from the very beginning of the creation of history. The girl, upset, lowered her head and said that if she were to start from the very beginning, she should have said that the center was now completely broken. She looked Mr. Li Doju in the eyes and said that it was because of adventurers like him and the other hunters that this happened. Although Tu Si Ta La only knew about that island from rumors, the young man could have reached its center if he continued walking downwards. The closer he got to it, the more power he could gain, just like the 7 people who managed to reach the heart and adapt to it. The fairy explained that those guys were called the 7 Transcendental Masters, after whom the problems began. In the process of reaching the heart, those masters broke the center itself, and the magical woman who appeared to La Doju asked him to fix the young man. Even though the facts were obvious, Li Doju still thought about it and decided that he would understand it when he went down lower. Hearing this, Tu Si Ta La screamed in annoyance because it was much more difficult than the boy thought. The lower he went, the more monsters he would see, stronger than those he saw before entering the rift. But Li Doju ignored the fairy and told her that she didn't need to worry, after which he headed towards the portal to move on. Finally, the guy added that this was the path that he had to follow in any case, because it was his destiny. Staring at the portal that guy had just passed through, Tu Si Ta El was surprised at how thoughtfully he spoke. The girl folded her hands together, hoping that with this daredevil it would finally become possible. Even though this theory sounded crazy, Tu Si Ta La still hoped that Li Doju would be able to fix the center and save Cecilia. Finding himself in front of a healthy cage with a terrible monster, the boy realized that he and Carciel had entered the second stage of the tutorial zone of the center. He looked up at the huge red monster in the cage and realized that he would have a harder time dealing with it. When Li Doju heard that he had more anti-magic power than he needed, the young man looked into the book. Having come across a page that described the characteristics of that Cyclops monster, the boy began to carefully study and examine them. Suddenly, Tu Si Ta La walked through the portal behind him, shouting that at this level he would be able to strengthen his body. She pointed her finger at the monster, emphasizing how red his fists had become from the strengthening of his body thanks to the weapon skill. The fairy then pointed out to the boy the rules of the game, which stated that every time he caught a monster, he could increase his skill level. Looking with interest at the encyclopedia that La Doju was holding in his hands, Tu Si Ta La curiously asked if there was a description of the Cyclops in this book. But when the guy refused the fairy because she could be offended by this spelling, Tu Si Ta La became several times more interesting. The girl was not going to die from her interest, so she snatched the encyclopedia from Li Doju's hands and rushed to look for the page she needed. Finally, the fairy found the pages she needed, which contained information about her and her power. Carciel, who noticed how she didn't like what the book said about her personality, chuckled quietly. Li Doju rolled his eyes and sighed, then said in an important voice that he suggested Tu Si Ta La not to look at the encyclopedia. The upset fairy flew forward, trying to ignore the dragon's giggling, and suggested going to the subway. Once at the station, she explained to the guests of the rift that they could take the train that would arrive next, since it was just going to the right place. In order to play it safe, Li Doju even looked up information about this place in the encyclopedia, seeing that it was a weapons training point. Noticing how the owner was taking pictures of everything around us with his tablet, Carciel looked at him in surprise and asked what the boy was doing. But when the dragon and Tu Si Ta La heard that he was only gathering information for the advance party, they were very surprised. Even though there were no other people on Earth as strong as him, Li Doju still said that it was not he who was supposed to go to this place. Having finished recording the data about the metro, the guy suggested that Carciel go with him on the arriving metro. The very second the dragon crossed the threshold of the metro, he heard a terrible squeak, and a message that only those who had passed the first floor could board the train. These words were confirmed by Tu Si Ta La, because in order to ride the train, Carciel also needed to master the weapon and go through the first floor. The dragon didn't really like this, but he had no choice but to stay with the fairy at the station and wait for his master there. Taking his encyclopedia from the animal, Li Doju asked him again if he was sure about this, to which Carciel agreed. The boy turned to Tu Si Ta La and asked how many stops there were in total, but the fairy said that she knew nothing about it. The girl asked the boy about the information about this in the book, but Li Doju explained that the author of the encyclopedia wrote it based on his own experience. Hearing that the author of the book had only reached the second station, Tusitala suggested that the young man not go too far, as it could be dangerous. The doors began to close little by little, and the fairy finally shouted that when Li Do got off the train in order to return back, he would need to kill the monster. Li Doju rolled his eyes again and agreed with her words, saying that he would do that first. Looking at the fairy, Carciel boldly stated that his master was the strongest and most invincible person of all time, so she had no reason to worry. Although about 2 hours had passed since then, the dragons and the girl were still sitting at the station and waiting for Li Doju. After another 2 hours of the young man's absence, the boy's excitement began to gradually increase because he was a little late. Li Doju, meanwhile, successfully arrived at the station he needed, but before fighting the monster, he decided to first gather information. The monster, who was sitting on one of the nearby rocks, stared in surprise at the little man who dared to stop him before the fight. The young man, in turn, was in no hurry and was thinking about whether he should supplement the missing information in that encyclopedia. The creature on the rock was insanely impatient, so it furiously asked the boy how he dared to joke with him and do anything other than fight. Li Doju calmly told the monster that he had just finished his business, then emphasized that the evil spirit did not have a weapon with him. The young man said that in that case he would fight the monster with his bare hands, causing him to laugh out loud at such statements. The boy had no desire to listen to this narcissistic monster, so he simply raised his hand and made a hole in his body. After making sure that the creature had completely dispersed into the air, Li Doju cracked his hands and stretched, as he felt slightly tired. Having finished with that monster, after some time, Li Doju found himself at the subway station where Carciel and Tusitala were already waiting for him. They pounced on the boy with a bunch of questions about how many stops he had made and whether he had gotten hurt during the fight with the beast. Gently hugging the dragon that had clung to his body, Li Doju calmly informed the boys that he had reached the end of the road. Heading towards the exit of the metro, he added that the fairy was right when she said that after this, he would be given the weapon skill. But Tusitala said in surprise that the station's weapon power worked on the principle of a rainbow, increasing from red to violet. Remembering that the boy had reached the last station, the fairy asked him in amazement if he had received the purple weapon. Well, the girl quickly fell silent, realizing that only a traveler who had come close to the heart could possess the purple color. Suddenly, they heard a loud explosion, which was caused by Li Doju breaking the cage of that red monster. Seeing how easily the young man managed to do this, Tusitala couldn't take her eyes off him and his weaponry. Noticing that the boy's power had turned black during the attack, the girl was seriously surprised because she had never even seen anything like that before. She immediately rushed to the youth's characteristics, trying to find out what his level of mastery of weapons skill was. But when the boy claimed that he had 0.1%, Tusitala screamed furiously that in that case, he should have been red. The fairy simply did not understand how this was possible if this boy rode to the last station and returned from it with a degree of almost 0%. Li Doju showed her the other side of his stats and said that it could be because of the differences in his skill rank. On Monday morning, work was in full swing at Seoul City Hall as usual, while the department chief was tediously wondering when the next weekend would come. The boss was whining because after setting a record at the auction, their department was inundated with a ton of new work that he needed to do. Suddenly, some man burst into the office and joyfully shouted that he and the guys hadn't seen each other for ages. The stranger smiled broadly at the boss and Kwon Hyuk-soo, then asked how they were doing and what was new with them. Annoyed at the thought that this guy had come again, Kang Chol-soo ordered the leader to lower his head and ignore him. Li Doju, who saw the man for the first time, asked Kwon Hyuk-soo about him, and he explained that Yu Min-sang was a representative of a large workshop. Even though Yu Min-sang looked him in the eye, the department head asked him with displeasure why he had come again, since the city hall was not a playground. Hearing the answer to this, that the man had come all the way from Busan just to see the handsome boss, Kang Chol-soo sighed tiredly. Understanding what the impostor was about to ask him, Kang Chol-soo immediately said that they had spent their entire budget on purchasing equipment during the auction. Seeing the expected reaction from Yu Min-sang, the boss hissed in displeasure that they only did this because the situation required it. Yu Min-sang lowered his head in disappointment and said that they could buy the things they needed from his workshop. where they were on discount. After finishing with Kang Cheol-soo, Yu Min-sang turned and addressed Kwon Hyuk-soo, who immediately snapped that he didn't need anything from her. The man called the manager incredibly rude and said that this was his charm, after which his gaze immediately fell on Lee Do-ju. He perceived the young man as his new victim and immediately decided to flatter him, asking who this man with the model appearance was. As soon as Yu Min-sang heard that it was that same Lee Do-ju, he stared at the boy in shock, remembering how frail he was. Yu Min-sang began to look at the boy from all sides and try to understand how a person could change so much in a couple of months. After finishing the inspection, the man laughed and asked Lee Do-ju if he had drunk the mana supplement he had bought last time, but the young man did not remember. The cheeky salesman immediately took advantage of the moment and rushed to his bag, from where he took out their new product which he wanted to show. Yu Min-sang, with a wide smile on his face, began to tell the guys that this thing originally cost a whopping $4 million, but he was willing to give them a discount. He didn't back down for a second and continued singing about how by drinking this strange drink, the guys would be able to become C-rank hunters. After finishing his song and running up to Lee Do-ju, Yu Min-sang began telling him that the boy could become a legendary civil servant with just one sip. Lee Do-ju closed his eyes in irritation and asked the scoundrel if he knew that fraud with hunting items was punishable by life imprisonment. Yu Min-sang instantly became embarrassed and began to repeat that he had in no way tried to deceive the master, but simply wanted to help. But Lee Do-ju was not convinced, because the same legendary civil servant he was talking about was in their building. Without even waiting for an explanation from the boy, Yu Min-sang decided not to humiliate himself any further and simply left, thereby surprising the other workers. Kang Cheol-soo and Kwon Hyuk-soo ran up to Lee Do-ju and began trying to find out from him what the young man had done to make the leech leave so quickly. While they were interrogating the boy, a joyful Cha Ye-ji ran into the office and shouted loudly that she was finally back. The beauty poked Lee Do-ju with the bag containing the drink that Yu Min-sang had given her and said that she had brought a gift for all the employees. Cha Ye-ji smiled happily and said that the nutritional drink cost a whopping 4 million won, but she was sold it for 20,000 won. Kwon Hyuk-soo and the boss stared at her in surprise, not understanding how the girl had been caught, but they immediately remembered that absolutely everyone was the same. While he and the manager were scolding each other about how they should have spoken more quietly so that Cha Ye-ji wouldn't hear, Lee Do-ju was laughing for some reason. Seeing the boy's laughter, Kang Cheol-soo reminded him of how Lee Do-ju had spent a whopping 1.5 million won on that junk and also bought mana supplements. After these words, the girl looked at the guys in surprise and asked if it was a scam, but Kwon Hyuk-soo calmed her down and simply drank the drink. The head of the department did the same, laughed, and simply thanked the girl for her kindness. Watching their happy expressions, Cha Ye-ji could only rejoice at how wonderfully she had acted. After that eventful day, Lee Do-ju finally returned home with several bags, which the dragons immediately perceived as food. But when the animals realized that it was an ordinary nutritious drink for mana, they were a little upset, especially Izas. When Lee Do-ju placed the gift bag in front of his daughter and saw that she was not even surprised, the young man asked how she knew about it. Sol Yoon-hee explained that it had been very popular on the internet lately, and then asked why father had bought it. As soon as the redhead heard that this thing was given to him by that same Cha Ye-ji, she rolled her eyes in displeasure and irritation. Seeing Yoon-hee's irritation, Lee Do-ju asked her about it, but she only said that he should have sent Cha Ye-ji a message of thanks. Izas, meanwhile, took one bottle of the drink and laughed at how ridiculous it looked. The dragon immediately realized that this was a complete setup, so he was about to say something about it, but in time he felt his master's hand near his face. The boy covered Izas's mouth tightly with his hand and whispered in his ear that they needed to go to the bathroom and take a shower together. Half an hour later, Sol Yoon-hee set the table and called her father and the dragon, who should have already finished washing. Staring at Mana's drink bottle, Lee Do-ju asked Yoon-hee in surprise as to why that thing was only near his seat. With a serious expression on her face, the girl said that her father had been working hard at work and needed to drink something healthy. Lee Do-ju didn't object, so he simply poured some of the drink into glasses and invited everyone to sit at the table and drink the thing together. Izas chuckled again and said with a sly smile that there was no point in that, but after the owner's look, he immediately shut up. Realizing what could await him after the truth was announced, Izas said that this elixir was undoubtedly the best in the world. Sol Yun-hee, in turn, did not pay any attention to their strange behavior, so she calmly drank the mana-boosting drink. Putting the empty glass on the table, the girl emphasized that the taste of this thing was quite unusual and it smelled strange. After tasting the strange drink, Lee Do-ju felt a slight taste of alcohol in it and said that dragons were not allowed to drink it. He looked closely at Sol Yun-hee and asked the girl if everything was okay with her, because she looked somehow suspicious. Izas was also slightly surprised by the appearance of the younger mistress, but Lee Do-ju still thought that everything seemed to be fine with her. But as soon as the dragon noticed the terrible rice with vegetables instead of meat on his plate, he quickly lost his sense of sympathy. The little animal could not tolerate such a rude attitude, so he angrily jumped up from his place and attacked Yun-hee, asking what she had done to deserve this. The little one was so confused that the beans in her plate, which she constantly tried to pick up with chopsticks, flew in all directions. Sol Yun-hee awkwardly looked at her plate, which had a pile of spilled beans around it, and apologized for her clumsiness. Tears appeared in her eyes, and the girl almost cried, trying to ask Izas for forgiveness for how she treated him. Lee, Do-ju, and the dragons looked at the younger mistress and instantly thought that she was drunk. Meanwhile, Yun-hee had already broken into a smile and offered to cook Izas anything he wanted if he was still hungry. Seeing the hint of madness in her eyes, the dragon grabbed Lee Do-ju's hand tightly, because Sol Yun-hee looked really scary. Seeing that he was hiding from her, the girl asked the dragon with displeasure why he was afraid of her, but he began to refute everything. Izas grabbed his master's hand tighter and asked what the problem was, since this was just a simple strategic retreat. Carciel, in turn, sat silently at the other end of the table, calmly enjoying his dog food while watching all this. Yun-hee burst into tears again because she thought that Izas hated her because of the lack of meat, and then ran away from her. Shaking his head in confusion, Izas looked at Lee Do-ju and began to repeat that the mistress's tears were not his fault at all, to which the young man agreed. He approached the girl and asked Yun-hee to go to bed early, because she needed to get some sleep and rest as much as possible. When the loving dad managed to put the girl to bed, he returned to the kitchen to the dragons, wondering what to do with all that cleaning. Sol Yun-hee thought about all the household chores at that moment last of all, because the redhead was just lying on the bed and feeling wonderful. The beauty stared at the ceiling above her head and saw some moving patterns in it that seemed simply magical to her. Well, even though she felt so light, the girl couldn't forget that she had to get up and go wash the dishes. The next morning, while the younger mistress was still sleeping peacefully in her room, Izas and Carciel were quietly having breakfast in the kitchen. Eventually, Sol Yun-hee finally woke up, rubbing her eyes and trying to get herself together after a long night. Noticing the girl, the dragons looked at her with a smile and wished her good morning, asking how their mistress slept. Being extremely sleepy and yawning from time to time, Yun-hee asked Izas what happened yesterday, because she didn't remember anything. The dragon smiled and told the redhead that she had been in a slightly strange state yesterday, which was why she had gone to bed early. Hearing him say that the girl had vomited all over the blanket and was crying and throwing tantrums afterwards, Yun-hee screamed in shame. An even more vile smile appeared on Izas's face as he told her that the owner did not stay in front of his daughter in the Borg and cleaned everything up. Emotions simply overwhelmed poor Sol Yun-hee, so the girl froze with her mouth open, burning with shame inside. Her father's terrible words about how the girl was useless and that he and the dragons needed to get rid of her came back to her mind. Yun-hee ran up to Izas and hugged the dragon, crying because her father had spoken so badly of her. The dragon immediately screamed that it was just a joke, and the father called the school and said that the girl would be late, after which he cooked porridge for her. Turning around and looking at the table, the redhead really saw on it a huge plate of porridge that her dad had prepared for her. Sol Yun-hee finally let go of poor Izas and sat him back down so he could continue eating breakfast. She smiled sweetly and sternly declared that now the dragon would live a whole week without meat side dishes for such behavior. Hearing such terrible threats, Izas jumped up from his seat in horror and screamed, because this was the most cruel thing the mistress could do. He began to beg her for mercy and tried to apologize to the girl, but she only yelled at the animal for how badly he treated her. Carciel, as usual, silently watched this chaos and wondered whether peace and quiet reigned in the master's workplace. At the same time, in the fault department, Kwon Hyuk-soo was talking on the phone and telling his interlocutor that he was leaving the office right away. Noticing the leader's agitation, Lee Do-ju asked Kwon Hyuk-soo what was wrong with him. The man smiled and said that he had received a complaint from the fault, which they had received control rights for this time, adding that some scoundrel had opened a workshop in the rift and was controlling the hunt. Kwon Hyuk-soo said that it was strong people who did this. But since the worst-case scenario was that they could lose their hard-earned rights to drive, Kwon Hyuk had to go there. But when Lee Do-ju offered his friend to help with the matter, Kwon Hyuk-soo politely declined, as he now wanted to handle everything himself. Lee Do-ju didn't object and simply asked the manager to be careful as he grabbed his bag and frantically ran out of the office. The boy immediately returned to work and began searching for something on his computer, because this story with the workshop seemed very strange to him. Realizing that the workshop was created by warriors of at least A rank, the young man was extremely unhappy with the fact that they were considered simpletons by the city hall. Seeing confirmation of his thoughts on his computer screen, Lee Do-ju became convinced that he was right and began to think about something. On the other side of the door, the boy heard Kwon Hyuk-soo shouting, asking him to tell his boss that he had gone to deal with the complaint. The boy immediately agreed and returned to his computer, trying to figure out how to deal with those impudent guys in the rift. But as soon as he noticed a photo of the guys from the Ike Guild on the screen, which was in 8th place in the top, he immediately understood everything. The young man recalled his leader's words that he wanted to go to that place on his own, to show himself. Since there were so many high-ranking hunters in this guild, Lee Do-ju was afraid that Kwon Hyuk-soo might be in danger. Suddenly, memories appeared in the boy's head about how he and his colleagues were sitting in a city sauna and talking about something. Lee Do-ju recalled sitting next to Kwon Hyuk-soo, who was talking to him in an engaging manner about how he wanted to become a good senior. Throughout his career, the manager always dreamed of being someone that employees could easily rely on and not be afraid of at all. The previous Lee Do-ju, who had no memory problems yet, at that time agreed with Kwon Hyuk-soo, who was his good friend. But even without taking into account their good intentions, the guys still laughed at how they went to the sauna, neglecting work hours. After those words, an irritated Kang Chol-soo ran up to them and shouted at the guys that after 3 months of hard work, they could afford this. At that moment, the director seemed much more relaxed than he was now, as he even agreed to rub Kwon Hyuk-soo's back. Back then, the guys were an incredibly close-knit team that always wanted to stick together and even die on the same day. While Lee Do-ju was going over all of this and the memories in his head, Kang Cheol-soo entered the office and was surprised that the guy had come so early. As he headed to his place, the boss mentioned that after the weekend, he could not wake up and his body felt several times heavier than usual. Lee Do-ju ignored his complaints about life and asked if the boss wanted to go with him to an important place. Kang Chol-soo instantly became happy, thinking that his employee was talking about going out for coffee to get some fresh air. But immediately after these joyful emotions, there followed the director's disappointment, who could not call this walk a ride. Finding himself in a white Jeep that was speeding down the highway, Kang Chol-soo shouted at the guy not to accidentally take him straight to heaven. Noticing the click of a CCTV camera on the road, the boss shouted in fear to the boy that he could lose his driver's license. The man grabbed the seatbelts with all his might and begged the boy to slow down a little, because they were in no hurry, especially to heaven. Lee Do-ju once again ignored his fear as the young man understood that they couldn't be late for Kwon Hyuk-soo. Picking up speed, the young man informed the chief that, before his arrival, information had been received that the Ike Guild had blocked the rift. While Lee Do-ju was telling his boss about how dangerous it was for Kwon Hyuk-soo, he saw a police car speeding behind them in the mirror. Kang Chol-soo, meanwhile, stared at his employee in surprise, not believing that Kwon Hyuk-soo went there all alone. But he quickly came to his senses and shouted with all his might at Lee Do-ju to press the gas pedal to the floor, and he, if anything, would cover for him in front of the police. The guys raced along the track at full speed, fearing for the life of Kwon Hyuk-soo, whom the Ike Guild could deal with one wave of their hand. The leader himself, meanwhile, had just reached the fault and was preparing to cooperate with those guys whom he himself was afraid of. Suddenly, he heard a sharp screech from car brakes, which made the man turn around and look around carefully. In front of him, Kwon Hyuk-soo saw the same white Jeep that almost knocked him down while he was crossing the road. As soon as he began to get indignant, Lee Do-ju immediately got out of the car, thereby surprising the manager with his presence. The young man looked at his friend with concern and asked if everything was okay with him and if nothing had happened by accident. Kwon Hyuk-soo looked at Lee Do-ju with the same expression and said that he was fine, then asked why he came. Pointing his finger at the chief, who was vomiting near the Jeep, Lee Do-ju explained that the chief wanted to see the Ike Guild with his own eyes. While Kwon Hyuk-soo ran up to the man, trying to make sure that everything was okay with him, Lee Do-ju tried to ask him about the blockage. The leader said that the Ike Guild members denied everything, so they had to go and check the information themselves. Kang Cheol-soo, who had finally started to come to his senses little by little, asked Kwon Hyuk-soo what he would do if he got into a fight with an A-rank hunter. Seeing the slight disappointment in the boss's eyes that he had not reported this to him first, the manager apologized to him. The boss reminded the man that the three of them were comrades who were always supposed to be together and not separate under any circumstances. The department head glared at Kwon Hyuk-soo and hissed at the man to stop struggling with all the difficulties on his own. Kwon Hyuk-soo was immediately moved by such sincerity on the part of the boss, so he immediately agreed with him and almost burst into tears. Lee Do-ju, meanwhile, stood there laughing as Kwon Hyuk-soo tried not to let on that the boss's breath smelled foul after vomiting. Inside the rift, meanwhile, there was a huntress who was also not happy with the blocking of the Ike Guild. Realizing that she was simply radiating rage, the hunters did not argue with the stranger but still denied their guilt in blocking the fire. The girl did not back down and continued to shout that only 10 people occupied as much as 17% of the hunting grounds. So this was a real blockade. While they were arguing with this brave young lady, the bodies of Lee Do-ju and the others gradually began to appear from the rift portal. As soon as the head of the department came out of the portal, he immediately shouted menacingly, asking where the guild was that had not met the state authorities. Lee Do-ju, who heard screams from the side, looked at the little girl in surprise and realized that she was wearing the same uniform as Yoon-hee's school. Kwon Hyuk-soo and Kang Cheol-soo just looked at each other, realizing that the girl couldn't have hoped for anything by yelling at the Ike Guild. But they quickly changed their minds after noticing her menacing gaze and how pinned the C-rank hunter Choi Chang-shir was against the wall. Having noticed the government officials, the girl screamed loudly so that the men would quickly arrest those people who had broken the law. As Kang Cheol-soo and the manager continued to argue about something behind them, Lee Do-ju carefully studied her and tried to figure out who she was. Kang Cheol-soo eventually calmed down a bit and dropped the argument, asking if the student there was telling the truth. Choi Chang-shir immediately shouted that it was a lie, because even though they had caught many monsters, they had never interfered with other hunters. The man handed the department head some kind of memory card and explained that there was a recording from a car camera that they could watch. The chief inserted it into Lee Do-ju's tablet, and he and Kwon Hyuk-soo rushed to watch the screen carefully, where there was a video of the fight. The schoolgirl standing next to her broke into a satisfied smile and said that she was probably right. Kang Cheol-soo cleared his throat and, out of politeness, asked the girl for forgiveness because she was wrong and it was not a block at all. But she folded her arms across her chest in an offended manner and said that the civil servants had sided with the guild, ignoring Choi Chang-shir, who had asked her for forgiveness. As soon as the boys heard the guild member address that girl as Miss Yu Rin, they exclaimed in shock and surprise. Turning around and seeing the shocked expressions on his comrades' faces, Lee Do-ju asked with displeasure what was the matter. But in response to this, they only shouted loudly that this girl was the daughter of the president of the Hunter Bureau himself, Jong Yeon-chul. The guys immediately ran up to Yu Rin and began to apologize to her for not recognizing the beauty right away, trying not to lose their jobs. Lee Do-ju, in turn, looked irritated at this little boor, because of whom he had to drive at breakneck speed into the rift since early morning. The young man snorted disrespectfully, quietly whispering under his breath that it would be better if this lazy girl just went to school and studied. But Miss Yu Rin had very good hearing, so she turned towards him angrily and ordered the pathetic guy to say it again. She immediately ran up to the boy and furiously asked him who was standing behind this impudent fellow, that he was so brave. Kong Chol-soo and Kwon Hyuk-soo literally burst into tears and asked the little brat to turn a blind eye, calling Lee Do-ju an inexperienced newbie. Since the girl was a real snake, she immediately took out her phone and rushed to call her father, threatening Lee Do-ju with dismissal. Her stubbornness made the poor boss feel sick, because he couldn't stand to see her calling Young-yeon-chul himself to complain. They, along with Kwon Hyuk-soo, fell into despair, realizing that their department would disappear along with their pension, which they had worked for their entire lives. Lee Do-ju, in turn, silently watched all this, because he understood that all their worries were in vain. Yu-rin, meanwhile, took the phone away from her ear and looked at it with displeasure, because on the other side she heard her father's answering machine. The girl didn't waste any time, so she pointed her finger at Lee Do-ju and sternly ordered him to follow her. Noticing this, Kong Chol-soo followed the boy and began to beg him to beg that mad girl to calm her anger, because she could destroy them. But after the guy replied that he would try his best, the boss shouted even louder, repeating that he really needed to do it. The man ignored Kwon Hyuk-soo's attempts to calm him down and continued yelling at Lee Do-ju that only he could save them. After Yu-rin Lee Do-ju finally stepped aside, Mr. Jung-yeon-chul picked up the phone and asked his daughter what happened. The girl said that her father needed to fire a government official who was not doing his job well, and then handed the phone to Lee Do. The boy boldly took the phone in his hand and greeted the president of the hunting bureau, introducing himself by his name. In response to his greeting, the young man received dead silence on the other side of the phone, because Jung-yeon-chul was apparently very surprised. The boy took the phone away from his ear and looked at it, then turned his gaze to the impudent girl and called the director again. Yu-rin stared at the boy in surprise, trying to figure out where she had heard his name, which seemed so familiar to her. Meanwhile, in the office of the Hunters Bureau, there was complete shock that the girl dared to reproach Lee Do-ju himself, and even complain about him. The director asked Lee Do-ju how he was doing, and the young man replied that his daughter had caused him some trouble that day. Jung-yeon-chul began to tell her daughter the truth in fear, saying that the girl, in her young years, still did not know a lot. Lee Do-ju smiled slightly and said that it was nothing to worry about since the girl was really still young, so he understood everything. Yu-rin, meanwhile, stood to the side, completely confused about what was happening and why her father hadn't fired that young man yet. Remembering how Uncle President trembled in front of her father, the girl did not understand why her father behaved so submissively in front of Lee Do-ju. Lee Do-ju, in turn, asked Young-yeon-chul what he should have done with Yu-rin, who skipped school and raised a false alarm in the rift. Hearing her father sincerely apologize on the other side, the girl felt a thrill inside her about who that young man was. She remembered that it was the same person who commanded the C-rank rift, but even so, her father shouldn't have been so submissive. While she was thinking, Lee Do-ju had just finished talking to Jung-yeon-chul and handed the girl the phone, indicating that her father wanted to hear her. Yu-rin took the phone in her hands with distrust and looked at it, realizing that she might get scolded now. The girl took a few heavy breaths and nevertheless brought the phone to her ear, addressing her father, who was apparently angry with her. She turned out to be completely right, because Jung-yeon-chul immediately began yelling at his daughter, scolding her for what she had done. Having finished listening to all the threats about how the little one would be in trouble at home, Yu-rin hung up the phone and looked down at the ground in disappointment. Even when she broke the porcelain that was made 1,000 years ago, Dad smiled and didn't even say a word to her, not like this time with Lee Do-ju. Lee Do-ju watched this impudent girl, and deep down he rejoiced at what an angelic child his Sol-yoon-hee was. Kong Chol-soo, who had been terribly nervous all this time about what was happening with the Lee Do-ju, lost his temper at literally every little thing. Suddenly, Choi Chang-soo pointed his finger at the boy and girl in front and said that they were finished and were already heading off. Turning in the direction the man was pointing, the boss and Kwon Hyuk-soo saw a sad-looking Yu-rin and a calm-looking Lee Do-ju there. When he and the girl found themselves near Kong Cheol-soo and the others, who were literally trembling with fear, Lee Do-ju made Yu-rin apologize. Hearing this devilish child apologize, all three men stared at her in shock, trying to believe her words. With tears in her eyes, Yu-rin began to apologize for the fact that, because of her, the men had to travel a long way, and began to blame the guild for the blockade. While the boss and Kwon Hyuk-soo stood there with their mouths open, Choi Chang-shi began to say that the girl was not to blame and everything was fine. Lee Do-ju smiled and measured the little one with his gaze, saying that now everything was definitely resolved well. He turned to Choi Chang-shi and apologized to the man for making unjustified accusations, then asked if they could go. Choi Chang-shi immediately agreed, and the guys finally headed for the exit, while Kang Chol-soo was still in shock from what happened. The boss took a few steps closer to Lee Do-ju and asked him how he managed to pacify the girl who was a real witch. The girl said that he just talked to her and explained how badly she had acted, after which she woke up in her own. The men, along with the disobedient Yu-rin, passed through the rift and eventually found themselves in the human world. Lee Do-ju turned to the boss and informed him that the boy would need to stop by the academy for a while to take care of some business. Noticing the man's surprised expression, Lee Do-ju explained that he needed to take Yu-rin to her father and do something there. Having received approval from his boss, the boy and the girl went to the car and said that he would give her a lift to her father. While fastening his seatbelt, the boy told Yu-rin that she should have done the same if she didn't want to die. The girl stared in surprise at this guy who had just directly hinted that he was going to kill her. But she didn't want to risk her life, so she obediently began to fasten her seatbelt while Lee Do-ju warmed up the car. The same second that Yu-rin ended up with a belt, Lee Do-ju pressed the gas pedal to the floor, and the white Jeep sped down the highway at full speed. Kwon Hyuk-soo and Kang Chol-soo stared after him with slight surprise because they didn't remember if their friend had a license, since he had never driven before. Remembering the fact that Kwon Hyuk-soo had always been the one driving in the past, the man looked at each other in shock as they realized the situation. The next second, both of them shouted after the boy that he was a real scoundrel and that such people could not work as civil servants. The boy, in turn, sat calmly behind the wheel of the car and carefully watched the road, not paying attention to Yu-rin, who was fiddling around on the side. Suddenly, the girl turned towards Lee Do-ju and spoke to him, about to say something. Yu-rin lowered her head guiltily and said that she really felt incredibly sorry for causing them so much trouble in the middle of the day. Lee Do-ju reassured her and said that this could happen to anyone, then stepped on the gas and overtook the next car in front. Looking carefully at the side mirrors, the guy finally asked young Yu-rin never to do that again. While they were racing along the highway with the girl, some unusual distortion was discovered in the center. Even though Lee Do-ju had already forgotten what happened, Yu-rin still felt guilty and continued to apologize to him. The boy asked not to mention it anymore, and instead asked why the little one went into the rift instead of going to school. Yu-rin told him that she thought school was unimportant, and that the rifts were much more interesting to her than her ordinary workdays. Lee Do-ju wasn't very interested in the life of this impudent little thing, so he just nodded his head and they continued to ride in complete silence. The girl looked him in the eyes and asked why the young man didn't say anything else, because usually, after such questions, people asked about school. The boy sighed tiredly and pretended to ask the little witch why she considered school unimportant, but such insincerity only made her angry. Yu-rin turned around, offended, and asked the young man why he was taking her back to the Hunter Academy if he didn't care about her so much. Lee Do-ju told the hero of the occasion that he had a daughter about her age, who also studied at the Hunter Academy. Suddenly, Yu-rin exclaimed in shock as she realized that this young man had a daughter his age, which was simply impossible. The little one stared at Lee Do-ju in shock and asked in the same tone at what age this guy decided to have a child. Not giving in to her emotions, Lee Do-ju calmly replied that Seol Yoon-hee was not his biological daughter, but Yu-rin did not believe it. With this reaction, Lee Do-ju smiled slightly and still decided to seriously ask why the girl didn't like school so much. Yu-rin began to complain that she wanted to become an A-rank hunter, but at school she was taught simple basics that she already knew. But despite this, her father asked her to gain experience at the academy, even though as a girl she considered it an ordinary waste of her precious time. Looking at the boy, she asked his opinion about this whole situation, and Lee Do-ju said that both he and the president were right in their own way. Hearing that the young man did not call her opinion wrong, Yu-rin happily jumped up in her seat and shouted that she was definitely right. Suddenly, Yu-rin also saw the same notification about the detection of a distortion in the center, which scared her a little. Lee Do-ju didn't even pay attention to this, remaining just as calm and quiet, continuing to drive the car. but the calmness in his eyes reigned exactly until the moment when the boy saw monsters on the road in front of him that had burst out of the center. The people who were around ran away from that place as fast as they could, shouting at the others to run away too. Taking a closer look at those creatures, Lee Doju remembered that these were the same monsters that he had killed in the center, and they suddenly appeared in the world. Watching as the monster bird opened its mouth and began to burn everything around it with flames, the young man decided that he would ask Tusitala about this. Feeling something hot rushing over her head, poor Yu-Rin grabbed her hair and screamed in fear. The girl was so scared that she thought that she had already died and would never be able to become a hunter of at least C rank. But right after that, the little one felt Lee Doju's presence next to her and opened her eyes, realizing that she was still alive. Lee Doju, who was right in front of her, held their huge white jeep over Yu-Rin, which was supposed to protect her from the flames. The little one looked at the uncle and could not believe her eyes because she had never seen such strong people before. Looking at the car, which was completely burned out by the monster's flames, Lee Doju remembered that it was a company car, so he didn't have to pay. At that moment, the boy completely forgot that he didn't have a driver's license, so in the future, he would still have to write an explanatory note. He used his energy and conjured a cluster of power in his hand, shouting at Yu-Rin to wait as he needed to deal with the monsters. The boy didn't hesitate, so the next second he swung at the monsters and threw that same charge of energy straight at them. All of this made poor Yu-Rin scream in fear, knowing that even her brother Lee Gang-hyun couldn't handle it, let alone Lee Doju. Hearing the furious roars of those beasts, the girl whined that Lee Doju had only made them even more angry, so very soon they would all die. She cried quietly, covering her ears with her hands and repeating that instead of painful revenge, she preferred to die quickly and immediately. Suddenly something caught the little one's attention, so she opened her eyes wide and removed her hands from her ears, staring at the picture in front of her. The monsters that were before them were instantly left headless by the consequences of the very power Lee Doju had unleashed upon them. The young man finished dealing with the evil spirits, after which he turned anxiously towards the girl and asked if she had been harmed. Yu-Rin was in complete shock from what she saw, so the girl simply froze with her mouth open, unable to say a word. When the sky cleared again and the monsters disappeared, Yu-Rin turned towards the uncle, trying to tell him something. Still trying to pull herself together, Yu-Rin asked him with a trembling voice who Lee Doju really was. The boy calmly replied that he was an ordinary civil servant, but in response, the girl only screamed loudly, because that was not what she was asking about. He repeated again that it was the complete truth, but Yu-Rin only began to jump even more actively, demanding the real truth from him. At the hunter's office that evening, Assistant Jong Yeon-chul stood behind him and said that there had not been a single victim since that incident. When the assistant said that they didn't know who killed those monsters, Jong Yeon-cheol asked him not to dig in that direction, since only one person could have done it. The assistant looked up at the old man in surprise, trying to understand who he was talking about because no one came to mind at all. But a moment later, the man laughed, remembering that he didn't know anyone except Mr. Lee Doju. Meanwhile, Jong Yeon-chul stood and stared out the window, trying to ignore the assistant's stupid and awkward laughter. The assistant watched the serious expression on the chief's face and thought that the official's husband must have been sure that something like this would happen again. Despite this, the assistant was still ready to stay with his president until the end, even if it meant sacrificing his life for him. While he was lost in his thoughts, Jong Yeon-chul decided to call his daughter again, who still hadn't answered his previous 10 calls. Suddenly, the man thought that the girl might be offended by his swearing in the morning, and that was the last thing he wanted. Noticing how agitated the president was, with his head in his hands, his assistant began to worry about the man. The assistant quickly ran up to the director and reminded him that no matter how worried the man was about the country, his health came first. But while the man was trying to reach Jong Yeon-chul, the president lost his grip, thereby scaring the assistant to death. The poor guy was terribly scared and screamed when he realized that the president was barely breathing, because he was afraid that Jong Yeon-chul could die. At his cry, Mr. Jong Yeon-chul opened his eyes, tears appearing in his eyes as he remembered his poor Yu-Rin. Yu-Rin, at that time, looked at her phone where there was another incoming call from her father and apologized to him for not picking up the phone. The little one had no other choice, so she clutched the backpack on her back tightly and whispered that there was nothing she could do. The girl looked up at the building in front of her and decided that the only person who could solve her problem was the man. Yurin walked closer to the house with all her suitcases and finally decided that she would not return home until then. At Lee Do-ju's house, meanwhile, Izas was relaxing and watching TV while Yoon-hee washed the dishes and Karciel was helping her. The girl's ears reached the sounds of knocking on the door, so Sol Yoon-hee turned to Izas and asked the dragon to look at who had come to them. The little animal rose from its comfortable place with displeasure and rolled its eyes, because its owner distracted it at the most interesting moment of its favorite drama. In order not to miss any more of the series, Izas immediately ran to the front door, asking who had come to see them. As soon as the little animal opened the door, he saw some unfamiliar girl on the other side, who loudly greeted the uncle. Yurin, who noticed that there was no one in front of her, fell silent in surprise, not understanding who opened the door for her. The girl didn't even notice the little dragon standing at her feet, so she started to go inside and accidentally hit Izas. Feeling something touch her leg, Yurin flew into the air in fear and screamed in fear, almost falling over. She squatted down and looked closely at the beast, asking if it was the same child that the young man was raising. Noticing the dragon's displeased expression, Yurin broke into a wide smile and introduced herself, asking if Li Do was home. Izas gave her a distrustful look and said that the owner was now in the shower, after which the stranger asked who else was home. The dragon was not going to tolerate rudeness, so with a light kick he pushed Yurin out of the house, saying that they did not want to buy anything from her. Grabbing the door that he started to close, Yurin screamed that she would only leave after she met Mr. Lee Do-ju. But Izas didn't want to back down either, so with the same furious look he shouted at the girl to get away from his door. Hearing some strange sounds coming from the corridor, Sol Yoon-hee looked in that direction and asked the dragon what happened. Without waiting for an answer from him, the redhead herself went to the door and asked Izas who had come to them if he had raised such a fuss. In front of her on the floor, she saw Yurin, who had thrown her entire body weight onto Izas, who was shouting furiously at the intruder. Realizing that the madwoman was familiar with his mistress, Izas hissed with displeasure that he had already managed to mistake the girl for a merchant. The dragon crawled out from under Yurin, who began to irritably declare that merchants would never wear the Hunter Academy school uniform in their lives. Yurin finally stood up and thanked Yoon-hee, who was the one who let her into the house since they went to the same school. Sol Yoon-hee, in turn, stared at her in amazement, not understanding why the president's daughter came to their house. After carefully examining her classmate, Yurin realized that she was the master's daughter that Lee Do-ju had spoken of. Even though her father was so strong in Yurin's eyes, this girl was a simpleton, and she looked quite ordinary. The guest started to say that Lee Do-ju had helped her a lot today, so she wanted to thank him and talk to him a little about something. Sol Yoon-hee was extremely unhappy with the behavior of this impudent young lady, but since she came with good intentions, the girl could not refuse her. Yoon-hee turned around and headed towards the kitchen, asking Yurin to follow her so they could drink some tea first and calm down a bit. But then the redhead's gaze fell on the huge amount of Yurin's things, which was very strange if she had come just to thank her father. Kostya, meanwhile, walked around the boys' apartment and with a slight smile emphasized that their house was much smaller than her room. She sat down on the sofa in the living room and asked Sol Yoon-hee if she was really the daughter Lee Do-ju had told her about. Sol Yoon-hee looked at her with disbelief and confirmed her father's words, after which she asked why Yurin was interested in her at all. Noticing the slight displeasure and irritation on the girl's face, Yurin was surprised that Yoon-hee was so angry with her petty question. Not wanting to quarrel with her school friend, the girl asked Sol Yoon-hee what she didn't like about what she asked. Their conversation was interrupted by the sound of the bathroom door slamming shut after Lee Do-ju came out, finally finishing his shower. Seeing the president's daughter on the sofa in his living room, the young man stared at her in confusion, trying to guess why she had come to his house. While the dragons were enjoying the wonderful fresh scent from their master, Lee Do-ju sighed tiredly, angering Yurin with his reaction to her arrival. Lee Do-ju turned to Izas and reminded him that he had asked him to drive away all the merchants. ignoring the cry of the disgruntled young lady. As soon as Yurin heard that the man dared to call her a merchant, she instantly froze in surprise, about to explode in anger. Izas cast an irritated glance at the guest and asked the owner for forgiveness, because it was the young lady who pretended to be Yoonhee's friend and deceived him. Not wanting to prolong the greeting for too long, Lee Do-ju asked Yurin for what purpose she had come, to which the girl screamed loudly and furiously. Removing his fingers from his ears after she finished declaring that she only came to thank him, Lee Do-ju pretended to be interested. Yurin began to nervously move her fingers, saying that even though this wasn't the main reason for her visit, she still wanted to say thank you. After explaining the entire situation that led her to Lee Do-ju, Yurin began to pretend to be an innocent girl, begging the guy for this favor. But the young man was simply indestructible, so even after 10 attempts to persuade him, he still refused the guest's offer. When the girl lost her patience and shouted that she had ordered him to do it, Lee Do-ju said that he had no intention of taking her on as a student. Since Yurin didn't tell him this directly, the girl was seriously surprised by the telepathic abilities of this young man who could read minds. Lee Do-ju sighed again and pointed to Yurin's things, asking the girl why she had brought this junk to his house if she had just come to thank him. Yurin ignored his questions and continued shouting that she would even give the boy 10 billion if he agreed to take her on as a student. In response to this, Lee Do-ju asked if she knew the price of 1 magic stone. Yurin rolled her eyes in displeasure, naming the figure of 800 million won. The girl quickly realized that the boy could earn this money with one wave of his hand because he was higher than C rank and had terrible skills. The little one rushed to run after the boy, who had gone to have dinner, and begged him to agree because she alone could offer him everything he wanted. Realizing that Yurin would not be able to persuade him to do this in a human way, the girl made a trump move by starting to cry. After Lee Do-jae refused again, she made the most pitiful face possible, sobbing and asking if it was true that he would never take her under his wing. Lee Do-ju was terribly tired of her screams, so he sighed and announced that he was still ready to take Yurin as his disciple. The girl immediately wiped the tears from her eyes and screamed happily, asking if he was joking just now, but Lee Do-ju only said that he had one condition. Since the boy wanted her to graduate from the academy as the top student from the start, Yurin screamed in shock again. But the desire to become a disciple of this all-powerful man was much greater, so she said that she would try to take first place. Hearing Lee Do-ju's approval, Yurin happily jumped up and down and began to convince the guy that she would definitely graduate in first place. She ran up to Sol Yoon-hee and offered the redhead to become her best friend, because that way they could see each other at school literally every day. Without waiting for an answer from the girl, Yurin grabbed all her suitcases and rushed to the exit with lightning speed, saying goodbye to the guys. Staring after her, Sol Yoon-hee whispered in confusion that tomorrow was a day off and they didn't have to go to school, so they wouldn't be able to see each other. Glad that the madwoman had finally left them alone, Izas sat down at the table, preparing to begin the long-awaited dinner. Lee Do-ju was also pleased with what he had done, because after his condition, Yurin would finally start going to school diligently and studying. Meanwhile, Yong-yeon-chul was terribly surprised by the words of the scientist who worked in the monster research lab in the basement of the Hunter Bureau. The man told the director that, in the future, monsters twice as strong as those classified as C-rank monsters, the highest, would appear. Mr. President thought about it and said that the monsters were really so strong that they couldn't be compared to C-rank monsters. Not wanting to drag things out, the scientists told him that this was not their main problem, which should have worried the hunting bureau. The man turned excitedly to Jong-yeon-chul and shouted in confusion that the center had actively begun to absorb their land. After these words, Jong-yeon-chul calmly asked the scientist if this meant that they had entered the phase of active erosion of the center fault. Lee Gang-hung, who was standing to the side and listening to their conversation, asked the boss in surprise what kind of erosion he was talking about. Jong-yeon-chul tried to remember, but he couldn't. So he asked the hunter if it was true that he entered the center for the first time 3 years ago. Hearing the approval, Jong-yeon-chul began to explain that after he and his group entered the center, C-rank rifts began to appear. He looked at the huge monsters in the containers and added that the discrepancy value between C-rank monsters was around 1,000. Recalling Izas, Jong-yeon-chul explained that the more they studied the center, the more often it sent increasingly powerful monsters to the earth. Since this could be called an act of absorption, Lee Gang-hyun still decided to ask the president if there was still hope for humanity. The gentleman reassured the hunter that these were all hypotheses, and they would only know the truth after Lee Do-ju delivered the information about the tutorial zone. Despite how terribly difficult the situation was, the director emphasized that its outcome still depended on Lee Do-ju. Lee Do-ju himself, at that time, had just collected all his things and was preparing to go on another business trip, saying goodbye to his daughter and the dragons. Yoon-hee excitedly approached her father and asked how much longer he would work on weekends, but he had to disappoint her because he had a lot of work. The redhead lowered her head down in disappointment and stared at the floor, saying that she and the dragons really missed spending time together. Lee Do-ju didn't quite expect her to react like that to the fact that he would now have to work on weekends, so he looked at her with a puzzled expression. Isas immediately ran up to him and told him that he and the hostess were going to go and have dinner somewhere, and Lee Do-ju left for work at the wrong time. But since the boy was hearing about this idea for the first time, he couldn't even plan it, and the children needed to tell him about it earlier. Yoon-hee explained to the boy that she had received a scholarship, so she and the dragons decided to go somewhere on the weekend and have some fun. The little one added that she just wanted to surprise her dad and tell him on the same day when they were going to the restaurant. Well, she didn't want to interfere with his plans, so she asked the young man not to worry about it, while Isas was terribly upset about it. Lee Do-ju just couldn't stand to see his children upset because he really wanted to be a good father to them. As a result of his reflections, for the sake of the right emotions, he decided to spend time together, so he said that he would try to return by 5. This statement made both Yoon-hee and Isas incredibly happy, and they joyfully pounced on the boy, trying to thank him for such kindness. Taking Carciel with him, Lee Do-ju found himself in the third stage of the tutorial, which was located in the heart of the lava pool. The boy turned to Tusitala, asking the fairy what he needed to do, and she told him that the mission would only begin after receiving the item. I heard what special item you were talking about. Cassiel walked to the edge of the board he was standing on and peered closely at the lava below. Since the dragon was not afraid of hot things, he immediately dived down, while Tusitala remembered where the guys could get that very item. Suddenly, something similar to a ring appeared in front of Lee Do-ju's face, which made the boy surprised because it was completely unexpected. He took the thing in his hand and realized that it was a colorless skill ring, which was also a rank 5 skill ring. Tusitala was also pleased by this appearance because it could be the most important artifact in the center, which they had just obtained so easily. The fairy explained to Lee Do-ju that in the rift, without this thing he would not be able to use any of his skills, which was extremely dangerous. But when the boy tried to use his magical power, he succeeded, and the girl justified this by saying that they were in the tutorial zone. Tusitala smiled contentedly and laughed, because this ignorance proved that the young man really needed her help. The fairy began to tell him that he needed to catch the gatekeepers on each floor in order to increase the number of skills that were in that ring. Since the tower had 7 floors, the young man could obtain 7 skills, but he could give up at any time, even though the difference of 1 skill was big. Finally, Tusitala emphasized how kind and good she was, because she decided to tell the guest of the rift that he could have surrendered so as not to get hurt. The girl began to jump on the slabs and rejoice at how good a helper she was, even if she gave advice to the hunters. Lee Do-ju agreed that she was indeed doing her job well, but there was still a problem with the fairy, as she was losing her sanity. The boy asked Tusitala to come to his senses, and asked if it was necessary to kill the gatekeepers in order to increase the number of skills. The fairy thought about it, because she didn't fully understand his strange question, since it was simply impossible to kill the gatekeepers in any other way. Lee Do-ju immediately used his power and said that he was in a mad rush to have dinner with his daughter that day, so he didn't have time. The boy added that if he could kill the last gatekeeper right away, it would save him and Carciel a lot of time. Ignoring Tusitala's request for the boy to play by the rules, Lee Do-ju headed to the final level and dealt with him. Looking at the healthy snake he had killed, Lee Do-ju saw a notification in front of him that he had won first place in the 3rd stage. Immediately after this, the boy noticed that the ring on his finger began to shine, beginning the process of strengthening his skills. Seeing this hunter enter the portal that led to the 3rd floor lobby, La exclaimed in surprise at how quickly he did it. The fairy immediately flew up to the boy and began to stare at his ring, trying to understand if his skills had really increased to level 7. As soon as she was convinced of this, she screamed in amazement because it was simply impossible in such a short period of time. Watching La's defeat, Carciel laughed disrespectfully at the girl acting as if she knew everything in the world. The girl didn't like the impudent dragon's behavior at all, so she was about to give him a beating when Li Doju decided to set off on his way just in time. Carciel broke into a sly smile and agreed with the owner, who had just so skillfully saved him from that crazy, hysterical woman. La, in turn, shouted after them, trying to stop the hunters because she needed to ask something. But as the boys vanished into thin air literally a second later, the fairy screamed furiously that she needed to know how the ring turned black. After finishing all his chores on time that evening, Li Doju was with Seol Yoon-hee thinking about what movie to watch after dinner. After thinking for a bit, the redhead stated contentedly that Kingswoman was quite popular at the moment, so she would like to watch that one. Li Doju didn't argue with his daughter because she looked genuinely happy, so the young man simply agreed and hugged her. Cha Yeji, who was walking around the city at the time, noticed Li Doju and dropped her hot dog to the ground in surprise. Green-eyed stared at her manager in amazement, wondering what he was doing here and not alone, but with a girl. Unfortunately, Cha Yeji failed to recognize the girl as Mr. Li Doju's daughter, so the poor thing thought that she was his companion. So, standing in the middle of the street, overcrowded with people, the huntress watched them with a broken heart, holding back her tears. She began to remember all the times when the manager had definitely flirted with her, but these memories were actually distorted. The girl immediately felt how anger was rising in her throat, faster and faster, so she instantly decided that she would never forgive him for this. She became so angry that even a man passing by Cha Ye-ji, a man with his wife, felt the heat from her anger. Suddenly, the aura around Cha Ye-ji instantly became fiery, as she believed that betrayal could only lead to death. She was not going to endure this horror before her eyes, so she jumped up and rushed at full speed towards Li Doju and his companion. Cha Ye-ji ran up to the boy and grabbed his shoulder, furiously asking how Mr. Li Doju could treat her so cruelly. With tears in her eyes, the huntress cried out in confusion that she was disappointed in the young man who played with her like a toy. Someone, who along with his girlfriend turned towards Cha Ye-ji, stared at her in amazement, not understanding what was being discussed. As soon as the green-eyed girl realized that these were people she didn't know at all, she froze from the feeling of shame that filled her body. The stranger's girlfriend, in turn, also began to burn with anger, thinking that the guy had invited another young lady to their trip to the cinema. The redhead couldn't stand such impudence from the guy, so she grabbed his clothes and started demanding an answer from him. Suddenly, Cha Ye-ji heard a voice behind her that seemed incredibly similar to the voice of the real Li Doju. The huntress turned in that direction and felt even more ashamed of her terrible act. In front of the girl stood Li Doji, who asked her in surprise if Cha Ye-ji had also come to that place to watch some movie. Cha Ye-ji was overwhelmed with such terrible emotions that she couldn't bear the pressure and ran away in tears, apologizing to those strangers. Li Doju stared at her blankly, thinking that his partner had simply wanted to criticize her fast movement technique. While the boy was watching how fast the girl had become, Izahas approached him and asked the owner something. The dragon pointed at a stranger holding a bucket of popcorn and asked if they could buy some for the movie. Li Doju looked at the man who was holding a really huge bag of popcorn in his hand, slowly eating it. He decided that he would not abuse his pets, so he went to the checkout and bought one large caramel popcorn and a cola to go with it. After receiving his huge bag of popcorn, Izahas was immediately happy with how kind their owner was, who even bought a drink for Carciel. Izahas didn't think and called the owner the most generous in the world, forgetting about Yoon-hee, who stood next to him and also did a lot for him. Turning around, the dragon saw a hint of rage in the eyes of the girl, who asked him if he really thought she was not a broad-minded person. Although the little animal immediately began to justify itself, Yoon-hee angrily reached out towards it, forcing Izahas to beg her not to deprive him of meat side dishes. Sol Yoon-hee laughed out loud at this reaction, as she only wanted to remove the dirt that had caked on the corners of the dragon's mouth. The redhead turned to her father and said that since the movie was about to start, they needed to get to the theater quickly. Lee Do-ju agreed with her, and the two of them went to the cinema, accidentally leaving Iseas and Carciel at the checkout. But Iseas himself was in no hurry to run after them, since Yun-hee seemed somehow too strange to him that day, which was frightening. Finding himself in the hall in front of the screen, the dragon decided that in this case he needed to watch the younger one's mistress to make sure she was safe. But the little animal forgot about this thought very quickly, because the film that the guys came to see seemed terribly interesting and exciting to him. Iseas stared at the huge screen in front of him, occasionally forgetting to eat the caramel popcorn his father had bought him. As soon as the film ended, he was the first to run out of the hall, jumping up and down and shouting out the lines of the main characters that he liked the most. Sol Yun-hee found his behavior very amusing, but the girl still asked the dragon if he wanted to go eat some meat with them. Iseas looked at her with his large dragon eyes, realizing that he simply couldn't refuse such an offer. He instantly rushed forward and shouted to the others to hurry, for they could not keep the meat waiting for long. Lee Do-ju looked at the happy faces of everyone around him and felt good knowing that everyone was enjoying the vacation he had arranged for them. The boy watched as Sol Yun-hee had fun with the dragons and realized that this was exactly the life he had always wanted. When they arrived at the restaurant, the boys ordered a huge mountain of meat for the dragons to please them a little with the taste of a life rich in meat. Looking around this meat skyscraper, Lee Do-ju asked about Seol Yun-hee. How big was her stipend? Because one portion of this thing cost more than 80K. As soon as Carciel heard how much money Yun-hee had to pay for the meat, he shouted in displeasure that she could have bought 4 bags of feed. But Sol Yun-hee was in a stern mood, so she stood up from her seat along with Iseas and shouted that it was simply illegal to skimp on food. Lee Do-ju didn't want to let his daughter spend that much money just to feed them, so the young man decided that he would pay the bill himself. Remembering that the girl had been promised a place in the dorm, Lee Do-ju asked when they would give it to her if she had already received a scholarship. Hearing her father mention the dorm, the smile on the redhead's face suddenly disappeared and she began to look sad. The boy realized that something was fishy here, so he looked his daughter straight in the eyes, expecting an honest answer from her. Yun-hee looked back at him and asked her father if he really wanted her to move away from him to the academy dorm. The girl couldn't forget about the conditions that were written in the contract that they signed, so she believed that she still had to leave. While continuing to enjoy dinner, Lee Do-ju calmly said that if the little one didn't want to go to the dorm, she could stay at his house. Sol Yun-hee looked at the young man who, just a few months ago, was against her living with him in surprise. The boy, in turn, without even looking up from his food, asked the girl why she didn't want to stay and live with him and the dragons. Lee Do-ju smiled slightly and looked at Yun-hee, adding that he also really liked her presence, which made the house more joyful. From such wonderful and sweet words, Carciel even put his hands to his chest, saying that the owner was the most real father in the world. This overdose of emotions was a little unusual for Yun-hee, so the girl jumped up from her seat and shouted as she walked that she needed to go to the restroom. Running into the restroom as fast as she could, the redhead slammed the door behind her and finally calmed down a little, because she was terribly overwhelmed with emotions. Seol Yun-hee recalled how much she wanted to go to the dorm immediately after she was given one at the Hunter Academy. But during all the time that she and the guy lived together, the girl experienced far more cool and positive emotions than in her entire life. It was thanks to the young man that she met Iseas, who became her first pet, and also a dragon's adventure. It seemed to Yun-hee as if the four of them had known each other for decades, because she felt peaceful and safe surrounded by these guys. The little one wanted to go outside and get some fresh air, but after a few minutes she returned back to the restaurant. The girl went to the window, through which she could see Isis and Carciel stuffing themselves with food, and Lee Do-ju getting angry at them for their lack of manners. Sol Yun-hee really wanted to stay with them, but the girl understood that she would still have to move out from them and live separately someday. Even though she was quite old, when she saw these guys, she wanted more and more to be with them as a family a little longer. On Saturday afternoon, the Rift Department was just leaving on a training trip to observe new practices and learn something new. In a very good mood, Kang Chol-soo walked around the aisle of the bus, snapping his fingers and humming a song. Kwon Hyuk-soo tried his best to stop the man who was about to fall at any second, but the chief did not give in to his pleas. One of the employees, who was sitting right behind Lee Doju, handed him a small glass and poured some drink into it, offering the guide a drink. After finishing with the young man, the employee turned to Cha Ye-ji and suggested that the huntress join them, as it would be much more fun for them. But when the girl saw the expression on the green-eyed girl's face, she excitedly asked her if everything was okay, because she looked very unwell. Cha Ye-ji actually seemed incredibly tired, so the staff member thought that the huntress was already a little drunk and not feeling well. The beauty still did not agree to the girl's proposal since she really felt uneasy, and she did not want to drink during the trip. The annoying employee just wouldn't leave her side, bombarding Cha Ye-ji with questions about whether everything was really okay with her. Cha Ye-ji, in turn, could not forget about what happened yesterday, so she could not calmly look into Mr. Lee Doju's eyes. The girl was incredibly upset because the chance to sit next to the young man came to her incredibly rarely, and this time she missed it so terribly. Lee Doju, meanwhile, began to worry a little about his partner, so he handed her a bottle of water and offered her a drink. But Cha Ye-ji immediately turned to the window and pretended that she had suddenly fallen asleep, making the annoying employee think that the huntress was really drunk. The girl clutched her head and said that if she had known about Cha Ye-ji's poor condition, she would have thanked her much earlier. The department head also joined in, repeating that if it weren't for Miss Cha Ye-ji, their department would have been sleeping on the street this time. A few weeks before Cha Ye-ji misunderstood everything at the movie theater, Kang Cheol-soo was sitting in the office arguing with someone on the phone. The man was shouting into the phone, indignant that the scoundrels were unilaterally canceling his reservation for no reason. The boss had no intention of listening to his interlocutor, who was at least trying to justify himself, because he would not have been able to find housing anywhere in Inza in such a short time. While Kang Cheol-soo was nervously trying to get some kind of justice, Cha Ye-ji called her mother to tell her about the situation that had happened. The girl quickly agreed on something with her and ran up to the boss, whom Kwon Hyuk-soo was trying his best to calm down. Afraid of offending the huntress, the man instantly calmed down and said that he was angry not at her at all but at those scoundrels. Cha Ye-ji handed him the phone and said that she had already decided on a place to stay overnight since she had connections in Inje. Kwon Hyuk-soo and Kang Cheol-soo stood frozen in the pose they had been fighting with each other as they were very surprised by this statement. The huntress explained that her mother was in the hotel business and ran a boarding house, so she was willing to accommodate everyone for free. Lee Doju took out his phone and quickly found the very boarding house that her mother managed, after which he showed it to the girl. As soon as the boss and the manager saw that in normal times 400,000 won had to be paid there for one night, they cried out in defeat. Cha Ye-ji, meanwhile, was genuinely happy and asked the manager to praise her if she really did a good job. Seeing that the young man was sitting silently, Kang Cheol-soo immediately ran up to him and grabbed him by the shoulder, ordering the employee to dance a dance of praise there. But Lee Doju didn't intend to humiliate himself like that in their office, so he sighed and started thinking about what to tell him. Within a couple of seconds, the boy raised 2 fingers up and praised his partner for being the best hunter in the department. Cha Ye-ji awkwardly grabbed her cheeks, trying her best to hold back her smile that was bursting out from his warm words. Upon arrival at that very boarding house, the boss and Kwon Hyuk-soo stared at how luxurious it looked, especially because it was free. While they were carefully examining the building of the boarding house, Cha Ye-ji's mother came out to greet the new guests. The girl's mother was a sweet, middle-aged woman who looked nothing like the daughter standing next to her. The woman turned to the boys and thanked them for showing such concern for her daughter, who was a complex person. After finishing her little speech, Cha Ye-ji's mother looked carefully at all the guests and asked which one of them was Lee Doju. The boy took a few steps forward and said that it was him, in response to hearing that Cha Ye-ji had told her mother too much about him. As soon as the woman mentioned this, the green-eyed girl shouted in irritation, ordering her not to talk about their personal conversations anymore. Kwon Hyuk-soo, who at the same time noticed the way the boss was looking at that woman, threatened him that he would tell his wife everything. Not wanting to waste any opportunity, Cha Ye-ji ran up to Lee Doju and grabbed his hand tightly, telling him to go inside. At this time, the green-eyed girl's little sister stood behind them, clearly unhappy that the young man had seduced her naive and kind sister. The whole time, the girl watched Lee Doju closely and did not understand how this ferret dared to meet with her goddess sister. While the boy looked at the boarding house and enjoyed how beautiful it was, the little one repeated that she would never accept this relationship. The girl was walking around the rooms of the boarding house and delivering towels to new guests when, suddenly, Lee Do-ju finally noticed her. The boy turned towards her and asked why she had been following him around for so long, not saying anything to him at all. Cha Ye-ji's sister immediately shouted indignantly that he was making it all up and that she was just doing the job that her mother gave her. Lee Do-ju didn't insist, so he entered his room and said that he might have been mistaken, for which he apologized to the girl. But suddenly the girl gathered all the courage she had and turned to Lee Do-ju. She measured him with her menacing gaze and hissed that the young man should never pester her sister again in his life unless he wanted to die. The guy looked at her incomprehensibly, and she shouted back that she herself knew that Cha Ye-ji was a beauty with a good body and an excellent character. The little girl also added that her little sister was very kind and always bought her something delicious, but this was not the case for Lee Do-ju. At the end, the girl poked her fingers into the young man's face and screamed that she would never accept their family in her life, no matter what he said. But the little copy of Cha Ye-ji had not finished yet, so she took a menacing stance and said that the young man would certainly not be able to give up so easily. She threw all those towels in her hands into the air and screamed that losing her sister was like dying in terrible agony. Because she had a proposal to the guy, 10 minutes later, they were standing near the table tennis where Kang Chol-soo and Kwon Hyuk-soo were the judges. The girl was more serious than ever, so she declared that if Lee Do-ju lost, she would abandon her sister forever. Seeing how similar she was to Cha Ye-ji, the young man asked with a smile what would happen if he won this game against her. It was this smile that made the little one even more angry, because she treated this battle as a real fight. The little one thought for a moment and said that if Lee Do-ju managed to win against her, she would fulfill any of his wishes without hesitation. The girl made the first hit with the racket, after which she screamed menacingly so that the guy would not even think about clinging to her sister after losing. Lee Do-ju didn't feel a single hint of fear in his body, so he said with a bold expression that he accepted his sister's bet. Kang Chol-soo and Kwon Hyuk-soo stood and watched how skillfully these guys played table tennis, trying to guess what the essence of the game was. Since their strength was almost equal, at that moment, Cha Ye-ji's little sister swung her sword terribly hard and shouted that she would show her deadly strike. She was confident in her abilities, since she had won first place in the district table tennis competitions. This guy was a nobody. As soon as the little one noticed that this young man took hold of the racket more firmly, she immediately realized that she had been slightly mistaken about his skills. Taking a closer look at Lee Do-ju, the girl felt the energy of a professional from him, whose level was higher than hers. Little sister Cha Ye-ji did not give up and continued to play, but now she felt that this young man had instantly become a god of table tennis. No matter how hard she tried to score a goal, the young tennis player couldn't do anything, because Lee Do-ju was a tough nut to crack. After an hour of play, the numbers on the score were 99 against 0, seeing which, the poor girl fell into despair, not understanding how this was possible. The girl didn't pay attention to Lee Do-ju, who was hanging over her, because she was incredibly upset that she couldn't defeat him. Even though she lost their fight, the little one still asked the boy to let her sister go, because she was already ready to do everything he wanted. Lee Do-ju decided to tease her a little and said that he couldn't let Ye-ji go so easily because she was very precious to him. The little girl looked at the floor in disappointment and said that in that case she could do nothing more and had to keep her promise. She was offended and screamed that she would allow herself to turn a blind eye to her relationship with Cha Ye-ji, but the girl would never agree to marriage in the future. As soon as Lee Do-ju heard that this girl said that it was about his relationship with Cha Ye-ji, he exclaimed in surprise, because it was not true. Realizing that there was some misunderstanding, Lee Do-ju breathed a sigh of relief and explained that he had never met the huntress Cha Ye-ji in his life. But the little sister was not at all convinced by this answer, because in response she screamed that the guy had once even confessed his love to her. Looking at the tip of her finger that she was pointing straight at his face, Lee Do-ju stood there in complete bewilderment, not understanding what she was talking about. The girl quoted her own little sister, who told her about how Lee Do-ju said that she was the only one for him. Lee Do-ju awkwardly scratched the back of his head and added that the hunter, Cha Ye-ji, might have taken his words at her own discretion and misunderstood them. Recalling his words about the guy not intending to let her go, Lee Do explained that Cha Ye-ji was indeed an irreplaceable talent of their city hall. Her little sister, along with Kang Cheol-soo and Kwon Hyuk-soo, stared at the young man, not quite expecting such an answer from him. The boy didn't want to waste his precious time on this little one, so he slammed his hands on the table and reminded her of her promise in case of loss. The girl froze in confusion, because she really promised this young man to fulfill any of his wishes, without even knowing that he was not her sister's boyfriend. Realizing how wrong she was and how humiliated she was in front of Lee Do-ju, the little one had no choice but to make a dissatisfied face. 20 minutes later, she was standing on the boy's balcony grilling meat. I don't understand why he made such a strange and stupid wish. Cha Ye-ji's little sister was outraged that the guy won a bet with such a beauty like her and only wished for roasting meat on her balcony. Suddenly behind her, she heard the menacing voice of Lee Do-ju, which made the poor thing jump, because she was immersed in her own thoughts. The girl looked at the young man with displeasure and said that she almost had a heart attack, but Lee Do-ju called it all her fault. The boy pointed to the first floor and ordered her to bring the boxes that were lying in front of the bus they had arrived on. When the little one ran up to the balcony and saw how many boxes there were, Lee Do-ju calmed her down and said that she would quickly deal with them. The girl was not going to indulge his words, so she turned towards the young man and shouted loudly so that he would look at her and listen carefully. Right after she showed her anger, the little one made a cute face and said that she was very weak and could not carry the boxes. Lee Do-ju stared in shock at this little spawn of evil who was so clever in trying to control his emotions. But Cha Ye-ji's sister, in turn, saw terrible anger in his eyes, so she immediately rushed to the boxes and shouted that she would bring them right away. Seeing how bright and lively this little girl was, Lee Do-ju was convinced that she was a true copy of her sister. While the girl was carrying boxes from the road to his room, the young man was thinking about whether he and Yoon-hee could become good friends. Later that evening, a crowd of people gathered on the terrace of the boarding house, which was filled with tables, eating and drinking, laughing loudly. One of the office employees happily raised his glass and began to make a toast, inviting all his colleagues to relax and forget about work for a while. Everyone else, especially Kwon Hyuk-soo and Kang Cheol-soo, happily supported him and began to raise their glasses, rejoicing at the long-awaited rest. The men laughed loudly, ate and drank, chatting amicably about something and remembering funny stories that happened in the office. Suddenly, something occurred to Mr. Kang Cheol-soo, and he turned to Kwon Hyuk-soo, asking if the boss wanted to make a bet with him. He pointed his finger at Lee Do-ju, who had Cha Ye-ji lying on his shoulder, and told his colleague that the two would definitely get married someday. But as soon as Kang Cheol-soo heard the opposite opinion from Kwon Hyuk-soo, he immediately scolded him with displeasure for such harsh words. Even though the director himself knew that Lee Do-ju had no feelings for the huntress, he still hoped for endless love. He watched as a drunk Cha Ye-ji climbed up to Lee Do-ju to kiss him and laughed loudly at the lovebirds who would definitely get married someday. Lee Do-ju, meanwhile, was really trying his best to push the girl away from him, but in the end, he asked another employee for help. Holding Cha Ye-ji's head tightly so that she wouldn't interfere with him, the young man asked her to take the girl to her room, since she had had a little too much to drink. But Lee Yeon-hee just sat there and smiled through the whole scene, remembering how Cha Ye-ji reacted to the drinks on the bus when they were riding. Since the girl herself was planning to go to the room, she still took Cha Ye-ji with her, even though she didn't want to leave the terrace and Lee Do at all. Once the huntress Cha Ye-ji finally got rid of him, Lee Do-ju let out a sigh of relief, glad that he was now in silence. Literally a second later, the young man heard the excited voice of her little sister in his ear, asking him where Cha Ye-ji had gone. Lee Do-ju looked at the little one and explained that since the girl looked very tired, she went into the room with another employee. Noticing the distrust in her eyes, the boy added that he had nothing to do with it, but the girl didn't care at all. When she called the boy very cute, Lee Do-ju awkwardly grabbed his neck and began to refuse those words, but in the end he still said, "Thank you." Cha Ye-ji's little sister measured him with her gaze and said that because of this behavior, She could add a few points to his success rate. When asked how many points he had now, the girl said with displeasure that he had a balance of 95 points. Lee Do-ju didn't expect anything else from this capricious girl, so he just smiled and continued to calmly sip his drink. After examining the bottles in front of the young man, the girl asked him if he really liked the drink, but Lee Do said that cola was better. This answer once again did not satisfy the little one, so she angrily shouted that the guy had no right to treat her like a child. After Lee Do-ju calmly said that she was indeed a child, the girl screamed even louder because she had a different opinion. Cha Ye-ji's little sister grabbed one of the drinks on the table and drank it down in one gulp, shouting that she was a real adult. Immediately after the first drop hit her mouth, the little girl opened her mouth in disgust, trying to spit out what she had not managed to swallow. The little capricious girl instantly regretted that she wanted to appear brave and mature in front of this boy, because the drink really was disgusting. And then, like the poor guy who was cringing from the terrible taste of the beer, Lee Do-ju asked her with a grin if she really liked it, to which she agreed. The girl did not linger on the terrace and went to do other things in the hotel, which the adults were also doing. Kang Cheol-soo looked at Lee Do-ju suspiciously and asked the guy why he didn't take the little one to the room, but he said that it was her house. The girl, meanwhile, was a little unsteady but still trying to get to the hotel, convinced that her sister liked complete scumbags. She remembered Cha Ye-ji's words about how good Lee Do-ju was, because he always helped her with problems, supported her, and made her happy. During all these stories, the little one thought that this guy was an evil trickster who just wanted to do something bad to her sister. But now that she had seen him with her own eyes, and had also played table tennis with him, Lee Do-ju didn't seem so bad anymore. The girl was so caught up in her thoughts about that guy that she didn't even notice how a huge portal suddenly opened behind her. The rift began to suck her in sharply. She screamed in fear, trying to call at least someone to help her. A moment later, the poor thing found herself sealed in a rift, from which she could only exit after getting rid of all the monsters. Sister Cha Ye-ji knocked with all her might on the portal that was behind her, but for some reason it didn't work and turned into an ordinary stone wall. Suddenly she heard strange sounds behind her, which sent shivers down her spine. Turning around, the girl saw behind her a huge, enraged monster, who was growling and menacingly waving his arms, trying to kill her. Little had never been in such places before, so she didn't even know what to do in such situations except scream. Very quickly the girl realized that this was a very bad idea, because loud sounds made the monsters even more angry, so she fell silent. Since her beloved sister was a hunter, the girl tried her best to remember what she taught her during her safety lessons. It was at that moment, when the huge monster swung his weapon at her, that the girl finally remembered something and became upset. According to Cha Ye-ji's stories, Lee Do-ju saved her in such situations, so the little one covered her head with her hands, preparing for the monster's blow. But even after a couple of seconds, she still couldn't feel the pain. Instead, she felt someone behind her, causing her to exclaim. Turning around, Cha Ye-ji's little sister saw Lee Do-ju behind her, who had cut that monster into 2 pieces with one deft move. The boy explained that he felt a strange energy and decided to check what happened because someone could be in great danger. Having heard his short story, the girl stared at the man in amazement and asked in a shaking voice how he ended up in the rift. Lee Do-ju ignored her question, thinking that it was incredibly dangerous to leave these little ones inside the rift while it was being cleared. The guy grabbed the girl and threw her on his back, apologizing to her, but this did not stop her, and she began to scream, not understanding what was happening. The young man looked her straight in the eyes and asked why the girl did not want to return home from such a terrible and horrible place. Since her answer was not important to him at all, Lee Do-ju tried to throw Cha Ye-ji's sister into the rift, but he failed. Feeling a terrible sensation running through her body from the bad energy, the girl screamed at the boy and asked him to stop, but Lee Do-ju couldn't put her in danger, so he calmly said that the little one just needed to be patient for a little while and she would be home. Eventually, he too realized that the rift had been broken, so now he had to think about what to do with the dozens of cave ogres ahead. He activated his magic and told his sister Cha Ye-ji not to worry, as he was going to finish off those monsters as quickly as possible. The girl stared at him in amazement, not understanding what he was going to do and how he wanted to kill these creatures, but Li Do just threw her on his back further away. The boy didn't have time to answer the terrified little girl's stupid questions about whether they would die or survive. Ignoring all of her questions and holding her tightly on his shoulder, Li Doju thrust his hand forward and directed all of his power straight at the cave ogres. When a few minutes later the girl saw that the ogres were dead and they were alive, she was convinced that it was not a dream at all. Realizing the whole situation, the little one asked Li Doju in surprise how he managed to kill A-rank monsters at such a high speed and in one go. Suddenly, Li Doju abruptly covered his ears, preparing for the girl's scream due to the fact that he was suddenly on the other side of the cave. A huge royal ogre appeared in front of them, who was apparently the boss of that cave, and it was he who the guys had to kill in order to get out. The monster was not going to listen to the terrible screams of the girl who was cutting his ears, so he grabbed his huge bat and swung it at the people. Not wanting to waste any more energy than necessary, Li Doju once again extended his hand forward and with a light movement knocked the ogre to the ground. The healthy creature instantly fell onto a pile of other corpses in the middle of the cave and closed its terrible and huge evil eyes forever. After this, an incomprehensible bright thing appeared in front of the guys, which they received as a result of clearing the cave in just 5 minutes. Taking a closer look at the thing that appeared in front of them, Li Doju was surprised in the depths of his soul, because it was an extremely rare thing. In front of him, he saw a lotus-like flower that was emitting the same energy as the anti-magic power that was obtained from the center of the rift. As soon as the boy thought that this flower could have created a clone of Belial, energy from the plant instantly moved towards them. Not understanding what the consequences of the collision might be, Li Doju hid Chayeji's little sister behind his back and stopped the stream of light. Immediately after this, the boy saw ahead that very clone who praised his ability to block the light of total destruction. Belial's clone measured Li Doju with his gaze and offered him to join his squad, because this little man was extremely strong and extraordinary. Li Doju, in turn, looked him over carefully and sternly declared that he would under no circumstances serve some scumbag from the rift. This was the last answer Belial expected, so the man narrowed his eyes and glared at the impudent fellow with irritation. The young man, meanwhile, had no intention of backing down, so he immediately used his magic and asked who he had ordered him to work for. Feeling the terribly incredible power from the little man, Belial realized that she possessed enormous power, so he shouted for Lado to let him go. After Li Doju successfully eliminated the stranger, Chayeji's little sister asked him in shock who he was, other than a simple government official. Li Doju had no desire to answer her questions, so he turned around and silently walked towards the gap, trying to return home. The girl had no choice but to follow him, so she did so, deciding to also thank the young man for his help. The boy broke into a slight smile and said that even after he saved her life, the little one didn't have to change her attitude towards him. The copy of Chayeji immediately grasped the strategy and asked the guy not to pretend to be indifferent, because he saved her to get points from Chayeji. After receiving a negative answer, the girl stared at him and heard that if she died, Li Du would have no one to ask to cook him barbecue. The girl screamed at him angrily, calling his words a real act of child exploitation, which was illegal and terrible. Li Doju made the same displeased expression and reminded the little one that just recently she promised him that she would clean his balcony. The real Belial, meanwhile, sat in the heart of the mansion in the center and carefully studied the characteristics of the rift, which for some reason had changed. The man peered at the letters and numbers on the hologram, not understanding why the tutorial's never-changing rating had suddenly changed so dramatically. Belial was terribly embarrassed by the thought that he had just encountered a little man who had dared to kill his clone and even call him names. The villain was not going to let this slip from his hands, so he hissed angrily that the insignificant little man would very soon be left limbless. On Saturday morning, Izas and Carciel were sitting quietly in the living room, watching another drama that they loved so much. The dragons were so engrossed in watching that they didn't even immediately hear their owner, Li Doju, come home. Izas felt the presence of the master on himself first, because a moment later, he felt the guy grab him by the wings and lift him up. The boy explained to the dragon that on that day he would have to go with him to one place because he needed the animal's help. Carciel intervened in their conversation and added that Lord had been spending too much time at home lately, so it was justified. Having guessed what was going on, the little animal asked the boy if he really was going to take him with him to the center, to which Lee Do-ju agreed. Even though it was incredibly unexpected, Izaz was still delighted with such a wonderful offer from the owner. He jumped off his hand and began to happily dance some made-up dance, glad that it was he who was going to the center, and not the traitor Carciel. Lee Do-ju, in turn, did not fully understand why this pet was so happy, but the young man decided not to attach any importance to it. Carciel looked at the Dragon King and was touched by how happy he was because he really wanted to go to the center instead of him. Finding themselves in the last zone of the tutorial center, the guys stopped at the end of the dungeon, which led them to a healthy and scary cliff. Izaz carefully examined the huge number of snakes that were at the foot of that cliff, and repeated that he was not afraid at all. But the moment one of the snakes hissed angrily at the dragon, he said with displeasure that those creatures were real bad, impudent creatures. While he was carefully studying the monsters, one of the snakes decided to feast on the second, tearing its body into small pieces trying to swallow it. All this gave Izaz a great desire to deal with those crawlers, so he asked Lee Do-ju when they could leave. Hearing the owner's request to wait, the dragon became upset because he really wanted to stretch his body for the first time in a long time of procrastination in the apartment. Suddenly, the boys saw Tu-si-ta-la in front of them, who discontentedly presented them with the fact that they were terribly late and scared her. Looking into the fairy's eyes, Lee Do-ju was slightly surprised, because he didn't even expect that Tu-si-ta-la would wait for him so much. The fairy said that now, besides them, she had no presidents from Earth and accidentally mentioned Cecilia, immediately covering her mouth with her hands. Trying to quickly change the subject, Tu-si-ta-la flew closer to Lee Do-ju and reminded him that she had no one else besides them. As he turned the name Cecilia over in his head, Lee Do-ju wondered if the strange fairy was hiding something from him if she changed the subject so quickly. When Lee Do-ju asked Tu-si-ta-la what he needed to do in the last step, the fairy placed some strange thing on his hand. The boy and Izaz stared blankly at the thing, which began to glow bright white, asking why the fairy had given it to them. But immediately after a small transformation, Lee Do-ju saw a small white snake on his hand, which looked very cute. Telling the dragon that it was not food, the boy asked him to hand him the encyclopedia, after which he rushed to look in it for information about the snake. After turning half of the book, Lee Do-ju finally came across the page he needed, which told about the colorless snake in his hand. Pay attention to the fact that they managed to look into the Tolmudek. Tu-si-ta-la, you still have a little to tell about the snake in the last stage. Lee Do-ju pretended that he agreed with her words for the first time and was willing to listen to her. So Fairy smiled contentedly and wished them good luck. As soon as the boy and Izaz found themselves below, two huge snakes immediately stared at them and were not at all pleased with such guests. The boy, meanwhile, sternly ordered the dragon to collect the precious stones from the snakes and arrange them according to color, without mixing them up. Hearing the dragon's approval, the young man threw it into the air, thereby distracting the attention of all these nasty creatures in order to attack them. But Lee Do-ju instantly changed his mind, because he remembered that he needed to record all the information about this stage on his tablet. Izaz, meanwhile, was releasing all his anger and energy on the snakes, listening to his owner's words that a moderate walk did not harm him at all. Having finished with all the snakes that were below, the little dragon very happily handed Lee Do-ju the pebbles and asked if that was enough. The boy took the stones from his paws and praised the animal for such a good job, feeding all these treasures to the small snake on his hand. When the little creature had eaten all 7 pebbles that the young man had fed it, it lay down contentedly on his arm, finally relaxing. Lee Do-ju turned to Izaz and asked the dragon if he had killed all the snakes, to which he agreed, and added that he had exterminated every single one of them. But something was giving rise to doubts in his body, so the boy grabbed the dragon by the backpack and tucked it under his arm, saying that he would check it out. A second later, they, along with Izaz, flew into the air, barely waiting for Tu-si-ta-la, who asked with displeasure what had gotten into the boys. Seeing the fairy next to him, Lee Do-ju immediately understood where he felt that very nasty energy that she emitted from her aura. A moment later, the guys found themselves right in front of the Ouroboros, the snake that was the location of the 4th stage of the tutorial zone. Since even Tu-si-ta-la was unaware of this creature, Li Doju did not hesitate and took out his sword, intending to kill the terrible monster. The young man looked at the huge creature, realizing that only he could catch it, so he had no chance to screw up. Izas and Tusitala at that time were still in shock from the sight of this huge snake, which they had never even seen before. The fairy tried to comprehend the size of the snake, asking Li Doju how he knew about this place since even she had never been there. But Li Doju didn't pay attention to her words, playing with the snake in his hand at that time, which had already turned black and came to life. The dragon examined it and said that if it were red, it would be better, but Li Doju explained to him that red was the weakest color. But Izayas had a completely different opinion, because he considered red to be the most important color, and black to be the most terrible in the world. A notification appeared in front of them that they had fulfilled all the conditions, and therefore received the center amulet that Li Doju hid in the dragon's backpack. Happy that they had finally finished all their business, Izas kindly asked the owner if they could go to that restaurant that evening. Feeling some kind of earthquake, the little animal screamed in fear to Li Doju that he didn't want to go there for the meat, and the young man shouldn't be angry, but the boy only said that it wasn't him at all. And a second later, the guys saw something that looked like a huge hole appear in the ground. Seeing the confusion in their eyes, Tusitala explained to the adventurers that they had successfully opened the entrance to the first floor of the center. Izaz giggled and quietly whispered in Li Doju's ear that the fairy simply wanted to change her behavior after seeing how her master fought. Tusitala, who managed to hear this, angrily shouted that it was something else, because it was a formality for those who had completed the tutorial. While the fairy and the dragon were shaking hands, Li Doju remembered his entry into the tutorial and asked if he would need to come back in a week this time too. The girl said that this was not necessary because in the case of the tutorial it was done to avoid collisions with other guests. Hearing about the other guests, Li Doju was surprised and asked his assistant who she was talking about when she mentioned the other dimensional applicants. Tusitala snapped her fingers and clarified that she was talking about the applicants from the so-called copies of Earth that existed in space. Around the Earth, from which Li Doju and the dragon came, there were several planets revolving around them, which were copies of the original Earth. The fairy said that on some of them there were places identical to places on Earth, but there were also completely different things that were very different. The pretenders who came from the copies of Earth also had human appearance, but they were not real, although they were indeed living people. Li Doju simply sighed from such a flow of information, and that was it, thereby surprising Tusitala, who spent 10 minutes explaining it to him. The girl screamed that usually people felt sick or even fainted when they heard this story, which they could not believe. While the master was gathering all his energy to create the weapon, Izaz shouted that it was not as amazing as the fairy thought. The young man confirmed his words, and finally received a huge black sword in his hand, saying that this whole story was unreal anyway. Tusitala screamed furiously, not understanding why they were so careless, since once they entered the center they would not be able to return to the ground. Suddenly after these words, Fairy abruptly covered her mouth with her hand, but it was too late, and Li Doju and Izaz stared at her in amazement. The girl immediately began to scold herself because only these guys could save Cecilia and the center along with her, and now they simply won't go there. She tried her best to come up with some kind of justification for her terrible truth, but Li Doju's menacing gaze made it difficult to focus. The poor thing felt so bad that she had ruined everything on her own that Tusitala burst into tears, continuing to curse herself. Even Izaz burst into tears, since the dragon was not ready to give up the smoked chicken and tasty ribs that were on Earth for the sake of the center. Li Doju gently placed his hand on the dragon's head and asked him to calm down, because they had the center's amulet that could save them. Seeing how the owner began to calm him down, Izaz exclaimed joyfully, after which he asked if it was true that the boy would not go anywhere now. The boy smiled broadly and said calmly that he would not go anywhere because someone else would do it for him. As soon as he grabbed Izaz by the head and held him over that hole, the dragon screamed in fear, shouting that he would not go there. Tusitala also screamed along with him, seeing how Li Doju also jumped after the dragon in an instant, not thinking that they really wouldn't be able to return. But Li Doju had a completely different opinion, so he grabbed Izaz tightly and shouted to the fairy that he would return to her very soon. Tusitala did not believe a single word of his, because the girl was convinced that these poor fellows would never be able to leave the center. Suddenly it seemed like it dawned on her, because the fairy realized that she had not managed to explain anything to these daredevils about the center and what would await them inside. Lee Do-ju, in turn, didn't even pay attention to the squeaky cries behind him about how he shouldn't have acted so rashly. During their fall, poor Aizas screamed so loudly that his master had to cover his ears with his fingers and order him to shut up. But the dragon had no intention of doing this, continuing to scream and ask Lee Do-ju how he could have treated him so terribly and how much longer they had to fall. The boy shouted to the animal that they were almost there, after which he opened the hologram in front of him and saw that the status window was blocked. This didn't stop Lee Do-ju at all, so he activated the black characteristic of true energy and instantly used it to avoid being crushed. Eventually, the boys finally landed on one of the floating islands, happy that they had survived and not crashed. Feeling that the black skills of his ring had also opened after being activated, Lee Do-ju wondered if he could register them. The young man did not hesitate, so he did so immediately, infusing his ring with the skills of a pocket watch, the spiritual technique of a heavenly dragon, and others. Since he had a 7th empty slot for a skill left, the boy decided that he would fill it a little later, since he and the dragon were in a hurry. Suddenly, from behind his back, Lee Do-ju heard someone's voice, which was happy to see newcomers for the first time in 10 years. Following the rough male voice, the young man noticed the heavy steps of the man who said that he was very glad to see the new guests. Turning around, Lee Do-ju saw a big man standing behind him who looked like he had spent an eternity in this month. When the man said that he had mastered the level, Lee Do-ju looked at him in surprise because he still hadn't listened to the instructions before entering. Understanding this, the stranger began to explain that if you caught a monster or a hunter like yourself, a stone would drop, which would increase the level of mastery. After this, the warrior's eyes lit up, and he hissed that he would absorb the gem that was left behind by Lee Do-ju to become stronger. This horrible description was extremely displeasing to Isaias, who had no desire whatsoever to share his stone with such a scumbag. Noticing the dragon that clearly looked different from usual, Lee Do-ju looked at it excitedly, but he didn't have time to say anything. The man also noticed changes in the little animal, because a black energy appeared around Izas, which was very reminiscent of a terribly evil force. Izas, in turn, hissed furiously, asking the villain if he knew how to cook spicy smoked chicken, but he only laughed loudly. The little animal was not satisfied with this answer at all, so in an even more terrifying voice he asked the man if he knew anything about stewed ribs. While the dragon continued asking him about meat delicacies, the warrior felt a powerful energy emanating from this little one, and it scared him very much. Not intending to contain his anger within his body, Izas transformed into his true form and growled furiously that he was the king of all dragons. Remembering all the meat dishes that his beloved Yoon-hee had prepared for him, the dragon roared desperately that because of this scoundrel, he was left without a mistress. Izas turned his fierce gaze to the man and growled furiously that now he had nothing to fear except the master of Lee Do-ju. The poor guy was so upset that he would never be able to eat smoked chicken or ribs again that he almost cried. The Dragon King roared that he was only willing to spare the pitiful warrior if he knew how to cook meat delicacies. Seeing this whole stupid situation, Lee Do-ju couldn't hide the amulet any longer, so he called the dragon to show him something. Lee Do-ju looked Izas in the eye and explained that with this thing they would be able to return home, where Yun-hee was just about to make him some spare ribs. Izasa completely stopped believing that he would ever see his younger mistress and his favorite food again, so he exclaimed in amazement. The little animal quickly transformed into its cute form and grabbed its owner by the leg, bursting into tears because he was so scared. The boy had no choice but to pity his pet and take revenge on the one who made him feel such terrible pain. Lee Do-ju said that everything was clear to him with these, after which he asked the warrior when the rest of the guys would start coming out. Noticing the confused look on his face, the young man shook his head in the opposite direction and said that he was talking about the people who were there. Izas looked in that direction and didn't notice anyone at all, asking the owner in surprise who he was talking about if it was empty. The boy, meanwhile, came closer to the warrior and asked why his friends did not want to show themselves, even after their comrade was caught. Lee Do-ju measured him with his piercing gaze and snorted disrespectfully, saying that in Murim and in the center, the hunters were all the same. The boy was not going to tolerate this impudent man in front of him, so he used his energy and simply dissolved him into thin air. The dragon, who was watching this terrible picture, grimaced disgustingly, calling the process of dissolution a real abomination. The other warriors, who were apparently friends of this daredevil, quickly climbed out of their chambers, angrily staring at the arriving guest. They looked at Lee Do-ju carefully, amazed at how he had just killed their comrade with just a wave of his hand. Suddenly, in front of them, the boys saw a huge cloud of dark energy from the boy, who noticed them even at such a great distance. The hunters immediately started running, trying to save their own lives, but one of them failed to save his legs, so he fell to the ground. The man, breaking his voice, began to scream and beg the boy to spare him, but the dark energy of Lee Do-ju did not even intend to do so. Just like his comrade, the warrior simply dissolved into thin air, and the wind carried particles of his body throughout the center. The other men tried their best to escape, not understanding what kind of energy it was if the only window they could use on the first floor was the red window. One of those who was running after all the guys suddenly felt how black energy began to envelop his body, dissolving him, like the others. The poor guy started screaming in fear, but unfortunately none of his comrades or other hunters could do anything about it. The sight of this disgusting picture made the men only try to run faster, but it was too late, because Lee Do-ju's energy was much faster than theirs. They had no choice but to scream, in fear that it was just an ordinary dream and that they would all wake up soon. Suddenly in front of them, they saw Lee Do-ju, who sternly told them not to even talk about their fear after all the murders they had committed. The hunter was so afraid of Lee Do-ju that he immediately began to repent for all his mortal sins and beg him for mercy. Hoping for some success, he looked at the boy and offered him to join their guild of outlaws, swearing an oath of blood. Showing him his hand, on which was a mark carved in blood, Mr. Ga-mu-sik invited Lee Do-ju to come to them, since they could help him. But as soon as the boy refused his offer, Ga-mu-sik immediately felt a wild pain that went through his body starting from the sign. The man immediately understood who stood before him because the Lord could not be invited to the Blood Guild, especially before his death. He looked at this stranger from head to toe in amazement, and asked how Lee Do-ju had managed to achieve the characteristics of the ruler in the center. The young man, in turn, approached the scoundrel closer and placed his hand on his head, realizing that their blood union was very similar to the clan in Murim. Lee Do-ju removed his hand and calmly said that he had no intention of joining their guild anyway, after which he destroyed the warriors. While her father was in the center, Sol Yun-hee was standing in her kitchen, thinking about what to cook. The girl turned to Carciel and asked him what he thought about spinach instead of braised ribs for dinner, and he happily agreed. The little dragon's approval made the girl very happy, and she returned to cooking, wondering where her father went every weekend. Hearing her thoughts out loud, Carciel said that the master had ordered him to keep the whole story a secret, so he couldn't tell. Yun-hee decided to use her puppy eyes technique because she could just pretend that he didn't tell her anything and she didn't know anything. When the dragon refused, Seol Yun-hee suggested that her father might have gone to a place that she would be worried about if she heard about it. Thinking that the mistress had guessed everything, Carciel grabbed her leg and began to shout that she could not draw such conclusions out of nothing. The dragon started running around with its mistress and shouting that, even without the story, Yun-hee was already worried about her father. But that was not the point. The girl said that now she was the happiest in the world, but even despite this, sometimes she was incredibly scared. Yun-hee thought for a moment and explained that she felt like happiness was ready to disappear at any moment, and all the important people could disappear. At that moment, Carciel felt incredibly sorry for the younger mistress because he had noticed a very sad expression on her face more than once. Dragon and Yun-hee were so carried away by supporting each other that they didn't even notice how Izas appeared next to them. As soon as the boys heard a familiar voice, they immediately jumped up in fright, screaming in fear because they did not expect to see him. Turning around, they saw Lee Do-ju, who, along with Izas, had returned from his business trip a little earlier than planned. Hearing reproaches in his direction about why they had crept up so quietly, the dragon said that he proudly entered the front door. Remembering what she and Carciel had talked about, Yun-hee looked the little animal in the eyes and asked menacingly up to what point he had been listening to their conversation. Izas broke into a sly smile and began to repeat the girl's words exactly, mimicking her and saying that he, too, sometimes cried. Sol Yun-hee immediately loomed over the little animal with an angry expression who was laughing with all his might, shouting that the girl had created a real web novel from the 90s. The redhead instantly grabbed the impudent dragon and began to stretch his head, screaming furiously when she even said such a thing. After such a punishment, Isaias no longer had any desire to mock her, so he pointed his fingers somewhere and asked her to look there. The dragon said that the owner also found the girl worried, so he bought her a bed so that he and Carciel could sleep together. Isaias added with displeasure that he was completely discouraged because the dragon was also a creature that valued its nest and its life. This touching moment brought tears to the poor Sol Yun-hee's eyes, and the girl almost burst into tears. Lee Do-ju noticed this and asked his daughter with a smile if it would help her calm down a little if they slept with their pets together. The girl was completely moved, so she sobbed and thanked her father for his kindness and said that she was very happy. The boy put his hand on her shoulder and asked his daughter to be sure to tell him in the future if she had any worries. Now the guys looked like a truly happy family, who had 2 wonderful pets, albeit a little unusual. The next morning, the first thing Isaias felt was Sol Yun-hee's heavy hand pinning him down to the bed. The dragon tried his best to wake the girl up, because she was almost strangling him, and in the end, Yun-hee sleepily opened her eyes. Rising up on the bed, she saw a joyful Carciel at the other end, who asked her with a smile how she felt and whether she had slept well. Yun-hee stretched and said with the same smile that she had really gotten enough sleep in a long time, as she finally slept in peace. The redhead took her phone from the nightstand next to her and said that now she had to get up to make breakfast for everyone. But suddenly she saw the time on her mobile screen and screamed loudly, realizing that her father could be late for work. Sol Yun-hee ran out of the room excitedly and started ordering her dad to quickly go to the bathroom while she prepared food. Lee Do-ju stared at his daughter in confusion, not understanding what was happening to her because that day was Sunday and he didn't have to go anywhere. Hearing this, Yun-hee stopped with milk in her hand and tried to come to her senses, because she completely forgot that it was the weekend. While the little one was realizing the situation, Lee Do-ju asked her if she had been tormented by those same dreams that Isaias had spoken about at night. The girl felt very lost, so she looked at Lee Do-ju in surprise, and he said that he was talking about nightmares. After these words, Sol Yun-hee finally came to her senses and said with a smile that she had not dreamed anything like that night. Lee Do-ju was very happy about this because the guy attributed it to the benefits of changing the bed to a new and more comfortable one, and also a larger one. Yun-hee thanked her father, and immediately after that, she heard the dragons offer to help because they all wanted to have breakfast as soon as possible. Since the animals interrupted what the girl was saying, Lee Do-ju didn't have time to hear what else she wanted to say. Sol Yun-hee pushed Dad into the living room and said that they would have something light for breakfast and that she would make a delicious stew for lunch. Isaias, meanwhile, was lying on the couch and looked very exhausted because for the first time in his life, he dreamed that someone was trying to kill him. The dragon and its owner turned on the TV, where they were just telling us that a new rating would be announced in the main building of the hunting bureau on Wednesday. The news anchor said that the bureau director announced that places 1 through 30 would be distributed based on the size of each hunter's contribution. Lee Do-ju, listening to this, thought that he had to hand over the valuable data to Yong-yeon-chul, and since it was troublesome, he could send it by mail. Remembering that in this case the director would again ask everything in a row, the guy should still give him the data in person when they met. As soon as the young man called the director, forgetting that it was Sunday morning, he immediately heard the displeased voice of Jong-yeon-chul, whom he had woken up. After listening to all the complaints about him, Lee Do-ju said that he wanted to approach the man to show him something. Initially, the boy wanted to invite Jong-yeon-chul to come to his house, but then he realized that Yun-hee shouldn't know that he went to the center. After thinking for a moment, Lee Do-ju told the director that he would send him an address where the man would need to come around 11 o'clock. As soon as the clock struck 11, Lee Do-ju entered the cafe where a joyful Jong-yeon-chul was already waiting for him because he had arrived a little earlier than the guy. The man smiled and greeted him, saying that he had ordered their coffee in advance, although it was a bit of a hassle. Jong-yeon-chul apologized to the guy for the way he reacted to his call in the morning because the director thought it was someone else. The director was in a very good mood, so he said with a laugh that After looking at the young man, he realized that Lee Do-ju looked incredibly young. Lee Do-ju, in turn, did not want to linger at the cafe on his day off, so he simply said that he took good care of himself. Young Yeon-chul laughed and said that the boy was so handsome that he even wanted to introduce him to his daughter, but Lee Do-ju refused. The boy told the man that he had some information for Jong Yeon-chul, after which he handed him the very same tablet. The director took the tablet in his hands and began to carefully examine what was on the screen, asking the guy what exactly it was. But suddenly, Jong Yeon-chul finally realized that Lee Do-ju was trying to show him what was inside the central rift. Realizing that the boy had gone to the center alone, the gentleman was surprised, because he thought that Lee Do-ju would just get entrance tickets for them. Lee Do-ju said that he only took a peek inside, but since the tutorial results would reset after a month, the guild would not be able to enter. Hearing this, Jong Yeon-chul stood up from his seat and bowed deeply to the boy, thanking him from the bottom of his heart for his help. He took Lee Do-ju's hand and looked at him with grateful eyes, asking how the director could thank him for his help. When the boy asked the man to let go of his hand first, Jong Yeon-chul quickly returned to his seat and apologized to him for his emotions. Looking with disgust at his hand that now smelled like his cologne, Lee Do-ju said to have the Behemoth Guild contact him before entering the center. Finally, Lee Do-ju decided to ask Jong Yeon-chul about the strange announcement on the news that he saw this morning. Mr. Jong Yeon-chul sighed and looked around, preparing to tell him what he wanted to announce to the people next Wednesday. After making sure there were no suspicious people around, Jong Yeon-chul whispered in his ear that he should have kept this information a secret. Lee Do-ju looked the man straight in the eye and said convincingly that he was better at keeping his mouth shut than anyone. Jong Yeon-chul explained that he wanted to make rank SS, which would be higher than rank C, and then announce Lee Gang-hyun as the first hunters of the new rank. Since Lee Do-ju thought that there would be something more important in that announcement, he looked at the director with a confused expression, expecting something else. The boy leaned back in his chair and asked if that was all, to which the director of the hunting bureau agreed. The young man stood up from his seat and took the tablet from the man, saying that he had given him everything he wanted, so now he was going to go home. Lee Do-ju rushed out of the restaurant so quickly that Jong Yeon-chul didn't even have time to invite him to have lunch together. While the gentleman ran after him, begging the young man to stay at least for lunch, Lee Do-ju calmly walked along the streets, not wanting to eat with him. On Monday morning, in the fault department, work was in full swing as usual, but for some reason, Kwon Hyuk-soo was in a bad mood. His comrade Lee Do-ju noticed this and decided to ask the leader what was the matter and why he was so sad. Kwon Hyuk-soo told the boy that a rank A fault had appeared in front of his house, and that there were still 30 years left before the loan for the house was paid off. Lee Do-ju thought about it and asked if the Hunters Association had been involved in repairing the cracks in the residential buildings, even though this crack was too dangerous. The leader explained in a frustrated tone that there was a small chance that the rift would remain even after the boss was destroyed. Taking a look at the Meisai Guild that was sitting at the other end of the office, Lee Do-ju came up with an idea that Kwon Hyuk-soo wouldn't go for. The young man looked around at the hunters from the guild, who were behaving like 5-year-old children who had been poorly raised by their mothers. Suddenly, a joyful Cha Ye-ji burst into the office, greeting all her colleagues and loudly declaring that she was back. Lee Do-ju turned towards her and remembered that right now, his partner could handle an A-rank rift on her own, which could help him. Taking a chance, the boy turned to Cha Ye-ji and told the girl that he wanted to ask her for one important favor for Kwon Hyuk-soo. But since the hunter didn't go for it, Lee Do-ju smiled sweetly and suggested that his partner stay and work overtime. Cha Ye-ji took it the wrong way again, so she exclaimed in shock as to why the guy wanted to stay with her. Lee Do-ju did not answer this question, but she did not insist either because she was already incredibly happy with such an initiative on his part. But when it turned out, later that evening, that the overtime work wasn't supposed to take place in the office at all, Cha Ye-ji wasn't so happy anymore. She sat in the apartment and resentfully watched her manager, who walked back and forth and looked into all the windows. Finally, the girl gathered her strength and asked irritably why they came to Kwon Hyuk-soo's house instead of working. Lee Do-ju turned to the girl and said that they needed to find out how concerned the locals were about one issue. Cha Ye-ji pretended that she understood everything, so she tried to be less offended, but she did a very bad job. Kwon Hyuk-soo approached the boys and, trying to somehow improve the situation, handed them cups of coffee that he had prepared for them. As Kwon Hyuk-soo sat down next to the huntress, Lee Do-ju said that the thing was indeed very big. The young man carefully examined the crack that had appeared near the residential building and said that he now understood the worries of the local residents. Not only was that portal a great one for an A-rank rift, it was also located right in front of a residential building where children often played in the yard. After offering Miss Cha Ye-ji some coffee, the young man said that as soon as they had a little rest, they would immediately head to the rift. As soon as Kwon Hyuk-soo heard that Lee Do-ju wanted to drag her partner there, he exclaimed excitedly because he thought it was too dangerous. But they quickly calmed him down, because the girl was really growing up rapidly and Lee Do-ju was completely confident in her abilities. The head of the department simply could not resist such kindness because his colleagues risked their lives so much for him. Noticing that he was almost crying, Cha Ye-ji decided to clarify that she definitely didn't come to him to spend time with Lee Do-ju. 10 minutes later, he and the girl were standing near the rift and were just confirming his identity so that they could enter inside without any problems. Seeing that the young man was also about to enter, Cha Ye-ji asked him not to do so, but the young man could not abandon his partner and sit idly by. After these words, the green-eyed girl snorted with displeasure because recently Lee Do-ju calmly let her go alone and she didn't worry. Cha Ye-ji did not back down, so she folded her arms across her chest in a menacing manner and ordered him to stay in the ordinary world, as he might be in danger. Lee Do-ju had no desire to argue with her, so he used his trump card and asked with a cute expression if the girl would protect him. The huntress had no answer to this because she really was a good warrior, so she had to agree and say that she would be there. Just a second later, Cha Ye-ji realized that Mr. Lee Do-ju had just been very brazenly cunning, so she reproached him for it. Suddenly, the boys heard someone's voice behind them, asking them to stop and wait because he wanted to say something. Turning around, the partners saw some guy with a camera who asked them if they were going to enter the rift now. Having heard a positive answer, the stranger began to ask the guys to take him with them because he himself really did not want to go there and it was difficult. The boy gave them his Hollywood smile and said that he would not be a burden to the boys at all because hunting together would be much easier. Cha Ye-ji, in turn, carefully examined this stranger and could not understand where she had seen him just recently. Suddenly, it seemed like it had dawned on the girl, and she asked the smiling boy with a smile if he was by any chance the hunter Lee Sang-woo. Realizing that it really was him, Cha Ye-ji was very happy, because recently this young man had been famous on the internet for his broadcasts. Green Eyes began to explain that Lee Sang-woo had over 10,000 viewers, and was also an A-rank hunter with good skills. Lee Do-ju looked into it more closely and pointed out that 10,000 viewers was indeed a huge number, although there were streamers with a higher number. Lee Sang-woo was actually a nice guy, so he asked the hunters in a friendly manner what both of their names were. Cha Ye-ji didn't wait for Lee Do-ju to talk, so she said her name and his, saying that they were just about to enter the rift. Suddenly, Lee Sang-woo noticed the badge that was hanging around Lee Do-ju's neck and guessed that this guy might be a real government official. The next second, the young man realized that it was the same legendary civil servant Lee Do-ju who had commanded the operation in the sea-level rift. Lee Do-ju, in turn, did not want to draw attention to himself, so he quickly calmed him down and said that he and that guy had the same name. Lee Sang-woo laughed at how he couldn't figure it out because if that boy was Lee Do-ju, he wouldn't be standing in front of him in that rift right now. Manager Cha Ye-ji stood and watched this chatterbox, wondering if all streamers were such terribly annoying flies. In the end, he allowed Lee Sang-woo to come along with him and the boys finally entered the rift, trying not to waste time. A few seconds later, they found themselves in the dark elf forest of the A-rank rift, where none of them had ever been before. Lee Do-ju looked around and analyzed the area to make sure there were no monsters nearby that would pose a threat to Cha Ye-ji. These thoughts led the boy to the fact that the monster they needed to kill to get out was located right in the center of that forest. The boy was not mistaken for a second, because in the center of the forest there really was some kind of monster, much stronger than his partners. The boy didn't want to stay in this place any longer than necessary, so he turned to the huntress and suggested that Miss Ye-ji go ahead. Unexpectedly, their attention was drawn to Lee Sang-woo, who turned on his camera and began greeting the viewers, explaining where they were. Noticing the boys' surprised faces, Lee Sang-woo pointed to the camera near his neck and said that he would upload the video online once they returned. When a question from viewers appeared on his phone screen about who the girl in front was, Lee Sang-woo laughed and said that it was definitely not his girlfriend. Cha Ye-ji didn't hear this right away, so she indignantly shouted that she already had a person she liked, so it wasn't like that. Suddenly, she felt Lee Do-ju's hand on her waist, grabbing her and asking the huntress to be careful, as she might fall. Lee Sang-woo smiled sweetly and turned his camera to the couple, sadly saying that unfortunately he was still single. The blogger continued to show his viewers his partners, telling them a little more about them and showering Cha Ye-ji with compliments. Aizas accidentally stumbled upon his stream and was very surprised, because he didn't expect to see his owner doing such ridiculous things on the internet. Hearing her father's voice, Yoon-hee immediately approached the dragon because she wanted to tell him that he was somehow late and should have been home a little earlier. Aizas informed her that Dad was still not home, but instead the dragon offered her to look at the tablet, since the owner was participating in the broadcast. Sol Yoon-hee looked at the tablet with disappointment and asked when her father would return home in that case, since it was already past 8 o'clock. Carciel poked at a button on the screen and said that if they donated money to that blogger, they could ask when the owner returned. Seeing that the minimum sponsorship amount for a voice message was 100,000 won, the dragon asked Yoon-hee to top up the balance for him. The redhead said with displeasure that this shouldn't have been done because 100,000 won was a huge amount of money that they couldn't spend so easily. In response, Aizas began to be terribly naughty and repeat that if they did not find out when their father would return, the meat on the table would get cold, so Yoon-hee agreed. Having received approval from his younger mistress, the little animal was incredibly happy because he himself really wanted his dad to return quickly. Lee Sang-woo, who saw the question on the other side about when the owner would come home, laughed loudly because no one had ever called him that before. His viewers began to bombard the boy with questions about who called him that, and Lee Sang-woo smilingly stated that it was His Majesty Aizas. Realizing that this stupid blogger didn't understand who the question was addressed to, Sol Yoon-hee started yelling at the dragons because they had just lost 100,000. The dragons had never seen such an angry mistress in their lives, because she was simply furious that they had squandered so much money. Sol Yoon-hee screamed fiercely at Aizas, scolding the dragon for foolishly wasting a huge amount of money without even making sure the idea would work. Carciel decided to intervene in the execution of his lord, and proudly declared that he should have called his master by name so that Lee Sang-woo would understand everything correctly. Aizas agreed with his friend's words and asked Yoon-hee to try again because they needed to know when the owner would return. But the girl began to scold the poor guy even more loudly, shouting that she no longer had any money left. The dragon completely lost all fear and screamed that she could have taken pocket money, after which he immediately covered his mouth with his paws. The owner said that she could not do that because it was money that the father earned by working hard at work. But Aizas was not going to stop, so he continued to persuade her, saying that they could earn more money for the owner. The animal tried to manipulate the already upset Sol Yoon-hee by saying that she herself wanted to know when her owner would return home.